Awakening with a start, Qi Jun emitted a cry. Subsequently, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he relapsed onto the bed, lamenting audibly. "My lord, you're awake. This is splendid news." Two comely maids, adorned in verdant attire, hastily approached the bedside. One, with a cherubic countenance, turned and exclaimed, quickly, "Apprise the Marquis and his lady." Indeed, the other, with an oval face, scurried away, her visage radiant with delight. As she hastened, she mused, "Though the whispers paint our Lord as a dissolute youth, he has always been benevolent to those in his service. His recovery is a boon, a blessing from the heavens. Nay, did he not utter a curse against the heavens? Surely, it was inadvertent. May the celestial powers forgive him." Qi Jun surveyed the antiquated chamber, lavishly decorated. Observing the maidservant at his bedside, with her rotund face, alabaster complexion, dainty lips, and luminous, fluttering eyes, he pondered, "Where have I been transported? Was I not in the throes of transcending through tribulation? It seemed as though 5 bolts of divine lightning descended, reducing my mortal form to ashes in an instant. How have I arrived here?" Qi Jun furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had been a hapless wage slave on Blue Star, succumbing to death on the front lines after 3 consecutive days of relentless overtime. Subsequently, his soul transmigrated to a world where immortality was pursued. Initially, he was elated, envisioning eternal life. However, he underestimated the barbarity of the cultivation world, where the law of the jungle prevailed. As an Ingnu, he was utterly ignorant. Having been deceived repeatedly, he nearly lost his life on several occasions. Subsequently, in a moment of profound introspection and resolute determination, he resolved to seek a secluded sanctuary for solitary cultivation. Fortified by the incomplete yet fortuitously acquired cultivation manual, the primordial limitless sutra, he diligently honed his skills for over 2 centuries of monotonous existence, culminating in the formation of his golden core. The latter portion of this scripture elucidated the process of transcending tribulations and ascending to immortality. But alas, it had been lost to the vagaries of time. Now that Qi Jun had successfully forged his golden core, he was naturally compelled to confront the tribulations, even in the absence of explicit guidance. After years of meticulous preparation, he deemed himself adequately equipped, lacking only the final impetus. Thus, on an auspicious day, he commenced his tribulation, envisioning the idyllic existence that awaited him as an immortal. However, fate would have it that his auspicious day transformed into a day of ill omen. Typically, a golden core cultivator undergoing tribulation would face 3 divine lightning strikes from the heavens, and successfully enduring them would grant ascension to immortality. Yet, when Qi Jun's turn arrived, the number inexplicably increased to 5. Qi Jun was incensed, wondering if his status as a transmigrator had prompted the heavens to impose additional challenges. Devoid of recourse, he could only brace himself against the onslaught. Inevitably, the unforeseen occurred. As the 5th divine lightning bolt descended, he could no longer withstand its might. In the instant his physical form shattered, he uttered a vehement imprecation against the heavens before succumbing to darkness. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a deluge of memories flooded his consciousness. Clutching his head, he gradually pieced together the overall picture. "So, I've transmigrated yet again." It seemed that his malediction against the heavens had not been entirely in vain, perhaps opening a backdoor of sorts. This world comprised 3 major nations locked in a delicate balance of power: the Yin Kingdom in the north, the Qin Kingdom in the west, and the Liang Kingdom in the Jiangnan region. He found himself in Ji City, the capital of the great Yin Kingdom. The original being was the 2nd son of the Jiyuan Marquis of the state of Yin, bearing the name Qi Jun, and he is but 18 years of age. However, this Qi Jun is not a legitimate son, but rather a son born out of wedlock. His grandfather held the esteemed title of Jiyuan Marquis, while his father served as the right general of the Longwu army, one of the elite forces of the northern Yamen. Thus, they belonged to a distinguished military lineage within the aristocracy. Bearing such a lavish identity, the original being naturally grew to embody a wayward disposition. At a tender age, he engaged in extravagant revelries with a band of debauched companions, indulging in hedonistic pursuits, truly a descendant of 3 generations of indulgence. However, as is often the case, excessive joy can lead to sorrow. 2 months prior, his grandfather passed away, leaving the Qi family bereft of its cornerstone. The marquisate, which rightfully should have been inherited by his father, faced the stipulations of the court, which dictated that a descendant inheriting a title must be relegated in rank. Thus, the title would be downgraded from marquis to earl. The late marquis had foreseen this eventuality. He understood that a demotion would undoubtedly precipitate the decline of the Qi family. In his lifetime, he endeavored by all means to negotiate, ultimately securing the emperor's approval to retain the marquisate through military merit. The old marquis departed this world with a smile upon his lips. Yet before the imperial edict for the title succession could be formally issued, the emperor unexpectedly passed away. Compounding the situation, the deceased emperor's sons had all perished at a young age, and in a bid to prevent the throne from slipping away, the crown was bequeathed to his eldest daughter, Princess Yang, who is now the reigning empress. The empress, having just ascended to the throne, faced a precarious political landscape. In light of opposition from the civil officials, the title that the Qi family had nearly secured was instead altered from marquis to earl. Just days ago, the court formally decreed the elevation of Qi Zhen's father to the title of Earl Tony. The Qi family has yet to recover from the profound sorrow of the late Lord House passing, and now their misfortunes have compounded, casting a pall over the household. The original Qi Zhen could not swallow this indignity, and thus summoned a few companions to indulge in wine and alleviate his gloom. By a twist of fate, they encountered the sons of several prominent officials, and upon their first meeting, tensions escalated rapidly. After enduring a few jibes from the opposing party, the original Qi Zhen impulsively engaged in a brawl. However, his slight frame proved no match for the confrontation, and he was soon left gasping for breath, barely clinging to consciousness. Upon being carried back by the servants, he fortuitously found himself in the body of the ill-fated Qi Zhen. Rubbing his temples, Qi Zhen pondered carefully. Though the family had transitioned from a marquisate to an earldom, their foundational wealth remained intact. As a legitimate son, even if he could not inherit the family estate, his basic sustenance was assured he could certainly live as a person of some standing. In his previous life, he had been too consumed by the pursuit of immortality to relish life. Yet this second chance afforded him the opportunity to live exuberantly. A flicker of inspiration ignited in his eyes as he recalled a crucial detail from the original's memories. In this realm, martial arts were solely practiced by mortals, and the existence of immortal cultivators was but a fantasy. He deduced two reasons for this phenomenon. Firstly, the spiritual energy was alarmingly scant, insufficient to support the ascension to immortality. Secondly, the absence of any cultivation techniques for immortality in this world compounded the issue. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Zhen discerned that the spiritual energy was indeed lamentably thin, a stark contrast to the bounteous realms of his past life. Yet, the scarcity of spiritual energy did not equate to its non-existence. The inability to ascend did not preclude the possibility of cultivation. Even if there were no techniques for immortality in this world, it mattered not, for he possessed the knowledge himself. He had long since mastered the first half of the Hunyuan Wujiju to the point of familiarity, to the extent that it was almost second nature. This implied that he could cultivate in this world, even if at a slower pace or with a lower realm, it mattered not. For even in a diminished state, it remained an immortal technique. How could it possibly be compared to the mundane martial arts of the mortal realm? Thus, even if immortality eluded him, he could still become invincible across the world. What a delightful prospect. Ha ha ha! Upon this realization, Qi Zhen could not help but burst into laughter, his mirth growing ever louder. The round-faced maid beside him was taken aback, wondering if her young master had lost his wits. At that moment, the maid who had just rushed out to deliver news hurriedly returned, her voice trembling as she said, "Young master, it's terrible. I just heard that the third young lady of the Chengxi Marquis residence has come to annul the engagement." Qi Zhen halted his laughter and inquired, "Is she here to break off our engagement?" The young maid nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed with urgency. Ha ha ha! Qi Zhen laughed once more, this time with even greater fervor. Though the plot was rather clicked, this annulment of the engagement surely guaranteed his success, did it not? Chapter 2. The Empress's Decree. The round-faced maid, Lan Su, glanced at the oval-faced maid, Xiao Man. Both were bewildered. It seemed that the young master had indeed been deeply affected. Previously, though he acted recklessly, he still had clarity of mind. How could he now, in such a tumultuous household, react with such mirth to the embarrassment of a broken engagement? The two hastily approached him. Lan Su, usually composed, gently advised, "Young master, do not take it to heart. This marriage was arranged by the late Marquis during his lifetime. It is not something that Mu Wanqi can simply withdraw from." Xiao Man eagerly added, "Indeed, indeed. Young master, you are charming and talented. Had it not been for the Marquis's intention to care for the Mu family, she would not have had the opportunity to marry into our family." Qijun was about to express his relief at her desire to annul the engagement, as it would undoubtedly solidify his position as the male lead. Just then, a robust voice echoed from outside, "You were quite right. What status does the chief family hold that the Mu family could so casually insult us? This is utterly outrageous." As the voice resonated, a man and a woman entered. The man was tall and imposing, with a resolute countenance, thick brows, and a prominent jaw, adorned with 3 strands of black beard, exuding a commanding presence. He was none other than Qijun's stepfather, the freshly appointed Duke of Tongyi, Qi Tai. The woman, with her hair elegantly styled, possessing willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, was strikingly graceful, dressed in the finery of a noble lady, showing no signs of the passage of time upon her visage. This was Qijun's biological mother, the second wife of Qi Tai, Lady Chen. Although she was merely a concubine, due to the primary wife's frail constitution and inability to manage affairs, the household was effectively led by Lady Chen, who wielded considerable authority. It was her excessive indulgence towards her only son that had led Qijun, in his original incarnation, to be uneducated and uninformed. Lan Su and Xiao Man quickly stepped aside, bowing respectfully and addressing the couple as my lord and lady. Chen approached the bedside, bending down to touch Qijun's forehead with her hand. With tearful eyes, she exclaimed with emotion, "Thank the ancestors. Just moments ago your father and I prayed fervently at the ancestral hall, and at last, you have awakened." Qijun, an orphan who had never truly experienced maternal love in his 2 lifetimes, felt an overwhelming surge of affection towards Chen's nurturing demeanor. Instinctively, he responded sweetly, "I have caused my mother concern." Hearing this, Chen's tears flowed freely. When had this cheeky boy ever spoken to her in such a manner? "Oh, my son, how wonderful." At a loss for words, she could only revel in the moment. Qijun, calming his emotions, turned to his father, Qi Tai, and inquired, "Father, has the engagement been broken off?" Qi Tai, having a son serving as an official in another region and being fond of Chen, was lenient in his discipline of Qijun, largely leaving it to her. Having been worried moments ago, he felt joy seeing Qijun's recovery. However, upon hearing the mention of the broken engagement, his anger flared anew. "They are still waiting in the front hall. Humph. Do they think they can simply break the engagement? If anyone is to initiate the dissolution, it shall be the chief family." Qijun, curious, asked, what could have prompted such a sudden decision to break the engagement? Qi Tai shot him a glare. "Isn't it because of your own lack of merit? You couldn't even win a fight, and you've become a subject of ridicule. You are hardly a match for our chief family." Chen, overhearing, immediately took offense. "What do you mean? Not like a chief family member? Who else do you think you resemble?" Qi Tai quickly extinguished the flames of anger, clarifying that he did not mean it in that way. He was referring to that fellow. Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, exasperated that everything was blamed on her son. "Is the reason for the Mu family's desire to break off the engagement due to this? I suspect it is rather because your marquis status was not attained, and they deemed the chief family unworthy, fearing to be encumbered." Qijun secretly nodded, although this mother of his was a woman of the inner chambers. Her insight was remarkably sharp. Qi Tai understood this implicitly, but being publicly called out by Chen left him feeling humiliated. How could the Mu family be any better? Once that scoundrel Mu Fong meets his demise, his descendants might not even inherit a countship. After venting his frustration, he muttered indignantly, "The so-called Marquis of Integrity? I would rather call him the Marquis of Deceit." Chen dismissed Qi Tai's complaints and turned to Qijun, saying, "Jenner, I know you have feelings for that Mu Wanqi. She is indeed a rare beauty. Do not worry, I will find a way to ensure this marriage is not annulled." Lan Su and Xiao Man exchanged discreet glances, scoffing quietly. That Mu Wanqi, reputed as one of the 4 great beauties of the capital, was already betrothed. Yet, she still reveled in attending various poetry gatherings and mingling with numerous so-called literati, displaying no sense of propriety. Upon learning this, the young master did not feel anger. Rather, he praised her for her literary charm. What if she were to truly marry into the family and one day adorned him with the green hat? Upon hearing this, Qijin hastily waved his hands. No, mother. If she wishes to break it off, let her. Our chief family is a prestigious lineage, upright and honorable. How could we accept such a superficial woman? The room fell into stunned silence at his words. Qin gasped softly. Ah, Jin'er. Is this truly your heartfelt sentiment? Previously, after this son met Mu Wanqi, he threw himself on the ground, insisting on an immediate marriage. Had it not been for various delays, he might have already held his grandson. How could he suddenly change his mind today? Call off the engagement? Surely. I must have misheard. Lan Su and Xiaoman exchanged incredulous glances, both filled with disbelief. They were well aware of the young master's infatuation with Mu Wanqi, even calling her name in his sleep. How could he possibly agree to annul the engagement now? They nodded in unison, convinced that his mind must have been clouded. Poor young master. Chitai, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "This is the son of the chief family, possessing true grit. What man need worry for a wife? Your father will find you a better match, one even more remarkable than your mother." Noticing Chin's slight turn of her head, Chitai hastily amended, "One, like your mother, of course, would still be far superior to the Mu family." After speaking, he discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Qijin gave his father a thumbs up, declaring that they should indeed call off his mother's match. Qin scolded. "What does this have to do with your mother? Mind your words." At that moment, a servant reported from outside, "Master, a eunuch from the palace has arrived with an imperial decree, requesting your immediate presence." Chitai promptly turned to leave. Qin continued to speak with Qijin for a while, primarily to ascertain whether he genuinely intended to annul the engagement. Before long, Chitai returned, his countenance reflecting a mixture of discomfort and embarrassment. Qin inquired, "What did the emperor decree, and why do you wear such a countenance?" Chitai sighed, glancing at Qijin, and replied, "As mentioned last time, the emperor wishes to summon the sons of noble families to the palace to serve as guards. During the previous occasion when he was conferred the title of Duke Tongyi, the eunuch who delivered the edict had privately hinted to Chitai that the empress was inclined to summon the sons of noble families into the palace, and urged Duke Tongyi to lend his support. Chitai regarded this as a favorable development, for historically, the entry of noble youths into the palace had been a viable path, offering them the opportunity to bring honor to their families. It was a rare chance, as ordinary people could hardly gain access to the palace unless they became eunuchs. Chitai's eldest son was already serving as an official outside and could not possibly enter the palace again. He and his third wife had a young son of merely 8 years, too young for such responsibilities. Thus, only Qijin seemed suitable for this task. To his surprise, upon mentioning it, Qijin immediately opposed the idea. "Why would I want to serve others in the palace when I am living freely and joyfully?" he retorted vehemently, declaring he would refuse even at the cost of his life, before storming off to indulge in drink, only to be met with a beating. Now that the empress had formally issued her decree, refusal would be tantamount to defiance. What could be done? Upon hearing this, Qijin inquired, "Is it true that my father wishes for me to enter the palace?" Before Chitai could respond, Qin, his wife, interjected, "You truly are something. Not only have you lost your title, but now you cannot even decide on a duty for your own child. Zhen is still young. How can he serve as a guard in the palace? Setting aside the matter of serving others or the inherent dangers, can his frail body withstand such an ordeal?" Chitai could only nod in agreement. "I initially considered this as a potential opportunity for Zhen, but it seems that his health may indeed render him unsuitable. Let me ponder a solution. If all else fails, I shall directly petition the empress, seeking her mercy for an exemption." Qijin then swiftly contemplated the pros and cons of the situation. Generally speaking, when a new emperor ascends the throne, it is customary to summon the offspring of noble families to the palace to establish a new guard. After all, one can only rest assured with those they have personally trained. The actions of the empress are thus entirely justifiable. Furthermore, the royal family and the nobility are inherently intertwined. Their fortunes rise and fall together, signifying a mutual dependence. Without the royal family as their foundation, the nobility would be akin to water without a source or a tree without roots. Conversely, without the support of the nobility, the royal family would find themselves isolated and vulnerable. In essence, securing a position in the palace as a guard signifies entering a fast track toward advancement and a promising future. Qijin's contemplation of his prospects largely stems from his current status. It is crucial to recognize that he is merely a bastard son, although Chitai favors him. It is inconceivable that he would bequeath the entirety of the family fortune to him, as this would contravene the prevailing societal values in the feudal system upheld by the court. Moreover, should Chitai pass away, the family's title would be downgraded to a viscountcy, rendering it nearly insignificant. Therefore, for this illegitimate son to aspire to a better life, he must strive independently. Now that an opportunity to enter the palace presents itself, why not seize it? Entering the palace does not equate to becoming a eunuch. Rather, it involves serving as a bodyguard to the empress. Even minor officials can be found at the gates of the chancellor, let alone a royal attendant. If he can earn the favor of the empress and secure her patronage, the opportunity for prosperity would undoubtedly arise. Additionally, the current empress is merely 17 years old, even younger than he, a mere girl in her youth. Surely, with some clever maneuvering, this task is not beyond his capabilities. Thus, he spoke up, "Father, there is no need for concern. I have grown up and cannot shy away from shouldering the family's burdens." After the injury, I took a moment to reflect and realize that I had indeed acted like a scoundrel. From this day forth, I shall earnestly amend my ways and surely bring honor to our family name. The four individuals present were utterly astonished. Shen's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze intently on Qijin. Could it truly be that my son is capable of uttering such words? It feels so surreal. Lan Su and Xiao Man were equally struck with disbelief. They understood their young master's temperament all too well. When had he ever shown humility or considered the circumstances of the Qi family? He had always acted according to his own whims. Not only was his demeanor unexpectedly gracious, but even those few words would have seemed implausible for him to articulate. Qitai was equally incredulous. Just yesterday, when they discussed this matter, he had erupted in anger, vowing that if he were to enter the palace, he would rather become a eunuch, expressing that everyone should just give up hope. How could he now have changed his stance so dramatically? Could this be a dream? Shen leaned in once more, gently touching Qi Zhan's forehead. "Zhener, my dear, I have been somewhat fatigued these past few days and did not quite catch that. Please, say it again." Qi Zhan couldn't help but smile wryly. To call his former self a scoundrel was an understatement. Now he found it hard to convince anyone that he aspired to be a model citizen. "Father, mother, you have not misheard. I have reflected deeply and resolved to achieve something worthy of this splendid youth and your earnest expectations." This time, they heard him clearly. Without a doubt, Shen's tears flowed freely as she covered her mouth with her handkerchief. "My dear, I understand now. All these years, your mother's efforts have not been in vain." Qitai nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is thanks to your mother's guidance." Yet inwardly he mused, "My dear wife, was it truly your guidance? We must express our gratitude to those few spirited individuals who roused Zhener from his slumber. How splendid it would have been had they done so sooner." After a moment of contemplative silence, Qi Zhan inquired, "When does His Majesty intend to report?" Qitai replied, "He is said to enter the palace 10 days hence. Do not fret. After all, you bear injuries, and a few days' delay should pose no issue." Qi Zhan responded, 10 days is ample time. These are merely superficial wounds and shall heal swiftly." Chun Shi hastily shook her head, cautioning against complacency, emphasizing the necessity of nurturing the injuries. "For the palace is far from akin to our home." Qi Zhan reluctantly acquiesced, then declared, "Thus it is settled. I shall handle the matter concerning the one who withdrew from the engagement." Qitai interjected, "There is no need for you to intervene. Your father will manage it appropriately." Chen Shi added, "Indeed, your mobility is compromised. It would be best not to burden yourself with this concern." Qi Zhan, with righteous fervor, asserted, "This is my own affair. I must attend to it personally. Furthermore, there are matters I wish to clarify with her face to face." In truth, he yearned to behold the renowned beauty of the capital, Mu Wanxi, whom he had only glimpsed from afar, leaving him with an indistinct impression. Chen Shi glanced at Qitai, her eyes seemingly conveying that Zhener remains unable to relinquish his feelings for the one bearing the surname Mu. Qitai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it would be well for them to accompany him. In the front hall of the Qi residence, a young woman adorned in a moon-white brocade gown sat gracefully, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her complexion was as smooth as cream, her eyes twinkled like stars, captivating all who beheld her. Her brows resembled spring willows, naturally beautiful, while her lips, akin to cinnabar, bore a slight upward curve. A hint of playful mischief danced within her subtle smile, blending with an enchanting allure. Her ruby lips were gently pressed together, and her delicate wrist gleamed like frost. In her delicate fragility lies an undeniable resilience, evoking both pity and admiration in the hearts of those who behold her. There stands a beautiful maiden, the ethereal Mu Wanxi, accompanied by a maid and a steward, both of whom are from the Mu household. Upon encountering his betrothed, Qi Zhan inwardly lamented his earlier impulsiveness, pondering whether it would be wise to withdraw from the marriage. After all, he could make do with the situation. However, when Mu Wanqi cast her gaze upon him, he could distinctly perceive a profound disdain reflected in her eyes. Qi Zhen had been carried in by two servants on a soft chair, his visage marred with bruises and his mouth askew. With graceful steps, Mu Wanqi approached, the sound of her jingling ornaments resonating in the air, as she offered her respects to Qi Tai and Madame Chen. The younger generation pays their respects to uncle and aunt. Qi Tai grunted in response, Miss Mu, please take a seat. Madame Chen remained silent, merely instructing the servants to arrange Qi Zhen's position. Nevertheless, Mu Wanqi chose not to sit, directly stating, I shall refrain from taking a seat. I have already sent word, and I wish to clarify matters face to face before departing. Qi Tai waved his hand dismissively, please wait a moment. My son has something to say to you as well. Mu Wanqi subtly raised her head, her expression turning cold. Uncle Qi, I come today to honor the long-standing friendship between our families, and to provide a graceful exit for both parties. I wish to avoid a discordant conclusion. Turning towards Qi Zhen, she resolutely declared, regardless of what you say today, or how you may attempt to entangle me, my resolve shall remain unchanged. Qi Zhen swallowed hard, swearing that his swollen lips were the cause of his speech. Miss Mu, I believe you may have misunderstood. Chapter 4. A persistent sense of discomfort misunderstood? Huh. How could I possibly be mistaken? Mu Wanqi spoke coldly. Qi Zhen, I acknowledge that my grandfather and your ancestor shared a close bond, hence the betrothal arranged between us. Now that we have both reached adulthood, I must confess that I harbor no affection for you whatsoever. Should we marry, it would undoubtedly lead to domestic unrest and misfortune for both our families. Turning to Qi Tai, she continued, surely Uncle Qi would not wish for the Mu and Qi families to fall into discord, would you? Qi Tai scoffed, asserting that even if enmity were to arise, the blame would not rest upon the Qi household. Mu Wanqi retorted with a sneer, does uncle speak with conviction? You must be more aware of your son's character than I am. At this, Chen Shi felt a surge of anger and slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, what do you know of my son's character? It is not for you to criticize. The two companions that Mu Wanqi had brought quickly stepped forward, particularly the maid who stood prominently and declared loudly, your esteemed son spends his days reveling in debauchery, frequenting brothels, and is utterly unable to resist the charms of young ladies. This is known throughout the entire capital, and do we truly need Miss Mu to enlighten us? With a quick tongue, the maid pointed at Qi Zhen and asserted, his refusal to annul the engagement stems solely from his covetousness for my lady's beauty. How utterly shameless. Qi Tai was well aware of Qi Zhen's misdeeds, yet he felt the heat of embarrassment as a maid chastised him openly. What wrong is there in a man appreciating beauty? Furthermore, as far as I know, the Mu family is contemplating an alliance with the son of the Minister of Personnel. Is it not? Just as the maid was about to retort, Mu Wanqi interjected, Honger, do not be disrespectful. Though the Qi family may be a clan of warriors, they are also a family of reason. She pulled the maid behind her and addressed Qi Tai, saying, since Uncle Qi is already aware, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, my father is inclined to seek another suitor. Is it wrong for individuals to aspire for greater heights, just as water flows downwards? Furthermore, allow me to add a sharp retort. My grandfather was once a duke. The Qi family insisted on an alliance. Did they not seek to gain favor with the Mu family as well? Now that both elders have passed and the Qi family has lost its marquisate, do they still wish to cling desperately to the Mu family? You are being outrageous, Qi Tai exclaimed, rising abruptly and pointing at Mu Wanqi. Even if he is your father, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Mu Wanqi smiled sweetly. That is simply because my father prefers not to confront my uncle directly. She then glanced around the room and continued. Regardless of whether the Qi family agrees or disagrees today, it will not alter the outcome. With that, she turned to leave, but Qi Zhen coughed, interrupting. Have you forgotten about me? I still have something to say. The maid, Hong Er, frowned and remarked, what more could you possibly say? It would be futile. Qi Zhen chuckled lightly. Earlier, you asserted that this young master is so captivated by a woman that he cannot move, and that I am envious of Miss Mu's beauty. Such confidence is truly remarkable, as if I have never encountered a beauty before. Hong Er retorted disdainfully, is that not the case? Who does not know the preferences of the Qi family's second son? Qi Zhen replied, it is merely a fleeting game. Can one take it seriously? The original state was already so deplorable that I cannot deny it, and I must make amends. Besides, have I not seen beauties before? Not to mention the unparalleled beauty of my mother. Even my two handmaidens are of exceptional grace. Do you not see? Hong Er raised her head to glance at Lan Su and Xiao Man, scoffing. Can they truly be considered beauties? Your discerning taste is indeed remarkable, second young master. Qijin replied, with lips like cherries and waist like willows. I possess two exquisite maidens, ethereal and proud amid the mortal realm. They surpassed you by 100-fold. You. Hunger was infuriated, her cheeks puffed up. Upon hearing this, Lan Su and Xiao Man's faces turned crimson simultaneously. Indeed, the young master's preferences remain unchanged. Yet those 4 lines seemed quite evocative. Mu Wanqi was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing the lascivious words. Qijin, what exactly do you wish to convey? I do not have the time to dawdle here with you. Qijin gazed upon Mu Wanqi's exquisite visage and solemnly declared, I hereby inform you that the Qi family has decided to voluntarily annul the engagement with the Mu family. Impossible, even if you were to plead with tears. I would not. Mu Wanqi instinctively began to reject, only to realize the gravity of his words. What did you just say? To voluntarily annul the engagement? Qijin affirmed, indeed. Not only is the Qi family initiating this, but we shall also require the presence of 3 matchmakers and local officials to formally dissolve it. Mu Wanqi bit her lip in frustration. Do you truly wish to make this a public spectacle, known to all? Qijin nodded. You should be fortunate that you have not yet entered the household. Otherwise, this would be a divorce. Mu Wanqi retorted with a scornful smile. I would rather marry a dog than you. Very well then. In 7 days, bring all the marriage documents from the day of the engagement here, and I will notify the witnesses to be present. Qijin's gaze was piercing, declaring that if a sweet and romantic union was impossible, then a dramatic separation would suffice. Mu Wanqi retorted bitterly, Qijin, there will come a day when you regret this. With that, she swept away. After merely a few steps, Qijin called out, Miss Mu, please wait. Indeed, Mu Wanqi halted, a charming smile gracing her lips. It is too late to seek my favor now. Qijin blinked and replied, I merely wish to remind you, Miss Mu, that while beautiful exteriors are all too common, intriguing souls are a rarity. Do not forsake the essence for the superficial. Veins bulged on Mu Wanqi's neck, and after a few heavy breaths, she strode away. Once outside, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Was it not said that Qijin was utterly devoted to her? Why this sudden deviation from the norm? Though seated, he exuded an air of composure, contrasting sharply with the frivolous persona rumored about him. Moreover, how could someone deemed uneducated articulate such profound thoughts? Had he been concealing his talents all along? Perhaps feigning a carefree demeanor? Mu Wanqi was not the only one who had misjudged him. After her departure, the Qi family's front hall fell into a profound silence, lingering for several moments. Finally, Qijin scratched his nose in confusion and queried, Why do you all gaze at me so intently? Are you drooling? Qinshu rose and approached, gently asking, Zhener, where did you acquire that eloquence just now? Lan Su and Xiao Man quickly perked up their ears. Qijin could not help but roll his eyes. May I speak the truth to you? Qi Tai also approached, laughing heartily. My son is indeed valiant, avenging his father's grievances. Qinshu interjected, Do not interrupt. Zhener, please continue. Qijin glanced around, suddenly exclaiming, Oh dear, my head aches terribly. I must rest. In the imperial city, within the Feng Tian Hall, the imperial study, a young woman clad in a resplendent yellow phoenix robe, adorned with an exquisite phoenix crown, was delicately reviewing memorials. Her brows resembled distant mountains veiled in mist, and her lips were naturally red, akin to rubies. Her skin was as white as snow, and her lustrous hair cascaded like a waterfall. Though seated with grace, her figure was alluring yet exuded a refreshing vigor. Her phoenix-like eyes, when they moved, revealed an unparalleled beauty and an air of lofty elegance. This was none other than the current empress, Yin Yi Yang. After an indeterminate period, the empress set down her brush. Summon Xiao Anzi, she instructed, and inquire about the progress regarding the recruitment of the guards. At that moment, a woman dressed in a simple white palace attire, standing not far behind the empress, promptly stepped forward upon hearing her command. This woman, in her youthful 20s, possessed a demeanor as graceful as an orchid. Her face was akin to exquisitely carved jade, with soft contours yet a resolute spirit. Her eyes were like deep pools, reflecting elegance and determination. She was Nangong Muqing, the empress's personal attendant. She gently massaged the empress's right wrist and spoke softly, Your Majesty, you have been reviewing documents for quite some time. Perhaps it is wise to take a brief respite. The empress slightly closed her eyes and sighed. How could I dare to rest? My father entrusted this vast empire to me, and I am tormented by sleepless nights, fearing that a single misstep could lead to irreparable loss. Nangong Muqing smiled reassuringly. Your Majesty, you worry unnecessarily. You have spent years learning by the side of the late emperor, and you have long since mastered the handling of state affairs. The empress shook her head, There is a world of difference between learning by observation and actual practice. Today, I truly comprehend the difficulty faced by my father. Nangong Muqing replied, "It is easy to be a tyrant, yet challenging to be a wise ruler." The empress smiled faintly, occasionally wishing to embody the role of a tyrannical ruler. Nangong Muqing hastily cautioned her in a hushed tone, "Your Majesty, such words should not escape your lips, lest they be overheard and cause unrest." The empress's gaze turned icy. "If I were indeed a foolish monarch, I would have long exiled all those ministers who disdain my feminine form. And as for those treacherous individuals coveting power, let it be known that I do not disregard familial ties." With these words, the aura of imperial authority surged forth, exuding an undeniable pressure. At that moment, a eunuch hurriedly entered, bowing deeply in reverence. "Your servant pays respects to your Majesty." The empress elegantly parted her crimson lips to inquire about the summons of the guards. Little Anzi raised his head slightly and replied, "Your Majesty, the current recruitment primarily involves selecting from the offspring of nobility and the elite of the military. The military orders have already been disseminated, and it is said that candidates are gathering in droves. The nobility has also received the messages, awaiting their arrival in 10 days. What is the response from the nobility?" Little Anzi instinctively lowered his gaze. Naturally, they are grateful for the emperor's grace and are in the process of selecting suitable offspring. Yet, is there any discontent? Little Anzi hesitated for a moment. The empress's phoenix eyes turned cold. "Speak." Little Anzi trembled slightly and quickly stated, "While delivering the edict to the residence of the Duke of Tongyi, I noticed Chi-Tai's troubled expression. Upon my return, I conducted an investigation and learned that Chi-Tai's son, Qizhen, was indeed a suitable candidate. However, he had a dispute with someone yesterday and expressed some grievances regarding entering the palace, during which a fight occurred, resulting in his injury." The empress narrowed her eyes. "Chi-Tai? Is he dissatisfied because I did not grant him the title of Marquis?" Little Anzi was so frightened that he dared not respond. A single misstep in words could very well lead to a severed head. Nangong Muqing stepped forward and bowed, saying, "In my humble opinion, Chi-Tai should be able to empathize with your Majesty's difficulties and would not dare to show any disrespect. This matter may likely stem from Qizhen's own shortcomings." The empress, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, do you know that Qizhen?" Nangong Muqing replied, "I do not know him personally, merely have heard of him." The empress, with keen interest, encouraged her to elaborate. "Please, do tell." Nangong Muqing continued, "There is nothing particularly remarkable about him. He is simply a debauched young man, indulging in cockfighting and revelry. From my perspective, he probably resents the constraints of palace life, which explains his discontent." The empress nodded gently, observing that many of the young aristocrats are indeed inept. "How many can we truly rely on for the future of our great yin?" Nangong Muqing slightly pursed her lips, remarking, "Such individuals would only be a burden in the palace. It would be better to dismiss them entirely." The empress slowly shook her head, stating, "It is precisely because the young aristocrats possess such poor virtues that we must enforce stricter discipline and training. Otherwise, there will be grave concerns ahead. Your wisdom is unparalleled." "Your Majesty." The empress then commanded, "Qing'er, you and Xiao Anzi must keep a close watch on this Qizhen, ensuring his smooth entry into the palace. My intention is clear. We must not dishearten the aristocracy, yet we cannot allow the younger generation to easily evade responsibility. Remember, I still need to select capable individuals for significant roles. This servant obeys the decree." Achoo! Qizhen let out a loud sneeze, vigorously rubbing his nose. "This mortal body is indeed frail. Just a little injury renders me in such discomfort. I must hasten my cultivation, lest I perish before achieving success. Such a fate would be most unfortunate." He could not ascertain whether he would be reborn after death. The likelihood seemed rather slim. Thus, he must seize the present opportunity and live this life to the fullest. 2 days later, as his health began to improve, he instructed Lan Su and Xiao Man to wait outside while he sat cross-legged on his bed, centering his thoughts and forming hand seals to enter a meditative state. After 3 days of unwavering effort, Qizhen reluctantly realized that he had been overly optimistic. His cultivation method was undoubtedly sound, and his body possessed spiritual roots with commendable aptitude. However, the spiritual energy in this realm was alarmingly sparse. Upon discreetly assessing the situation, he concluded that a day's worth of cultivation in this foreign world equated to approximately 3 months in his current existence. The disparity in progress was nearly 100-fold. His aptitude in the other realm was merely above average, and it had taken him nearly 2 years to reach the initial stage of qi refinement. If this were to be transposed to his current life, it would require an astonishing 200 years. What a futile endeavor that would be. One might as well languish in idleness. Yet, once he transcended to the stage of qi refinement, he would have achieved a qualitative transformation. The subsequent completion would merely be a matter of accumulating experience to reach a critical mass. Qi was not the original self. He was resolute and unwilling to concede defeat easily. His years of solitude during his cultivation in the other realm had honed his character. He meticulously analyzed his circumstances and made a daring decision. The cultivation technique he had previously practiced, the primordial infinite scripture, was of superior quality, capable of leading one to the formation of a golden elixir and subsequent ascension. However, the current state of spiritual energy in this realm was wholly insufficient to support his attainment of the golden elixir. In fact, even the foundational establishment seemed improbable. There is a saying in the cultivation world, without a foundation, one cannot become an immortal. After establishing a solid foundation, one can detach their spiritual power and soar through the skies. If one were to lay their foundation in this realm, they would undoubtedly become an immortal. However, it is wiser to remain grounded. As long as one can initiate their training and reach the qi refinement stage, they would be well equipped to face any challenges. Although the Hunyuan Wujiju technique consists solely of the upper section, it encompasses a multitude of cultivation methods designed for both foundation establishment and even elixir formation. Practicing these methods now would be futile and merely a waste of time. Therefore, it is prudent to simplify the approach, retaining only the techniques necessary for the qi refinement stage. This would result in lesser consumption of spiritual energy and a significant increase in the speed of cultivation. Upon realizing this, Qi secretly praised himself as a genius. He promptly set to work, dedicating an entire day to refining the simplified version of Hunyuan Wujiju. Holding the completed manuscript, he could not help but jest, while others progressed from version 1.0 to 3.0. I seem to be regressing from 3.0. After his light-hearted remarks, he sat cross-legged, silently reciting the incantation. His mind became as tranquil as still water, devoid of all distractions. The meridians flowed, and he turned his gaze inward. The governing channels aligned harmoniously, facilitating a seamless integration of body and spirit. Qi returned to the dantian, and with it, the mastery of the technique became evident. Gradually, he entered a state of ethereal clarity. Outside, Lan Su and Xiao Man stood perplexed, wondering what the young master had been up to these past few days, to the extent that even they could not enter. Xiao Man winked at Lan Su and discreetly leaned forward, attempting to catch a glimpse through the door crack. Lan Su swiftly grasped her hand and shot her a stern look. In response, Xiao Man stuck out her tongue playfully, making a silly face. At that moment, a servant hurried over. Ladies, someone requests an audience with the young master. Chapter 6. Do not tarnish my reputation. Lan Su stepped forward briskly, signaling for silence with a gesture. She then moved a short distance away and whispered, "Who wishes to see the young master?" The servant replied, "It is the young master Cui Pin from the Shuncheng Marquis' residence and the third master Liao Jie from the Zhongqin Duke's estate." Upon hearing this, Lan Su's delicate brows furrowed in concern. Why have they returned? Did we not just inform them that the young master's injury is yet to heal? And it is unwise for him to receive visitors? Lan Su was well aware of these two. They were nothing but the young master's sycophants and companions, leading him astray into a life of indulgence. It was precisely because of these two that the young master had been led into debauchery. Thus, when they came to visit 2 days prior, Lan Su had firmly turned them away. To her dismay, they had returned once more. The servant hesitated, explaining, "I did convey that earlier, but they insisted that it has been several days, and surely the young master must miss them. They are determined to see him today, otherwise they refuse to leave." Lan Su scoffed, "Let them stay if they wish. We shall not even serve them tea." Just then, the door behind her creaked open, and Qi emerged. Xiao Man hurried to support him, while Lan Su quickly approached. Qi stretched lazily, exhaling deeply. "Bring them over," he instructed. He had just completed 2 cycles of his cultivation and happened to overhear their conversation. Although he had not yet condensed his energy, the efficiency of his practice had markedly improved. Qi felt a strong intuition that he was indeed on the right path in his cultivation. Since there were visitors, he decided to take the opportunity to rest. Instead of returning to his room, he strolled into the pavilion to await their arrival. Shortly thereafter, a loud cry, punctuated by heavy breathing, echoed from the courtyard. "Zhengge, how have you been? It has been several days since we last met, and I have missed you dearly." As the words echoed, 2 figures hurriedly approached from the archway. The first was a stout man, short in stature yet weighing no less than 180 pounds. His chubby face was adorned with a pair of small eyes that darted around restlessly. It was he who had just called out. Trailing behind him was a slender figure clad in a brocade robe, with fair skin that made him resemble a delicate maiden. Together, the rotund and the lean formed a most delightful pair. Eurolithiasis, why do you look so downcast? Qi Zhen teased with a chuckle. The stout Liao Jia immediately spotted Qi Zhen in the pavilion and scampered over, beaming with glee. I told you Zhenggu was fine. Just look at him. Still as dashing as ever. The slender Cui Pin quickly joined in. Come on. Just moments ago you were saying that since Zhenggu hasn't shown his face in such a long time, he must be on the brink of death. The stout man quickly retorted, nonsense. What I meant was, if Zhenggu doesn't show up soon, I might just perish. He then leaned closer to Qi Zhen, ingratiatingly adding, Zhenggu, please disregard his nonsense. Observing these two clowns, Qi Zhen couldn't help but feel amused. After all, what male protagonist doesn't have a comical fat friend and an eccentric thin one by their side? He decided to feign a stern expression. Have you two come to curse me? Cui Pin replied, Oh, Zhenggu, do not misunderstand. We are merely concerned for your well-being. If we were to curse anyone, it would be at home, not here. The stout man playfully slapped Cui Pin on the head, exclaiming, You've let the cat out of the bag. The three shared a knowing glance before bursting into laughter. At that moment, Lan Su and Xiaoman entered, carrying teacups. The stout man, with a gleam in his small eyes, chuckled, I have encountered those two maidens before. They truly are a captivating pair of unparalleled beauty. Lan Su and Xiaoman, feeling bashful, hastily retreated. Qi Zhen inquired, Kidney stones, where did you hear about that? The stout man protested, Brother Zhen, please pronounce my surname correctly. Otherwise, it sounds rather absurd. Enough of the nonsense. Just speak. He urged. The stout man replied, Your 4 lines of verse have already spread far and wide. Countless individuals envy your fortune of being surrounded by beauties. Cui Pin added, Indeed, they say your cherry lips and willow waist make for a perfect match. Qi Zhen sighed. Good news seldom leaves the house, yet bad news travels 1,000 miles. What else have you heard? The two remained silent, feigning indifference, though their eyes burned with curiosity. Indeed, tomorrow I shall formally annul my engagement with Mu Wanqi. The two instantly perked up as if invigorated by a stimulant. Why? Qi Zhen, disinterested in elaborating, lazily remarked. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why must one seek in the Mu family? Let us not dwell on it. If that's all, you may leave now. The stout man waved his hand dismissively. No, that's not it. This is merely a side matter. I truly have something to inquire. Qi Zhen gave him a sidelong glance. Speak then. The stout man's expression grew solemn. The emperor demands that nobility enter the palace. Brother Zhen, will you go? My father is quite insistent. Qi Zhen examined the stout man from head to toe. With your physique, perhaps you ought to enter the palace as a kitchen servant? Do not mock me. Quickly devise a solution. Qi Zhen disregarded him and turned to Cui Pin, saying, Xiao Pin, surely you do not intend to enter the palace as well? Cui Pin sighed, lamenting, who could say otherwise? Once the decree is issued, it directly falls upon my shoulders. We are here today to inquire about your opinion. You must make a decision swiftly. Internally, Qi Zhen chuckled, yet he responded, Do you truly heed my counsel? Of course. Without question, they replied in unison. Qi Zhen slowly rose, patting their shoulders. Very well, let us 3 brothers enter the palace together. The two were taken aback, exclaiming, Are we really going? Qi Zhen spent half an hour elaborating on the pros and cons, yet the two remained perplexed. Finally, one of them kicked the other, saying, If you wish to go, then go. If not, be gone. They echoed in unison, I shall go. With a wave, he sent the 2 lively companions home to prepare, while he returned to his chambers to cultivate. The following day, in the front hall of the Qi residence, although the guests sat in high spirits, their expressions were grave. After all, the dissolution of an engagement is hardly a cause for celebration. Only Qi Zhen appeared cheerful amidst the solemnity. Several witnesses, summoned by the Qin family, had aligned their narratives to declare the Qi family's intent to annul the engagement. Mu Wanqi accompanied her father, the Honorable Marquis Mu Fong, and her elder brother, Mu Han, who had already arrived, their faces reflecting disdain. Qi Tai, disinterested in pleasantries, sipped his tea. Once today's engagement was annulled, the relationship between the 2 families would cease, and they would no longer maintain any connection, no need for further pretense. Seeing that everyone was in position, Qi Zhen stepped forward and declared loudly, I, Qi Zhen, son of the Qi family, ask you all to bear witness that today I am formally dissolving the engagement with Mu family's daughter, Wanqi. From this moment onward, our paths diverge, and we shall owe each other nothing. Mu Wanqi gracefully stepped forward, offering a courteous bow. Today, she expressed her willingness to sever the engagement with Qizhen, the son of the Qi family. Qizhen produced the annulment document prepared by the Qin family and handed it to Mu Wanqi. After examining it for a moment, she nodded slightly. Leaning in, she whispered in a tone only they could hear, "I wish young Master Qi the swiftest success in finding your ideal partner." Qizhen was momentarily taken aback, cursing inwardly at those two troublesome individuals who had stirred animosity. He regarded Mu Wanqi with the caution one would afford a viper, retreating a couple of steps. Raising his voice, he declared, "Miss Mu, our relationship is now at an end. I beseech you to maintain your dignity. While I might have overlooked our previous affections, I must now consider my future marriage. Your familiarity is inappropriate and could tarnish my reputation." Chapter 7. The Earl's son. Mu Wanqi trembled with indignation. Her face flushed with anger. "When have I ever been intimate with you? How dare you ask me to maintain my dignity? As if you possess any reputation worth preserving. Who is truly tarnishing whose name? Yet, before the assembly of onlookers, how could she, a lady of the Mu family, lower herself to squabble with a rogue?" She merely pointed a delicate finger at Qizhen, her voice momentarily lost. Qizhen sighed. "Well, Wanqi, although you may not encounter anyone better than me, I urge you to strive for the best. Do not fall too far behind, lest I find myself unable to maintain my composure." With a cold huff, Mu Wanqi retreated behind Mu Fong, wishing to distance herself from this scoundrel. Qizhen offered a respectful gesture to Mu Fong, saying, "My lord, please excuse me. I shan't see you off any further. Oh, by the way, please return the betrothal gifts from the Qi family in full. I trust that the esteemed and honorable Ho family would uphold their integrity, would they not?" Mu Fong stood up, declaring, "I shall have it delivered to you within an hour." As he turned to glance at Qi Tai, he remarked, "You have raised a fine son. I hope he does not bring misfortune to the Qi family in the future." Qi Tai remained seated, brushing off his sleeves, and replied, "There's no need to worry." With that, Mu Fong swept away, followed closely by Mu Wanqi. As Mu Han passed by Qizhen, he coldly remarked, "I hear you too shall enter the palace. We shall see how that unfolds." Qizhen smiled and nodded. All right. Finally, he had managed to withdraw from the engagement. Until now, he had felt an unsettling unease. He could now firmly establish his position as the male lead. After exchanging greetings with Qi Tai, he returned to his own courtyard. His time was precious, primarily dedicated to cultivation, and he had only taken a moment to annul the engagement. After several days of relentless effort, he felt he was on the brink of a breakthrough, nearly ready to pierce through that thin membrane. Upon returning, Qizhen instructed Lan Su and Xiaoman that from this moment forth, no one was to disturb him. He closed the door firmly, sat cross-legged on the bed, and swiftly emptied his mind, commencing his cultivation. With the matter of Mu Wanqi's annulment resolved, he felt unburdened, allowing his practice to flow more smoothly. As time passed, Qizhen's door remained silent and undisturbed. Lan Su and Xiaoman stood vigil at the entrance, daring not to leave for even a moment. As time wore on, the urgency on their faces intensified. By the evening of the 9th day, Lan Su sent Xiaoman to inform Qi Tai and Qin. Once they arrived outside the room, they inquired meticulously about Qizhen's condition. Lan Sudao remarked, "The young master has assured that he will not cause the master and madam any concern. He is certain to be unharmed." Qin hurriedly inquired, "What did Jin mention regarding his endeavors?" Xiaoman interjected, "The young master did not elaborate, but it seems he briefly mentioned preparations for entering the palace." Qi Tai pondered for a moment and concluded, Jin has undergone significant changes lately, developing his own convictions. Thus, let us wait a while longer. As another night passed, by the 5th watch of the 10th day, there remained no sign of activity. At this juncture, Qi Tai could no longer contain his impatience. Waiting any longer would risk missing the opportunity to enter the palace. Just as he was about to force the door open, he suddenly heard movement from within, followed by Qizhen's voice. "Lan Su, Xiaoman, prepare for bathing and dressing." 2 hours later, while Qizhen sat in meditation, a swirling vortex of energy began to manifest around him. The bed curtains fluttered without a breeze. Within his dantian, he had finally refined the spiritual energy into a strand of magical power, successfully entering the Qi refinement realm. Qizhen did not awaken immediately. Instead, he guided the magical power to circulate through his limbs and meridians, nourishing and enhancing his body's channels and bones, expelling excess impurities. After another hour had passed, the surroundings returned to tranquility. Qizhen suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of cold brilliance flickering within them, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. The sensation of magical energy flowing within him was truly exquisite, a feeling that one who has not practiced could scarcely comprehend. Although the spiritual energy was thin, thanks to his exceptional innate talent and the streamlined cultivation method, Qi Jun had transformed himself into a half-immortal in less than 10 days. Strictly speaking, he was but half a cultivator. After a moment of careful reflection, Qi Jun furrowed his brows. Due to the influence of spiritual energy, his current cultivation level pales in comparison to that of his previous realm in the other world, resulting in a significant reduction in his magical prowess. Nevertheless, this is of little concern. With time dedicated to cultivation, he is destined to reach the pinnacle of achievement. Moreover, in addition to his magical abilities, he possesses formidable techniques. He is adept in a particular set of palm techniques known as falling leaves and a sword technique named soul snatch. Without the support of magical energy, both the falling leaves palm and the soul snatch strike would be nearly impossible to execute effectively, and even if performed, their impact would be marginal, merely surpassing ordinary martial arts by a slight margin. However, with the infusion of magical energy, their potency is rendered incomparable. Furthermore, he has mastered 2 types of supernatural techniques that can be employed during the Qi refinement stage: fireball technique and ice arrow technique. The fireball technique allows him to condense a fireball in the palm of his hand, which, upon release, engulfs a wide area in fierce flames, incinerating all in its path. The ice arrow technique enables the condensation of magical energy into a transparent ice arrow of varying sizes, capable of piercing through any defense and subsequently becoming invisible, leaving no trace behind. Fireballs serve as direct assaults, while ice arrows execute stealthy strikes. Indeed, the effectiveness of these supernatural techniques is also contingent upon the quantity of magical energy available, making it currently challenging to achieve their maximum destructive potential. He now harbors regret for not having devoted more time to mastering additional spells and techniques, such as invisibility, wall passing, clairvoyance, and transmutation. It is only in times of need that one realizes the scarcity of their skills. Qi Jun shook his head, chiding himself for his greed. Having already transcended into the realm of mundane cultivation, what more could he possibly desire? After bathing and changing, Qi Jun finally stepped outside. Qi Tai and the Qin family gazed at the tall and graceful Qi Jun, their eyes brightening at the sight. Their son, aside from his usual handsome appearance, now exuded an air of confidence and determination, seemingly imbued with an indescribable aura. This unique temperament is exceedingly rare, almost ethereal, yet it exudes a subtle pressure. Coupled with his handsome appearance, it renders Qi Jun almost unrecognizable. Qi Tai was the first to react, ushering Qi Jun out. Qinshe then summoned Lan Su and Xiaoman. Have you noticed that Janaire seems somewhat different? The 2 young ladies nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grain. Qinshe smiled brightly, saying, "My son possesses the bearing of a nobleman." Regardless of the discussions among the 3 women behind him, Qi Jun rode alongside Qi Tai. Heading straight for the eastern gate of the imperial city, they made their way directly to the training grounds of the Imperial Guard. Once there, Qi Tai turned to leave. Resembling a parent sending their child off to school, Qi Jun observed the vast training ground, densely populated with several hundred individuals, all evidently newcomers based on their attire and demeanor. These individuals were broadly divided into 2 groups. One group comprised the selected elite soldiers, constituting the majority, standing with impeccable posture and strict discipline, quietly awaiting orders. The other group, easily identifiable, consisted of the offspring of nobility, dozens of them, slouched and giggling, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the imperial palace. As Qi Jun made his entrance, all eyes in the arena turned towards him, instantly engulfing him in their gaze. He exhibited no awareness of being late, striding forward with purpose. At that moment, someone scoffed. I was wondering who it could be. It's merely the son of the Earl. No wonder he dares to arrive late on his first day. Chapter 8. The first day of work, Qi Jun turned to see that the speaker was a tall young man with a fair complexion, phoenix eyes, and arched eyebrows, considered quite handsome. As he regarded Qi Jun, his face was marked by overt disdain and hostility. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, they erupted into hearty laughter. Qi Jun recognized the man amongst them as none other than Wang Shang, the son of Duke Wang Guan, who is the current empress's maternal brother. He is, in fact, the cousin of the empress herself. Renowned for his difficult demeanor within the aristocratic circles of Jidu, he wielded his connection to the empress with audacity, disregarding the other nobles entirely. Additionally, he had a penchant for wielding weapons and had received tutelage from esteemed masters, establishing himself as a formidable force among the younger generation of nobility. Many had suffered under his bullying. However, his close rapport with the empress, coupled with her tendency to shield him, rendered complaints to the palace utterly futile. As a result, Wang Shang's behavior grew increasingly unrestrained. The original Qizhen had once engaged in a petty rivalry with him over the courtesan of the Yaoyu Tower, which culminated in a beating at Wang Shang's hands, with the latter brazenly proclaiming that he would strike him every time they crossed paths. Qizhen frowned slightly, inwardly lamenting the enmity he had inherited from his predecessor. Yet, having arrived here, he could not afford to show weakness. He was no longer the inept original. It was time to stand his ground, beginning with Wang Shang. Qizhen surveyed his surroundings and mused. How is it that wild dogs are permitted to bark within the imperial palace? Wang Shang's mother had originally been a courtesan, raised by his father outside the confines of the duke's residence until he was 4 years old, when he was finally brought to the duke's estate. Thus, mentioning the term wild in his presence was a grievous faux pas. Strangely, the empress seemed unfazed by Wang Shang's origins and fiercely defended him. As expected, upon hearing Qizhen's words, Wang Shang's temper flared. He strode forward, finger pointed accusatorily at Qizhen's nose, demanding, "Do you dare to repeat that?" With a calm smile, Qizhen replied, "I certainly have the audacity. Whether you possess it is another matter entirely." Wang Shang, consumed by rage, delivered a powerful punch to Qizhen's chest. Qizhen neither resisted nor evaded, allowing the blow to land squarely, then deliberately staggered back 2 steps. The advantage of possessing magical power is indeed remarkable. This strike felt akin to the force of a mere 2-year-old child. Liao Jie and Cui Pin hurriedly approached Qizhen, only to be intercepted by him. Dusting off the fabric of his chest, Qizhen spoke coldly. "Wang Shang, you were the one who initiated this altercation." Wang Shang, taken aback, pondered inwardly. Though he had only exerted half of his strength, how could the might of his fist be underestimated? How could someone of Qizhen's slight build possibly withstand such force? Why did he appear unscathed, while Wang Shang's own knuckles ached? This boy must have concealed something beneath his clothing. Otherwise, it was utterly inexplicable. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "So what if I struck first?" With that, he lunged forward, raising his right fist with nearly 80% of his strength, aimed directly at Qizhen's left cheek. He thought to himself, surely he couldn't be hiding anything there as well. This blow would leave him searching for his teeth. Yet, Qizhen remained still, prompting all onlookers to assume he had been rendered speechless by fear. Who dared to act defiantly before Wang Shang? Such a punch would surely send Qizhen flying. This boy was finished. He would be carried out on his first day in the palace. Among the crowd, Mohan, standing at the periphery, clenched his fists in excitement, relishing the thought of Wang Shang delivering a lesson to the insufferable Qizhen as a form of retribution. Unbeknownst to anyone, a nondescript, slender figure lingered at the edge of the gathering, fixing a sinister gaze upon Qizhen. "Q, you have insulted WNX, and I demand your death." Just as WNSH's fist was a mere half-foot from QZHN's face, QZHN suddenly broke into a smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. An ominous premonition washed over WNSHN. Indeed, the next moment, his right hand struck an invisible barrier, firmly ensnared. It turned out that QZHN had caught WNSH's fist with his left hand, tightening his grip. WNSHN found it impossible to retract his right fist, as if it were trapped in a vice. With a subtle increase of pressure, QZHN's grip made WNSHN feel as though the bones in his fingers might shatter. This individual was indeed formidable, gritting his teeth. He raised his left leg to deliver a kick to QZHN's groin. Unexpectedly, the moment his leg moved, QZHN swiftly struck the Yangguan acupoint on his knee with the tip of his foot. A sudden numbness engulfed his leg, rendering it weak and incapable of support, leaving him reliant solely on his right leg. Seizing the opportunity, QZHN placed his right foot upon WNSHN's left foot, while resting his right hand on WNSHN's shoulder. Their position was exceptionally intimate, mere inches apart, with their breaths intermingling. WNSHN found himself utterly immobilized, with both hands and one foot rendered useless, leaving him precariously balanced on a single leg. Cold sweat began to cascade down his temples. QZHN slightly tilted his head, gazing up at WNSHN, who towered over him. "I recall you once claimed that with each encounter, you would allow me to strike you. Does that still hold true?" WNSHN gritted his teeth and began to utter, "You were dreaming." But before he could finish, he felt QZHN's foot pressed down with such force that it seemed intent on driving his foot into the ground. It is worth noting that this was the training ground of the Imperial Guards, the earth beneath having been compacted to an extreme hardness. Now, it felt as if a colossal stone were pressing down upon him. How could he endure such torment? Ing finally let out a wretched scream. Everyone around was rendered speechless at the sight. What was happening? The bully was being bullied instead? This narrative was utterly incongruous. How could Wang Shang possibly be subdued by Qi Zhen? Yet, the anguished cries emanating from Wang Shang told a different story. How could this be explained? Qi Zhen appeared unfazed, his demeanor calm. Was this truly the moment to take stock? After Wang Shang's cries subsided, he uttered with venomous intent, "You had better release me immediately, or else." A miscalculation. Qi Zhen exerted only a slight pressure. He vowed that his grip was indeed gentle. Yet Wang Shang's next wail escalated in intensity, surpassing the previous one by several decibels. "Answer my question." Qi Zhen's voice, imbued with a gentle tone, resonated once more. Wang Shang felt as though this voice did not belong to Qi Zhen. It was unmistakably the voice of a demon from the abyss. Gazing upon the visage adorned with a serene smile, Wang Shang found himself on the brink of tears. What does that mean? Every time we meet, I expect you to endure my strikes." "Ah, now that's the spirit," Qi Zhen remarked, playfully tapping Wang Shang's cheek. "So, what should you call me?" Driven to the edge of madness by the torment, Wang Shang hurriedly replied, "Qi, brother, you are the elder brother." "Correct," Qi Zhen announced, surveying the onlookers. "Did you all hear that? He asked for this himself, so do not blame me." With that, he loosened his grip, and Wang Shang collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling uncontrollably. Liao Jie and Cui Pin quaked even more violently than Wang Shang, bewildered by Qi Zhen's apparent madness. How could he have brought Wang Shang to his knees? Such an extraordinary twist of fate was beyond comprehension. Mu Han's astonishment was palpable, his eyes wide in disbelief. Was this truly the same Deba Qi whom even the scoundrels looked down upon? It defied all logic. Could it be that Qi Zhen has been concealing his true abilities all along, feigning weakness while hiding his strength? Just a few days prior, he had been unable to rise from his bed after a beating, yet now he exudes such confidence. Something is amiss. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from behind. "All of you, form a line. In the palace, you are not the esteemed young masters you fancy yourselves to be. Who dares to provoke me here? I shall ensure they experience a lifetime of misery." Chapter 9. Qi Zhen must be severely punished. Everyone turned in unison. A robust figure, towering over 8 feet, stood imposingly in the room. His skin was dark, his physique broad, and his eyes, as large as copper bells, gleamed with intensity. A thick beard added to his rugged demeanor. Clad in the uniform of a military officer, he bore a long sword at his side. His stature was upright, radiating an undeniable aura of lethal intent. Qi Zhen narrowed his eyes, immediately discerning that this man was undoubtedly a master. Compared to this individual, Wang Shang seemed like a mere child in kindergarten. Accompanying him was a civil official, brandishing a roster. Additionally, 5 young officers, brimming with vigor and agility, flanked him. The civil official stepped forward and declared loudly, "Listen well. This is General Chu Yinqiu, your commanding officer of the Qingwan Guard." Whispers erupted among the noblemen present. So, this was Chu Yinqiu. It was said that his combat prowess ranked among the top 5 in the Imperial Guard. Not only was he exceptionally strong, but he also possessed a notoriously foul temper and enforced discipline with an iron fist, earning him the moniker of the living king of hell. This is disastrous. How could His Majesty appoint such a man as our commander? There is no way we can survive this. Silence, he bellowed. With a commanding shout from Chu Yinqiu, silence enveloped the gathering. It must be said that the presence of Chu Yinqiu stirred a palpable tension among all. He surveyed the crowd, reprimanding, "You 500, claimed to be the elite, appear to me as nothing but useless. Particularly you young lords, the epitome of inadequacy. Whether you are the sons of dukes or the grandsons of marquises, to me you are all mere foot soldiers. His Majesty has bestowed upon me the honor of leading you, which is my fortune, yet your misfortune. You have a fortnight for intensive training, after which there will be evaluations and selections. Those who perform admirably will be rewarded, while those who falter will face severe consequences." All eyes fell to the ground. Qi Zhen was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated being integrated into the existing guard system and commencing his duties immediately. Little did he know that the Empress had arranged for a separate battalion, appointing Chu Yinqiu as the commander. It was evident that the Empress held high expectations for this cohort of guards. This was undoubtedly a favorable development. Those who excelled would not only stand out but might also find favor with the Empress herself. For Qi Zhen, there was no need to fret over how to perform better. Rather, he must strike a balance and ensure he did not distance himself too much from the others. As he contemplated the prospects, the scribe, Chao Ke, had already completed the assignments. The 500 were divided into 5 camps, each led by a lieutenant, and training attire was distributed. Qizhen and Cui Pin were allocated to the 3rd camp, while Liao Jie found himself in the 5th. Observing the pitiful gaze of the chubby fellow, Qizhen felt momentarily powerless. Their lieutenant in the 3rd camp was named by Li, a vigorous man in his late 20s. Among the more than 100 individuals, only 7 were scions of noble families, while the rest comprised the elite forces of the military. Li, who was not particularly eloquent, led them to a vacant area and promptly commenced their training. The initial focus was on basic formations, flag signals, and enhancing physical fitness. In the later days, the training shifted to archery, weaponry, and equestrian skills. Frankly, unless one already possessed a foundation, it would be implausible to master these skills within merely half a month. For Qizhen, these tasks were effortless. However, he approached them with utmost seriousness. Besides wishing to leave a favorable impression on Bai Li, his primary aim was to refine this physique to perfection. In the Hall of Heavenly Sovereignty, within the Imperial Study, the Empress's cold voice resonated. Report on today's situation. Shaoanzi proclaimed loudly, Your Majesty, all summoned individuals have arrived without exception, and General Chu has already commenced training. The Empress nodded slightly. In half a month, I shall personally assess the results. Shaoanzi replied, This servant understands. The Empress continued. Were there any unforeseen occurrences during this period? Shaoanzi, unable to conceal the truth, reported. Before the training commenced, there was a dispute among the noble scions. The Empress inquired, Was it Wang Shang of the Duke of Kang's residence? Shaoanzi quickly nodded. Indeed, it was he. With a resounding clap on the imperial table, the Empress expressed her ire. I knew it would be him. He has been utterly reckless, relying on the favoritism of his mother. Allowing him into the palace was also her intention, hoping he would serve as a model and provide him with a future. Yet now he seeks to stir trouble. How outrageous. Convey my decree to Chu Yin to keep a vigilant eye on Wang Shang. He must not be lenient. Shaoanzi hesitated and did not respond. The Empress was taken aback. How could even Chu Yinsho dare not intervene? Was it necessary for me to personally step in? Shaoanzi hastily clarified. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Wang Shang may not even be able to participate in the training this fortnight. Does he dare defy the imperial decree and leave the palace? No. He has been injured by someone and is currently receiving treatment from the imperial physician. At this revelation, the Empress was genuinely astonished. Wang Shang injured? To my knowledge, he is quite formidable among the sons of nobility. Who could possibly inflict harm upon him? Her concern did not lie with Wang Shang's injury, but rather with the identity of his assailant. Shaoanzi reported truthfully that it was Qizhen from the Duke of Tongyi's household. The Empress blinked in disbelief. Was this the same Qizhen who did not wish to enter the palace but ended up getting beaten instead? Nonsense. How dare you deceive me? Shaoanzi promptly knelt, insisting he would never dare. At that moment, Nangong Muqing interjected, Your Majesty, what Shaoanzi says is indeed the truth. Qizhen possesses considerable strength. He must have been feigning weakness before. Intrigued, the Empress urged, Elaborate further for me. Nangong Muqing recounted the events that transpired in the training grounds in detail. Upon hearing this, the Empress chuckled lightly. This Qizhen is rather interesting. However, her demeanor swiftly turned cold. If he possesses such strength, why would he deliberately spread the rumor of not wishing to enter the palace? It is merely an expression of discontent regarding the lack of a title for his father. The Marquis. It seems he intends to oppose me. At that moment, a palace maid entered to announce that the Empress Dowager requests an audience. The Empress sighed softly and rose to leave the palace. Surely, this was about Wang Shang. The mere thought of her mother gave her a headache, for it stemmed from her excessive kindness towards her maternal family. Especially after the passing of the late emperor, there was no longer a need for concealment, and the affection only intensified. However, the key was that she remained obstinate. Deep in contemplation, she arrived at the Sinang Palace. Before she could pay her respects, the Empress Dowager, her voice choked with tears, exclaimed, My child, come quickly and see the state of your cousin. What shall we do about this? The Empress, though respectful, had no intention of visiting Wang Shang, as she was indifferent to his plight. The Empress Dowager, filled with indignation, insisted, My child, you must issue a decree to punish that brute on the spot. The Empress, with a hint of resignation, replied, Mother, I have already conducted an investigation. This matter was instigated by Wang Shang himself. It is not uncommon in the military for one to be injured due to a lack of strength. It does not warrant immediate execution. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager grew increasingly displeased. Is it common for one to be bedridden after being beaten? I have inquired. And it was Qizhen who arrived late. Shang merely offered a reminder. How could that be wrong? The empress stated. Wang Shang first provoked, then resorted to violence. And in the eyes of the public, Qi Jin was merely defending himself. She did not intend to absolve Qi Jin. Rather, her disdain for Wang Shang was more profound, and she wished to avoid giving the ministers of the outer court any opportunity to criticize her. The Empress Dowager's face flushed with anger. I care not. That Qi Jin must be severely punished. Chapter 10. According to military law, it is a capital offense. The Empress sighed with a faint smile. Mother, you would not wish for the Wang family to gain a reputation for bullying the weak, would you? The Empress Dowager's expression shifted slightly as she gazed at the Empress. My child, you must understand that ascending the throne as a woman has already drawn dissent. Should you not demonstrate strength to instill fear? Moreover, dear mother's brother, at this moment, only the Wang family would genuinely support you. The Empress inwardly lamented that if the Wang family were truly sincere in their assistance, they would not behave so arrogantly. However, she could not openly confront the Empress Dowager and thus took a moment to compose herself. My child understands, she said. If it comes to a brawl between the two, it would be difficult to manage the public's perception regarding Qi Jin. I shall have someone keep watch over him and find an opportune moment for further action. The Empress Dowager could only acquiesce with a nod. Ultimately, the Empress chose not to visit Wang Shang and left directly, secretly blaming Qi Jin for the turmoil he had caused her. Yet, she felt a flicker of delight at the prospect of reprimanding Wang Shang, leaving her emotions in a state of turmoil. Upon exiting the Xinang Palace, she commanded, keep a close watch on Qi Jin and report to me at all times. Meanwhile, Qi Jin, who was training in the courtyard, remained oblivious to the fact that the two most powerful women in the palace had him on their minds. For the past half-month, they had been unable to return home, residing and training within the palace. The intensity of their training gradually increased, with demands becoming increasingly stringent. While most soldiers could cope, the numerous aristocrats suffered greatly. They lamented incessantly, for when had these young nobles ever endured such hardship? By day, they were berated like dogs, and by night, they lay in bed feeling utterly defeated. The conditions for food and lodging were not poor, yet they paled in comparison to the outside world. They were compelled to attend to their own needs, lacking even the presence of a maidservant. Was this truly a life worth living? After 7 or 8 days, Qi Jin suddenly sensed something amiss. He had not seen the rotund fellow for 2 consecutive days. During mealtime, he noticed the absence as well. Although the courtyard was vast and populated, with everyone dressed alike, the rotund figure was unmistakable. One could spot him at a mere glance. On the following day, he keenly observed again, yet still found no trace of him. The corpulent individual must have encountered some trouble. After the day's training concluded, Qi Jin arrived at Bai Li's residence to seek an audience. What is it that you wish to discuss? Bai Li, quite pleased with Qi Jin, acknowledged that although this young man appeared slender, he possessed remarkable stamina. Every maneuver was executed with utmost precision, and he quickly grasped various commands, demonstrating an ability to connect concepts effortlessly. His humble demeanor and attentive obedience made him a soldier any superior would cherish. Qi Jin held Bai Li in high regard, recognizing the young lieutenant's adeptness in leading troops. Lieutenant Bai, I have a friend in the 5th Battalion who has not participated in training for 3 days. I am concerned for his well-being and wish to visit him, if you would permit it. The boundaries between battalions were distinctly defined, and without a lieutenant's authorization, one could not wander freely. Bai Li lowered his head slightly and uttered a somewhat perplexing remark. Are you truly intent on going? Qi Jin immediately sensed the oddity in Bai Li's tone. Why such a query regarding a mere visit to a friend? Did he possess knowledge of something amiss? With that thought, Qi Jin felt an even stronger compulsion to investigate. My friend's health is deteriorating, and I am genuinely worried. Thus, I must go. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Li finally said, then go ahead, but return promptly. Thank you, Lieutenant. Qi Jin replied, stepping out and making his way to the 5th Battalion. The barracks were not far apart, and after locating 2 rooms, he finally laid eyes on Liao Jie lying on the bed. At that moment, the once plump figure had significantly slimmed down, with sunken eyes that exuded an air of frailty. What has happened to you? How are you faring with your kidney stones? Qi Jin hurriedly inquired. The plump man's hollow eyes suddenly sparkled with emotion as he turned to see Qi Jin, and he burst into tears. Brother Jin, you have finally come. Please save me. They want to kill me. In the barracks were about 10 others, and soon someone obstructed Qi Jin's path. Who are you? Qi Jin pointed at the plump man. I am his friend, here to pay a visit. The soldier snorted coldly. No one is permitted to approach him without the permission of the camp's lieutenant. Qi Jin scanned the room, noting the unfriendly expressions on their faces. At that moment, the plump man exclaimed, "They are all following Lieutenant Lu's orders to keep an eye on me." Qijin turned to the soldier and inquired, "What is the matter?" The soldier, filled with ire, replied, "This lazy fatso always drags us down during training, making us all suffer. Shouldn't he pay for his shortcomings?" Qijin mused to himself that the plump man did not seem to have many friends. "I will handle this matter. You may step aside." The soldier retorted, "I just said." Without the lieutenant's permission before he could finish, Qijin swiftly pushed him aside, causing the soldier to stumble. Had it not been for someone catching him, he would have fallen to the ground. Anyone who wishes to test their luck can feel free to try again. With that, he approached the bedside. The plump man was weeping profusely. "Brother Jean, what on earth is happening?" The plump man choked out, "You know my physique. I am clearly not suited for this. As a result, I naturally failed to meet the standards during training, and Lieutenant Lu has been particularly harsh on me, scolding me daily. Just the day before yesterday, I accidentally sprained my ankle, and the lieutenant assumed I was deliberately slacking off. They had a few of them beat me up and punished me by withholding food for 3 days. I am utterly famished." Qijin finds the situation absurd. However, given the current intensity of training, it is indeed a considerable challenge for someone of a heavier build. Moreover, the military is not a tender and affectionate establishment that would treat you kindly. Enough of the lamentations. How is your foot faring now? The hefty fellow replied, "It still aches." Qijin glanced down and noticed it had swollen significantly. "This won't do. Prompt treatment is imperative. I shall take you to see a doctor right away." Just as he was about to assist the hefty fellow to his feet, a voice rang out from behind. "Who do you think you are to come into my camp and dictate terms?" The hefty fellow shivered and whispered, "That's Lu Xiaowei, Lu Lian." Qijin turned around to face Lu Xiaowei. With a slight bow he said, "I am honored to meet you, Lu Xiaowei. I am Qijin from the 3rd Battalion. Liao Jie has sustained an injury and urgently requires medical attention. I kindly request your permission." Qijin maintained a respectful demeanor, for in another's territory, one must seek consent to escort someone away. However, upon recognizing Qijin, Lu Lian narrowed his eyes. "You are Qijin?" "Indeed," Qijin acknowledged. Lu Lian stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Qijin, and ominously inquired, "What if this officer does not grant permission?" At that moment, Qijin sensed something amiss. Regardless of the hefty fellow's laziness, it was only reasonable to seek treatment for an injury. "Lu Xiaowei, though we may be of noble lineage, we have entered the palace to serve His Majesty with loyalty. Now incapacitated and unable to stand, how can we fulfill our duty? Who do you think you are to dare to lecture me?" Lieutenant Lu took a step forward, pointing an accusing finger at Qijin's nose. "You have intruded upon the camp without my consent, disregarded the soldiers' attempts to stop you, and forcibly taken a prisoner from this camp. According to military law, such an act is punishable by death." Chapter 11. A worthy adversary. Upon hearing this, Qijin lifted his gaze to meet Lu Lian's stare, realization dawning upon him. This was a trap set specifically for him. Ever since the altercation with Wang Shang, Qijin had been discreetly vigilant, anticipating potential retaliation. Although he was not particularly concerned, he did not wish to unwittingly fall into another scheme. Despite the days of tranquility that had passed, he remained alert. It appeared that, failing to find a weakness in him, the adversary had shifted their focus to the rotund figure of Liao Jie. They had deliberately ensnared him here, intending to utilize military law against him. No wonder they were likened to durians. Indeed, they reeked of foulness. With this understanding, Qijin did not falter but boldly advanced a step forward. "Lieutenant Lu, what if I insist on taking Liao Jie with me today?" Lu Lian felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, causing a slight tremor within. How could this young man exert such formidable pressure in front of so many subordinates? He was unwilling to appear weak. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward, adding another charge, threatening a superior officer. Qijin responded with a chilling smile. Stepping forward once more, Lu Lian immediately sensed an ominous wave of energy approaching, making his breath feel labored. In a voice colder than Lu's, Qijin remarked, "It appears that Lieutenant Lu is determined to wade into these murky waters." At that moment, the surrounding soldiers were utterly astounded. The audacity of Qijin was truly remarkable. The position of the captain may appear to be insignificant, yet he is, in fact, the immediate superior of these individuals. Aside from being a martial arts expert himself, he possesses almost complete control over them. Offending a captain in the military barracks does not merely jeopardize one's continued existence there, it raises the question of survival itself. The corpulent figure lying on the bed serves as a quintessential example. Should he perish here, it would merely be attributed to his excessive weight and overtraining. What else could it be? Now, Qi Zhen's audacity to confront him so boldly means that, even if he escapes with his life, he shall certainly suffer grave consequences. Lu Lian's right hand is already reached for the hilt of his knife, while Qi Zhen, maintaining a composed demeanor, fixates his gaze upon Lu's eyes. Should Lu Lian dare to strike, Qi Zhen would swiftly impart a lesson in humility. It is not a matter of unwillingness to endure. Rather, the situation has been meticulously orchestrated, and even yielding would only invite further humiliation. Just at that critical moment, the door was unexpectedly thrust open, causing everyone to turn their heads in unison. Qi Zhen was momentarily taken aback. What was he doing here? To his astonishment, it was Bai Li who entered. As soon as Bai Li stepped into the room, he bellowed, "Qi Zhen, I summoned you to fetch Captain Lu. Why are you still dawdling?" Qi Zhen quickly grasped the situation. Bai Li was providing him an avenue of escape. Reflecting on Bai Li's earlier peculiar demeanor, Qi Zhen began to suspect that someone might have approached him beforehand. However, Bai Li had not acquiesced, which allowed Lu Lian to set the trap. Yet, further observation was warranted. Thus, he took a step back and feigned innocence, stating, "I was just reporting this matter to Captain Lu." As he stepped back, the pressure on Lu Lian abruptly dissipated, allowing him to exhale in relief. With Bai Li's arrival, it was evident that today's scheme could not proceed and had to be abandoned. "So it was old Bai who sent you. Why did you not say so earlier?" Upon hearing his words, everyone present, except for Qi Zhen, felt a sense of relief wash over them. Bai Li chuckled, "I knew this fellow was unreliable, which is why I came personally to check things out. Lu Xiaowei, do you have a moment to chat?" Lu Lian replied with a smile, "Of course. Let's head to my room." With that, the two made to leave. Bai Li suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and instructed, "Qi Zhen, why are you still here? Hurry back to the camp." Qi Zhen replied, reporting to the Xiaowei, "My friend is gravely injured and in dire need of medical assistance. I request to take him for treatment first." Bai Li glanced at the stout man and frowned slightly. How could such a corpulent figure serve as a guard? Had he been in my camp, he would have been dismissed long ago. He was nothing but a burden. Naturally, he must be treated if injured. It would be unconscionable to allow him to perish here. With that, he turned to Lu Lian. Lu Lian laughed heartily. "Ah, Bai, you truly understand me. This rotund fellow is always dragging me down. Yet, he is of noble lineage. What can I do? As it happens, I was just arranging for his departure. And since someone is willing to assist, it could not be better." Bai Li nodded slightly and, without hesitation, tossed his waist token to Qi Zhen, saying, "Take my token and escort him for treatment. Return to the camp to report in an hour." With that, he turned and departed. And after giving Qi Zhen one last scrutinizing glance, Lu Lian followed suit. The tempest had dissipated without a trace. Qi Zhen felt a stir of emotion within. It was indeed a remarkable feat for Bai Li to act in such a manner. This man was commendable and amiable. As for whether Bai Li was intentionally seeking to curry favor with him, Qi Zhen deemed it unlikely. After all, any conflict with Lu Lian would constitute a grave offense. There was no need to further complicate matters. This was not the time for excessive contemplation. So he hoisted the stout man onto his back and exited the military camp without delay. As he walked, his mind raced with thoughts about who might be behind the plot against him. The prime suspect was undoubtedly Wang Shang. After a friendly massage the other day, it was clear that Wang had yet to arrive at the barracks, likely still languishing in bed. He would not easily swallow this grievance and would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his honor. Wang's formidable background could indeed influence individuals like Lu Lian. However, the notion of someone resorting to underhanded tactics did not quite align with Wang's character. This man had always preferred a direct approach, confronting his adversaries face to face rather than scheming from the shadows, as that would leave him feeling unsatisfied. Who else could it be? Could it be Mu Wanqi's brother Mohan? Did he possess such capabilities? Lost in contemplation, Qi Zhen promptly escorted the hefty fellow to the residence of Duke Zhongqing. "You ought to really consider shedding some weight." Even Qi Zhen, with his cultivation, was perspiring after this lengthy trek. Liao Jie clapped Qi Zhen on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Zhen, I owe you my life this time. Otherwise, I might have perished in there. I'll inform my father that I shall never set foot in that place again." Qi Zhen silently reflected that Liao Jie's suffering today was indeed a consequence of his own involvement, and rescuing him was only a matter of obligation. He replied, "Your constitution is certainly not suited for another visit. Perhaps you should have your father submit a memorial. At the very least, your previous attendance would be seen as a courtesy to His Majesty, and I believe he would be amenable to it." After ensuring the stout fellow was settled, Qi Zhen swiftly returned to the barracks to request an audience with Bai Li. Upon presenting his token, Qi Zhen earnestly expressed, I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Lieutenant. I cannot thank you enough. Bai Li waved his hand dismissively, saying, You are my soldier. Naturally, I must protect you. There are deeper matters at play that I cannot divulge, so be cautious moving forward. The implication is that Qijin does not wish to be misunderstood as intentionally colluding with Lu Lian. Naturally, Qijin comprehended this and felt inclined to inquire about the underlying circumstances. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. It would be best to handle this matter independently. After expressing his gratitude once more, he withdrew. A few days later, the training had reached its conclusion. For the soldiers, the entire training was not particularly arduous. Were it not for the involvement of the nobility, the soldiers would have been able to assume their positions directly. The primary focus of the past half-month had been the training of the nobility. Upon the completion of the day's training, Bai Li gathered everyone together to deliver an official announcement. The following day would witness a unified assessment, in which all participants were required to partake. Their eligibility to officially serve as Imperial Palace Guards hinged on the results of the evaluation tomorrow. This examination would directly impact their future positions and prospects. Thus they must exert their utmost efforts. Bai Li surveyed the 100 or so individuals before him. His Majesty would be personally present the next day. Chapter 12. The competition at the training grounds. The following day, the training grounds were adorned with fluttering banners, and weapons were arranged like a forest. Over 500 individuals stood silently, gazing straight ahead. There stood a platform for the commanders, with a red carpet laid down, a golden umbrella overhead, and a royal chair elevated prominently. However, the Empress had yet to arrive. Upon hearing that the Empress would be gracing them with her presence, everyone became exuberantly animated, akin to being invigorated with a surge of adrenaline. Particularly, the ordinary soldiers were overwhelmingly excited. They had never before beheld the Empress's visage. The nobility, on the other hand, maintained a much more composed demeanor, secretly looking down upon those unsophisticated commoners. Although many nobles had yet to encounter the Empress, their extensive connections to prominent figures necessitated a semblance of decorum. Qijin's original self had also never laid eyes on the Empress, and today he too yearned to witness her grandeur. However, time has passed, yet the Empress remains absent. At this moment, Chu Yinqiu stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, Your Majesty is currently engaged in urgent state affairs and requires a brief moment of patience. Let us commence without further ado. A collective sigh echoed from the audience below. Chu Yinqiu glared, asserting that all competition results would be promptly reported to the Empress, urging everyone to conduct themselves accordingly. With this, confidence was restored among the participants. Begin. With Chu Yinqiu's command, the troops lined up and the competition commenced. The entirety of the assessment consisted of 4 events: long-distance running, weightlifting, archery, and equestrian skills. To ensure fairness, all competitors participated simultaneously in each event. The first challenge was long-distance running, requiring participants to complete 10 laps around the training grounds. Qijin estimated that the training grounds were significantly larger than a modern football field. Each lap was approximately 1 kilometer, totaling 10 kilometers. Long-distance running was a daily training regimen, so there was no need for further discussion. They simply had to run. At the sound of the whistle, everyone surged forward, eager to gain the lead. Qijin blended into the crowd, running at a measured pace, thinking to himself that 10 kilometers was not a matter for haste. After all, what was 10 kilometers? It would be a true feat if each person were to carry a kidney stone while running that distance. After 3 laps, the distance began to widen. Most of the noble participants lagged behind, while the soldiers surged ahead. The only noblemen managing to maintain a respectable position were Qijin and a few others, barely keeping pace in the middle of the pack. By the 7th lap, Qijin was the sole competitor remaining in the lead group. At this point, he began to exert himself subtly, gradually closing the gap with the frontrunner, ensuring his efforts remained discreet. As the race approached its final lap, Qijin found himself running alongside a tall, slender soldier. The soldier glanced at Qijin, snorted coldly, and quickened his pace in an attempt to widen the gap. However, Qijin maintained a steady rhythm, effortlessly keeping pace, unable to be shaken off no matter how fast the soldier ran. In the Fengtian Hall, within the imperial study, the Empress was engaged in a discussion with Chancellor Li De and various ministers regarding salt and iron policies in the Western military campaigns. With no conclusion reached at that moment, suddenly, a young eunuch quietly entered, presenting a small note to the Empress. She unfolded the note, which contained the latest news from Xiao Anzi. Your Majesty, the Qingwan Guard's endurance competition has concluded, with Qijin taking first place in the long-distance run. The Empress felt a sense of bewilderment. It was truly astonishing that Qi Jun could emerge victorious in the long-distance event. Could it be that he possesses an exceptional aptitude for running? Surely, otherwise, it would be inexplicable. While he did possess some martial prowess, evidenced by his ability to injure Wang Shang, he was, after all, a pampered nobleman. How could he possibly outrun the robust soldiers of the army? She tucked away the note and resumed listening to the ministers as they continued their debates. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, as Qi Jun crossed the finish line first, disbelief washed over the spectators. Who was this individual? A scion of nobility? Qi Jun. Even the soldiers were left blinking in astonishment. Qi Jun's reputation had preceded him. Tales of his confrontation with Wang Shang and his daring rescue of a friend had circulated among them. Yet, Chu Yinxiu refrained from further inquiry, perceiving the intricate web of conflicts among the nobility to be too convoluted to unravel. He had also consulted Bai Li, who indicated that Qi Jun was exceptionally diligent in training and showed great promise. Thus, he resolved to observe him further. To my surprise, today I truly provided him with a delightful astonishment. From his perspective, the status of his subordinates holds little significance. What truly matters is their capability. As long as one possesses skill, even a touch of arrogance is inconsequential. After all, which soldier is not a bit haughty? A prime example would be Qiuyu. Upon witnessing Qi Jun's victory, the 5 lieutenants exhibited a range of emotions. Bai Li, without a doubt, was elated, yet he chose to conceal his joy. The other lieutenants expressed their astonishment, remarking on Qi Jun's commendable steadiness. Could he be Lu Lian? Lu Lian, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, could only reply, being swift alone does not signify anything. Let us evaluate the other events before drawing conclusions. Once the running was completed, everyone took a moment to rest. Qi Jun felt no fatigue, yet to maintain appearances, he joined his comrades in taking a few exaggerated breaths. The lanky second-place contestant approached him, saying congratulations. However, I believe I could have bested you. When time permits, shall we compete again? Are you up for it? Qi Jun smiled slightly, responding, why not? I'm open to a challenge anytime. At that moment, a rather unremarkable-looking thin man sidled up to the tall competitor, exclaiming, Yang, do you really think you can compete with Brother Qi? Even 10 more attempts would yield no success. Qi Jun turned to find that the speaker was none other than Wang Can, the son of the Duke of Suan, a figure of nobility. The two were acquainted but had not forged a deep bond. You flatter me, Wang. Brother Yang possesses formidable strength, and my victory was merely a stroke of luck. Qi Jun replied modestly. Wang Can chuckled. You are too humble. Who among the entire camp could rival you? Qi Jun shook his head, insisting. I dare not claim such superiority. After a brief respite, they proceeded to the second event, the weightlifting competition. A row of stone weights has been arranged in the arena, each varying in weight from 50 to 200 pounds. People form a queue to test their strength, with cheers rising and falling like waves. Indeed, 100 pounds, exclaims a voice. Look over there. He is lifting 100 with one hand and 50 with the other. That's impossible. Both hands are lifting 100 pounds. To everyone's astonishment, Ma Biao manages to lift 100 pounds in one hand and 200 in the other. When it is Qi Jun's turn, many spectators turn their gaze toward him. He strides forward and bends down to grasp a 200-pound stone weight, quickly assessing its heft. Not too heavy. Why can't I lift it? Murmurs someone nearby, surprised that he dares to attempt the 200 pounds. Humph, running fast doesn't equate to strength. That's 200 pounds, I can't even lift it. Qi Jun remains unfazed by the murmurs. He grips one stone weight in his right hand and another in his left. Remarkably, he intends to lift both simultaneously. That totals 400 pounds. Let us see how he embarrasses himself. To their astonishment, he lifts it effortlessly. A collective gasp echoes through the crowd. He is the first to raise 400 pounds. Qi Jun gently places the weights down, contemplating the prospect of winning another gold medal. Suddenly, a robust voice booms, Examiner. I too wish to attempt the 400 pounds. Chapter 13, the mightiest warrior in the army. The crowd turns to see none other than Ma Biao, who had just lifted 300 pounds. It seems he is unwilling to concede. Renowned for his strength, Ma Biao cannot accept being surpassed by Qi Jun. The examiner gazed into the distance at Chu Yinxiu, signifying that he had completed his trial and inquiring if he could attempt it once more. Chu Yinxiu gave a slight nod. The examiner remarked, Then I shall grant you another opportunity. Ma Biao rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, aiming for the 2 stone locks that Qi Jun had just lifted, not wishing to be the subject of idle gossip. Qi Jun had already stepped aside. Watching with a smile, Ma Biao, possessing martial prowess, tightened his belt and positioned himself between the 2 stone locks. With a mighty shout, he exerted his strength in both arms. Though somewhat unsteady, he managed to lift them securely. Cheers erupted from the soldiers, as they were eager to prevent the nobility from overshadowing them. After hurling the stone locks to the ground, Ma Biao turned to Qi Zhen, clearly challenging him. All eyes shifted to Qi Zhen. Someone jeered, securing first place won't be so simple. Do you dare to take another shot? Qi Zhen glanced at the two jesters, gesturing for them to come forward. They immediately recoiled, apprehensive about his intentions, especially with the general present. Qi Zhen laughed heartily, stating, "Since Brother Ma has lifted 400 pounds, I wish to give it another try." He then addressed the examiner, saying, "Sir, I propose to lift the stone locks while having those two men lie atop them to increase the weight. Would this be permissible?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? He intends to add more weight? Each man weighs around 150 pounds. Combined, that would amount to 700 pounds. The examiner widened his eyes, verifying once more, but hesitated to make a decision, turning to Chu Yinxiu for guidance. Chu Yinxiu beckoned the crowd to part, stepping forward to observe Qi Zhendao. "You have performed admirably. Lifting 700 pounds is no trifling matter. A moment's negligence could result in injury, a risk not worth taking." He glanced at Ma Biao and continued, "I could announce that you two are tied for first place, which would not affect your competition results. What do you think?" As far as Chu Yinxiu was aware, the military had never lacked for strong men, yet no one had ever managed to lift 700 pounds. He had heard tales of someone lifting 600 pounds several years ago, a feat that remained unbroken to this day. Even he, a self-proclaimed master, could not accomplish such a task. Thus, should Qi Zhen succeed in lifting 700 pounds, there would be no doubt that he would be recognized as the foremost in the military. Chu Yinxiu intended to acknowledge their prowess out of a genuine appreciation for talent. Hence his proposal for a tie. Qi Zhen understood Chu Yinxiu's intentions, yet he had made up his mind. If he was to make his mark, it would be nothing short of spectacular. After experiencing the tumult of the camp incident, he realized that remaining inconspicuous was no longer an option. Those lurking in the shadows would not easily overlook him. Consequently, he needed to devise ways to enhance his protection and leverage. Dominating the competition and capturing the attention of Chu Yinxiu, and even the empress, would be one of the best strategies. Therefore, there was no need to conceal his abilities any longer. If he were to act, he would do so decisively, ensuring that all who coveted him would think twice before making their move. Of course, this confidence stemmed from his numerous hidden strengths. Revealing a few would have little impact. Thus, after respectfully saluting Chu Yinxiu, he stated earnestly, "General, as the saying goes, in literature, there is no first, in martial arts, there is no second. Since this is a competition, it is best to establish a clear distinction. This matter was initiated by my subordinate of his own accord, and should anything go awry, it shall bear no relation to the general." Chu Yinxiu cast a deep glance at him, nodding in agreement, "As you wish." He then called out to those nearby, "Everyone, step back 2 paces. At that moment, the competitions in other areas had all come to a halt, with spectators gathering in throngs, encircling the scene in layers. When had such a spectacle been witnessed before? Should Qi Zhen truly succeed, they would have tales to regale for a lifetime. Once more, Qi Zhen positioned himself between the 2 stone locks and signaled the soldiers to prepare. Heave up. Qi Zhen performed with theatrical flair, bellowing mightily as he hoisted the 2 stone locks effortlessly overhead. "You may ascend now." At this juncture, Ma Biao was taken aback. It was essential to note that Qi Zhen was currently lifting 400 pounds of stone, yet could still articulate words. Just moments ago, lifting them had rendered him breathless. How could he possibly speak now? By this alone, he had already lost. With the assistance of others, the soldier who had previously spoken gradually climbed atop the stone locks. Qi Zhen, in a rather ostentatious manner, slowly turned in a small circle. Thud. As the stone locks struck the ground, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. After a moment, Chu Yinxiu was the first to break the stillness, applauding vigorously. Soon, everyone else followed suit, erupting into fervent applause and cheers. Today, indeed, bore witness to the birth of a miracle. Well done. Remarkable. The mightiest warrior in the army. In the military, the prevailing ethos venerates strength. Chu Yinxiu's esteemed status is a testament to his own formidable prowess. In the realm of the military, it is the one with the strongest fist who wields the greatest influence. Now, Qi Zhen's remarkable display has left an indelible impression on all present. He is still the same young eunuch who, moments ago, handed another note to the empress. Upon opening it, she could not help but exclaim softly. The note revealed 2 columns of text: "To your majesty, In the second round of the Qingyuan Guard's weightlifting competition, the first place is awarded to Qizhen, who lifted an astonishing 700 pounds, a record unparalleled in the military throughout history. 700 pounds. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? That is akin to lifting 10 of his own weight. How can he lift me? I bear the weight of a vast empire upon my shoulders. Who could possibly lift that? At this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly. The left chancellor, Li Daong, upon hearing the empress's soft exclamation, turned his head slightly and inquired, "Might I ask, Your Majesty, if something significant has occurred?" The empress, tucking the note away, replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a trivial matter. Your concern is appreciated, left chancellor." Li Daong, with a knowing tone, remarked, "In Your Majesty's presence, no matter the gravity of the matter, I am at your service." Having been appointed chancellor during the reign of the late emperor, he has held the position for over 5 years. During the late emperor's time, he was modest and amiable. However, following the empress's ascension, he gradually seized control of matters requiring imperial decisions, citing the empress's inexperience in governance. Within the Council of State, he amassed considerable influence, rendering any memorial submitted equivalent to being placed in his hands. Not long after the empress took the throne, she found herself without a formidable support base among the courtiers, making it difficult to contend with Li Daong. Yet, the complexities of governance rendered her reliant upon him, leading to a relationship characterized by both cooperation and caution. Ultimately, there remained an underlying wariness. Li De, over the past few months, increasingly disregarded the empress, a fact evident in his demeanor. The empress, diverting her attention, declared, "Let us conclude our discussions for today. You shall submit a memorial regarding the matters already settled." The ministers could only bow and take their leave. The empress then rose and proceeded to the training grounds, her anticipation to witness the festivities palpable. Chapter 14. You truly are remarkable amidst the thunderous applause. Qizhen remained grounded, displaying an admirable humility that suggested a sincere sense of trepidation. At least, that was the impression he conveyed. He clasped his hands in salute to those around him, subsequently bowing to Chu Yinxiu in gratitude. "Thank you, General, for granting me this opportunity." Chu Yinxiu stepped forward, patting his shoulder in astonishment. "I never expected you to possess such extraordinary strength. From now on, my Qingyuan Guard shall bear a golden reputation." Ha! His joy was genuine. He had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable individual among the nobility, and especially one who served under his command. Henceforth, who would dare to underestimate the Qingyuan Guard? Meanwhile, Lu Lian, standing beside them, felt a chill creep down his neck. No wonder there had been such immense pressure in the barracks that day. The young man was indeed endowed with innate strength. He bitterly mused that this lad was merely brutish, and surely, when it came to archery, he would soon reveal his shortcomings. After the examiners announced the results, the crowd took a brief respite, with some beginning to set up the archery competition. Cui Pin grasped Qizhen's hand, so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Just moments ago, he had barely managed to lift a 50-pound stone lock, merely meeting the minimum requirement. Of course, this standard had been established with the nobility's capabilities in mind. Had it been a military assessment, the benchmark would have been no less than 100 pounds. Do not be unconvinced. This is indeed a double standard, Ma Biao exclaimed loudly to Qizhen. "Brother, you are truly remarkable." I, Lao Ma, concede with admiration. Qizhen patted him on the shoulder, sharing a moment of mutual respect. "Had it not been for the pressure you exerted, I would not have achieved this. I owe you my gratitude." Ma Biao laughed heartily. The two soldiers leaning against the stone lock were equally impressed. The earlier event had been incredibly exhilarating. Wonkin approached Qizhen, exuberantly congratulating him. "Brother Qi, you are magnificent. I was genuinely anxious for you earlier, but it turns out my concerns were unwarranted." Qizhen replied, "Thank you, Brother Wang," with an air of mystery. Wonkin inquired, "Brother Qi, I had not previously heard of your extraordinary prowess." Qizhen could only chuckle, finding it difficult to articulate the truth. He deflected the question, and they proceeded together to the archery range. The rules of archery were quite straightforward. Standing position, shooting from a distance of 20 paces, with a requirement of 4 arrows hitting the target out of 10 to pass. The more arrows that struck the target, and the closer their tips were to the bullseye, the higher the score. To be frank, this standard was not particularly challenging, especially considering that distances typically began at 30 paces. The longbows were categorized into 3 types, 8-do, 1-sure, and 1-sure 5, from which any could be chosen. The group commenced by knocking their arrows. Cui Pin could only draw the 8-do bow, yet surprisingly managed to hit the target 4 times out of 10, thereby passing the test. With the successful completion of these 3 assessments, Cui Pin's path as a bodyguard was secured. When it was Qi Jin's turn, all eyes turned towards him. Some spectators were eager to witness another miraculous feat from Qi Jin, while others were simply keen to see him falter. Qi Jin stepped forward, effortlessly grasping a strong bough of 1 stone and 5, only to pull it back with a resounding snap, breaking it on the spot. A murmur of astonishment erupted around him. Chu Yinqiu, anticipating this outcome, instructed, "Fetch a 2-stone bough." Just as a guard was about to comply, a voice interjected. "Reporting to the general, I too would like to request a 2-stone bough, if it pleases you." The crowd turned to see a remarkably robust young man, with a fierce countenance and sharp eyes, standing confidently. Recognizing him, someone whispered, "It's Chu Qian. This promises to be entertaining." Indeed, Chu Qian's archery skills were renowned throughout the army. Qi Jin regarded Chu Qian with a slight nod of acknowledgement. Chu Yinqiu, rarely displaying a smile, remarked, "Very well. Let us procure 2." He was eager to witness the emergence of such healthy competition within the ranks. Before long, 2 noticeably larger strong bows were presented to Qi Jin and Chu Qian. The examiner announced, "Each of you will have 10 arrows. Prepare to begin." Chu Qian surveyed the distance ahead and suddenly declared, "Might I request, esteemed examiner, that the target be moved back by 20 paces?" A collective gasp arose from the assembly. Moving the target back by 20 paces meant it would be set at 40 paces. Qi Jin smiled faintly and added, "Then I kindly ask the examiner to adjust both our targets by 20 paces. After Chu Yinqiu nodded in agreement, someone hurried to reposition the targets. Qi Jin inquired, "Brother Chu, would you prefer to shoot first or shall I?" After a brief contemplation, Chu Qian replied, "You may shoot 5 arrows first, and then I shall follow with 5. After a brief respite, I will shoot 5 arrows first, and then Brother Qi will follow with his 5. How fair is that?" Without further ado, I drew my bow and effortlessly pulled it back to the full moon position. With a gentle release of my finger, the arrow soared like a meteor, darting forth. Before the first arrow even reached the target, Qi Jin had already picked up his second arrow and shot again. Whoosh, whoosh, in rapid succession. 5 arrows were released almost without pause, all within the blink of an eye, regardless of accuracy. The sheer speed at which he could draw back a 2-stone bow 5 times is beyond the capability of most. Qi Jin, 5 arrows in the bullseye. Many had anticipated this outcome, yet there were still gasps of astonishment from the crowd, for it was a 2-stone bow at 40 paces. Chu Qian silently admired. Indeed, Qi Jin was no mere decorative pillow. When it was his turn, he composed himself and stood firm like a pine. Qi Jin nodded slightly. Chu Qian's mental fortitude was commendable. Chu Qian, 5 arrows in the bullseye. After the first round, the 2 were tied. Following another brief respite, Chu Qian commenced the second round. After 5 arrows, he too struck the bullseye every time. The pressure now fell squarely on Qi Jin, with all eyes fixated on his hands. Without a hint of emotional fluctuation, Qi Jin leisurely approached his position, shooting the 5 arrows without any ostentation. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone awaited the results. Qi Jin, 5 arrows, all missed. Buzz. How could this be? He had hit the target just moments ago. How could these 5 arrows go astray? It seemed those previous 5 shots were merely luck, utter nonsense. Chu Yinqiu was quite astonished. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly discern that Qi Jin's arrow could not possibly have missed the target. But what was happening now? Qi Jin said, "General, I implore you to move the target closer for inspection." Chu Yinqiu waved his hand, and the soldiers promptly brought the target nearer. To everyone's astonishment, there was indeed not a single arrow on the target. How could this be unclear? It turned out that the arrow had truly missed. Chu Yinqiu, observing the composed Qi Jin, approached the target himself for a closer examination. Initially shocked, he soon wore an expression of bewilderment. After pondering for a moment, he instructed the earlier soldier to check the target stand. All present waited in silence, including Chu Qian, who was filled with doubt. When the soldier returned and whispered a few words into Chu Yinqiu's ear, he suddenly understood, exclaiming, "I see it now. Ha! Qi Jin, you truly are remarkable." Chapter 15. The Radiant Path begins. The crowd, hearing Chu Yinqiu's words, was somewhat perplexed. Hence, Chu Yinqiu requested the examiner to approach the target for a closer inspection, even gesturing towards it. After examining, the examiner exclaimed in surprise, "So that's it." He then declared loudly to everyone that Qi Jin's 6th arrow had indeed pierced the bullseye, while the subsequent 4 arrows had all passed through this hole, which was why there were no arrows visible on the target. As the target used today was a straw target, although the bullseye was penetrated, the surrounding fragments of straw concealed the hole. making it nearly impossible to detect without careful scrutiny. Was it truly for this reason? How astonishing! The power of the arrow was capable of penetrating a target 40 zhang away. At that moment, someone inquired, "Might I ask, General? While the sixth arrow may have struck the target, is there a possibility that the subsequent arrows have missed?" Chu Yinxiu responded, "I have already dispatched someone to inspect. Behind the target, in the very same location, 5 arrows are found. If Qi Zhen had indeed missed, it would be inconceivable for 5 arrows to cluster together in such a manner. This principle is understood by all." There were skeptics who ventured to verify for themselves and upon returning, had no choice but to concede to Chu Yinxiu's deduction. Chu Yinxiu then declared that the archery champion remained Qi Zhen. Chu Qian was the first to step forward and congratulate him. "Brother Qi, I have practiced archery for 15 years and consider myself not inferior to anyone. However, witnessing your prowess today, I am utterly convinced. Your skill is truly extraordinary." Qi Zhen promptly returned the gesture. "Brother Chu, you are too modest. Hitting the bullseye from 40 paces is a remarkable feat, deserving of distinction even among the entire army. I hold great admiration for your abilities." The celebratory mood was palpable, with everyone lifting the ornate sedan chair of the empress. As her royal palanquin traversed the path, a young eunuch presented another slip of paper. The empress eagerly accepted it and hastily opened it, her curiosity piqued regarding the results of the third competition. Surely, Qi Zhen could not claim victory once more? If he were to achieve first place in all 3 events, how exceptional must he be? The characters on the slip caught her eye. "Your Majesty, in the 3rd round of the Qinghuan Guard archery competition, the first place goes to Qi Zhen, who hit the bullseye with all 10 arrows from 40 paces. The last 5 arrows even pierced the bullseye simultaneously." The empress's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, it was he. What manner of man could this be? I must observe him closely. At this moment, the training grounds were alive with the thunder of galloping horses. A cacophony of excitement and energy enveloping the air. The 4th equestrian assessment has commenced. Horsemanship is one of the fundamental skills required of the guards and must be mastered unconditionally. The evaluation criteria are quite straightforward. As long as one can circle the arena on horseback within the allotted time without falling, they are deemed qualified. For those seeking to earn extra points, they may navigate through a course laden with obstacles such as logs, water pits, and mounds of earth. While most participants choose to complete the circuit normally, a significant number opt to elevate the challenge. In such circumstances, anyone with a modicum of skill would naturally desire to showcase their abilities. Securing the favor of Chu Yinxiu could undoubtedly lead to a more promising future. At this moment, Qi Zhen has already captured everyone's attention, and it is evident that Chu Yinxiu holds a particular fondness for him, prompting others to strive for prominence as well. It remains uncertain whether the examiners arranged for Qi Zhen to perform last intentionally or inadvertently. As Qi Zhen mounted his steed, the entire audience collectively held their breath. Could this young man outshine everyone in horsemanship as well? Qi Zhen trotted for a short distance to acclimate himself to the horse in the arena before addressing the examiner, inquiring if he might procure a mounted bow. The examiner, without needing to consult Chu Yinxiu, promptly dispatched someone to retrieve it. He intends to increase the difficulty? Remarkably, he seeks to shoot while mounted. Chu Yinxiu nodded with a smile, acknowledging that this young man is indeed a polymath. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching from behind. It was none other than the empress, flanked by several eunuchs and guards, who had ascended to the platform. Just as he was about to pay his respects, he was halted by a eunuch. The empress has decreed that the rhythm of the competition should not be disrupted. Formal greetings may be conducted afterward. Chu Yinxiu had no choice but to hastily position himself beside the empress. At this juncture, the focus of the entire assembly remained fixated on Qi Zhen, with very few individuals acknowledging the empress's presence. After acquiring the bow, Qi Zhen weighed it in his hands, noting that it was not only shorter than the previous longbow but also considerably lighter. He casually picked up 3 arrows and, with a swift flick of the reins, urged his steed to accelerate. The path he traversed was fraught with obstacles, and 20 paces away stood 3 targets. As the horse picked up speed, Qi Zhen suddenly kicked off from the stirrups, positioning himself upright on the saddle. At that moment, the horse galloped swiftly, and Qi Zhen drew the bowstring taut. Whoosh! An arrow flew straight into the heart of the red target. Cheers erupted from the crowd, acknowledging his remarkable accuracy. Though the distance was merely 20 paces, it was executed while mounted, not standing still on the ground. The difficulty was more than doubled. The empress, seated on her high platform, watched with keen eyes. Her interest piqued. Though she lacked martial prowess, her discerning gaze was sharp. "Who is this man?" she inquired. "Your Majesty, his name is Qi Zhen," replied Chu Yinqiu promptly. So, this was Qijin. The Empress felt a stirring in her heart. Could it be him? At that moment, Qijin approached the second obstacle. A horizontal beam several feet high. Clenching his legs around the horse's belly, he urged the steed to leap into the air. As the horse soared over the bar, Qijin suddenly leaned back. With a swift motion, he released the arrow, which shot forth like lightning, striking the target's center once more. Bravo! Even the Empress exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. His movements were exquisite, utterly graceful. The audience's cheers echoed through the sky. Qijin showed no signs of stopping as the horse charged forward. He deftly pulled the reins, turning the horse back towards the obstacles. The crowd was left in suspense, bewildered by Qijin's intentions, yet brimming with anticipation. Just as the horse approached the horizontal beam, Qijin suddenly transferred the bow to his right hand. At that moment, someone realized that he was about to switch hands. Indeed, he was preparing to shoot with both hands. Just moments ago, he had drawn the bowstring with his right hand, and now he was transitioning to his left. The differing strengths and habits of each hand made it a rare feat for anyone to truly master shooting with both. Before the others could fully comprehend, the warhorse leaped once more. Qijin turned in his saddle to gaze at the moon, and his long arrow was loosed again, striking the bullseye. What does it mean to shoot with both hands? This is what it means. The cheers erupted into the heavens, deafening in their intensity. Many soldiers nearly lost their voices from the fervor. Today had truly been an eye-opening experience, not merely a trip, but a lifetime event. Such extraordinary skills are not easily witnessed. Boundless strength, 5 arrows in quick succession, horseback archery, shooting with both hands. Qijin's astonishing display left an indelible impression on everyone. Particularly, his graceful form while leaping to shoot had deeply etched itself in the heart of the Empress. This was the valor that a man of Dian should possess. Qijin felt a profound satisfaction with his performance, modestly bowing to the 4 directions from his mount. In truth, he relished this moment of glory, thinking to himself, let my illustrious journey begin from this instant. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. The Empress has arrived. All troops kneel and welcome. In Chapter 16, the humble servant wished to challenge himself. Chu Yin led the way and knelt down. The hundreds present followed suit, all bowing low, chanting long live the Empress. Qijin turned to look at the bright yellow figure on the platform and saw that the Empress was indeed gazing back at him. He hurriedly dismounted and knelt on the ground. The Empress had arrived, though it was uncertain whether she had witnessed his earlier remarkable feats. All generals rise. A crisp yet commanding voice resonated. Your Majesty. Upon rising, Chu Yin commanded the troops to assemble. Subsequently, in accordance with prior arrangements, each battalion entered in order to receive the Empress's inspection. Observing the valiant and spirited faces before her, the Empress felt a profound sense of satisfaction. General Chu, you have performed admirably. My heart is greatly comforted. It is merely my duty, Your Majesty. I cannot accept such praise. Are there any individuals who have distinguished themselves? This question was, of course, rhetorical. Unaware of the circumstances, Chu Yin hastily replied, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, Qijin, have excelled in all 4 assessments, and I dare to recommend him to Your Majesty. Summon him. Young Anzi approached the platform and proclaimed loudly. Your Majesty summons Qijin to present himself. Anticipating this moment, Qijin quickly made his way to the base of the platform, kneeling once more. Qijin of the Qinghuan Guard pays his respects to Your Majesty. Come up. Though Qijin initially considered leaping onto the platform, he deemed it more prudent to ascend the steps instead. Once atop, he surreptitiously glanced at the Empress, involuntarily gasping in awe. The Empress was stunningly beautiful, rivaling even Mu Wanxi, with an aura of nobility that far surpassed hers. Clad in her dragon robe, she exuded a regal demeanor that made it difficult to meet her gaze. Little did he know, the Empress held a place among the 4 most beautiful women in the capital, although no one dared to acknowledge her as such at present. As Qijin stole glances at the Empress, she too scrutinized his face. His sword-like brows arched elegantly, and his radiant eyes sparkled like the stars. Tall and graceful, he possessed a remarkable presence, further accentuated by the honor of being first in all 4 assessments, making him shine even brighter. The Empress's heart raced with intensity. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, you are indeed Qijin of the Tongyibo Mansion? Precisely, it is I. Your ability to secure first place in all 4 assessments is truly commendable, a paragon among the noble elite. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise. The Empress intended to continue speaking, but abruptly paused, turning her attention to Chu Yinqiu. What are the subsequent arrangements? All 4 assessments have been completed. The next event is a paired sparring match, meant for entertainment. I wonder, Your Majesty, would you care to observe? It would be no trouble to watch. Chu Yinqiu signaled to commence, while Qi Jin stepped aside. The empress did not permit him to leave, and he could not descend directly. Thus he remained to await the proceedings. The paired sparring involved two individuals competing either unarmed or with weapons. Chu Yinqiu's characterization of it as entertainment was fitting, as it had been prearranged to provide the empress with a lively spectacle. The first pair consisted of two soldiers, each wielding a long blade. Their fight was a dazzling display, quite visually captivating. To an untrained observer, it would appear exceptionally thrilling. Yet, to a martial arts expert, it was evident that it was merely flamboyant posturing. Alas, in order to impress the leadership, they all followed the same routine. Following the conclusion of this pair, another duo approached, both barehanded. They managed to strike with commendable force, perhaps even surpassing the spectacle of weaponry. After several pairs had performed, the empress suddenly inquired, Qi Jin, since you have excelled in all four assessments, are you also proficient in martial arts? Qi Jin silently mused, so this is what she has been waiting for. He stepped forward and replied, I possess a modest understanding. Since you have some knowledge, why not demonstrate a bit? Qi Jin had thought to maintain a low profile after garnering the empress's attention, wishing to avoid any criticism. However, with the empress calling upon him, he had no choice but to comply immediately. Chu Yinqiu never anticipated that the empress would suddenly make such an arrangement. He could only say, Qi Jin, Her Majesty has issued an edict. You may select an opponent. Who would be the most suitable choice? Qi Jin glanced at Chu Yinqiu, seeking his guidance, primarily concerned about performing inadequately. Yet, Chu Yinqiu could not think of a suitable contender either and merely nodded toward Qi Jin, implying, you may decide for yourself. Qi Jin's gaze swept across the audience, and suddenly an idea struck him. Your Majesty, I humbly report that I have secured first place in 4 events just now. Should I engage in a contest of martial arts, I would prefer not to choose from the soldiers to avoid being the subject of ridicule. I wish to challenge a higher level of difficulty. May I have your permission? The empress, intrigued, granted her approval. Without further consultation with Chu Yinqiu, Qi Jin turned and pointed towards the audience. I wish to challenge Captain Liu from the 5th Battalion. Upon this declaration, astonishment rippled through the crowd. It is well known that attaining the rank of captain entails considerable martial prowess. The martial arts of the world are generally categorized into 9 ranks, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. A captain typically ranks no lower than the 5th tier. One must not underestimate the 5th tier. Even the boastful Wang Shang is merely at the 3rd tier of martial arts. Among the more than 500 individuals present, only a handful have achieved the 3rd tier, while there are none at the 5th tier. Although Qi Jin possesses extraordinary strength and remarkable skills in archery and horsemanship, these abilities are entirely distinct from martial arts. No matter how skilled one is with a bow, it cannot defend against a single punch from an opponent. The minds of all present raced with considerations. Some deemed him arrogant, others thought him oblivious to the consequences, and still, others believed he had been intoxicated by his recent victories. Many were simply eager to witness the spectacle. This young man is on the verge of ruining everything. How reckless. Chu Yinqiu was equally astonished. I allowed you to choose freely, yet I never implied you should challenge the colonel, even if you wish to showcase your prowess before the empress. There is no need to court disaster in such a manner. It appears that Qi Jin's aspiration for a flawless conclusion today is unattainable. He is acutely aware of Lu Lian's formidable strength, which places him among the foremost of the 5 colonels, earning him Chu Yinqiu's esteem. Otherwise, he would not have been specifically brought to the Qingyuan Guard. Qi Jin is still quite young. He requires serious guidance moving forward. However, his words have been uttered, and at this moment, there is no possibility for retraction. When Qi Jin proposed to escalate the difficulty, an ominous premonition washed over Lu Lian. Could this audacious youth truly dare to challenge him? As he observed Qi Jin pointing at his own nose, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lu Lian's mouth, followed by a clenched jaw. This is a predicament of your own making. After having his previous plans thwarted by Bai Li, today, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, you shall have no escape. Even if he cannot strike you down on the spot, he will ensure that you are grievously injured. All those first-place accolades are mere illusions in my eyes. Only the might of one's own fist holds true substance. Stepping forward, he proclaimed loudly to the stage, I, a humble servant, am willing to engage in battle. I beseech your Majesty's approval. It is imperative to accept this challenge. Otherwise, how shall he face others in the future? The empress, equally taken aback, had merely wished to witness Qi Jin's martial skills and was unprepared for a direct challenge to a colonel. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered. Since Qi Jin has made his decision, let the two of you compete. Having said that, she instinctively added a cautionary note. leaving it unsaid. Perhaps she wished to avoid a bloody spectacle or harbored other intentions. Qizhen and Lu Lian both bowed in unison. We humbly accept the command. Chapter 17. Is he a master? Chu Yinxiu sought to advance and deliberately reiterated. Your Majesty has issued a decree. Let us cease at this point. You all heard, did you not? As he spoke, his gaze was fixed solely on Lu Lian. His intent unmistakable. Lu Lian could only respond, this humble servant has heard. However, he pondered inwardly how to find a suitable opportunity later. Qizhen was, of course, the one who was overlooked. Bai Li, however, took a step forward, approaching Chu Yinxiu's side, saying, General, Qizhen is too young and inexperienced. Chu Yinxiu waved his hand to silence him. He was aware of Lu Lian's difficulties with Qizhen's friend, and how Qizhen had stormed into the camp to rescue him, yet he did not dwell on the matter. After all, the chubby fellow's performance had been truly disappointing. Had it been his own, the demands might have been even more stringent. Moreover, the Empress had already consented. Who could possibly alter that? Qizhen descended the platform, confronting Lu Lian directly. I wonder if Captain Lu excels in hand-to-hand combat or weaponry. You may choose our contest. Lu Lian replied with pride. Choose as you wish. This captain is prepared for anything. Qizhen smirked, then let it be hand-to-hand. I suspect the Empress would prefer to avoid bloodshed. Lu Lian ceased speaking, stepping back with his right leg to assume a stance. Qizhen called out, Please enlighten me. With that, he pivoted and launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Lian's chest. Lu Lian snorted coldly, refusing to evade, and met the blow head-on, determined to clash with strength. The two fists collided with a resounding thud, devoid of any embellishment. Chu Yinxiu, Bai Li, and the other skilled individuals narrowed their eyes. Qizhen truly possessed remarkable ability. The seemingly simple punch was, in fact, a display of profound skill, embodying the essence of subtlety within apparent simplicity. The onlookers all grimaced, seemingly in pain. Yet, Qizhen felt no discomfort at all, having exerted merely a fraction of his strength. Lu Lian, however, was not as fortunate. The overwhelming force sent him staggering back 2 steps, leaving his entire right arm numb and unresponsive. How could this be? This young man could actually withstand a blow from me? Indeed, it must be sheer brute strength. At that moment, Qizhen let out a hearty laugh. Exhilarated, come again. With that, he charged forward once more, delivering another unadorned punch. This time, Lu Lian dared not engage directly. Instead, he employed his agility to deftly evade. In his estimation, individuals endowed with raw strength typically lacked finesse in their movements, thus allowing him to triumph through technique. In the next instant, he realized his assessment was accurate. Qizhen indeed struggled with agility, his motions appearing rather rigid, and he narrowly avoided being struck several times. Lu Lian's composure gradually returned, unaware that Qizhen was intentionally holding back to avoid drawing too much attention. To overwhelm Lu Lian with a single blow would be excessive, wouldn't he? After all, he had yet to showcase his falling leaves palm technique. Observing Qizhen's back-and-forth exchanges with the captain, the Empress nodded in approval, recognizing his potential. Yet, she pondered why no one had uncovered his talents over the years. Meanwhile, Nangong Muqing stood nearby, her expression grave, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the contest unfolding before her. The current match between the two was markedly different from the earlier sparring session. Although neither was fighting to the death, it was evident they were engaged in a genuine battle. With Lu Lian's 5th-tier cultivation, his fist whirled, creating a gust that could be felt within several paces. After more than 20 exchanges, Lu Lian realized that defeating Qizhen with mere conventional techniques would prove exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, he changed his tactics, transforming his fists into eagle claws and lunging forward with ferocity. The ghostly claw. This was his ultimate technique, seldom exhibited. Although surrounded by onlookers today, the prospect of defeat was more humiliating. It was better to strike hard. Even if he faltered, there would be those to cushion his fall. On the stage, Chu Yinxiu furrowed his brow, a glint of concern flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of Lu Lian's ghostly claw. He had issued a stern warning earlier. Why resort to such a vicious maneuver? Was he dismissing his own words as mere nonsense? As Lu Lian executed his new attack, the dynamics of the arena shifted rapidly. Qizhen found himself retreating repeatedly, unable to counterattack, only defending himself. Lu Lian's claws relentlessly targeted Qizhen's face and chest, creating a perilous situation. At last, Qizhen made a critical mistake, and Lu Lian's left claw grazed across his chest, producing a distinctive tearing sound as the military uniform was ripped open. Qizhen momentarily froze, and Lu Lian let out a sinister laugh, his right claw swiftly aiming for Qizhen's neck. Should he be caught, it would surely result in 5 gaping wounds. Seeing this, Chu Yinxiu leaped into action, shouting from midair, "Stop!" However, he was too far away to intervene in time. As Qi Zhen perceived Lu Lian's right claw approaching, he feigned panic and leaned back. Yet, Lu Lian detected a hint of mockery in his gaze. Before he could react, Qi Zhen's right foot shot up, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Lian's chest. With a resounding smack, Lu Lian was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood spurting from his mouth as he soared through the air. He crashed to the ground several yards away, rolling another yard before coming to a halt, and then he expelled a copious amount of blood, losing consciousness. Even in the presence of the Empress, there were gasps of astonishment, for it was utterly inconceivable. Lu Lian, a captain of the 5th rank, could hardly be compared to Qi Zhen, despite the latter's modest foundation. Even the Empress instinctively rose, nearly exclaiming in shock. At that moment, Chu Yinxiu entered the arena, glanced at Qi Zhen, and approached Lu Lian's side to examine him. A few ribs were fractured, and his internal organs were injured, yet his life was not in jeopardy. With a wave of his hand, he commanded that Lu Lian be carried away. Turning to Qi Zhen, he remarked, "Didn't you just say to cease?" Qi Zhen, somewhat flustered, approached and replied, "General, I assure you, it was not my intention. Moreover, I merely kicked and did not strike." Just then, Shaoanzi came over and said, "General Chu, His Majesty wishes to return to the palace." Chu Yinxiu hurriedly went to see him off. Qi Zhen looked up at the high platform, and indeed, the Empress had departed. Was there not to be a stirring speech delivered publicly? Something along the lines of, "Warriors, allow me to rally you." Moments later, Chu Yinxiu returned and looked at Qi Zhen, saying, "You certainly struck hard, didn't you?" Qi Zhen awkwardly smiled, lowering his gaze in silence. Chu Yinxiu did not press further, as Lu Lian had been the one to initiate the violence. "Under normal circumstances, given your performance today, I would have spoken on your behalf before the Empress, and you might have been directly appointed as captain. Now, at most, you will receive a position as a team leader. Do you have any objections?" Qi Zhen thought to himself that exchanging a captaincy for a chance to thrash Lu Lian was indeed worthwhile. After all, what was a captaincy? If he truly desired it, it would be easily attainable. He acknowledged his impulsiveness and the trouble he had caused the general. "Whatever arrangements you make, General, I have no objections." Chu Yan nodded. Glancing at the seemingly aggrieved Qi Zhen, his tone softened. "I shall not treat you unfairly, lest you speak ill of me behind my back." After a moment's reflection, he continued, "I will permit you to select your team members." Upon returning to the imperial study, the Empress inquired, "Qing'er, what is your assessment of Qi Zhen's martial prowess?" Nagong Muqing pondered briefly before replying, "This servant finds it somewhat perplexing." The Empress expressed her surprise. "Oh, even you cannot decipher it?" Nagong Muqing raised her eyes, proceeding cautiously. "On the surface, it appears he has been consistently on the defensive. However, he has managed to turn peril into safety each time. Moreover, that final kick was executed with a precision that is not commonly seen." The Empress remarked, "Are you suggesting that he is a master?" Chapter 18. We have all misjudged him. Nagong Muqing nodded slightly, then shook her head, finding it difficult to ascertain. If one only considers his responses during the contest, one could say he possesses martial skills, yet determining their depth is quite challenging. The Empress queried, "But he was able to injure the officer with that last kick." Nagong Muqing responded, "It is not surprising that he could inflict serious harm, given his innate strength. What I meant by the prowess of his final kick was his impeccable timing. It was nothing short of exquisite." The Empress, puzzled, asked, "Is it possible that it was merely coincidence?" With a soft sigh, Nagong Muqing replied, "It seems unlikely. Based on his numerous performances today, he undoubtedly possesses substantial depth. Perhaps he wishes to conceal more of his capabilities in such a public setting." The Empress nodded gently, concluding that Qi Zhen not only possesses great physical strength but also demonstrates considerable intelligence. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Qi Zhen raised his head and inquired, "Does the general mean that I can decide who will be on my team?" "Indeed," the general replied, "choose now." Qi Zhen turned his gaze and then addressed Chu Yanxiu. "In that case, I shall not be modest. I choose Yang Ganzi, Ma Biao, Chu Qian, and Ling Zheng." Chu Yanxiu's lips quivered slightly. These 4 were the runners-up in the 4 competitions, with Ling Zheng being the second in horsemanship. Observing Chu Yanxiu's discomfort, Qi Zhen wondered if the general would truly go back on his word. Chu Yanxiu affirmed, "I would never retract my promise. However, these individuals are all capable of leading the team. I am uncertain if they themselves are willing." At that moment, Ma Biao stepped forward, exclaiming, "I respectfully inform the general that I am willing." Chu Qian and the other two also moved forward in unison, declaring, "We are willing." Chu Yanqiu was taken aback. Was the position of team leader less appealing than being a member under Qi? In truth, Ma Biao and the others had previously held the position of team leader, and their transfer to the inner court was motivated by their aspirations for advancement. They recognized that with Qi capabilities, achieving success would be effortless. Rather than leading a team themselves, it seemed more advantageous to align with someone with a brighter future. Additionally, they hoped to forge a connection with Qi, which was not something just anyone could attain. They were genuinely impressed by Qi and wished to seek his guidance. Seeing this, Chu Yanqiu could only nod in agreement, hoping that Qi would refrain from selecting those who placed third in the competitions. However, Qi was not overly greedy. He pointed to the two individuals who had previously leaned against his stone lock. The taller one was named Qin Xiang, and the slightly shorter one was named Peng Yong. He also indicated Cui Pin, as one must always look after their own kin. Cui Pin hurriedly approached, filled with joy at the prospect of following Qi. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Team leader Qi, I wish to join as well. I kindly ask for your consideration." Upon recognizing the speaker as Wang Can, Qi pondered briefly. His team had a total of 10 positions, already filled by himself and Cui Pin, and he had no intention of accepting more distinguished individuals. However, seeing the eager expression on Wang Can's face, he nodded in agreement after a moment's contemplation. Wang Can let out an excited shout. With this, they had accumulated 8 members, and it was reasonable to select one more. Yet, Qi turned to Chu Yin and inquired, "General, I am not well acquainted with the other brothers. Shall we proceed with these few for now? We can select another later once familiarity is established, if that is agreeable." Chu Yin, eager for him to reconsider, readily acquiesced. Unbeknownst to him, Qi had a different scheme in mind. He reserved the final spot for the portly fellow. Should the Empress refuse to allow the portly fellow to withdraw, he would recruit him. If she consented, he would choose another without significant consequence. Subsequently, Chu Yin appointed dozens of team leaders, officially organizing the new recruits of the Qingwan Guard. He then announced a day of rest for tomorrow, with formal duty commencing the day after. After a jubilant cheer, everyone returned to their homes. That evening, Qi was treated to a lavish family banquet, the highest standard of hospitality, though they were unaware of the specifics of the training process. The fact that Qi had successfully passed the assessment and assumed the role of team leader was already a delightful surprise, leaving them immensely satisfied. Chen, observing Qi tan complexion, could not hold back her tears. Lan Su and Xiaoman also felt a pang of sympathy. Yet they noted that he seemed even more spirited than before, which secretly pleased their hearts. After dinner, Qi Tai summoned Qi to the study to inquire about the events that had transpired recently. Qi did not withhold any information. Instead, he recounted the incidents involving Wang Shang and the incursion, ensuring that Qi Tai would be adequately prepared. Qi Tai listened, his brow furrowed in contemplation for a considerable time. Yet he found no clear course of action and could only advise Qi to exercise caution. Finally, Qi Tai inquired, "How is it that I was unaware of your remarkable cultivation?" This question was inevitable, as it was indeed a surprising revelation. Qi had anticipated this inquiry and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Father, the truth is that one winter, I saved an old beggar who was on the brink of freezing to death." After a rather cliched detail, Qi concluded, "In truth, whenever I venture out, it is often for the purpose of learning rather than indulging in frivolities." Although Qi Tai harbored some doubts, the evidence lay before him, compelling him to choose belief. When Qi Tai relayed this account to Lady Chun, her tears flowed freely. Overwhelmed with emotion, "My dear son, it truly is. It truly is." She was so moved that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. It appears we have all misunderstood him. The following morning, Qi visited the portly man's residence, only to discover that the fellow had not only recovered, but had also gained considerable weight, now tipping the scales at no less than 200 pounds. "Are you still going? I have reserved a spot for you," the portly man said. "My father has already submitted a memorial, but the emperor has yet to respond. We shall wait and see. I will inform you as soon as I have news." Qi nodded, thinking it best not to go, for such a physique would only suffer. Yet, his mind raced with thoughts. The Sinang Palace. Upon the arrival of the empress, the queen mother inquired directly, "My dear child, how have you dealt with that Qi?" After paying her respects, the empress took a seat beside her. "Mother, considering Qi's examination results, he should rightly have been promoted to the position of a school commander. However, taking your teachings into account, I have only appointed him as a mere team leader, ensuring he remains firmly suppressed." As she spoke, she gestured with her hand, as if Qizhen's head were before her. The Queen Mother, upon hearing this, expressed her dissatisfaction, stating he should not even be allowed to retain that position. He ought to be expelled from the palace altogether. The Empress smiled apologetically, replying, "Mother, you may not be aware, but this young man ranked first in all 4 assessments. If such merit does not warrant promotion, where then lies the fairness and authority of the court? We cannot undermine our own credibility." The Queen Mother, still unconvinced, insisted, "Let us leave him be for now. But in 2 months' time, we must find a reason to deal with him decisively. Otherwise, I shall never be able to swallow this grievance." The Empress then ceased her smile, asking, "Mother, has Wang Shang come to you in distress?" To which the Queen Mother replied, "Do not misunderstand. He is still unable to rise from his bed." For Qizhen's actions were exceedingly ruthless. The Empress fell silent, pondering. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the palace gates, accompanied by the sound of women weeping. The Queen Mother, in a foul mood, declared sternly, "Who dares to create such a ruckus here? Do they not see that I am in discussion with His Majesty regarding significant matters?" Chapter 19. Transforming conflict into reconciliation with the Queen Mother's display of authority. The palace attendants fell silent as if struck by frost. Soon after, a supervising eunuch entered to report, "Your Majesty, it is the fault of this servant for failing to maintain order, disturbing you and His Majesty. I deserve the gravest punishment." The Queen Mother, her expression icy, demanded, "What has transpired?" The steward knelt to respond, stating that the previous day the beloved chicken blood ruy of the Empress Dowager had gone missing, and that the servants had conducted a thorough search. They discovered a number of palace trinkets hidden in the quarters of a certain maid, and thus brought her in for interrogation. The Empress Dowager inquired, "Have you found my ruy?" The steward replied, "Not yet, but I shall question her again immediately." The Empress Dowager snorted coldly, declaring that regardless of her cooperation, the maid would face execution once the interrogation was concluded. The chicken blood ruy must be recovered. How dare anyone covet the belongings of the Empress Dowager, showing such audacity? After uttering this, she inadvertently cast a glance at the Empress. The Empress remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion. Once the steward exited, the Empress Dowager intended to speak again, only to be interrupted by the Empress's calm words, "Mother, in a few days, 4 dignitaries will arrive to congratulate me on my ascension to the throne. Therefore, I shall not be coming to pay my respects. I hope you will understand." With that, she rose to take her leave. The Empress Dowager watched the Empress's retreating figure, her eyes flickering, murmuring to herself, "I have yet to mention your uncle's position as a general." After Qizhen emerged from the chubby man's residence, he pondered as he walked. Not long after, he encountered a steward-like figure blocking his path. "May I inquire if you are Qizhen, the young master?" Qizhen halted, scrutinizing the man before responding, "I am he. What business do you have?" The steward replied, "My master requests your presence at the nearby tavern for a discussion. I kindly ask you to accompany me." "Who is your master?" Qizhen retorted. "You shall know upon your arrival," the steward replied. Qizhen scoffed. "What nonsense is this? Why the air of mystery? I have no time to play riddle games with you." Having said that, he was about to turn and leave. The steward quickly whispered, "My master has mentioned that this matter concerns Lu Lian." Qizhen abruptly turned his head. "Oh, this is rather intriguing," he mused, and after a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Lead the way." The steward promptly moved to the front. After turning a corner, a grand establishment emerged on the right, the Lion Tower. Upon seeing the name, Qizhen couldn't help but smirk slightly. What a splendid name! The tavern appeared deserted, perhaps due to the early hour, or more likely, it had been cleared out. Ascending to the 2nd floor, 2 guards stood solemnly at the entrance of the largest private room. Qizhen approached with unwavering confidence. Peering inside, he was taken aback to find Wang Shang, who had been said by the Empress Dowager to be unable to rise from bed. The table was laden with an array of food and drink, and Wang Shang sat alone, pouring himself a drink. In the corner stood a middle-aged guard. Exuding an air of expertise, Qizhen immediately sensed that this individual was a formidable opponent. Yet, what of it? He strode confidently into the room. "I had thought a fair maiden had summoned me, only to find it was a distinguished gentleman. How disappointing." He took a seat directly opposite Wang Shang, smiling as he regarded him. "Is this the extent of your hospitality?" Wang Shang set down his cup, silence enveloping him as he fixed his gaze upon Qizhen. After a prolonged moment, he suddenly offered, "Care for a drink?" Qizhen glanced at the cup before him, already filled to the brim. "While I never shy away from drinking, there should be a reason, after all," Wang Shang suggested. "Let us consider this a chance encounter, shall we?" Qizhen scoffed lightly. "If you were to strike me, I would not be the one to host." With that, He raised the cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. What a fine wine. This is my treasured vintage of a decade's worth of floral brew, not some watered-down concoction from a tavern. I've savored the drink. Let us speak candidly and without pretense. Although Wang Shang felt some displeasure, he was nonetheless intrigued. Are you not afraid I might poison you? Qizhen erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming that such exquisite liquor was worth even the risk of poison. Indeed, Qizhen was unperturbed. He possessed protective magic, rendering even the most lethal toxins ineffective against him. Wang Shang's expression finally shifted. Brother Qi, what audacity and spirit you possess. Qizhen waved his hand dismissively, stating, We are not brothers, so spare me the familiarity. Wang Shang, undeterred, laughed heartily. I must admit, I had not recognized your forthrightness before, Brother Qi. It truly appeals to me. Qizhen regarded him in silence. Wang Shang continued, Previously, I have bested you, and now you have returned the favor. We are even now. To be fair, my injuries were likely more severe. Wouldn't you agree? Qizhen replied candidly, That is not the Wang de Gongzi I know. Wang Shang chuckled. That holds true for others, but with you, Brother Qi, it is somewhat different. In what way do I differ? I cannot best you. Qizhen paused at this bluntness. Wang Shang pressed on, I am simply straightforward. When faced with someone stronger, one must yield. Qizhen remarked coolly, Yet you lost face before so many. Can you truly endure that? Wang Shang shrugged. I had my grievances, but upon hearing you had made Lu Lian cough up blood, my grievances dissipated. It seems you held back at that time. Qizhen was immediately lost in contemplation, pondering whether Wang Shang's words were genuine or merely a facade. Given Wang Shang's previously domineering behavior, it seemed implausible that he would exhibit such a conciliatory demeanor today. Was there perhaps a hidden agenda at play? Yet, his expression did not betray any ulterior motives. Regardless, it was prudent to navigate the situation with caution. Are you suggesting we transform hostility into harmony? Qizhen inquired. Wang Shang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, let us consider our past grievances settled and move forward as brothers. What do you say? If they could truly eliminate the discord between them, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous outcome. Although Qizhen was unafraid, the notion of having someone harboring resentment was hardly ideal. Furthermore, Wang Shang's connections were not something Qizhen could easily contend with. Ultimately, it was wise to heed his words while observing his actions. Qizhen nodded, acknowledging, It is better to resolve enmity than to perpetuate it. I did not anticipate you possessing such magnanimity. This was a compliment directed towards Wang Shang. Wang Shang erupted into hearty laughter, clearly pleased by the exchange. The two clinked their cups together in camaraderie. After setting down their drinks, Qizhen inquired, I heard from your steward that you are aware of Lu Lian's situation? Wang Shang replied, I have not been training lately and have been somewhat out of the loop. Lu Lian is certainly being manipulated by someone, but I am currently unaware of the identity of that person. Pausing for emphasis, he added gravely, however, You can rest assured that Lu Lian's affairs are in no way connected to me. Qizhen chose not to delve deeper into the matter, knowing he would conduct his own investigation regarding Lu Lian. After sharing 3 more drinks, Qizhen took his leave. Wang Shang did not insist on his stay and accompanied him to the exit. At that moment, a middle-aged guard from the corner approached and quietly asked, Young master, are you truly sincere in reconciling with this individual? Wang Shang did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he inquired, Yu Qie, what is your assessment of this individual's cultivation? The attendant, Yu Qie, promptly responded, At first glance, there seems to be nothing remarkable. However, while you were conversing, I observed him closely. Every one of his movements is nearly impeccable, devoid of any flaws. Wang Shang pressed further. How does he compare to you? Yu Qie candidly admitted. Without a contest, it is impossible to ascertain. Wang Shang altered his approach, asking, Are you confident in your ability to defeat him? Chapter 20. A dog's eyes view of humanity. Yu Qie pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. Wang Shang appeared somewhat astonished. You have already attained the 7th rank, yet you lack confidence? I am but inept, replied Yu Qie. Wang Shang sighed. Now you understand why I sought reconciliation. Even if direct confrontation is not feasible, there are alternative means. After all, he is merely the son of a count. Wang Shang continued, You do not comprehend. The current emperor's attitude towards the Wang family is not as favorable as outsiders perceive. Yu Qie quickly lowered his head, aware that this was confidential information. Do not assume that my arrogance has incited the empress's disdain. That is a matter of the Wang family's own making. He then offered a bitter smile. If it were not for my arrogance, whether I could have survived to this day would be debatable. Yu Qie fell silent. Wang Shang rose and gazed out the window, his expression contemplative. Prior to reaching home, Qi Zhen had already set aside thoughts of Wang Shang, deeming them trivial matters. His mind was now focused on significant long-term objectives. According to plan, the first step of entering the palace had been successfully accomplished, and he had also secured a minor position. The following course of action is merely a matter of blending in and gradually accumulating experience. Another significant plan is set to be put into motion, the pursuit of wealth. While he is not currently in want of money, it belongs to his family and cannot be entirely allocated to him. Moreover, when juxtaposed with his ambitions, such funds seem insufficient. As for what to undertake, he remains in contemplation. Regrettably, he lacks the skills to craft soap, work with glass, or even brew wine, of which he possesses only a rudimentary understanding. The trifecta of traversing through time is hardly a consideration. Lost in thought, he entered the residence when a melodious voice called out, "Elder brother, why have you returned so late?" Qi Zhen looked up to see a girl in a pink dress rushing towards him. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her brows resembled emerald feathers, and her teeth sparkled like pearls, while her fair wrist gleamed like frost. With her charming and adorable demeanor, she was undeniably a beauty in the making. He could not help but smile slightly and teased, "You little rascal, when did you return?" The girl rushing towards him was none other than Qi Zhen's younger sister, Qi Yao, who was 13 years old and also of the Qin lineage. She had recently visited her grandfather in the Qin family's ancestral home and had not been in Jidu. Qi Yao pouted. "I came back this morning and have been waiting at the door for you. I was worried sick." Qi Zhen jested. "Were you waiting for me, or for me to take you out shopping?" Qi Yao stamped her foot in protest. "Elder brother, don't you miss me?" Qi Zhen immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Of course I do. I've been thinking about you so much that I could hardly remember." Qi Yao, initially delighted, promptly retaliated with playful punches. After a bout of banter between the siblings, Qi Yao mentioned, "Cousin Chen Wen and third cousin Chen Qing brought me back. Would you like to go see them now?" Upon hearing this, Qi Zhen felt a stirring in his heart. Chen Wen is the legitimate son of the Qin family from Yi City, now serving as a 7th-ranked county magistrate, and is over a decade older than him. Chen Qing, also a son of the Qin family, is 2 years his senior. Known for his astute nature, he, however, has little interest in pursuing an official career. "You expect both of them to accompany you?" "Originally, it was my 3 cousins who were to see me off, but upon encountering my eldest cousin, he insisted on joining as well. In my opinion, he likely has matters to discuss with our mother." Upon entering the side hall, he found the Qin family seated within, flanked by 2 individuals. At the head sat a fair-skinned man in his 30s, who was none other than Chen Wen. Beside him was a younger man with a slightly darker complexion, identified as the 3rd son, Chen Qing. Chen Wen was engaged in conversation with the matriarch when he noticed Qi Zhen's entrance and paused, remaining seated. Chen Qing, however, immediately rose, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Zhen has returned. I must pay my respects." Qi Zhen replied, "Cousin, you are too kind. I was unaware of your intentions to visit. Had I known, I would have returned sooner." Chen Qing smiled. "We happened to be passing by while escorting Sister Yao home, so we thought we would pay a visit to our aunt." Qi Zhen glanced at the seated Chen Wen, noting, "The eldest cousin has also come. It is indeed a rare occasion." Chen Wen offered a slight nod, acknowledging, "I merely passed by." The matriarch furrowed her brows and inquired, "You reek of alcohol. Where have you been indulging?" Qi Zhen defended himself, "I am innocent. Today I was forcefully detained and made to drink. It was not my choice." Chen Yao teased, "Is there still someone bold enough to pour you, the esteemed Qi Zhen, a drink? It seems that before I returned, Mother had already shared your circumstances with them. It seems that a mother's lips truly lack discretion. Yet it is only natural. What mother does not wish to broadcast her son's accomplishments? Moreover, this conversation unfolds within the confines of their home." Chen Wen paid little heed to Qi Zhen, instead continuing his discourse with Chen Shi, and, regarding this matter, Chen Shi sighed and replied, "You have observed the current state of the chief family. My hands are tied concerning the magistracy of Yixian." Qi Zhen immediately grasped the implication. Previously, Chen Wen had leveraged his connections with the Qi estate to secure a magistracy, albeit in a remote and lesser county with merely a few thousand inhabitants. Dissatisfied, he had been yearning for a transfer. Yixian, situated in the suburban expanse of the capital and boasting a population of several 100,000, is undeniably a superior county. It seems he has now set his sights on this coveted position. Chen Wen remarked, "Even though the chief family has recently fallen from Marquis to Earl, their foundational ties remain intact. Why then the sense of impotence?" Such a statement bordered on impertinence, prompting Qi Zhen to furrow his brow. Chen Shi, Having felt the ebb and flow of human sentiments in recent times, noted the diminishing visits from the various ladies of the houses with which they once mingled. Was this not a consequence of the reduction in their noble rank? Chitai had also advised her to exercise discretion in her demeanor. It was not that her aunt was evading the issue. The reality was indeed as stated. Undeterred, Chenwen implored, "Aunt, the vacancy in Ishian is a rare and fortuitous opportunity. If we let this slip by, who knows when another chance will arise." Chenshur lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Observing her demeanor, Chenwen stood resolute. "Aunt, should we not consult uncle regarding this matter?" Chenshur's tone turned icy. "Are you suggesting that I lack authority within the chief family?" Chenwen, refusing to yield, straightened his posture and asserted, "I have journeyed to the capital precisely for this purpose, and I did not anticipate my aunt would dismiss it so readily." Chen was immediately incensed. "What do you mean by that? Are you blaming me for not offering assistance?" Chen Qing hastily stood up, attempting to grasp Chenwen's arm. However, Chenwen shrugged him off, exclaiming, "Do not touch me." He then turned to Chen and declared, "In that case, I shall take my leave and not trouble you further." With that, he pivoted to depart, but after a few steps, he turned back to Chen Qing and asked, "Aren't you leaving? Do you intend to wait for dinner?" Chen Qing stood there, feeling exceedingly awkward, yet he maintained his composure and replied, "It is rare for me to visit. I wish to linger a little longer." Chenwen snorted disdainfully and swept away. Chi Yao, unable to bear the scene, wrinkled her nose and remarked, "Just moments ago at the entrance, my elder cousin displayed disdain upon seeing the plaque changed to that of the Earl's residence. Now he dares to be disrespectful to mother. Truly, he is blind to the worth of others." Chen Qing immediately apologized to Chen, urging, "Aunt, your health is of utmost importance. It is best not to stoop to his level." Chen was already so enraged that she felt a tightness in her chest, and after a pause, she said, "This matter does not concern you. Since he looks down upon the chief family, let him be." She was too weary to entertain Chen Qing any longer and turned to return to her room, with Chi Yao hastily following her. Qi Zhen entered just as this upheaval occurred, truly taken aback. He was indifferent to the incident, his gaze shifting slightly as he smiled and inquired, "May I ask what my cousin has been preoccupied with lately?" Chapter 21. A task awaits Chen Qing's side. As you know, I have little interest in pursuing an official career. The household in Yi City is quite strict, and many matters cannot be undertaken, leaving me with little to do. Qi Zhen understood that the strictness he referred to was not genuine, but rather indicative of his status as a son of lesser standing. One can glean much from Chen Wen's recent demeanor towards him. The standing of Chen Qing within the Chen family is, without a doubt, vastly inferior to that of Qi Zhen in the Qi family, by more than 100-fold. Qi Zhen casually inquired, "What do you plan to do? Will you be returning to Yi City?" Chen Qing regarded Qi Zhen thoughtfully. If there were no pressing matters in Jidiqing, a swift return was indeed prudent. The implication was clear. Qi Zhen nodded, refraining from immediate affirmation. He required contemplation. Ultimately, he remarked that returning home would be wise, as his younger brother had recently entered the palace, and matters were still in disarray. However, he harbored certain thoughts, and if the need arose, he might very well send someone to Yi City. Chen Qing was elated upon hearing this. Initially, he harbored a poor impression of Qi Zhen. His visit was primarily to solicit the Qin family's support. Yet, upon learning of Qi Zhen's transformation, he swiftly perceived that this cousin possessed remarkable qualities. A mere casual conversation revealed that he was, indeed, a changed man, further solidifying Chen Qing's resolve. It was laughable how Chen Wan, the foolish official, had squandered so many years in his post. "Brother Zhen, we are family. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to write. I shall come at once." The following morning, Qi Zhen arrived punctually at the palace, embarking on his official career as a guard in the imperial palace. The Qingluan Guard was held in high esteem by the empress, directly assigned to the vast area of the palace where she resided. Due to the enormity of the palace grounds, different guards were responsible for various sections. Those permitted to patrol the inner sanctum were the emperor's direct lineage. Qi Zhen's squad, the first team of the 3rd Battalion, would serve night shifts for the first 5 days, transition to day shifts for the subsequent 5 days, and then enjoy a respite after 10 days. Although it was his first time guarding the gate, there was no technical difficulty involved. It merely entailed following the established route for a stroll. The past 3 days had been uneventful, devoid of any peculiar occurrences. One could hardly expect the palace grounds to be rife with anomalies. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed from a distance. Something was amiss. Qi Zhen bellowed, "Follow me." Instantly, a group of individuals raced toward the source of the alarm. After running for merely dozens of paces, they heard a voice from ahead shouting, "Brothers up front, intercept that figure in black." Qizhan, possessing keen eyesight, had already spotted a slender shadow darting toward them. Could it be an assassin? A surge of excitement coursed through Qizhan. This was indeed an opportunity for action. With a swift gesture, he signaled the 8 men behind him to spread out in a fan formation. The figure in black quickly noticed them, hesitating momentarily before gracefully leaping onto the roof of a nearby hall, crouching low as if to escape. The pursuers were still a fair distance behind. Yet Qizhan felt no hesitation. He leapt into action, soaring toward the shadow like a hawk. As he pursued, Qizhan soon realized something was amiss. The speed of the shadow was astonishing. Without his magical prowess, he would have been unable to keep pace. Even so, it was evident that catching up would require some effort. Who could this person be, possessing such remarkable agility? Intrigued, Qizhan pushed himself harder, accelerating his speed. The figure in black, growing increasingly anxious, had not anticipated that anyone could keep up. As Qizhan closed the distance, the shadow suddenly leaped down into a narrow alleyway. Undeterred, Qizhan followed closely behind. After navigating several twists and turns in the alley, Qizhan nearly lost track of his quarry. His interest in this figure intensified. As he observed the shadow ahead make another turn, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Who goes there?" Shortly thereafter, the sound of a fall echoed, indicating that the shadow had collided with someone. Like a wraith, Qizhan glided forward and discovered a palace maid seated on the ground, softly moaning in pain. Evidently injured from the encounter, the cloaked figure had vanished without a trace. Qizhan paused to inquire, which way did that person flee? The maid lifted her face slightly, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain, and pointed delicately behind her. It was that way. Qizhan turned to leave, but then halted abruptly, glancing down at the maid. "Are you all right?" The maid, in a pitiful tone, replied, "I am well enough, General. There is no need for your concern." As she slowly rose to her feet and offered a gentle bow, she intended to depart. The corners of Qizhan's mouth curled into a faint smile. "Allow me to escort you back." The maid responded, "It is more pressing for the general to pursue the thief. I can manage on my own." Qizhan insisted. "That will not do. You are but a fragile palace maid, injured as you are. I must see you safely home." He stepped closer, reaching out to grasp her arm. In an unexpected turn, the seemingly delicate maid let out a cold snort, her right hand swiftly flipping, a glimmer of cold light aimed directly at Qizhan's throat. He raised his hand to block the strike, a mocking smile on his lips. "I knew something was amiss with you." The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Qizhan remarking, "Your footwork is commendable, but your techniques leave much to be desired." Just as he was about to subdue her, the maid suddenly unleashed a cloud of white smoke, enveloping the area within 10 paces. As the white smoke billowed forth, the palace maid had already retreated, seemingly about to flee. Qizhan felt no fear. Regardless of any potential poison, he charged forward without hesitation. He then observed the maid leap to a distance of 10 feet away. Qizhan bellowed, "Stay," and pointed a finger, releasing a slender ice arrow that shot forth with incredible speed. With a cry, the maid's right leg gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, truly falling this time. The sound of her fall was painful to hear. Seizing the moment, Qizhan approached leisurely. "Are you still thinking of escaping?" The maid turned her head, tears like pear blossoms in her eyes, and pleaded, "General, please spare me. I am merely a victim of circumstance." Qizhan remained unmoved, questioning, "When did the palace come to possess a maid of your caliber? What is it that you truly seek?" The maid continued her entreaties, "General, please heed my words. I have crucial information to report." By this time, Qizhan had closed the distance to within 4 feet. The maid slightly lifted her gaze to meet his, suddenly opening her mouth to launch a pear blossom needle towards Qizhan's face. Anticipating her move, he was prepared, aware that this maid carried an array of hidden weapons. With a deft motion, he pinched the silver needle between his fingers and twisted it lightly. "Reveal any other hidden treasures you possess," he commanded. The maid's expression shifted as she realized her pear blossom needle had never failed her before. This was indeed a first. This man was an extraordinary adversary. "General, your martial prowess is unmatched. I concede, please show mercy." Qizhan gazed down at her delicate, slender form, feeling no stirrings of compassion within. Since she had resigned herself to her fate, what was there to wait for? He twisted the silver needle in his fingers, sealing several of her acupoints. Crouching down, he was about to search her satchel at her waist. Unintentionally, I stumbled upon something that was not meant to be seen, and I couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Chapter 22. The palace skirt conceals the masculine essence. Qi Zhen unexpectedly discerned the prominent Adam's apple of the palace maid. Are you, in fact, a man? This revelation took Qi Zhen by complete surprise. No wonder he had hesitated to tilt his head back, always keeping his chin lowered. The palace maid, in astonishment, protested. How could I possibly be a man? The general must be mistaken. Qi Zhen, confident in his observational skills, scrutinized her closely. It was evident. One could ascertain the truth with a mere touch. Without hesitation, he reached toward her groin. The palace maid gasped in horror. This was utterly shameless. Just as he was about to make contact, she could only plead, "Stop." This voice was no longer the delicate tone of a woman. It was unmistakably that of a man. Qi Zhen, in jest, withdrew his hand. You truly are something else, indulging in a masquerade. Not only is your agility remarkable, but your skill in disguise is also unparalleled. I almost fell for it. The palace maid sighed, realizing that her cover had indeed been blown. This was due to the fact that, at this hour, no palace maid should be present. However, your transformation was alarmingly swift, in the blink of an eye. You became a palace maid. As she lifted the hem of her skirt, it revealed, indeed, a black night garb underneath. What is your name? Dong Qian. Is that not a woman's name? Dong Qian replied helplessly. It was given to me by my parents. What can I do about it? Qi Zhen chuckled. Are you here in the palace to assassinate His Majesty? Dong Qian quickly retorted. No. If I intended to assassinate him, why would I go over there? Qi Zhen contemplated the location where he had recently discovered Dong Qian. Indeed, it was somewhat distant from the Empress's chambers. However, he was not easily swayed. What brings you to the palace? He inquired. Dong Qian, unabashed, replied that she was merely itching to sneak in and pilfer some delightful treasures. Qi Zhen, astonished, asked, You entered the palace solely to steal? With an air of defiance, Dong Qian affirmed, Indeed, I shall not deceive you. There is nothing in this world that I cannot steal. The act of thievery outside poses no challenge, which is why I sought to explore the palace. It appeared she was a relentless challenger of her own professional prowess. However, that is merely your side of the narrative, Qi Zhen remarked. Dong Qian retorted. You may inspect the brocade pouch at my waist. It contains the spoils of my recent endeavor. Qi Zhen extended his hand to retrieve it, and upon opening, he indeed discovered a palace ornament. Is this your first visit? He queried. Yes. Wait, you would do well to speak the truth. It is. My second time. It was not a matter of Dong Qian lacking resolve. Rather, she sensed that lying in the presence of this man could lead to dire consequences. Just days prior, upon commencing his duties, Qi Zhen had heard tales of items going missing from Xinang Palace, with dire repercussions ensuing. Did you not steal a chicken blood scepter last time? He pressed. Yes, that was indeed the case. So it was her. Little did she know that this time she would inadvertently set herself up for a greater predicament. Observing the change in Qi Zhen's demeanor, Dong Qian quickly pleaded, Brother, please do not expose me. I can return everything I have stolen. Do you think I would covet such trifles? Dong Qian remarked. I possess not only treasures from the royal palace of the Yan Kingdom, but also numerous exquisite items of inestimable value. If you hand me over, you shall gain nothing. Qi Zhen did not acquiesce, but rather posed a sudden inquiry. What is the name of your movement technique? Dong Qian was taken aback. The shift in topic was rather abrupt, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He instinctively replied, The art of swimming fish in the azure sea. No wonder your movements appear peculiar. The name swimming fish technique is indeed quite fitting. Dong Qian declared with pride, Naturally. This is a unique secret skill, known only to me. None can rival it. He then glanced at Qi Zhen, recalling how he had nearly been caught by this individual, feeling rather embarrassed for the first time. Qi Zhen's eyes flickered. Only you? Your fellow disciples do not possess it? Dong Qian responded, This art is passed down solely to me. My master has passed away, leaving me as the sole practitioner. And how did your master meet his demise? He was caught while thieving. His skills were inferior to mine. But that is of little consequence. Qi Zhen chuckled, finding the young man rather amusing. Dong Qian tightened his grip. Brother, I swear, I merely indulge in petty theft. I have never engaged in any heinous acts. If you seek to achieve merit, aside from these items, I can return the chicken blood rui as well. Just treat me as a mere nuisance and let me go. Qi Zhen remained silent, his mind racing. Should he turn Dong Qian in? It would undoubtedly be a notable achievement. Yet, it might not be deemed as such. Once handed over, he would surely face a death sentence. And this individual's swimming fish technique would be wasted. If I were to let you go. He glanced again at Dong Qianli's tear-streaked face. And a bold idea surged forth. I can set you free. Dong Qian's heart soared with joy, thinking to herself, What person could resist the allure of treasure? However, there is one condition. What condition? Qi did not respond, merely tapping a finger at Dong Qian's chest. In that instant, she felt as if an icy thorn had pierced her heart, sending a chill deep within. Unable to suppress a shiver, it seemed her heart momentarily ceased its rhythmic beating. What is this? Qi tone turned grave. This is my unique technique, aptly named. The Cold Moon Silver Needle. Surely, that name can't be a spur-of-the-moment invention? Dong Qian mused internally, but outwardly she inquired, what do you intend to do? Naturally, I intend to prepare a safeguard. This technique effectively places a restriction upon your heart, requiring periodic application lest your heart gradually succumb to frost, rendering you breathless. Dong Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you dare? Spare me the banter. I have already dared. Dong Qian retorted with frustration. What do you truly desire? To let you go? Dong Qian fixed a fierce stare upon Qi. In a few days, during my time off, you shall come to find me, and then you will understand. With that, he raised his hand to release Dong Qian's acupoint, seemingly unconcerned with any potential resistance. Dong Qian sprang to her feet, yet had no intention of striking. She knew she was no match for Qi. Just then, the distant call of guards echoed, and with a huff, Dong Qian turned and flew away. Qi nodded quietly, acknowledging that Dong Qian was rather forthright, even refraining from inquiring about his name or residence. In this profession, if one could not gather such basic information, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on their expertise. Just as Dong Qian's figure vanished, Bai Li arrived. Observing Qi standing alone, Bai Li inquired solemnly, Captain Qi, where has that thief gone? Qi shook his head, astonished that such remarkable lightness of foot still existed in this world. It was truly an eye-opener. Bai Li stepped closer and asked, even you couldn't catch up? With a wry smile, Qi replied, Bai Li, you overestimate my abilities. However, he was momentarily exhausted, and I managed to close the distance. He threw this bundle at me as a makeshift weapon, though I am still unaware of its contents. Bai Li took the bundle and opened it, discovering what appeared to be the stolen goods. Qi smirked, lamenting, it's a pity that the female thief escaped. Bai Li, you won't face any repercussions, will you? Bai Li expressed surprise, you mean the one just now was a female thief? Chapter 23. A gamble with the Yin Kingdom. Qi appeared even more astonished than Bai Li. Wasn't she a woman? I only caught a glimpse of her silhouette. That slender waist and figure could hardly belong to a man. It seemed too effeminate. This was indeed a crucial lead. He ordered his subordinates to continue the pursuit while he and Bai Li retraced their steps, wary of falling for the enemy's ploy to lure them away. Qi, with a hint of concern, asked, Bai Li, since I failed to apprehend the thief, will I face any blame? Many matters within the palace are often shrouded in ambiguity. Although the situation may be grave, those in power might choose to turn a blind eye. Trivial matters, paradoxically, can lead to dire consequences. Bai Li remarked. The agility of that thief is evident. It is understandable that you could not catch up. Moreover, you have recovered the stolen goods, and should the higher authorities inquire, I shall speak on your behalf. Qi felt reassured and expressed his gratitude for Bai Li's unwavering support. If you encounter this woman again, will you be able to recognize her? Rest assured, I shall discern her at a glance. Qi, however, underestimated the ramifications of Dong Qian's theft within the palace. The loss of items was trivial in comparison. The truly alarming aspect was the ease with which the palace could be infiltrated, akin to a realm devoid of guardianship. Although Qi was expected to face severe repercussions for failing to apprehend the female thief, Chu Yinqiu interceded. Considering that he had retrieved the stolen items and that the incident did not occur within his jurisdiction, consequently, he neither received commendation nor punishment. While not deemed a merit, he certainly could not be held at fault. Nonetheless, Chu Yinqiu offered verbal praise, acknowledging that others had not even caught a glimpse of the thief. During a subsequent meeting of the assembled team, Chu Yinqiu underscored the imminent arrival of foreign envoys and the necessity of bolstering security. Incidents like the theft of a flying thief must not recur. 2 days later, Qi's team transitioned to the day shift. The day shift was relatively easy. With a constant flow of people in the palace, how many would dare to act foolishly? Of course, it was also more challenging to be lax. That day, Bai Li issued a command that the foreign envoys would arrive the following day, and they were to stand guard in the square outside Fengtian Hall. Each individual was reissued resplendent armor, which indeed made a notable difference in appearance. After all, when receiving foreign dignitaries, one must be mindful of one's image. On the morrow, Qi stood solemnly with his long spear, only to catch sight of Wang Shang across the way. Has this fellow also risen in rank? Observing the emblem on his chest, It appears he holds a position of authority. Wang Shang offered him a slight smile, a gesture of acknowledgement. Qizhen nodded in return. It's advantageous to have connections. He enjoys a day free from training, while I toil endlessly. A subtle glance revealed Mu Han in the distance to Wang Shang's left. It is unclear how he has managed to ascend to such a position as well. The mere thought of Mu Han inevitably brought to mind Mu Wanqi, leaving one to wonder whom she might ensnare next. A proclamation echoed through the hall. The emissaries from foreign lands have come to pay their respects. As the command resonated, several individuals approached from the palace gates. At the forefront was the chief envoy, followed by 3 attendants carrying small boxes. Presenting the envoy from Goguryeo, Park Badong. Qizhen nearly burst into laughter. The name alone was rather distinctive. The eunuch delivering the edict twitched slightly. Park Badong was of modest stature, his complexion pale. With a pair of monolid eyes that seemed perpetually half-closed, yet radiated an air of disdain. Upon entering the hall, he did not kneel but merely inclined his body in a gesture of respect. The empress, seated high above, observed keenly, her delicate hand instinctively gripping the armrest of the dragon throne. Does even this minor foreign nation look down upon me, a woman? We, from Goguryeo, present several gifts to congratulate the Empress of Yin on her recent ascension to the throne. With a wave of his hand, the attendants arranged the 3 small boxes and then opened them. Park Badong introduced the offerings. The first is Korean ginseng, the second is precious gems from Daqing, and the third is a silk gown, specially dedicated to the Empress. The assembled ministers cast their eyes downward, noting the paltry contents of the boxes, 3 to 5 roots of ginseng and 7 to 8 gems, an unimpressive display indeed. Park Badong glanced around, bending down to casually pick up the gauzy dress and present it to the assembly. The craftsmanship of the dress appeared commendable, yet it was as delicate as a butterfly's wing, nearly transparent. How could such an attire be offered to the Empress? It was clearly an act of provocation. The ministers glared in indignation. The left chancellor, Li De, remained unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain. The minister of rights, Hin Yin, cast a glance at the deputy minister, Cui Hai. Cui Hai immediately interjected, Ambassador Park, such a garment is better suited for the queen of your kingdom. Although our nation's weavers number only in the tens of thousands, we could still produce a gauzy dress. He then gestured towards 2 other chests, adding, including these items. Your intentions are noted, but they are far too extravagant for us to accept. Cui Hai's words were laced with irony. Park Badong's small eyes blinked knowingly, seemingly unfazed as he tossed the gauzy dress back into the box. These items were merely formalities, not the main offerings. Cui Hai remarked, I must remind Ambassador Park, this is the court of the great Yin, not a marketplace. His tone was unmistakably unfriendly. Park Badong replied, do not be hasty. I come at the behest of my sovereign to propose a wager with the Yin kingdom. Should the Yin prevail, Goguryeo is willing to tribute 10,000 pounds of Korean ginseng. A murmur rippled through the court, for even in the hallowed halls, the officials could not suppress their whispers. It is well known that Korean ginseng bolsters health and can be a lifesaver in critical times. However, it is worth its weight in gold. Ordinary citizens, let alone the average middle-class family, would find it difficult to afford. Moreover, it is often beyond reach in the market. The prospect of Goguryeo offering 10,000 pounds was indeed a staggering notion. If His Majesty could bestow upon us a single or perhaps a half of a gift. A glimmer of fervor flickered in the eyes of many. Cui Hai's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. The other party must surely have equivalent conditions. It is best to articulate them all at once. Park Badong offered a slight smile and said, should your nation lose, you must agree to a marriage alliance with my Goguryeo. As he spoke, he gestured towards the Empress, stating, the Prince of Goguryeo shall wed Her Majesty the Empress. At this declaration, the officials erupted in indignation. The Empress herself felt a surge of anger. How dare this small tributary state be so audacious? She had only just ascended to the throne, and the political landscape was unstable. Various factions were eyeing her, poised to act. It was by no means the right moment to engage in military action. Thus, Goguryeo had seized this opportunity to test the waters. Yet, it was precisely in such a time that she could not afford to show weakness. The Empress raised her arm, and the court fell into an immediate hush. What is your wager? Cui Hai urged, Your Majesty, we must not. The Empress gestured for him to be silent. Park Badong continued, I shall propose a challenge. Should anyone from Yin succeed, it shall be deemed a victory. What challenge? The question hung in the air as Park Badong signaled to one of his attendants, who promptly exited. Before long, a carriage was wheeled in from outside the palace gates. It bore a square platform approximately 10 feet in height, shrouded in a black cloth. tightly sealed, concealing whatever lay within. The carriage was halted before the Hall of Fontaine, permitted no further advance, aligning perfectly in front of Chijin. Park Badong proclaimed with pride, "Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to step outside and take a look." Chapter 24. A humble official's trial. The Empress was not one to act impulsively. She understood that diplomacy is a matter of great significance, where a single display of weakness could provoke far greater repercussions. Moreover, there were undoubtedly numerous ministers eager to witness her downfall. To refuse would signify frailty, and there would certainly be those who would seize upon that opportunity to create discord. Conversely, should she acquiesce and emerge victorious, all would be well. But if she were to fail, however, when Park Badong proposed this wager, the Empress found herself without an avenue of retreat. Thus, she stepped forth from the palace, ascending the imperial steps, while a eunuch followed closely behind, carrying the imperial chair. The officials emerged en masse, their eyes fixated on the peculiar vehicle in the square. With a mere wave of his hand, Park Badong commanded his attendant to vigorously pull away the dark cloth draping the carriage. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. To their astonishment, it revealed an iron cage, within which resided a magnificent tiger. The creature measured over 10 feet from head to tail and stood taller than a man, its teeth sharp and claws menacing. Upon catching sight of the throngs of people, the tiger let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the square, causing a painful ringing in the ears of those present. Several timid scholars nearly fainted, their faces pale with terror. The commotion incited the tiger to pace restlessly within its cage, its agitation palpable. Su Yin, seeking to protect, bellowed, "Protect Her Majesty." He swiftly positioned himself before the Empress, drawing his sword and glaring fiercely at the beast. What a jest it would be if the creature were to escape, posing a threat to the Empress. What was the Ministry of Rights doing allowing such a ferocious animal to be brought forth? Cui Hai, equally aghast, hurriedly offered his apologies, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I was unaware they would bring." The Empress herself felt a tremor in her heart, her legs weakening. It was the first time she had ever encountered such a fearsome beast. Gently stroking his chest, and after a moment of calm, he addressed Choi Hai, inquire about his true intentions. Choi Hai complied and approached Park Badong, his gaze fierce. "Ambassador Park, you had better provide me with a plausible explanation." Park Badong retorted with a smirk, "Is this not the crux of the matter? Are you afraid?" Choi Hai, perplexed, inquired, "What matter is this?" Suddenly, Park Badong exclaimed, "The issue of Goguryeo is this ferocious tiger. If anyone from Yin can enter its cage unarmed and endure a quarter of an hour in its company, emerging unscathed, then we shall concede defeat. But how can that be? This tiger clearly appears to have gone days without sustenance. Who would dare enter? Perhaps with weapons. One might manage to parry for a moment, but unarmed." Park Badong lifted his chin, surveying the room, and scoffed, "To be frank, this tiger has wreaked havoc in Goguryeo for some time, claiming countless lives. It was only after the king issued a decree for its capture, following the deaths of hundreds of skilled warriors at its jaws, that it was finally apprehended." Choi Hai retorted angrily, "You are clearly trying to create obstacles. Who could coexist with a man-eating beast in a cage? It is utterly absurd." Ignoring him, Park Badong turned to the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, if no one from your nation enters within a quarter of an hour, it shall be deemed a victory for Goguryeo." The Empress's heart raced, her palms slick with sweat. "Noble ministers, do you have any strategies to counter this?" The court's officials exchanged glances, none daring to speak. They were all aware that this task was utterly impossible. As time slipped away, Park Budong's expression grew increasingly triumphant. He possessed an intimate understanding of this tiger, knowing it to be exceptionally fierce. Even a master of martial arts, devoid of weaponry, would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Although the Yin Kingdom may possess exceptional warriors, the challenge posed was indeed formidable. How could one emerge unscathed after grappling with a ferocious tiger? He had, in essence, secured an invulnerable position. Stealing a glance at the Empress, he marveled at her exquisite figure, which even the dragon robe could not conceal. In truth, Pu Budong understood that even if the Yin Kingdom were to falter, an alliance through marriage with the Empress was out of the question. Yet, this was precisely the outcome he sought, as it would enable him to negotiate for greater advantages later on. A sheen of perspiration had begun to glisten on the Empress's smooth forehead, while the only sound that filled the arena was the low, labored breathing of the tiger. At that moment, Bali approached Chu Yinxiu and whispered, "General, I volunteer to go." Chu Yinxiu shook his head. "You cannot. It would be a futile sacrifice." Bali insisted. "But we cannot stand idly by and watch the Empress be humiliated." Chu Yinxiu removed his dagger, saying, It is best that I go personally. Wiley was taken aback. General, how can you do this? Allow me to take your place. Their exchange drew the attention of those nearby. Chu Yinxiu did not wait until now to step forward out of reluctance, but rather due to a lack of assurance. He feared not the prospect of charging into battle or confronting foes. Even facing a tiger in a confined space posed little concern. To him, death was merely an unfortunate outcome. However, if he were to perish, the stakes would be minimal. But failing to win the wager would leave the Empress in a precarious position. This was his greatest source of anxiety. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not refrain from acting. Your Majesty, I am willing to enter the arena. I implore your permission. At last, someone had stepped forward. And the Empress felt a wave of relief. General Chu, do you believe you can return unscathed? Chu Yinxiu paused momentarily, saying, I shall do my utmost. The Empress, fully aware of the outcome, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Cui Hai remarked, General Chu, the envoy claims that there has been no harm done. Otherwise, even if we slay a ferocious tiger, we would still be deemed the losers. Chu Yinxiu retorted, Isn't this the result of your actions? Had we discovered it earlier, we would not be so helpless now. Cui Hai, feeling increasingly frustrated, recalled that when Park Budong arrived, he brought along that peculiar carriage. He had inquired about it. But Park Budong merely stated it was a significant gift for the Empress, not to be viewed by anyone beforehand. Yet, why had there been no sound of a tiger's roar? Perhaps they had been drugged? Alas, what a grave oversight. The Empress glanced at Chu Yinxiu. While his bravery was commendable, having a guaranteed victory was paramount. If not, it would be prudent to consider others. She truly regretted her earlier eagerness to agree so readily. Chu Yinxiu thought to himself, where could he possibly find someone else at this juncture? Time was of the essence. Just as he steeled himself to request permission once more, a voice called out from below, Since your Majesty has decreed to select another, I humbly wish to give it a try. Everyone turned their gaze in unison, focusing on a particular guard. It was Qizhen. He had the audacity to volunteer? What a jest. Given his capabilities, he would be devoured before he even entered. Qizhen felt helpless. He was merely standing guard when he encountered such a situation. As the black cloth was pulled away, he realized with a start that this must be a wild northeast tiger. The envoy's inquiries were utterly absurd. Qizhen was certain that any ordinary person, once trapped in the cage, would be utterly unable to escape unscathed. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary individual, initially intending to merely observe the spectacle. He could not help but smirk at the sight of the female emperor's panic and the official's helplessness. Such indecisiveness was laughable. Now that Chu Yinxiu sought to enter, Qizhen finally spoke up. He understood full well that Chu Yinxiu would be wholly incapable of handling the situation. Old Chu was a decent fellow. He could not simply perish like this. The moment had arrived. Glancing at the female emperor's pale face, he mused that if he did not seize the opportunity to impress her now, when would he? Chapter 25. Sacrificing oneself to feed the tiger. Although the female emperor had only seen Qizhen once, his visage was etched in her memory. This was largely due to the numerous mentions of him, compounded by his striking presence on the training grounds. Yet, he was merely a man of considerable strength and archery skills. Could he truly tame the tiger within the cage? Standing beside the female emperor, Negong Muqing also rolled her eyes at Qizhen's emergence, thinking him somewhat arrogant. Cui Hai, unfamiliar with Qizhen, merely perceived him as an ordinary guard and bellowed, Impudence! What place is this that you, a mere guard, dare to speak so recklessly? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the consequences should you fail? Qizhen regarded Cui Hai and inquired, Might there be other suitable candidates, my lord? Cui Hai replied helplessly, Your courage is commendable, but you are ill-suited for this task. Depart at once. Suddenly, a voice emerged from among the officials, truly ignorant of your own limitations. Thinking that a modicum of strength entitles you to such a weighty responsibility? It is nothing short of a farce. Qizhen turned to see a familiar face, Duke Mu Fong of Integrity, the father of Mu Wanqi. Since the last encounter at the Qi residence, I have not laid eyes upon you again. It appears you are the Honorable Duke of Integrity. Are you disallowing my participation out of a desire to personally engage in the fray? Mu Fong retorted with indignation. This is a matter of national significance, which shall be decided by His Majesty. It is not the place of a mere guard to bark so recklessly. Qizhen continued his tirade, asserting that if one dares to enter the fray, they should step forward. If they lack the courage, they ought to silence their foul tongue. Mu Fong then turned to the Empress, imploring, Your Majesty, this lad is deliberately sowing discord in matters of state with malicious intent. I beseech Your Majesty to punish him. Chu Yinxiu hastily interjected, Your Majesty, Qizhen merely wishes to serve you and harbors no ulterior motives. Please discern wisely. The empress, with a subtle shift of her phoenix eyes, spoke slowly. Qi Jun, are you certain you can extricate yourself unscathed? If not, I shall not hold it against you. Merely standing forth at this moment is commendable. Qi Jun pondered, who would willingly seek death without assurance of survival. Yet, he proclaimed with righteous fervor, as the saying goes, if the master is dishonored, the servant must die. Though I am but a humble guard, should your majesty issue a command, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life 1,000 times over. Mu Fang interjected, such boastful words. Everyone can profess loyalty, however. Should you jeopardize a matter of great importance to your majesty, even death would not absolve you of that responsibility. Mu Han, standing below, felt considerable discontent at his father's intervention. How foolish. Why obstruct him? Let him proceed. Only by facing the tiger could he find resolution. Chu Yinxiu glanced at Qi Jun, pondering whether this young man truly possessed the confidence he seemed to exhibit. Qi Jun, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Qi Jun replied, General, I am fully aware. I implore you to convey to His Majesty that I shall certainly not bring disgrace to my mission. At this moment, Chu Yin could only resort to desperate measures, for it seemed that anyone who entered would fare similarly. He turned to the Empress, requesting her decision. The Empress glanced at the composed Qi Jun, and a wave of inexplicable warmth surged within her. It appeared that this man might indeed resolve her predicament. Her gaze softened momentarily before reverting to its previous sternness. Very well, let it be you who enters the cage. Qi Jun bowed respectfully. This humble servant accepts the command. Mu Fang let out a cold snort, thinking to himself that if Qi Jun was eager to court death, he would gladly enjoy the spectacle. Qi Jun approached Park Budong and remarked, I must say, Master Park, this wager of yours is evidently imbalanced. Park Budong cast a sidelong glance at Qi Jun. What do you mean by imbalanced? Qi Jun replied, if you win, you demand my empress to marry, yet if you lose, you only forfeit 10,000 pounds of ginseng. Am I, the illustrious Emperor of Dian, valued merely at a few pounds of ginseng? Upon hearing this, the officials finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, they had been so focused on the ginseng's restorative properties that they overlooked this crucial detail. The Empress huffed in annoyance, you bunch of fools. Is it only now that you realize? Park Budong interjected, my Korean ginseng is priceless. Each root is worth its weight in gold. Qi Jun retorted sharply, nonetheless. It is merely ginseng. How can it possibly compare to Her Majesty's royal stature? Park Budong scrutinized Qi Jun. What exactly do you mean? Qi Jun candidly stated. An increase in the stakes. The crowd was taken aback. Was this entire discussion merely to demand a higher wager? Park Budong, both amused and incensed, asked, how much more do you propose? Qi Jindao remarked, initially, no amount would suffice, but considering the diminutive size of your nation, let us settle for 1 million taels of silver. 1 million taels? How audacious of you! Exclaimed the other, aghast at the sum. Qi Jun observed the constipated expression of Park Budong and teased, what is the matter? Are you unable to produce it? Or do you simply lack the courage to wager more? If the latter is true, you may as well concede defeat. Many in attendance quickly grasped Qi Jun's intentions. His strategy was one of extreme pressure, aiming to leverage the 1 million taels of silver to compel Park Budong to concede. To increase his stake would require a significant sum, while failing to do so would provide Qi Jun the opportunity to rescind the bet altogether. The Empress, too, had an epiphany, realizing how swiftly this young man had reacted. Everyone believed they had discerned Qi Jun's true motive. Park Budong furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Did this young attendant possess some hidden leverage? How else could he remain so composed? Or was he merely attempting to deceive me? Casting a glance at the caged tiger, Park Budong steeled himself. Could he truly contend with such a beast? Moreover, his own conditions were impeccably sound. Any minor injury would constitute a loss. What was there to fear? Thus, he proclaimed, very well, I shall raise my wager by another 1 million taels of silver. Qi Jun had anticipated this response. There was no way the opponent would retreat at this juncture. Seizing the moment, Qi Jun decided to extract a bit more advantage for himself. He flashed a thumbs up at Park Budong, exclaiming, splendid. However, I have one more stipulation. What more do you desire? Park Budong inquired. Qi Jun replied, the 1 million taels belongs to His Majesty. I have yet to receive any, as I shall personally enter the cage, risking the possibility of not emerging intact. You must add an additional 100,000 taels, at the very least. Park Budong twitched the corner of his mouth, having encountered shamelessness before. Yet this level of audacity was unprecedented. It was not only him. Even the empress felt a tinge of embarrassment. To think that one could still separate after such a pledge? How splendid. This would surely bind him to that fellow. Mu Fong snorted coldly. This was tantamount to leaving alimony for Chi Tai. Park Budong grinned malevolently. Boy, no matter how you protest, I shall remain steadfast. I shall grant you an additional 100,000 taels as a ransom for your life. Regardless of whether you survive or not, this sum shall be paid. Settled. Qi Zhen surveyed the surroundings, addressing all present. Great Yin, a legacy for eternity, will henceforth rely upon you. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Qi Zhen presented himself as if making a noble sacrifice, yet even he felt the theatrics were somewhat excessive. The Empress clenched her hands tightly, biting her lower lip. Her courage faltering. Was he truly going to proceed? After Qi Zhen approached the cage, he circled it once. The tiger, upon noticing his presence, emitted a low growl. How to enter? There was indeed a method. If the door were opened directly, wouldn't the tiger leap out? The envoy's attendants brandished several long sticks, smiling. We shall restrain it. You need only enter swiftly. They were, after all, the closest audience to witness a tiger devouring a man, and the thought thrilled them. Qi Zhen waved his hand. What are you hesitating for? Let us commence. Chapter 26. Taming the tigers. Several attendants from Goguryeo extended their poles from either side, positioning them before the tiger, while one individual opened the cage door. As Qi Zhen swiftly stepped inside, the door clanged shut behind him. An involuntary gasp swept through the crowd. He truly had entered. Several long poles were swiftly withdrawn, leaving Qi Zhen and the tiger in an unimpeded confrontation. Upon noticing the presence of an unfamiliar person in its enclosure, the tiger let out a thunderous roar, causing the iron cage to tremble violently. It crouched down, preparing to pounce and tear apart its prey. Having gone several days without food, it was finally ready to feast. Qi Zhen, composed and unperturbed, raised a finger, and an imperceptible ice arrow shot forth with astonishing swiftness. The tiger felt a sudden chill between its brows, and then a cacophony erupted in its mind, prompting a painful, anguished roar. The onlookers stood in astonishment. Why did the tiger not attack? Instead, it retreated to a corner, appearing visibly distressed. What ensued was even more astonishing. After a brief moment of heavy breathing, the tiger gradually regained its composure, glaring at Qi Zhen, and took a step forward again. Qi Zhen's earlier strike had merely been a tactical maneuver to buy himself some time. He had no intention of slaying the tiger, for that would reveal his hidden card. Now, with the tiger harboring a sense of dread towards him, the stage was set for a captivating performance. Silently, Qi Zhen began to channel his magical energy, enveloping his entire being. Although he was not yet capable of separating his magical essence from his body, a subtle aura of power began to emanate from him. This slight release of energy was formidable. While imperceptible to others, the tiger was acutely aware of it. It is well known that animals possess an instinctual sixth sense for danger that far surpasses that of humans. They can detect many things beyond human perception, and this tiger was no exception. Before it stood a human, yet the aura irradiating from him seemed to exert an overwhelming dominance over it. It was a suppression of rank, an imposing force akin to the might of the heavens, utterly insurmountable. The tiger continued to growl. Yet the timbre of its voice had unmistakably shifted from one of fury to palpable fear. Qi Zhen, with a smile and hands clasped behind his back, took a step forward, causing the tiger to instinctively retreat. With each advancing step of Qi Zhen, the tiger continued to withdraw until, after 2 steps, it found itself backed against the cage. Stunned, everyone stood in disbelief. How could this be? The tiger, instead of attacking Qi Zhen, was being driven back? The Empress, who had not dared to look just moments before, stole a glance at the encouragement of Nangong Muqing, her mouth slightly agape in utter disbelief. Everyone was left pondering a singular question. How was this possible? Qi Zhen, having achieved his objective, chose not to press forward any further. Instead, he took 2 steps back. Leaning against the cage, leisurely gazing outward, Park Budong, trembling with fear, questioned the very humanity of this man. How could a creature that had devoured countless individuals instill such terror? Was he not human? What was to be done? Oblivious to the astonishment surrounding him, Qi Zhen called out, "Have you checked the time? There's a foul stench here, and I'd rather not linger." Cui Hai promptly replied, "You rest assured, the time is being monitored. Hang in there." What a twist of fate. Cui Hai was nearly brought to tears, hoping the official cap would be preserved. Though the odor was unbearable, Qi Zhen bore it resolutely. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, with many already drenched in sweat from fear. Each moment felt like an eternity. At last, an official from the Ministry of Rights shouted tremulously, "A quarter of an hour has elapsed." All eyes were on Qizhan, anticipating his exit, yet unexpectedly. He seemed intent on prolonging the spectacle. He approached the tiger and slowly crouched down beside it. The tiger, growling incessantly, had curled itself into a corner, too frightened to show its full ferocity. What was he planning to do? The time has come. Why is he still not out? "Qizhan, come forth at once." Ignoring the call, Qizhan remarked to the tiger, whose eye, "You have performed admirably today. Surely, you understand that the majesty of my empress cannot be infringed upon?" As he spoke, he extended his hand to gently stroke the tiger's head, akin to petting one's own cat. The fierce beast obediently lowered its head, allowing Qizhan to caress it. Yet, unbeknownst to onlookers, beneath the cage, the tiger's four legs trembled like leaves in the wind, a more pungent scent wafting from beneath it. The tiger was terrified. Not only the tiger, but even those outside nearly lost control of their bladders. He was actually petting a tiger? He was truly petting a tiger. Thud, thud. The sound of two officials collapsing echoed as they succumbed to shock, rendered speechless upon the ground. Yet, no one dared to mock them, for all were rooted in astonishment, limbs frozen. The scene was so profoundly shocking that even years later, many would find themselves haunted by nightmares. Just then, a loud clang jolted everyone back to reality. Turning to look, they discovered Muhan, dazed, had inadvertently dropped his ceremonial spear. He offered an awkward smile and hastily retrieved the long spear. Qizhan had sensed the shift outside and deemed it time to conclude this spectacle. After all, moderation is key. Yet, he was aware of this principle and showed no shame. As Qizhan approached the cage, he secured the door before leisurely walking to Pu Budong. Pu Budong feigned a smile, but soon, with a sudden gasp, he fainted. Alas, even feigning death could not offer him escape. Qizhan exclaimed, "Imperial physician, come quickly to examine him. 110,000 taels is at stake. He must not perish." Others promptly carried Pu Budong aside for treatment. At that moment, regardless of their individual sentiments, all the ministers and officials collectively sighed in relief. Mu Fang concealed himself at the back of the crowd, lowering his gaze to his toes, remaining silent. Chu Yin and Bai Li, however, were brimming with excitement. They approached Qizhan and pounded his chest vigorously. "You truly are remarkable, Qizhan. You've brought honor to our Qingwan guard." Qizhan, ever humble, quickly bowed before the empress, stating, "I am but a humble servant, indebted to your majesty's divine authority. I am fortunate not to have failed in my duty." The empress rose in exhilaration, her voice trembling slightly as she remarked, "Qizhan, you are indeed exceptional. My heart is greatly comforted." She intended to inquire how he achieved such a feat, yet felt hesitant to do so in front of the assembled crowd. "I am willing to sacrifice my very being for your majesty's cause." Now was not the time to remain silent. Pu Budong finally regained consciousness and was helped to kneel before the empress. "I, as an external minister, concede defeat." The empress's expression turned slightly frosty. "Since you have lost, further words are futile. Let us adhere to the terms of our prior wager." Pu Budong's complexion faded, trembling in response. Having initially sought merely to test the waters, only to find himself at a loss of 100,000 taels, no, 110,000 taels. The empress continued, "And remember to present the 10,000 taels to me without fail." This statement slipped from her lips without her realizing any impropriety. Yet, it struck Qizhan's ears with a peculiar resonance. The empress added, "Furthermore, I am focused on state affairs and have little interest in amusement. That tiger shall also be bestowed upon Qizhan." In truth, Park Budong never stated that he intended to present a tiger as a tribute. However, the empress deliberately chose to overlook this fact. Once one enters my imperial palace, there is no hope of returning to Goguryeo. Qizhan immediately expressed his gratitude, feeling a sense of elation. This was a remarkable windfall. A pet tiger was now within his grasp. Shohei approached, pulling the distracted Park Budong to renegotiate the national treaty, allowing all to witness his arrogance. At this moment, Minister of Rights Yin Dao inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we receive the envoy from Ruan?" Chapter 27. Bestowing her a steadfast arm, the empress resumed her seat and declared, "Proceed with the audience here in this square." Then she addressed Qizhan, "You may withdraw for now. Rewards will come later." Qizhan complied and returned to his position. Across from him, Wang Shang gave a thumbs up, to which Qizhan merely offered a faint smile. Calmly, he thought, this was merely the beginning. Announced the Ruan envoy, Anagu. The eunuch's voice seemed to rise a pitch. The Ruan were a nomadic people from the northern steppes of Yin, boasting an impressive cavalry of hundreds of thousands, formidable beyond measure. Were it not for the Yinshan mountain range, which stretched for thousands of miles, Yan's existence would undoubtedly be far more precarious. Even so, they were frequently troubled by Ruran incursions, at times forced to endure indignities. The history of Yan records numerous princesses sent to Ruran for marriage alliances. Yet Ruran's covetous gaze remained fixed upon Yan. Shortly thereafter, for individuals entered through the palace gates, varying in height and build. Particularly striking was their leader. A towering figure standing 2 meters tall, with a robust physique reminiscent of a small mountain. His face was adorned with coarse features, his eyes as round as copper bells. His beard bristled like needles, and his body was as solid as granite. This was none other than the Ruran envoy, Anagu. Behind stood 3 individuals. One bore a striking resemblance to Anagu, being exceptionally robust. The one in the center was a lean, sharp-eyed young man, exuding an air of mastery. The last was an elderly man with graying hair, whose demeanor was foreboding, imparting an unsettling aura. The trio strode forth with their chins held high, clearly dismissive of the ministers of the Yan kingdom. Upon reaching the royal steps, Anaga squinted at the empress, instinctively breaking into a grin. It was widely said that the empress of Yan was beautiful, and upon seeing her today, she indeed resembled a celestial being. Such beauty, such allure. He even smacked his lips, his avarice evident. Cui Hai had yet to return from signing the agreement, when He Nian stepped forward and declared loudly, impudent. Foreign envoys must not gaze upon the sacred presence. Quickly, pay your respects. Anagu cast a glance at He Nian, contemplating, what noise is this old man making? I shall behold as I please. If you wish to see, then do so alongside me. What pretense is this? He Nian, infuriated, felt his beard bristle. You, barbarian. Anaga scoffed. You, hypocrite. The empress, suppressing her fury, turned to Xiao Anzi, who promptly stepped forward. The envoy from Ruan presents their congratulatory gifts. Anaga then beckoned to the 3 individuals behind him, who similarly set down several boxes. Empress of Yan, these are the finest furs and bone carvings sent by our Khan. The meager offerings spoke volumes about Ruran's lack of sincerity, especially when compared to Goguryeo. After all, why would the strong extend goodwill to the weak? The empress replied coolly. I accept these gifts. Please convey my gratitude to the Khan of Ruran for their offerings. The empress could only endure. For the Ruran were not to be compared with Goguryeo. Anaga let out a chuckle and remarked, it is within my power to convey messages. Yet it would be far more fitting for you, empress, to express your gratitude directly to our great Khan. The empress's tone turned frosty. What do you mean by that? Anaga continued, I have heard that the empress remains unwed. Why not become a concubine to our great Khan as a token of your appreciation? He burst into raucous laughter thereafter. He Nian sighed inwardly. Recognizing the sorrow of a woman ruling as an emperor, often subjected to the mockery of these foreign envoys, he instinctively overlooked the fundamental premise of Yan's diminished strength. Yet, he approached, asserting, as the envoy of Ruran, you must not disrespect our great Yan. Given that the congratulatory gifts had already been presented, you may take your leave. He was eager for these barbarians to depart swiftly. The Ruran had been rampant in Jidu for days, bullying both men and women, and had even caused several fatalities and utter disregard for order. Despite numerous diplomatic attempts by the Ministry of Rights, the Ruran had not only failed to restrain themselves but had escalated their insolence. He Nian could only hope to expedite the departure after the audience concluded. However, Anaga seemed unsatisfied, ignoring He Nian entirely, and turned to the empress, asking, Empress, will you accept my proposal? The empress replied coldly, I have dedicated myself to my country and shall not go to Ruran. Please seek another suitable match for your great Khan. Anaga scoffed, Empress, if you were to marry, the 2 nations would be united, allowing Yan to endure a few more years. Should you refuse, my Ruran cavalry will descend south, transforming your lands into steppes, and your people shall all become my horsemen. The empress, unable to contain her fury, sprang to her feet and retorted, Are you threatening me? Anagu expressed indifference, stating that he merely spoke the truth. Upon witnessing the empress rise, the ministers of Yan could no longer remain silent and began to voice their discontent. Barbarians, audacious, do you not hasten to apologize to Her Majesty? While it is not impossible for me to offer an apology, I have several propositions I wish to contest with you. Anagu glanced at the ministers, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Should you prevail, I shall indeed apologize. However, if you should lose, I might forego the empress's northern marriage, but would require the return of 3,000 maidens from your realm to the grasslands. What say you? This was the true intention of Inago. The grasslands suffered from a lack of population, and taking 3,000 maidens would ensure the continuation of their lineage. If the concession of such maidens could prevent the ruin from further incursions, many ministers would likely acquiesce, believing their own daughters would remain untouched. Yet, should the truth emerge, they would undoubtedly face public wrath. The empress swiftly comprehended the treachery inherent in Inago's proposition. A loss for Yen would not only bring humiliation but also diminish the people's support. A victory would yield nothing more than an apology from Inago. It seemed a most unwise bargain, yet did she possess any alternatives? The empress turned to the composed Li Daong, the chancellor. What is your counsel? As the foremost civil minister, his stance on such a critical matter was imperative. Li Daong, cunning and astute, was not easily ensnared. Your Majesty, I implore you to exercise your sovereign authority. The empress inwardly chastised him as a wily fox. Why did he not advocate for her unilateral decisions in other matters? What are your sentiments, esteemed ministers? She inquired once more. Many voiced their agreement loudly. We beseech your Majesty to act with resolute authority. These were all loyalists of Li Daong. There are still individuals unyielding. Your Majesty, should you not concede? Does our great Yen truly fall short compared to these barbarians? These individuals may not necessarily have the interests of the Yin kingdom at heart. Perhaps they harbor ulterior motives. Some ministers remained silent, their reactions observed by the empress, inciting her ire more than the envoys from Rurin. Yet, she must endure for the time being. Thus, she declared, Envoy of Rurin, I acquiesce. Present your challenges. Qizhen witnessed this scene, internally anxious for the empress. He discerned that the civil officials, led by Li Daong, bore ill intentions towards her. This was evidently a veiled attempt to provoke her into error. Qizhen even suspected that these individuals would relish the prospect of marrying the empress off to the steppes. Although the empress faced dire circumstances, was it not the perfect opportunity for him to offer his unwavering support? A gift of assistance in her time of solitude would be far more valuable than mere embellishments. Clearing his throat, Inago laughed heartily. Very well, it is settled then. Yin inquired, how do you wish to compete? Inago extended his left hand, fingers splayed wide. I have 5 challenges. Should you win 3, victory shall be yours. Chapter 28, Rurin's Double Kill. The empress ceased her speech, allowing Yin to engage in dialogue. What are the 5 challenges? Inago pointed to a robust man resembling himself standing behind him. He is the first challenge. You may send someone to wrestle him. Yin felt a sense of relief. After all, physical combat was not his forte. Just as Chu Yinqiu was about to volunteer, another person interjected. Your Majesty, the Jinyui seeks to take on this challenge. The empress, with a mere flick of her phoenix-like gaze, turned her attention to the speaker, who was none other than General Zhou Ingjian of the Jinwu Guards. The Jinwu Guards, a venerable elite force, along with the Shin's army and the Yulin Guards, have long been responsible for the defense of the imperial palace. Zhou Ingjian had held the position of general for over 3 years and had previously been embroiled in a scandal with Chu Yinqiu. The Qingluan Guards were nothing but a band of fledgling recruits. Witnessing Qizhen's ostentatious display today, Zhou Ingjian could no longer contain his impatience. With an opportunity at hand, he was determined not to fall behind. The empress inquired, General Zhou, do you have a suitable candidate? Zhou Ingjian replied, there is a man in my camp named Tang Xiong. True to his name, he is as robust as a bear. He has also practiced wrestling and is more than capable of engaging in battle. The empress nodded slightly. Then let it be him. Zhou Ingjian joyfully affirmed. I shall obey your command. He then proceeded to make the necessary arrangements. Before long, a towering figure emerged from the rear, indeed resembling a bear. He approached the empress to pay his respects before stepping into the arena. The 2 formidable men faced each other, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Inago let out a cry, Doli Mai, take him down. The Rurin warrior, Doli Mai, grinned wickedly and leaped forward. Tang Xiong, undeterred, advanced with equal determination. The 2 immediately engaged in a fierce grapple. Wrestling, unlike martial arts, places greater emphasis on strength and grappling techniques, eschewing elaborate maneuvers. Even those with high martial prowess may not necessarily prevail in a wrestling match. Initially, the 2 appeared evenly matched, exchanging blows with vigor. However, after merely a quarter of an hour, Qizhen observed that Tang Xiong's footing began to falter. It seemed that his overall strength was inferior to Doli Mai's, and he also lagged behind in technique and reaction time. It was likely that he would succumb. Before he could finish his thoughts, Doli Mai let out a thunderous roar. bent forward and charged, effortlessly throwing Tang Xiong over Tu Zhang away by his legs. As if that were not enough, Dalamai leaped into the air and landed a powerful elbow strike directly onto Tang Xiong's chest. With a heart-wrenching scream, Tang Xiong spewed forth blood. Dalamai rose, hoisting Tang Xiong high above his head before forcefully hurling him toward the Empress. With a resounding thud, Tang Xiong crashed onto the imperial steps, blood gushing from his wounds once more. Dalamai, resembling a mighty gorilla, pounded his chest vigorously, chattering incomprehensibly. Anaga laughed maniacally, showing no restraint. The assembled ministers recoiled in fear. While the Empress's expression shifted unexpectedly, she had not anticipated Tang Xiong's swift defeat. Zhou Yingjin was equally astonished. He knew Tang Xiong's strength all too well. How could he fall so easily? Yet, the undeniable truth laid bare before him left no room for disbelief. This incompetent fool was a source of immense shame. After Anaga's laughter subsided, he turned to the Empress and declared, "The first challenge has been won by my valiant warriors of Ruin." He then shot a glare at Zhou Yingjian, his face ashen, asserting, "My great Yin will not renege on our agreement. Let us proceed to the second challenge." Anagu, with a disdainful glint in his eye, proclaimed, "The second challenge is a sword duel." A lean, fierce young man stepped forward from behind him, representing Ruin Hattie, eager to engage with the masters of Yin. Before the Empress could speak, Zhou Yingjian stepped forth, declaring, "I shall face you." While wrestling was not his forte, he was confident that his 30 years of swordsmanship could rival anyone. Having already suffered a loss, he felt compelled to reclaim his honor. Failure would bear grave consequences. The Empress narrowed her phoenix eyes, remaining silent, yet her gaze toward Zhou Yingjian's retreating figure conveyed displeasure. He audaciously ventured into battle without awaiting orders. The seasoned commanders of the Imperial Guard had been appointed by the late emperor and were undoubtedly loyal to him. However, the newly ascended empress had conferred no favors upon them. Additionally, many held a disdainful view of a woman as ruler, leading individuals like Zhou Yingjian to subconsciously disregard the empress's authority. This motivated the empress's urgent desire to personally establish the Qinghuan Guard. Otherwise, she would be unable to savor her meals or rest peacefully at night. When the courtiers witnessed Zhou Yingjian voluntarily seeking battle, none found it inappropriate. After all, he was the commander of the Jinwu Guard, one of the most skilled individuals within the palace, certain to triumph over the Ruin. Hattie's sword had been confiscated before entering the palace, but now it was returned to him. With sword in hand and eyes partially closed, Hattie's entire demeanor transformed. He exuded an air of profound dedication to swordsmanship, unperturbed by external distractions. Zhou Yingjian immediately sensed this change, his mind sharpening with clarity. No longer daring to be careless, he drew his sword, bracing himself for the encounter. Suddenly, Hattie's eyes snapped open, a glint of cold light flashing as his long sword lunged forth. A white arc pierced the sun. Zhou Yingjian's right wrist flicked, his sword striking like a venomous serpent, meeting Hattie's thrust. Their movements were lightning quick, with attacks and counterattacks unfolding in the blink of an eye, leaving many of the civil officials utterly bewildered. Not only were they devoid of martial prowess, but several also suffered from myopia. Even those without such affliction could hardly perceive the exchange. The Empress herself could only barely discern two figures soaring and darting in a fierce back and forth. Few within the arena could truly grasp the intricacies of their movements. Chu Yan, reveling in schadenfreude, mused on Zhou Yingjian's folly in encountering such a formidable opponent. Qi Zhen, on the other hand, observed with clear understanding, though he found the spectacle somewhat tedious. At the outset, he maintained a mindset of learning, eager to observe closely. After all, this was the most formidable duel he had witnessed since his arrival. The initial exchanges indeed sparked his interest, particularly Hattie's swordsmanship, which could be deemed exquisite. A few of his techniques displayed remarkable angles and seamless transitions, which were quite impressive. However, as time progressed, he discovered it was rather mundane. Aside from those few intricate moves, the competition between the two was quite tedious. Firstly, their power was insufficient, and secondly, their movements were excessively slow. He found himself critiquing their sluggishness. In this moment of ennui, he turned slightly to survey the surroundings. The majority of the spectators wore expressions of seriousness and confusion, clearly a collection of individuals feigning understanding. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a figure with piercing eyes, Nangong Muqing. Qi Zhen mused. Having previously overlooked this female official by the Empress's side, she evidently possessed considerable skill. At that instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the battlefield. Hattie thrust his sword, only to have it parried by Zhou Yingjian. Yet, he swiftly twisted the sword handle, and a small blade, no longer than half a foot, emerged in a flash. The mother and child sword technique. Zhou Yingjian, completely unprepared, recognized the glint of the blade too late and could only strive to evade a fatal strike. Unfortunately, the small sword pierced directly into his right chest. Hadi then delivered a kick to Zhou Yingjian's abdomen, sending him flying over 3 yards before crashing to the ground. Amidst the startled gasps of the onlookers, Anagu's raucous laughter echoed throughout the square. Ha ha ha. I never expected the esteemed Yin kingdom to be filled with such inept individuals. He turned to survey the crowd with disdain and then directed a lewd grin at the Empress. Your Majesty, you have now suffered 2 consecutive defeats. In another bout, our envoy is about to open negotiations in the capital of Jidu. Chapter 29, Sorcery. Although Zhou Yingjian was gravely wounded, he immediately sealed his acupoints, ensuring his life was likely spared. Yet, he did not forget to defend himself, pointing at Hadi and exclaiming, "Shameless scoundrel, you launched a surprise attack, devoid of martial ethics." Hadi had already retreated, showing no interest in engaging him. Anaga let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Yin man, a loss is simply a loss. Hadi is a direct disciple of our Ro-Rance national master. Even without the mother and son sword, your defeat is inevitable." Yin took a couple of steps forward and instructed others to carry Zhou Yingjian away, lest he further disgraced himself in both person and position. Having lost 2 rounds, the situation for the Yin kingdom had become exceedingly perilous. The subsequent 3 challenges must be won to reverse the tide, a daunting task indeed. Could they possibly be compelled to send 3,000 maidens to Ro-Ran? Would that not incite chaos in Jidu? The Empress's delicate face turned ashen. Her hands clenched tightly within her robe, her silver teeth biting down in frustration. The ministers who had initially clamored for battle now fell into a profound silence. Some even displayed an unsettling glee, resembling traitorous officials. Anagu called out, for the 3rd round, "Who will step forward?" Yin took a deep breath and inquired, "Pray, what is the nature of this challenge?" Anagu replied, "The previous 2 rounds tested martial prowess. Fearing you might claim unfairness, the next 2 will be literary contests." Upon hearing of the literary competition, many instinctively exhaled in relief. While it might be excusable to be outmatched in combat against savages, how could anyone claim to fear competition in scholarly pursuits? Each individual present had emerged from the rigorous study of the classics, standing as a paragon of intellect and talent. How could the uncivilized comprehend the profound lineage of the great Yin? Anagu pointed to the elder behind him, announcing that the 3rd challenge would test their resolve. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the implication. Was this not a contest of intellect? Anagu elaborated, stating that if the citizens of Yin could stand within 3 feet of the venerable Ming Lao for over a quarter of an hour, they would be deemed victorious. What kind of literary duel is this? It turns out that a contest without physical confrontation is considered a battle of wits? While it appears straightforward, how could the Rurin allow such leniency? The peril of this challenge may well surpass the previous 2. For a moment, no one dared to speak up. Have they all been rendered speechless by fear? If there are no volunteers, conceding defeat will suffice. Yin, in his helplessness, inquired who might step forth to attempt the challenge. Silence ensued. This matter transcended mere personal pride. It bore significance for the outcome of the entire contest. The pressure was overwhelming. After a prolonged silence, Anaga declared, "I shall count to 3. If no one steps forward, it shall be considered your defeat." 1. Many beads of cold sweat began to trickle down. 2. The Empress scanned the surroundings. Just as Anaga was about to utter the word 3, a voice emerged. "Your Majesty, I volunteer for the challenge." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. At last, someone had the courage to step forward. It was General Chu Yinxiu. The Empress also felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative that someone took the stage. "General Chu, exercise caution." Chu Yinxiu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the arena. "I merely need to stand within 3 feet of this individual for a quarter of an hour?" "Indeed," came the response. With a grave expression, Chu Yinxiu approached slowly, each step measured with care. Finally, he stood 3 feet in front of the venerable Ming Lao, and nothing unusual transpired. At that moment, the ancient specter spoke, fixing his gaze upon me. His voice, though raspy, was imbued with a beguiling allure. Chu Yinxiu instinctively glanced over, only to find the old man's eyes transformed into an otherworldly spectacle. A thought flashed through Chu Yinxiu's mind. This person possessed dual pupils. Before he could fully comprehend, his mind was jolted, and his eyes instantly lost their luster. The scene before him shifted dramatically, as if he had been thrust into a realm of shadows and specters. A chilling wind howled around him, accompanied by relentless wails of despair. Where was this place? Was it hell? How had he come to be here? Though Chu Yinxiu still had the capacity for thought, it moved at a glacial pace, each notion taking an eternity to form. Could it be that I have already met my demise? He attempted to step forward, yet his body remained rigid. At that moment, he sensed something encroaching from behind, gradually resting a hand upon his shoulder. Chu Yinxiu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The owner of that hand seemed to lean in from behind, whispering into his ear, a frigid breath that pierced to the bone. Chu Yinxiu's shivers intensified. Then, the one who had whispered emitted a voice from an unknown source, ethereal and elusive. Yet, to Chu Yinxiu's ears, it resonated with unsettling clarity, echoing within his very soul. You have taken countless lives. Your earthly existence has now come to an end. You shall descend into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn. Before Chu Yinxiu, a parade of pale faces began to materialize. Some stared with bulging eyes, others wept blood from every orifice, and some remained forever unclosed in death. Without exception, these were the souls of those who had perished by his hand. These vengeful spirits have come today to exact their retribution. As Chu Yin desperately sought to speak, only a series of incoherent clucks escaped his lips, rendering him utterly voiceless. You will be devoured by them, suffering immeasurable anguish. Even your very soul shall be consumed. Ha ha ha. The terror within Chu Yin had completely engulfed him, leaving him unable to exert any control. To escape this calamity, the only recourse was to take his own life with a blade. The voice seduced him. This statement was patently contradictory, yet Chu Yin, in his state of despair, could hardly contemplate such inconsistencies. Meanwhile, the crowd in the square stared blankly, their faces etched with confusion. Once Chu Yin steadied himself, he began to stand still. And before long, his body trembled uncontrollably. As time passed, the intensity of his tremors escalated, his complexion turning ashen, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. What was happening? Had he fallen victim to sorcery? Even the empress, feeling an involuntary surge of anxiety, rose instinctively to observe intently. While others failed to comprehend the situation, Qi quickly discerned the truth. Chu Yin had fallen under an illusion. Or rather, he had been hypnotized by the old specter. It was astonishing to find such an extraordinary individual, capable of inducing hypnosis merely by standing before him. It was well known that Chu Yan's martial prowess was formidable, his composure and intellect far exceeding those of ordinary men. Yet even so, he had been effortlessly ensnared by the old man as control. This elder was indeed remarkable. As Qi pondered these thoughts, Chu Yin suddenly moved. However, rather than retreating, he drew forth his blade and slowly raised it to his neck. Was he truly contemplating self-harm? A startled gasp escaped someone in the crowd. Witnessing the dire turn of events, Baili disregarded the rules of the contest and shouted, "General Chu, what are you about to do?" Anaga let out a cold laugh and said, "You may call out as you wish. As long as you do not touch him. If you do, it will be deemed a loss." Baili hurried forward, shouting loudly beside Chu Yinxiu, but alas, Chu Yinxiu showed no response. The long blade had already cut into his neck. In a critical moment, should he advance further, Chu Yinxiu would undoubtedly perish on the spot. Baili steeled his heart. If the blade advanced any closer, he would rather concede defeat than fail to rescue Chu Yinxiu. Just then, a thunderous sound resonated in Chu Yinxiu's mind, akin to a monumental bell tolling. Chu Yinxiu awakened. Chapter 30. Literary Duel. Qi, witnessing the dire situation, realized he must act swiftly. However, pulling Chu Yinxiu out as Baili did would save his life, yet the Yin kingdom would face defeat. At this moment, he had two means to extricate himself from this predicament. One was to stealthily attack Ming Lao with an ice arrow. Yet, the distance between Ming Lao and himself was too great, and the angle was blocked by Hattie, rendering the ice arrow ineffective. Thus, he resorted to the other option. Qi discreetly channeled his magical energy, weaving sound into a thread, employing a secret technique to transmit his voice into the depths of Chu Yinxiu's consciousness. Only Chu Yinxiu could hear this sound. No one else would perceive it. Moreover, Qi inscribed this message directly onto Chu Yinxiu's spirit. Mere shouts at his ear would not suffice to awaken him. Although Chu Yinxiu's neck bled, he felt no pain within the illusion. Following the thunderous call, Chu Yinxiu's eyes suddenly focused. With a flick of his right hand, the long blade surged towards Ming Lao's chest. Ming Lao's illusion was shattered, resulting in immediate backlash. With a loud cry, he clasped his head with both hands and fell backward, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge. The changes on the field transpired with such swiftness that no one could respond in time, let alone anticipate such an outcome. Bai Li exclaimed with fervor, "General Chu, you have finally awakened." Chu Yanxiu turned to glance at Bai Li, nodding with great difficulty. Anaga stepped forward to observe the old man who was still rolling on the ground. "Old Ming, what has happened to you?" After a prolonged silence, Old Ming ceased his anguished cries, yet his eyes were vacant, rendering him incapable of speech. Anaga scoffed softly, muttering, "Useless." He then rose and declared, "Let us consider it a concession. This signifies surrender." At that moment, Bai Li hurriedly approached to support the wavering Chu Yanxiu. Although the duration was brief, it felt to Chu Yanxiu as if he had lived 2 lifetimes, depleting both his body and spirit. He slowly made his way to stand beside the empress, but turned to cast a glance in Qixin's direction. Though his consciousness had been restrained, the voice that awakened him resonated clearly in his mind. It was indeed Qixin's voice. Could it be that he was the one who roused me? Qixin offered him a slight smile. Chu Yanxiu understood that this was not the moment for lengthy discussions and chose to set it aside for now. The empress, witnessing the hard-won victory, felt a sense of relief. However, upon seeing Chu Yanxiu's condition, she realized that the previous ordeal must have been exceedingly perilous, and thus, she promptly granted him a seat to rest. He Nian, straightening his posture, called out loudly, "Ruin envoy, is there yet a 4th challenge?" Anaga cast him a glance, affirming, "Indeed, there is. This question pertains to you scholars. Do you dare to engage in battle?" He Nian's eyes narrowed, apprehensive that the next challenge might fall upon him. Although a round had been won, Yan's state still lagged behind, and each challenge remained a matter of life and death. He was reluctant to shoulder that responsibility. "Please, speak of the topic first. Anagudo, before coming here, I, the master of the Rurin Kingdom, devised 3 couplets to see if anyone from the Yin Kingdom could respond. It turns out to be a matter of couplets. How simple. What scholar wouldn't be able to match a few couplets? It is truly a display of ineptitude before the master. After being overshadowed by those rough men earlier, it is finally our turn to shine." Many were eager to demonstrate their talents, ready to seize the opportunity. "Anagudo, I have a total of 5 questions here. Similarly, you need to answer 3 within a quarter of an hour." Hinyan, raise your head and present the question. Even he was filled with confidence. Anagudo took a piece of paper from his possession, glanced down, and announced the first question, lonely and cold, guarding the empty window in solitude. After speaking, he squinted at the empress and even licked his lips. This question not only shares the same radicals for each character, but also subtly teases the empress, making it rather insidious. Upon hearing this, the ministers all frowned in contemplation. This question is indeed challenging. Qixin observed the constipated expressions of his peers and inwardly sighed. "Don't expect anything from me. I cannot respond either." At that moment, a delicate voice chimed in, "Your Majesty, I would like to give it a try." Everyone turned to see it was Nangong Muqing, the talented lady beside the empress. Renowned for her intelligence in the inner palace, she indeed displayed quick wit. The empress smiled and said, "Qinger, please proceed." Nangong Muqing stepped forward slightly, parted her lips gracefully, and replied, "My matching couplet is melancholy and worry." Fearing the memories of love, it was quite well structured. At least she managed to respond. Some of the others appeared dejected, while some nodded in approval. Anagudo pondered for a moment, conceding, "Even if you have matched it, these matters are beyond his comprehension, were it not for the Grand Master's insistence. He would have no desire to engage in such complexities." As for the second riddle, by the Malay reads, "Having consumed the grass, the donkey becomes." This phrase similarly carries a veiled criticism of the state of Yen. The assembled ministers could only continue to ponder. After a brief moment, it was once again Nangong Muqing who first spoke. "I shall respond. A bird enters the wind, seizing a worm and transforms into a phoenix." Upon this utterance, applause erupted. "Excellent. Truly remarkable." This response was not only structurally flawless, but also subtly praised the empress, indeed a masterpiece. Qixin could not help but nod. This woman appeared to possess both literary and martial prowess, rivaling that of her male counterparts. Onegu let out a cold snort, proceeding to present the 3rd challenge. "If you can answer this, you shall be victorious." The anticipation grew among the crowd. Onegu declared, "Qin, Isi, Pipa, the 8 great kings, all of equal prominence. What sort of couplet is this? This riddle is indeed quite challenging." Even Nangong Muqing furrowed her brows slightly, lowering her head in contemplation. Time had already elapsed considerably, and it was evident that a quarter of an hour was about to pass. The closer it got to that moment, the more difficult it became to concentrate. Nangong Muqing could not help but feel a bead of sweat forming on her brow. Anegu observed coldly. Realizing that this literary contest was proving to be quite formidable. The Grand Master is impressive. Qizhen initially thought this question was unrelated to him. He had been utterly stumped by the previous two riddles. Yet, upon hearing this third riddle, Qizhen was taken aback. This couplet is exceedingly renowned in later generations, and he had indeed heard of it. However, the passage of time had rendered the latter half somewhat elusive. What was it again? In the midst of the gathering, everyone was deeply engrossed in thought, each yearning to showcase their literary prowess. Yet the challenge proved exceedingly difficult. The Empress had just experienced a moment of relaxation, only to be caught off guard by the final hurdle. As Anaga glanced at the time, poised to speak, he noticed Nangong Muqing suddenly freeze in astonishment, followed by an outburst of joy. I've got it. All eyes turned towards her, astonished that she had come up with another. Ignoring the onlookers, Nangong Muqing eagerly declared, the corresponding couplet is Chimera and Spectres, the four little ghosts, each with their own innards. Absolutely. It's splendid. So perfectly structured. Not only is it well crafted, but it also brilliantly mocks these foreign lands. Now that is truly remarkable. In an instant, praises erupted around her. The Empress cast an approving glance at Nangong Muqing, acknowledging her as the foremost talent of Dian. Blushing with rare modesty, Nangong Muqing replied, Your Majesty bestows too much praise. I merely. It was evident that someone had whispered the answer into her ear moments earlier. The voice was somewhat familiar. Who could it be? Qizhen secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had recalled the importance of diligent study in youth. Anagu, frustrated, tore the note in his hand to shreds, cursing the utterly unsatisfactory couplet. Now, we shall proceed to the fifth challenge, where I shall personally engage you in a contest of strength. Who dares to come forth? Chapter 31. Is this the treatment of the male lead? As Anaga spoke, he removed his outer garment, revealing a bare torso, his muscles as solid as stone, leaving onlookers dizzy. The Empress and Nangong Muqing immediately lowered their heads. Hinyan bellowed. Anagu, how can you be so crude before His Majesty? Anagulan, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, was already somewhat infuriated and seemingly indifferent to the presence of the Empress. Perhaps he intended to deliberately expose his vulnerabilities before her. Do not make a fuss. Send someone to compete for victory. His roar even surpassed the earlier sounds of the tiger, resonating painfully in the ears. He cursed the barbarian under his breath and turned to the Empress, pondering how the martial contest should be arranged. The envoy from Rurin was impressively robust, clearly no ordinary individual. Even his subordinates were remarkably formidable. How could a chief envoy be inferior to his aides? With Su Tzuyin in a state of utter weakness and Zhouing severely injured, who could possibly bear this heavy responsibility? Even if one's martial arts were profound, could they rival Anagulan's hand-to-hand combat skills? This was already the 5th challenge. Victory here would turn the tide, but achieving that was no simple feat. Who should be dispatched? Who could assist me in this critical moment? The Empress found herself at a loss. Meanwhile, Nangong Muqing remained deep in thought, her brow furrowed. The voice she had heard earlier seemed familiar, yet she could not recall its owner. Slowly raising her head and scanning the crowd, she felt certain that the person was among them. After a brief survey, she suddenly spotted Qizhen in the audience. Yes, it was him, Qizhen. Nangong Muqing involuntarily exclaimed. The Empress was taken aback, then filled with elation. It was an opportune moment for Qing'er to recommend Qizhen. It is worth noting that Qizhen was renowned as the strongest warrior in the Qingwan Guard in the entire army. Although she had not witnessed that particular contest, she had conducted thorough research afterward. It was said that Qizhen could lift 700 pounds with both hands, a feat unmatched in the century-long history of Dian. Who else could be sent to the arena if not him? The Empress proclaimed, Where is Qizhen of the Qingwan Guards? Qizhen, who had already garnered enough attention today, had intended to remain low-key, yet unexpectedly found himself summoned by the Empress. With no choice but to step forward, he replied, Your humble servant is here. The Empress continued, You shall engage in hand wrestling with the envoy from Rurin. Qizhen inwardly scoffed. Were the esteemed officials merely ornamental? Were the palace guards nothing more than lifeless statues? Was he to bear the burden alone? Though the sensation of being the center of attention was exhilarating, it also invited envy. Alas, was this the treatment reserved for the protagonist? Yet, with the Empress having spoken, he could not refuse and reluctantly agreed. However, He could not help but voice a soul-searching question. What exactly is hand wrestling? The entire court collectively facepalmed. Did a military man like him truly not know what hand wrestling was? Was he feigning ignorance for the sake of appearance? Observing the unkind gazes from those around him, Qi Jun instinctively scratched his head, wondering if hand wrestling was truly so difficult. At that moment, King Yin, unable to endure the scene any longer, cleared his throat and said, Qi Jun, hand wrestling is when two individuals grapple with one hand. Realization dawned upon Qi Jun. Oh, so it's arm wrestling? What was this term hand wrestling that no one could comprehend? Was it my fault? Just then, a few young eunuchs brought forth a square table. Though modest in size, measuring only 3 feet on each side, it was remarkably sturdy, perfectly suited for 2 participants. Anaga stepped to the table first, raising a hand toward Qi Jun. Come here and meet your demise. Qi Jun approached with an air of nonchalance, standing opposite him across the table. To ensure fairness, he deliberately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his slender, wiry arms. Although Qi Jun has undergone a transformation through his mystical powers, his muscles are gradually re-emerging. His original physique was rather frail, resembling that of a fledgling chick, yet he has gained a considerable amount of weight. The scene before them is rather comical, prompting some onlookers to stifle their laughter. Anaga was notably taller than Qi Jun, his frame being both broad and robust. In stark contrast, Qi Jun appears almost childlike. This disparity is particularly evident in their arms. Anaga's forearm nearly rivals the circumference of Qi Jun's thigh, specifically at its base. How could they possibly compare? Wouldn't Anaga simply bend Qi Jun's arm with ease? The Empress begins to feel a twinge of concern, as the difference in their physiques is alarmingly significant. Even if Qi Jun possesses some strength, how could he contend with such a brutish adversary? Observing the demeanor of the Ruran warrior, it is clear he intends to fight with full force. The Empress's heart becomes increasingly anxious. Negong Muqing is also on edge, unaware that her instinctive remark has propelled Qi Jun into the fray. What was meant to be a gesture of goodwill has inadvertently placed him in jeopardy. She silently vows that should Qi Jun falter, she will rush to his aid at the first opportunity. The match begins. Anaga crouches slightly, resting his right elbow on the table, his fingers clenched into a fist. Qi Jun, unfamiliar with the rules of arm wrestling, wonders if they are not to shake hands first. It seems their wrists will clash directly. This arrangement works to his advantage, otherwise, his slender hand would struggle to grasp Anaga's formidable grip. He, too, crouches down, extending his right hand to meet Anaga's, while his left hand steadies himself against the table's edge. It is akin to placing a chopstick beside a mighty tree, a striking contrast indeed. I must caution you, my formidable friend, he remarks, do take care, for my limbs are rather delicate. Anaga sneered, boy, even if you survive, you will only be able to eat with your left hand for the rest of your life. With that, he suddenly exerted his strength. Qi Jun appeared at ease, but had long been prepared. Anaga, clearly on the verge of losing his temper, would not let his guard down at this moment. In Anaga's mind, the slender figure before him seemed so frail that he believed a mere exertion of force would easily overwhelm him. Indeed, as soon as he moved his hand, he pressed Qi Jun's hand down forcefully, almost bringing it to the table's surface. Humph, a single blow is all it takes. The courtiers gasped, wondering if it would truly end so swiftly. Perhaps Qi Jun was better suited to be a beast tamer, as he was clearly outmatched in strength. Many were unaware of the results of Qi Jun's military contests and naturally assumed he was merely an ordinary attendant. They continued to lament the Empress for sending Qi Jun into the fray. But what was this? Anaga felt Qi Jun's wrist gradually rising, lifting his hand against all odds. It was utterly impossible. How could this lad possess such strength? Anaga clenched his yellowed teeth, which had not been brushed in years, summoning all his might to push back. While Qi Jun could easily defeat Anaga, he could not allow this to be apparent, for it would be difficult to explain and would lead the onlookers to believe he was not putting forth effort. Instead, he had to patiently endure and gradually wear him down, all while maintaining a fitting expression, gritting his teeth, glaring, flaring his nostrils, and reddening his face. Frankly, the most challenging aspect was likely this performance. Everyone was deeply engrossed in the contest, holding their breath, their hands clenched tightly, instinctively exerting their own strength. The Empress had already risen, silently urging, Qi Jun, give it your all. You must win for me. Negong Muqing gazed at the flushed face of Qi Jun, silently praying to the heavens for his assistance. It seemed as though their encouragement and supplications had an adverse effect, as Qi Jun's hand began to falter downward. In Chapter 32, The ant trips the elephant. Anagu, perceiving victory within his grasp, fixated his gaze on Qi Zhen, gritting his teeth. You are certain to lose, boy. Once I exit the palace, I shall scour for beauties, intending to abduct every maiden in the entirety of Jidu. Haha. What my Ruran warriors cherish most are the fair ladies of Yan. Qi Zhen had initially aimed to overcome Anagu with great difficulty. That was his primary objective. Yet, witnessing such madness, he realized that failing to impart a lesson would be utterly unacceptable. Although his time in Yin had been brief, he harbored a natural affection for the people of this land. The countless invasions by Ruran had resulted in untold suffering, leaving families shattered and lives lost. Not to mention the many who had perished at the hands of the Ruran. Previously, he might have overlooked such atrocities, but now that he was present, how could he stand idly by and allow such horrors to unfold once more? Xiong'er, you will have no chance to seek out beauties. Not only will you miss this opportunity, but you shall never have another. I also assure you, before long, I will personally dismantle your Ruran royal court. Anagu's voice boomed, and many listeners grasped his words clearly. In contrast, Qi Zhen's voice was scarcely audible, heard only by Anagu. After speaking, Anagu continued to exert his strength. Qi Zhen had lowered his hand as much as possible, not merely to deceive Anagu, but primarily to gather his own strength. As the moment approached, Qi Zhen suddenly let out a fierce roar. With a sudden surge of strength, Qi Zhen forcefully slammed Anagu's forearm onto the table. The resounding crack echoed as the wooden surface succumbed to the pressure, splintering into countless fragments that scattered several feet away. Qi Zhen did not relent. Instead, he continued to apply downward force. Anagu, utterly powerless to resist, found himself tumbling downward alongside the shattered table. The thud of his substantial head striking the bluestone floor reverberated through the air, while his mountainous frame collapsed with a heavy thump. It was fortunate that Qi Zhen could only muster strength through his wrist, lacking the full might he possessed, and Anagu's head, being rather robust, remained intact. Nevertheless, the impact was severe, and Anagu's eyes rolled back as he immediately lost consciousness. Silence enveloped the crowd of over 1,000, each individual frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Had Qi Zhen truly brought down the barbarian? Such a notion seemed implausible, akin to an ant tripping an elephant, difficult to fathom. Yet, the scene was undeniable, compelling them to rub their eyes in disbelief. The chaos remained. The elephant lay motionless on the ground, akin to a lifeless pig, while the tiny ant stood defiantly amidst the wreckage. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting his garments and imparting an illusion of grandeur to his stature. The empress was the first to regain her composure, leaping with excitement as she exclaimed, "Qi Zhen, well done." In that moment, her youthful innocence shone through. Incredible. Qi Zhen is magnificent. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those present, the contest had been nothing short of extraordinary, eliciting spontaneous cheers from the crowd. Qi Zhen deliberately rubbed his right wrist with his left hand, then gestured around like an Olympic champion. Muhan's lips twitched, inwardly cursing, "Just revel in your moment of triumph. Do not forget that a reckoning will come in due time." Striding confidently to the empress, Qi Zhen proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, your divine authority is unparalleled. I am honored to fulfill your commands." The empress, still flushed with excitement from the day's tumultuous events, felt her heart racing with elation. Such happiness arrived so unexpectedly that it nearly overwhelmed her fragile heart. As she beheld the proud figure of Qi Zhen approaching, she trembled as she exclaimed, I am greatly comforted. My heart is filled with joy." Words eluded her in that moment. After catching her breath, she eagerly addressed her ministers. "The Blue Lawn Guard, Qi Zhen, has brought glory to the nation with his remarkable achievements. I hereby elevate him to the rank of 7th rank Imperial Bodyguard." All the ministers stood in stunned silence. Has he truly been granted a 7th rank military title? Although civil and military paths diverge, it is worth noting that a county magistrate holds such a rank, and even then, only in a superior county. In an inferior county, one would be merely an 8th rank official. Qi Zhen had merely tamed a tiger and engaged in a single arm wrestling match, yet he was bestowed with a 7th rank title. Lita slightly turned his head to glance at the Minister of Personnel, Wu Tong. Understanding the implication, Wu Tong stepped forward and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, while Qi Zhen's contributions may be modest, he was previously without rank. Might it be a bit too hasty to promote him directly to 7th rank?" The Empress, whether having not heard clearly or intentionally diverting the conversation, responded, Minister Wu speaks wisely. Qizhen's achievements today are indeed difficult to quantify, and 7th rank may be somewhat inadequate. Let it be decreed that Qizhen is to be promoted to 6th rank Imperial Bodyguard, serving in the Hall of Heavenly Reverence. Thus, not only was his rank unchanged, but he was elevated by yet another level. The key point is that an additional decree has been issued, appointing Qizhen to serve directly beside the Empress. Wu Tong was taken aback. Did he fail to articulate his thoughts clearly, or was there something amiss with his hearing? Chu Yinxiu, who had been seated nearby, had now regained his composure. Seeing Wu Tong's impending disruption, he quickly rose and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty is most wise. Qizhen, express your gratitude at once." Qizhen, fully aware of the unfolding events, perceived that the distinction between the 7th and 6th ranks mattered little to him. After all, they were both positions of guard. However, adhering to the principle that if you wish me ill, I shall ensure my own fortune surpasses yours, Qizhen declared. This humble servant thanks your Majesty for your profound grace. He was quite self-aware, promptly elevating his title from a mere subordinate to a humble minister, acknowledging his new rank. From this day forth, your Majesty's directives shall be my guiding path in battle. Should anyone dare to defy your Majesty, I shall teach them their place on the spot. Wu Tong's lips twitched. Was this a military appointment or a bandit-esque declaration? It was not that Qizhen sought to oppose the civil officials, but after today's spectacle, he had become deeply entwined with the Empress. Originally a guard of the Empress, he had now been publicly promoted, aligning him closely with her interests. Although the Empress wore skirts, one could only wonder if she donned trousers beneath. The Empress smiled radiantly, akin to a blossoming pear flower. At that moment, as Qizhen raised his gaze, their eyes met, and both were momentarily entranced. Nan Gongmuqing sensed the awkwardness and softly suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be best to allow Guard Qi to withdraw for now." The Empress finally came to her senses and nodded. "Very well, Qizhen. You may step back for now. There will be rewards forthcoming." Upon saying this, she felt her heart race like a drum, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Qizhen was captivated by the beauty of the Empress. Although she held the title of Empress, her smile was truly enchanting. Wu Tong, unable to achieve his objective, could only retreat awkwardly, his gaze turning cold as he watched Qizhen's silhouette fade. Seizing the opportunity, He Nian approached once more, inquiring if the two envoys from the smaller kingdoms should be summoned together. The Empress nodded in agreement. Let the envoy from the kingdom of Bohai, Wu Shiren, present himself. Let the envoy from the kingdom of Siam, Tai Sulai, present himself. Among the 4 individuals from the Ruan tribe present, one had fainted while another had succumbed to madness. The Ministry of Rites had arranged for a dozen individuals to carry Anagu and Ming Lao out, just as the 2 groups of envoys entered. Upon their meeting, the 2 groups were taken aback, their expressions turning pale. Chapter 33. Do you acknowledge your crimes when the envoys from the kingdom of Bohai, Wu Shiren, and the kingdom of Siam, Tai Sulai, were at the 4 Directions Pavilion? They had been incited by Pu Budong and Anagu, hoping to see some benefits now that the Empress had just ascended to the throne. As Pu Budong and Anagu presented themselves in succession, the 2 envoys outside indulged in fantasies of favorable outcomes. If they could persuade the Yin Kingdom to bestow additional treasures of gold, silver, iron, or even porcelain and silk, their mission would be deemed a resounding success. Upon returning home, they would undoubtedly be richly rewarded by their king. However, just as their excitement peaked, they were confronted with the sight of Anagu, lifeless and being carried out like a dead pig. What was happening? How could the valiant Anagu have fainted? Did presenting themselves before the Yin Empress pose a threat to their lives? The 2 immediately suppressed their arrogance, lowering their heads and hastening their departure. The shattered table remained untouched, intentionally left for the 2 envoys to witness. As they passed by, their legs quivered with trepidation. It was evident that a confrontation had indeed occurred, and the Ruan envoys had suffered a significant setback. Let us remain humble and simply navigate the process smoothly, devoid of any lingering greed. Thus, the 2 individuals respectfully bowed before the Empress, presenting their meticulously arranged gifts. Their entire performance was flawless. The Empress, greatly pleased, commended them before allowing their departure. With that, the audience from the foreign realm was deemed complete. Xia Anzi announced the Emperor's return to the palace, and the ministers dispersed. Even upon reaching the study, the Empress remained exhilarated. Qing'er, today marks the most thrilling day since my ascension. Not only did I thwart the foreign realm's attempts to undermine me, but I also dealt a blow to those literary officials. Truly, a double victory. Nan Gongmuqing smiled. A rare occurrence. Your Majesty, there is more. Qi Jun also returned with an additional 1 million taels of silver from Goguryeo, which is no trivial sum. The empress replied, "Indeed, I nearly forgot about that matter. Qi Jun's contributions today are of utmost importance and warrant a significant reward." Nangong Muqing interjected, "Your Majesty has already granted him a reward. What more could be given?" "It is insufficient," the empress contemplated. "I will not claim the 100,000 taels from Goguryeo. Let them be given directly to him. Additionally, bestow upon him a fine dagger and 100 bolts of silk to be distributed today." This servant acknowledges the decree. After a moment of reflection, the empress added, "Qing'er, you performed admirably today as well, delivering several excellent couplets, which is also a significant achievement." Nangong Muqing, having been prepared, conveyed the information that Qi Jun had reminded her of. Upon hearing this, the empress's mouth fell slightly agape. "Are you suggesting he is both scholarly and martial?" Nangong Muqing nodded vigorously. "This servant's instincts are never wrong. He is undoubtedly a person of hidden depths." The empress ascended to her throne, pondering how such a talent could exist among the noble ranks without her prior knowledge. Nangong Muqing remarked, "It seems the rumors surrounding him were mere illusions. Now that the Qi family is experiencing a decline, he has no choice but to step forward." The empress nodded slightly, inquiring, "In your opinion, does he genuinely harbor loyalty towards me?" This is a contemplation befitting a sovereign. Regardless of a person's abilities, if loyalty is absent, the outcome remains singular. Nangong Muqing did not respond immediately, instead reflecting for a moment. "Your Majesty, it is my belief that his loyalty to you is sincere. Firstly, his noble status warrants respect. And secondly, the suppression he faces from the civil officials today is undeniable. Could it be an act for my benefit?" The empress questioned. "Unlikely. When have those officials ever regarded the nobility with esteem? I share your thoughts. Let today suffice. Summon him tomorrow, and I shall personally inquire." "As you command." After the court disperses, news of the empress's summons of the foreign envoy spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the city. Not only the empress and Nangong Muqing, but nearly everyone who witnessed the events of the day was engaged in discussions about Qi Jun. In the following days, Qi Jun's name resonated throughout the capital. However, Qi Jun himself remained oblivious to all this, focusing instead on escorting Chu Yinxiu back to the barracks for rest alongside Bai Li. Chu Yinxiu was even more exhilarated than the empress, praising Qi Jun throughout their journey. "Today, Qi Jun has brought great honor to the Qingluan Guard while simultaneously humiliating the Jinwu Guard. It was utterly delightful." Upon reclining on the bed, Chu Yinxiu instructed the others to leave, retaining Qi Jun for a private conversation. "Qi Jun, your performance today has been commendable, and there is no need for further elaboration. I merely wish to inquire about the origin of your remarkable prowess." Qi Jun responded with a bitter smile, "General, I, too, am a victim of circumstance. Do tell." "One winter, I chanced upon an old beggar on the verge of freezing to death by the roadside." The second recounting flowed far more smoothly than the initial, with a coherent logic that also rectified several flaws. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinxiu raised his gaze towards Qi Jun, and it transformed once more. "What a good lad," he mused. After a moment of reflection, Chu Yinxiu declared, "Since His Majesty has issued a decree, you shall report to the Feng Tian Palace for duty tomorrow." Qi Jun interjected, "General, I shall not be transferred from the Qingluan Guard, will I?" Chu Yinxiu scoffed, "You are quite mistaken. Do you believe that by gaining the favor of His Majesty, you can extricate yourself from the Qingluan Guard? Such thoughts are mere fantasies. Let me make it clear. Do not even entertain the notion. You are one of the Qingluan Guard, and no one can remove you." Qi Jun quickly clarified, "General, you have misunderstood. I wish to remain with the Qingluan Guard." Chu Yinxiu huffed in acknowledgement. "That is more like it." "Very well. You shall take your entire squad to guard His Majesty." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "I shall return to seek an audience with His Majesty and may even arrange for the entire third camp to be stationed at the Fengtian Palace." With the golden armored guard having faltered, this presents a splendid opportunity for our advance. Qi Jun readily concurred. The more personnel from the Qingluan Guard who were deployed, the less conspicuous he would become, although he could no longer maintain the same level of low profile as before. However, it seems that since his entrance into the palace, he has never maintained a low profile. That very afternoon, he received an edict of commendation from the empress, promptly fastening the exquisite dagger to his waist. The silk was naturally dispatched back to the Qi residence, accompanied by the substantial sum of 100,000 taels of silver from Budong. While the empress's funds remain uncertain in their arrival, His own silver has already found its way into his pouch. The following morning, Qizhen, along with his entire retinue, stood before the gates of the Fengtian Hall. As the saying goes, even a seventh-rank official must tread carefully before a chancellor. What then is the status of those before the empress? The answer is sixth rank, as evidenced by the edict. As he pondered these thoughts, the empress's entourage approached. Today, there was no morning court. The empress went directly to the study to review memorials. Upon seeing Qizhen, she nodded towards Nangong Muqing. Moments later, Nangong Muqing stepped outside, announcing, "The empress summons you." Qizhen removed the dagger and followed her inside. Nangong Muqing took a couple of steps, whispering, "Thank you for your reminder yesterday. I inadvertently claimed credit for your achievements." Qizhen offered a faint smile, replying that he had merely heard such remarks before and had spoken them casually, not expecting to be correct. Taking his response as modesty, Nangong Muqing expressed her gratitude once more before they entered the study. Qizhen knelt and paid his respects, proclaiming, "Your humble servant Qizhen pays his respects to your majesty." A cool voice echoed from above, "Qizhen, do you know your crime?" Chapter 34. The Murder Case at the Xifeng Pavilion. Qizhen was momentarily taken aback. Had he not been summoned for praise and camaraderie? Why then? Was he being questioned about a crime right from the outset? Was it possible that he had merely gazed at her a moment too long in the crowd yesterday? Surely not. After all, it helped her secure victory in 2 matches. Must one now turn against her? I am perplexed. You possess innate strength and exceptional martial prowess, yet you squander your days in debauchery and indulgence. Is this not a betrayal of the sovereign? Is this deemed a crime? My lavish lifestyle was never intended to deceive you. Furthermore, was that truly me? I have gained nothing of value, yet I bear the brunt of blame daily. Your Majesty, I did not intend to mislead you. Rather, I sought merely to preserve my own safety. The empress cast a glance at Qizhen, her lips curving in a slight smile. Why then, has he become so brazen now? Qizhen, feeling aggrieved, remarked, "Your Majesty should be aware of my family's circumstances. I am left with no alternative. Are you suggesting that I am to blame for not permitting your father to inherit his title? That was not my intention. The court has its own rules, and your Majesty has burdens of your own. I must strive for my own advancement." Nangong Muqing interjected, "Qi-guard, do not presume to interpret the will of the sovereign." Qizhen replied, "I acknowledge my fault." The empress softened her tone. "Yet I remain curious. How is it that one so young possesses such skill?" Nangong Muqing gazed intently at Qizhen, her curiosity surpassing that of the empress. Qizhen sighed, "And since your Majesty has inquired, I dare not conceal the truth. It is a tale from a winter's day when I rescued an old beggar on the brink of freezing to death." This account flowed far more smoothly than yesterday's, with coherent logic and a seamless narrative, interspersed with several poignant, melodramatic elements. By the end, even he was nearly convinced of his own tale. The empress's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Nangong Muqing appeared on the verge of weeping. "I never expected that such a chivalrous and honorable man still exists in this world. Please rise and respond." Qizhen silently thought, "Do you think I wish to kneel?" The empress took the opportunity to calm her emotions. "It is sufficient that you understand my plight. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not let you down." After saying this, for reasons unknown, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly added, "I shall certainly not fail the Qi family either. I, your humble minister, am willing to sacrifice my life for your Majesty without hesitation. This fair leg can be considered embraced, right?" At that moment, Shaoanzi entered and announced, "Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights, He Nian, has urgent matters to report." "Announce him." Qizhen bowed and stepped back. He Nian hurried in, not even taking the time for formalities, and exclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, grave news. The Ruran envoy, Anagu, was murdered last night." "What?" The empress gasped in shock. What on earth happened? At this moment, Qizhen had just stepped out, and upon hearing this, he halted. However, matters of this nature were not for him to worry about. Standing guard was of utmost importance. He Nian continued, "This morning, we were supposed to escort the foreign envoy out of the capital, but Anago never made an appearance. Later, Dolimai barged in and discovered that Anago had been dead for quite some time, and moreover what?" He Nian swallowed hard, and added, "Moreover, Anagu's head has mysteriously vanished." The empress's expression grew exceedingly grave as she murmured, "How could this be?" From her personal perspective, Anago had publicly humiliated her the day before, and she wished nothing more than to dismember him. Yet, as the Ruran envoy, he could not be held accountable. Thus, yesterday, Qi Jun inflicted severe injuries upon Anagu, and deep within the empress's heart, there was profound delight. Yet, that was all she could allow herself. Now, with Anaga's corpse dismembered, mishandling the situation could very well provoke the Rurin to descend upon them, resulting in untold suffering for the populace. This was indeed a grave matter. At that moment, Shaoanzi re-entered, bowing to announce, "Your Majesty, the Left Chancellor and several ministers seek an audience." "Allow them to enter," she commanded. As Lida entered, he declared, "Your Majesty, we have just discovered the severed head of Anagu." "Where is it?" she inquired. "It has been hung outside the northern city gate." The Empress slammed her hand upon the imperial table, exclaiming, "Nonsense. The murderer is deliberately provoking the court." The others were acutely aware of the implications. If it were merely an act of vengeance, there would be no need to transport the head and display it at the city gate. "Have we identified the perpetrator?" "At present, there are no leads." The Empress took a deep breath and inquired, "What do you propose we do about this matter?" Qi Jun stood at a distance outside the study, where it seemed improbable he could overhear the conversations within. Yet, curiosity compelled him to channel his energy to his ears. And soon enough, the dialogue appeared to unfold before him. Upon grasping the details of the incident, he pondered who could possibly be responsible. Although Anagu had been wounded, his foundational strength remained intact, and his cultivation was formidable. It would not be easy to eliminate him silently without alarming those nearby. Furthermore, the fact that the head had been taken away indicated that the assassin was undoubtedly a master of their craft. This was only one facet of the situation. More crucial was the assassin's origins. If this were retaliation for the Ruin's actions in Jidu, it would simply be an act of vengeance. However, it appeared that the reality was far more complex. The brutal assassination of Anagu appears to be a deliberate provocation aimed at inciting the wrath of the Ruin. Indeed, he had heard similar sentiments from several ministers. "Your Majesty, regardless of who perpetrated this act, the blame must be laid squarely upon the Western Qin. Both Western Qin and Yin are neighboring territories of the Ruin, facing the same threat of southern invasion. By diverting the blame towards Western Qin, they could effectively alleviate the pressure on Yin." With the general direction established, several individuals began whispering amongst themselves, strategizing their next moves. Qi Jun, upon overhearing, could not help but grimace. Such duplicity was indeed appalling. These scholars, appearing so virtuous, were, in reality, filled with malice. After a significant passage of time, the ministers emerged from the imperial study, several of them surrounding Li Daong like stars gravitating towards a moon. As they exited, Li Daong cast what seemed to be an inadvertent glance at Qi Jun, who remained focused ahead, seemingly oblivious to the interaction. 2 days later, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Justice, and the Shuntian Prefecture presented a seemingly earnest joint memorial, detailing the investigative process surrounding the murder of the Ruin envoy. Remarkably, within just 2 days, this case had been swiftly resolved. Through meticulous examination of the crime scene, they uncovered vital clues, which led them to the perpetrator's hiding place. A swift intrusion resulted in the assailant being grievously injured and subsequently captured alive. Hattie and Dolimai were both involved in the operation. The scene yielded a plethora of evidence, irrefutably linking this individual to the murder of Anagu, along with additional physical evidence subtly implicating the Western Qin. Although the assailant succumbed to his injuries shortly thereafter, the ultimate conclusion could not be altered. The assassination of Anagu was a ploy to sow discord between the Ruin and Yin. Thus, the truth was unveiled. It was merely a performance orchestrated by the Ministry of Justice using a condemned prisoner. Although Hattie and Doli found the situation somewhat perplexing, they had no choice but to accept it. After all, they were not the rightful emissaries. It was crucial for them to report this news to the Khan as swiftly as possible. Thus, they resolved to return to the grasslands the following day. The next day also marked the day of Qi Jun's respite, and that evening, he returned to the Qi residence. There was a certain comfort in being home. After spending days among those rugged men, he couldn't shake off the lingering odor of sweat. Now, with Lan Su and Xiao Man bustling about, their mere presence was a delightful sight. However, his younger sister, Qi Yao, was absent, having gone to visit a friend. That night, he did not sleep but instead sat in meditation on his bed. As dawn approached, Qi Jun suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. Chapter 35. Work with me for 3 years. Someone had arrived. Although inhaling this aroma would not poison him, Qi Jun instinctively held his breath and focused intently. It appeared to be merely an enchanting scent rather than a toxic fume. Had it been poisonous gas, he would have immediately taken Lan Su and Xiao Man, who were sleeping in the outer room, to safety. Since it seemed to be only a bewitching mist, there was no immediate rush. He wished to observe how the situation would unfold. Unfortunately, he was unable to extend his consciousness outward to discern the happenings beyond his door. Nevertheless, his hearing remained exceptionally acute. Earlier, he had been too engrossed in meditation to notice. Now, as he listened intently, he quickly detected a clue. Someone with remarkable agility had alighted softly at his doorstep. The only individual he knew capable of such grace was Dong Qian. The thought of that rain-soaked gentleman brought a slight smile to Qi Zhen's face. It seemed that this fellow was still quite persistent. He remained seated on his bed, motionless, even keeping his eyes closed. The door was opened from the outside with remarkable ease. Despite being locked from within, it was still accessible. It seemed that Dong Qian truly possessed a certain skill in this regard. Upon entering, the intruder made scarcely a sound. After a brief pause, they approached the door to the inner chamber. Leaning slightly to listen, they pushed open the door and stepped inside. This door was not locked, facilitating the comings and goings of Lan Su and her companion. Once inside, Dong Qian first surveyed the room before finally resting her gaze upon the bed. At that moment, the embroidered curtains hung low, concealing Qi Zhen from view. Exercising caution, Dong Qian approached the bedside and slowly lifted the curtain. To her surprise, she was met with Qi Zhen's broad smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. "Xiao Qian, you've arrived." Startled, Dong Qian recoiled as if stung by a venomous creature. She had anticipated a simpler endeavor. Having administered a double dose of the intoxicating fragrance, how could he still remain unaffected? This man was truly extraordinary. In an instant, Qi Zhen sprang from the bed, striking towards Dong Qian with a swift palm. As she retreated while defending herself, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each matching the other's speed. Qi Zhen, reveling in the playful spar, remarked, "I warn you, should you shatter anything in this room, you shall owe tenfold in compensation." The corners of Dong Qian's mouth twitched. She was there to settle a score, yet she could not afford to break anything. Though she thought this, she was indeed more cautious in her actions. Fortunately, both were remarkably agile, gliding about the room like butterflies, creating only a gentle breeze without disturbing any objects. Qi Zhen silently admired Dong Qian's skill and lightness. If it were not for his own magical prowess, he would truly struggle against her. After several more exchanges, Qi Zhen feigned with his right hand, while his left struck with an astonishing angle at Dong Qian's ribs. Dong Qian suddenly felt a tingling sensation on one side of her body and immediately fell backward. Behind her stood a display cabinet filled with various porcelain artifacts. The moment she realized she had collided with something, she sensed the gravity of the situation. However, her body was numb, rendering her unable to evade the impending impact. She landed on her back, sprawled on the ground. The 2 ornaments perched atop the cabinet wobbled precariously before plummeting down. Startled, Dong Qian instinctively reached out to catch one and extended her leg to secure the other. Such acrobatic finesse was a feat that few could replicate. Just as she sighed in relief, another ornament fell from the center, shattering into countless pieces. It felt as though her heart shattered alongside it, prompting her to resign herself and close her eyes. This was the end. The night was destined for disaster. Indeed, she heard Qi Zhen shout in dismay, "What a calamity! That was a Pointiest lion cub from the Xing kiln, worth at least 10,000 taels." Dong Qian retorted angrily, "Spare me. You think I'm a novice? That piece is worth at most 500 taels." Qi Zhen replied, "Then you shall compensate me 5,000 taels." Dong Qian paused, blinking in disbelief. "Wait, on what grounds?" "Simply because you intruded upon my residence with ill intent. If I were to take you to the Shuntian prefecture, do you think they wouldn't pin all the unsolved cases of the past years on you?" Dong Qian lamented, "Brother, I concede. Not only to your skills, but also to your character." Qi Zhen instinctively raised an eyebrow. "You should realize that my character far surpasses my skills." At this moment, Dong Qian had regained her composure, gently placing the ornaments she had caught back in their positions before sitting down on the floor. It was fortunate that Qi Zhen had not taken lethal action, otherwise he would never be able to rise again. "Speak. Why have you come to meet me in secret?" Dong Qian replied, exasperated. "Was it not you who asked me to seek you out?" In truth, he had intended to approach stealthily and subdue Qi Zhen, in order to free himself from his own constraints. "Did I summon you at this unearthly hour? I have grown accustomed to it." "No. You only just returned tonight, and I am anxious." Anyone would feel a sense of urgency if pierced by an icy thorn in their heart. Qi Zhen gestured for them to sit at the table, and without lighting a lamp, they faced each other in the dimness. Thankfully, both possessed keen night vision, otherwise, it would have been quite eerie, as neither would be able to see the other. Qi Zhen gazed across the table and mused, "You were once a beauty. Yet now you tread a treacherous path. Do you not wish to follow me onto the righteous path?" Dong Qian rolled her eyes, retorting, "Is being an official truly the righteous path? How can one be certain that today's official was not yesterday's thief? And today's thief will not become tomorrow's official?" Qi Zhen found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "I value your remarkable skills. It would be a pity for you to perish like this, and yet you remain obstinate." Dong Qian bit her lip, lifting her gaze slightly to scrutinize Qi Zhen. "What exactly do you intend to do? If you continue in this manner before me, I shall tear your mouth apart." "Damn it, you give me goosebumps. I may be a bit too maternal, but it is a necessity of my profession." "Enough." Qi Zhen could not help but raise his hand to his forehead in exasperation. "I have but one condition. Work with me for 3 years starting today, and at the end of that period, you shall be granted your freedom. What say you?" Dong Qian hesitated. "Work? For 3 years?" Qi Zhen abruptly rose, exclaiming, "I mean to work. I have certain matters that require someone to run errands, and you have caught my attention. Do you understand?" Dong Qian replied with a hint of grievance, "I mean the same. It seems you have misunderstood." Qi Zhen suddenly pondered whether 3 years might be somewhat excessive. Dong Qian continued, "Working for 3 years is not out of the question, but I shall not engage in morally reprehensible or servile tasks." His agreement stemmed not only from the overwhelming pressure of Qi Zhen's skills, but also from the fact that he had heard rumors of Qi Zhen being favored by the empress. Although he did not pursue an official career, it was reasonable to seek favor through Qi Zhen, who had gained the empress's attention, after all. It is wise to find shade under a large tree. "You still have the audacity to speak of morality?" Dong Qian coughed lightly and asked, "What is it you require of me?" Qi Zhen replied earnestly, "Are you aware of the situation at the Four Directions Pavilion?" "I have heard of it," she responded. "Do you know who is responsible?" Dong Qian looked at Qi Zhen as if he were a fool, clearly unaware. "If you do not know, then investigate discreetly." "You expect a personal guard to conduct an investigation?" Qi Zhen shot him a glare. Dong Qian immediately conceded, "I shall look into it. But is there a budget for the investigation? You still owe me 5,000 taels. Forget I mentioned it." At that moment, dawn had broken, and Qi Zhen instructed Dong Qian to release Lan Su and Xiao Man from their intoxicating slumber. Just then, a young maid rushed into the courtyard, shrieking, "Second young master! Something terrible has happened. The young lady is missing." Chapter 36. A disturbing aroma. Qi Zhen glanced over and recognized it was Xiao Yuanzi, Qi Yao's personal maid. With her round face and charmingly plump eyes, she was quite adorable. Yet now, panic has ensued. Upon seeing Qi Zhen, she immediately burst into tears. "Second young master, you must go and search for the miss." A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Qi Zhen's heart. "Do not fret. What has happened to my sister?" Little Yuanzi stifled her sobs, explaining, "Yesterday, the miss went to the residence of Miss Liao Jiru at the mansion of Duke Zhongqin, and they decided to stay together for the night. However, this morning, when I arose, I found that both the miss and Miss Liao were missing. The Duke Zhongqin's estate belonged to the rotund Liao Jesher, whose sister, Liao Jiru, shared a close bond with Qi Yao. Could they have gone out to play?" queried Qi Zhen. Little Yuanzi replied, "That is impossible. Miss Liao has a frail constitution, and the miss only went to keep her company. How could they possibly venture out so early? Take me to see," he instructed. He refrained from asking further questions, knowing that the Liao household must have already searched for them. It was only after failing to locate them that little Yuanzi returned to deliver the news. At that moment, Dong Qian emerged, asking, "Shall I accompany you?" Qi Zhen responded, "That would be agreeable." Little Yuanzi, unfamiliar with Dong Qian, did not ponder why she had emerged from the young master's chamber so early in the day. Today, Qi Tai was absent from home, and Chen Shi had received word and hurried over. Qi Zhen urged Chen Shi not to panic and swiftly departed with little Yuanzi. Upon arriving at the Liao residence, the rotund figure was bellowing, "I don't care. You must search every corner until you find them." Upon seeing Qi Zhen enter, the rotund man, wearing a sorrowful expression, lamented, "Brother Zhen, I truly do not know what has transpired. I have already arranged for people to search. We will surely find them." Qi Zhen nodded, "Do not worry. First, lead me to their chamber." The rotund man took the lead, guiding them into an intricately adorned building. Xiao Yuanzi elucidated, "The young ladies are resting in the room on the second floor, while the rest of us remain downstairs." Qi Zhen remained silent, ascending the stairs to the second floor. closely followed by Dong Qian and the portly man. Inside the room, there were no signs of a struggle. However, the bedding was haphazardly tossed aside. 2 pairs of embroidered shoes lay scattered on the floor, and a woman's outer garment hung on a clothes rack. Upon surveying the scene, Qi Zhen immediately concluded that they had undoubtedly been abducted. Dong Qian conducted a thorough inspection of the surroundings, noting that the intruder was highly skilled, leaving behind no valuable clues. The portly man, unfamiliar with Dong Qian, anxiously inquired, "What shall we do?" Dong Qian shushed him and approached the window, wrinkling her nose to inhale deeply. After a moment, she turned to Qi Zhen and asked, "Do you detect a peculiar scent?" Her gaze seemed to carry a hint of challenge. Qi Zhen closed his eyes, concentrating intently. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide, affirming, "Indeed, there is." The portly man exclaimed, "What kind of scent is it?" Qi Zhen and Dong Qian exchanged glances and simultaneously replied, "It is a rather pungent odor." Dong Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration. The portly man, feeling awkward, remarked, "Brother Zhen, how could there be such a scent in my sister's room?" Qi Zhen clarified, "It is not the kind of scent you are thinking of." The portly man looked perplexed, while Dong Qian interjected, "If my intuition serves me correctly, it should be." Qi Zhen raised his hand to silence her, preventing her from completing her thought. Dong Qian, perceptive, fell silent. Qi Zhen turned to the portly man and asserted, "Wait here, I will rescue them." With that, he and Dong Qian leapt down the stairs. Once they exited the Liao residence, Dong Qian asked, "Shall we head to the Sifang Pavilion?" "No," Qi Zhen replied. "We shall go directly to the north gate." They detected the unique scent emanating from the Ruran envoy. At this moment, the Ruran delegation had already departed from Jidu, spurring their steeds northward. The dawn had broken, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Thus, the two refrained from soaring through the air, lest they draw undue attention. Upon exiting the northern gate, they swiftly enacted their techniques, nearly gliding as lightly as a wisp of smoke. The delay in leaving the city had caused Qi Zhen to feel an acute sense of urgency, compelling him to exert nearly all his strength. Dong Qian had initially intended to measure her prowess against Qi Zhen, having previously engaged in acrobatic feats atop the palace rooftops. However, now they raced on solid ground. To her dismay, she soon realized that within mere breaths, she could scarcely glimpse Qi Zhen's trailing figure. It was at this juncture that Dong Qian comprehended the vast disparity between them. Genuinely humbled, determined, she pushed her speed to the limit, pursuing him relentlessly. After a considerable time, she finally spotted Qi Zhen beckoning to her from the roadside. Directly ahead on the official road was a caravan advancing northward. The convoy consisted of over a dozen large carts, their tracks indicating a substantial cargo. Hundreds of imperial guards provided escort, marking it as the Ruran envoy's procession. Qi Zhen whispered, "I have already observed that the foremost cart contains a coffin, while the others likely carry gifts from the court to the Ruran. Any discoveries?" Indeed. Qi Zhen's expression turned grave. Within the first coffin cart, there are 2 faint breaths. They must be the envoys. Dong Qian's demeanor also shifted to one of seriousness. With the envoy dead and the court dispatching heavy military protection, would a brazen theft at this moment lead to unforeseen complications? Qi Zhen coldly remarked, "I comprehend your intent. Yet should they dare to lay a hand on my sister, they shall not escape unscathed." Dong Qian pondered momentarily before responding, "Do not act impulsively. I surmise that the 2 young ladies are not in immediate danger. Perhaps we should wait until nightfall to discuss this further." Qi Zhen restrained his fury. "What course of action do you propose?" Dong Qian countered, "Are there any formidable adversaries involved?" Qi Zhen replied, "There are but 2, or rather 1, a swordsman named Hattie." "That simplifies matters," Dong Qian stated. "After night descends, I shall lure Hattie away, and you can rescue them." Qi Zhen contemplated for a moment. This plan is feasible. But let us reverse our roles. I will divert Hattie's attention while you execute the rescue. "Why?" Dong Qian inquired. "Firstly, you may not be Hattie's match, and secondly, you possess greater expertise in the art of stealth." Dong Qian scoffed. "You think I cannot escape even if I cannot defeat him?" Qi Zhen's gaze was as frigid as ice. "My intentions extend beyond merely drawing him out." Dong Qian regarded Qi Zhen, an inexplicable chill coursing through her. "Regardless of our actions, I strongly advise you to keep your identity concealed." "Nonsense, what is there to fear?" The caravan progressed at a leisurely pace, and the 2 concealed their figures, trailing at a distance. Although anxious, Qi Zhen recognized that Dong Qian's approach was the most prudent. Should they attempt a daylight abduction, It would inevitably provoke a confrontation with the imperial troops, likely resulting in casualties and dire consequences. Furthermore, he had no intention of letting Hattie slip away easily. Throughout their journey, Qi Jun had deliberated extensively, concluding that Hattie was indeed the one responsible for the abduction. Doli Mai's bulk rendered him conspicuous, making it difficult for him to remain undetected. Although the old man has shown signs of recovery, he is said to remain rather weak. Hattie, possessing profound skills, effortlessly brought two young girls along. The abduction of Qi Yao was merely an act of vengeance for his injury to Inagu. The only lingering question is how Hattie managed to locate Qi Yao with such precision. After a painstaking wait until nightfall, Dong Qian insisted on waiting for them to fall asleep. With no other choice, Qi Jun reluctantly agreed. Dong Qian casually produced 2 pieces of dry rations to share, having concealed them moments before. As midnight approached, Qi Jun rose abruptly. Xiao Qian, it is time to act. Chapter 37. Midnight Shadows at the stroke of midnight. The moon hung bright in a sparse sky. In the courtyard of a relay station, more than a dozen large carts were arranged, while soldiers patrolled the perimeter intermittently. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Hattie was asleep in his room when suddenly a gentle tapping echoed from the rear window. Who goes there? A raspy voice replied. If you wish to know who killed Inagu, come with me. Fearless and skilled. Hattie leaped from the rear window and swiftly followed the shadowy figure away from the relay station. After running several miles, they found themselves in the desolate wilderness, devoid of any human presence. The figure ahead suddenly halted and turned to face Hattie. As Hattie approached, he beheld an old man, his face lined with deep wrinkles. Someone he did not recognize. Scanning the area, he found no sign of an ambush. Who are you? How do you know who the murderer is? The old man beckoned him closer. Come nearer, and I shall tell you. Hattie stepped forward, their distance now just a yard apart. You may speak now. The old man chuckled sinisterly. The one who killed Inagu is none other than I. As he spoke, he lunged forward, striking with his palm aimed directly at Hattie's face. Hattie let out a cold snort and drew his sword in response. In an instant, the air was filled with a palpable sword energy, severing the surrounding vegetation within several paces. Evidently, he had not exerted his full strength during his bout with Zhou Ingjian. Sensing the imminent danger posed by the old man, he unleashed 90% of his power from the outset. However, to Hattie's astonishment, the elder, though unarmed, moved with an ethereal grace, as if strolling leisurely through a garden, displaying an effortless mastery of the combat. In less than a dozen exchanges, Hattie found himself at a disadvantage, forced solely to defend without any means of retaliation. How could it be? How could such a master exist in Yin State? And why would he target Hattie, a mere envoy of the ruin? Was it truly because he had slain Inagu? The more he fought, the more overwhelmed he became, and his thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. After so long in his career, this night marked the most perilous moment of his journey. He had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique, the 3 strikes of the God Slayer. With a swift motion, the blade surged forth like a stampede of galloping horses, roaring towards the old man with unstoppable force. The elder was immediately compelled to retreat 3 steps, a gash appearing on his chest. These 3 strikes held some semblance of power, but Hattie was left in utter shock. His master had once proclaimed that these 3 strikes were unparalleled in strength. One could not escape unscathed, regardless of their prowess. He had traversed the grasslands with this technique, never encountering a worthy opponent. Yet now, all he had accomplished was to tear the elder's clothing. A chill crept up his spine as he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the old man, draining him of all resolve. No, he had to flee. The thought surged, rendering him even more vulnerable. Kid, I've had my fun with you. With a sudden stamp of his foot, the elder's form abruptly vanished from sight. Hutty could only rely on instinct to thrust the longsword forward. To his astonishment, the blade was effortlessly shattered by the old man's palm. Taking a step closer, the elder delivered a powerful kick to Hutty's chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Blood spewed from his mouth as he crashed to the ground several yards away, struggling to rise. Who are you? As the old man approached, he casually removed the disguise from his face, revealing his true identity. Hutty's eyes widened in disbelief. It's you. Qi Jun tucked the disguise into his pocket, pondering how trivial Xiaoqian's concerns were, questioning why he should go to such lengths. Would he allow Hutty to leave alive? Standing over Hutty, he placed a foot on his chest, his gaze as frigid as ice. Why did you abduct my sister? Hutty's neck bulged with veins, his breath quickening as he attempted to resist, but to no avail. You killed Inagu. I will capture your sister. It was not I who killed Inagu, but you shall be my next victim, Chijin retorted dismissively. How do you know where my sister is at night? Realizing his fate was sealed, Hati no longer felt fear. I will not tell you. You have invoked the wrath of the Ruin. You will be torn apart by horses. Chijin coldly replied, I knew you would never confess. Say farewell to this world. With that, he raised his right hand above Hati's head. The fierce glint in Hati's eyes faded into confusion, followed by a profound emptiness, an emptiness devoid of all meaning. Soul search. Chijin unleashed a brutal form of punishment even feared in the realm of cultivation, soul searching. As the name implies, it involved using one's magical power to extract desired information directly from a person's mind. Once subjected to soul searching, no secret remains concealed. The individual undergoing this procedure may be left as a fool at best, or meet an untimely demise at worst, with no exceptions, unless driven by profound enmity. Even in the realm of cultivation, one would not readily resort to such techniques. Chijin harbored a deep-seated hatred for Hati, and, as such, showed no restraint. Soul-searching begins by tracing back from the most recent memories. Chijin gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sensations. Initially, he observed the events of the day, which held little of interest. Then, as the clock struck midnight, Hati intruded upon a boudoir and abducted 2 young maidens, one of whom was Chi Yao. Continuing his examination, he recalled the previous evening when Hati received a note from a stranger. The essence of the note conveyed that, due to Chijin injuring Inagu, the assassin was rendered powerless to resist. Thus, Chijin was deemed an accomplice. Unable to eliminate Chijin, capturing his sister would serve as a means of venting frustration. That night, his sister would be staying at the estate of Duke Zhongqin, presenting a rare opportunity. The note bore no signature, and the identity of the sender remained a mystery. Chijin clenched his teeth in silence and continued his search. A considerable span of memories yielded little value, merely detailing the experiences of several envoys during their time in the Yin Kingdom. At this juncture, the images began to blur. Just as Chijin contemplated severing the connection, he discerned an individual conversing with Hati and the others. This person appeared of noble stature as Hati knelt before him. It was Hati's master. Chijin could not discern the man's visage, yet he acutely sensed the depth of his cultivation, an unparalleled master. At this point, the vision dissipated completely. Chijin released his grip, and Hati collapsed to the ground, still clinging to a breath of life. After a moment of contemplation, Chijinsu bent down and pressed his finger on Hati's forehead. A chilling surge of icy magical power was infused within. He then seized Hati and hastily retreated, discarding him at the entrance of the post station before vanishing into the vastness of the night. Upon receiving the news, Dalamai was thrown into a state of panic, nearly losing control of himself. It was rather normal for him to return alone after initially arriving with 3 companions. The fate of the others was either death or madness, instilling fear in anyone. Moreover, who could inflict such grievous harm upon Hati but an extraordinary individual? Thus, he commanded a swift, relentless retreat. Days later, they crossed the borders of Yin State and entered the grasslands. Here, they encountered over 1,000 soldiers from the reinforcements they had previously left behind. Dalamai still dared not pause, hastening towards the royal court of Ruin at the utmost speed. At that moment, the Khan of Ruin was not at home, leaving only the National Master to seek an audience with. The National Master first examined the old man Ming. The prognosis was not dire, but he required a period of rest. However, his power would undoubtedly be significantly affected. He then approached Hati, leaning down for a closer inspection, inadvertently exclaiming softly. With a grave expression, he placed his hand upon Hati's forehead, attempting to sense something. Just then, an unexpected calamity struck. As the National Master Zhong Kongyue placed his hand on Hati's forehead, a burst of force erupted, intending to probe further. To his astonishment, Hati's head exploded like a watermelon. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and shattered bones flew about. Zhong Kongyue, unable to evade in time, was splattered with large splotches of blood on his hands, body, and even his face. Dalamai, too, was covered in blood, collapsing in terror. The National Master had inadvertently shattered Hati's skull with his own hands. He then began to emit a series of frantic cackles, having seemingly lost his sanity from the shock. The usually composed Zhong Kongyue was equally taken aback. He stared blankly at the headless corpse, murmuring, "This is magic." In the deep of night, in the illuminated hall of the Qi residence in Jidu, Qi Tai paced anxiously. Qinshu sobbed softly, her eyes swollen and red. The entire family was awake, fervently awaiting news. Although the stout man had already sent word that Qi Zhen had discovered a lead and had pursued it, how could they find solace without seeing him return? Chen Shi had lost count of how many times she had inquired. Why hasn't Qi Zhen returned yet? Is Yao in danger? How can I possibly endure this? Chi Tai was equally distressed, but spoke in a steady voice. Do not fret. Since Chen has a lead, he will surely rescue Yao. I have faith in him. At that moment, the steward rushed in from outside, calling out, the second young master and young lady have returned. It turned out that after Qi Zhen left the post station, he hastened to the agreed-upon location. Upon seeing Dong Qian's relaxed expression, he understood that things had gone according to plan. Two petite figures lay motionless on the ground. What had happened to them? Dong Qian reassured him, they are fine. They were merely put to sleep. I didn't wake them when you didn't return, fearing they might misunderstand. Qi Zhen conducted a brief examination and, finding that Qi Yao and the other girl were unharmed, finally relaxed. With a teasing glance at Dong Qian, he remarked, you certainly have a knack for abducting people. Dong Qian pouted, I'll take that as a compliment. Shall we wake them now? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Zhen replied, let us hold off for now. We'll return them first. It's dark, and I wouldn't want to frighten them again. Thus, Qi Zhen carried Qi Yao on his back, while Dong Qian bore Liao Zhiru, hastily returning to Jidu. Upon arriving at the gates of the Qi residence, Qi Zhen personally administered the release of their acupoints, rousing the two young ladies from their bewildered stupor. He escorted them into the estate. After leaving her address, Dong Qian turned and departed, avoiding the presence of the others. Chi Tai and Chen Shi were overjoyed to see Qi Yao unharmed, with Chen Shi embracing her tightly, unwilling to let go. The Liao family also dispatched individuals to the Qi residence in anticipation of news, and upon seeing Liao Zhiru, they too were filled with delight. Chi Tai quickly arranged for Liao Zhiru to be sent home. He then pulled Qi Zhen aside, his eyes wide with fury, demanding to know what had transpired. Who was responsible? I shall kill him. Qi Zhen, sympathizing with the father's concern, had no intention of revealing the truth. The matter was too significant and should remain discreet. He merely stated that the two had been playing and had ventured out, only to lose their way. Qi Tai was taken aback, exclaiming, can even I not be informed? Qi Zhen replied, your ignorance will lend authenticity to the tale. Fear not, I have handled it appropriately. Qi Tai regarded Qi Zhen intently, giving a slight nod. And what of the two of them? I have already spoken with them. This should not reveal anything. Later, I shall confer with Fatty. Chen Shi, having finally released Qi Yao, was still catching her breath, bewildered by the events that had unfolded. As Chen Shi regained her composure, she chided, child, why on earth did you spend the night at the Liao residence? Qi Yao cast a reproachful glance at Qi Zhen, silently blaming her second brother. Qi Zhen scratched his nose, incredulous that the blame had shifted onto him. Qi Yao pouted her lips, of course blaming you. She had never seen the big yellow creature before and was quite fond of it, so she invited Jiru to come and witness this rarity. Unexpectedly, the big yellow suddenly let out a roar, startling Jiru terribly. What is this big yellow creature? Qi Yao continued, I had to send Jiru back. She was still a bit frightened, so I stayed with her for the night. Is this not your fault? Upon hearing Qi Yao's indignant accusations, Qi Zhen finally understood. The big yellow she mentioned must be that tiger, right? The empress herself was too scared to keep it and had done him a favor by giving it to him. Over time, he had completely forgotten about it. Ah, so it was because of that old big yellow second brother would go and slaughter it for meat, avenging his little sister. Qi Yao panicked. No, you can't kill it. I want to keep it. Then it must be properly taught a lesson. There should be some family discipline. Qi Zhen took the opportunity to leave in a huff, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. After all this, the root of the problem lay with him. Once he clarified where the tiger was kept, he walked while contemplating. This incident with Qi Yao served as a reminder. Although he could argue with the heavens and the earth, his family could not. It was wise to take some precautions. Upon arriving at the backyard, he found the enormous iron cage prominently placed. The tiger was sleeping, yet remained extremely alert. Upon noticing Qi Zhen, it quickly scrambled to the corner. Lacking the key, Qi Zhen had no choice but to reach through the bars and pat the tiger's head. Instinctively, he infused a bit of magical energy, intending to teach it a lesson. I say, Big Yellow, I heard you frighten my little sister's friend. How do you intend to settle this account? The tiger's forepaws clutched the cage in anguish, panting with a sense of injustice. Yet its gaze began to undergo a transformation. Shall I steal you for a meal or fashion you into a tiger skin armchair? The tiger, for reasons unknown, began to tremble slightly. Or perhaps you could simply stay here, becoming a pet tiger for me and my sister. How does that sound? The tiger's trembling seemed to lessen somewhat. Qizhen blinked. Can you understand my words? The tiger remained unresponsive. A nod would signify comprehension, while a shake of the head would indicate otherwise. The tiger licked its lips, seemingly on the verge of shaking its head, but abruptly halted. Oh, so you dare to play tricks on me? At this, the tiger began to shake vigorously. Ah, this is intriguing. During his time in the realm of cultivation, Qizhen was aware of specialized sects dedicated to taming various spiritual beasts. Although he had never practiced beast taming techniques, he possessed some knowledge. Establishing a mental connection with a spirit beast merely required a drop of one's blood. Just by channeling a bit of his mana, he had managed to make the tiger comprehend human speech. The disparity between realms had significantly amplified the potency of his mana. De Huang, you have yet to respond to me. The tiger raised its eyes slightly to regard Qizhen and finally nodded slowly. Qizhen pondered for a moment, assuring, following me will not lead to your detriment. Perhaps there are immense fortunes in store for you. He offered a drop of his own blood, suggesting it might awaken the tiger's intellect and transform its essence. Though the tiger grasped little of this, a hint of human-like joy flickered across its face. Qizhen subtly channeled his mana, forcing a droplet of blood from his fingertip, which gradually floated to the tiger's brow and then vanished. The tiger closed its eyes, quietly absorbing the atmosphere. In Chapter 39, there arose a faint sensation within Qizhen's mind. The tiger slowly opened its eyes, its gaze markedly transformed from before. Qizhen contemplated for a moment and unleashed another icy spike. Warning, De Huang, this spike will follow you relentlessly, should you dare to retaliate. You are well aware of my methods. With a slight motion of his finger, the icy spike began to writhe within the tiger's mind. The tiger immediately collapsed in agony, appearing to beg for mercy. At that moment, Qi Yao rushed over, exclaiming, "Second brother, do not bully De Huang." Observing the tiger's torment, she seemed genuinely pained. Qizhen mused to himself, could my sister possibly possess a heart of a saint? Little sister, it frightened you all. Shouldn't it be punished? He queried. Qi Yao replied, it is merely a beast, lacking any understanding of human emotions. Why engage in a futile struggle with it? And if it truly harmed you or your friends? Qizhen pressed. In that case, I would personally flay its skin. Qi Yao retorted. De Huang shuddered inexplicably, pondering the nature of this family. Pleased, Qizhen affectionately ruffled Qi Yao's hair, saying, I have already tamed it, and it is quite intelligent. How about I leave it in your care? Qi Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to let it roam free? Qizhen nodded, of course. When I am not around, it shall protect you. Expecting Qi Yao to be frightened, he was surprised when the young girl leaped in excitement, clapping her hands. That's wonderful. Can I take it to the market? No. Qizhen resolutely rejected the notion, declaring that if one dared to take it outside, they could only meet it in the pot. De Huang raised her head, questioning why she was being punished for being taken out. Qi Yao felt a tinge of disappointment, inquiring whether it would heed her words. Of course it will, she replied. Glancing at De Huang, the latter could only respond with a few low grunts. Can it comprehend our speech? Qizhen murmured, this is our secret. Please do not disclose it. Qi Yao nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Subsequently, Qizhen sent a servant to fetch the key. Observing Qi Yao's excitement stirred something within him. Little sister, would you like to learn martial arts? Qi Yao was taken aback. Me? Is that possible? Mother would surely disapprove. She insists I engage in needlework daily. I'll speak to mother. You need only express your desire. Of course I wanna, will you teach me? I can impart a few self-defense techniques. Qizhen intended to teach Qi Yao a few basic palm techniques, sufficient for her self-protection. However, he would refrain from instructing her on the profound paths of cultivation, not out of selfishness, but due to the significant implications that necessitated caution. He considered enlisting Dong Qian's assistance to see if she could teach Qi Yao some lightness techniques. At that moment, the key was brought forth, and Qizhen unlocked the cage door. The servant had long fled, trembling in fear. What are the young master and miss planning to do? Are they courting death? De Huang sprang out, joyfully wagging her tail in the yard, reveling in her newfound freedom after being caged for so long, almost forgetting the taste of liberty. After a while, she returned to Qizhen, obediently lying down. Qizhen suddenly felt as if he were an oil tycoon raising tigers and leopards. With a surge of courage, Qi Yao stepped forward and gently caressed De Huang's head. Noticing its lack of resistance, she squatted down and softly said, De Huang, from now on, we shall be the best of friends. Whatever I eat, you shall have too. What do you think? De Huang nuzzled against Qi Yao, displaying remarkable obedience. It was evident that, in comparison to Qi Zhan, it preferred to stay with her. Upon hearing the news, Qi Tai and Madame Chun hurried over, particularly Madame Chun, whose face had turned pale with fright. Qi Zhan advised them to dismiss their concerns, suggesting they merely had a small dog at home, nothing to worry about. Hey, small dog. After returning to his room, Qi Zhan took up his pen and composed a letter, instructing a servant to deliver it to Yi City with utmost urgency. By this time, dawn had barely broken, and Qi Zhan set out for Fatty's house. Upon meeting Fatty, he cautioned him to remain discreet. Fatty, of course, had no objections. But what about my father? Just tell him that this matter is of great significance. If it gets out, it could lead to our ruin. He will surely cooperate. Is it really that serious? Indeed, it is that serious. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Qi Zhan then inquired. Has the Emperor approved your resignation from the Imperial Guard? Fatty chuckled. The Emperor likely realizes I lack the aptitude for it and has already consented. What do you intend to do now? Fatty shrugged. I'll just engage in some dogfighting and chicken racing. Without you and Xiaopin around, what else can I do? Qi Zhan patted his shoulder and enticed him. A man should have his own ambitions. I possess some spare funds and intend to venture into business. Would you care to invest? Fatty's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Just tell me how we shall proceed. Qi Zhando, we shall discuss further in a few days. But I must first obtain your father's consent. The stout fellow pounded his chest with a resounding thud. Brother Zhen, are you unaware of the prominence your name now holds? My father has long encouraged me to closely associate with you. Qi Zhen's lips curled in annoyance. Can you not exercise a modicum of restraint? After departing from the stout fellow's residence, he hurried to the imperial study to stand guard. Wang Can, seizing an opportune moment, approached discreetly and whispered, Chief, I heard that your sister went missing yesterday. Qi Zhen shot him a sidelong glance. Where did you hear that? Wang Can replied, early yesterday. The Liao family dispatched individuals to search the streets. Who could remain oblivious? Qi Zhan retorted, such an overreaction. Those two young ladies merely wandered off in their play. They have already been found and are safe. Wang Can, taken aback, inquired, they have been found already? Do you not wish for their return? Wang Can quickly clarified. Not at all. I am genuinely pleased for you. So it turns out they were merely lost in their merriment. After a brief pause, Wang Can cheerfully asked, by the way, Chief, does your sister have any betrothal? Qi Zhan turned to regard him. What do you mean? Wang Can chuckled. I hold you in the highest regard. Chief, and aspire to follow in your footsteps. If I could forge a connection with you through marriage, it would be truly splendid. Wang Can, also of noble lineage, would not tarnish Qi Yao's reputation through such a union. Qi Zhan, exasperated, replied, Begone. My sister is still young. Let no one harbor such intentions. Wang Can sheepishly retreated, his gaze flickering. At that moment, Qi Zhan overheard a loud voice from within the imperial study declaring, Your Majesty, this course of action is ill-advised. I would never dare to comply with such an edict. He arrived slightly late, having found several ministers already convened in the imperial study. Without inquiring about their identities, he sensed a brewing conflict and focused intently on the discussion. The empress proclaimed, for envoys from Ruin, one has lost his head in Jidu, and another has been rendered an idiot on the way. How can Ruin simply let this go? It was evident that the court had become aware of the incident concerning Hattie. Yet, Qi Zhen remained unperturbed, for Hattie's abduction of Qi Yao was a clandestine affair. Unnoticed by any, his soul-searching of Hattie had involved no third party. The only one truly privy to the matter was Dong Qian, thus. No one would connect the events to him. The empress continued, as the Emperor of Dian, it is my inescapable duty to protect the nation and its people. Should Ruin descend southward, our northern borders would undoubtedly be in peril. Hence, I have resolved to embark on a northern inspection, to mobilize and prepare our forces as a precaution. Chapter 40. Prudent Arrangements. Qi Zhen silently reflected that the Empress intended to leave the capital for an inspection. From the minister's perspective, the Emperor's presence in the capital served to intimidate external forces and ensure the stability of the court. Furthermore, the ministers were reluctant for the Emperor to venture forth, as it would expose them to the myriad of local issues that they could not manipulate from behind closed doors. Thus, any royal expedition would inevitably face considerable opposition from the majority of court officials. However, from the Emperor's viewpoint, relying solely on memorials made it challenging to uncover specific problems. What she observed was largely what the ministers wished her to perceive. The Empress sought neither deception nor to be confined within the gilded cage of the palace. Therefore, she was determined to step outside. seizing the opportunity presented by the Rurin affair as a pretext. Yet, even this plan faced resistance from several core ministers. Yet the empress remained resolute, refusing to relent, insisting on embarking on a journey. Ultimately, the gaze of the others fell upon the left minister, Li Daong. He had been silent, his eyes half closed in contemplation. Now, it was his turn to make the final decision. Logically, given that His Majesty had recently ascended the throne, he ought to remain in Jidu to familiarize himself with the affairs of state. However, the truth of the Empress's earlier words was undeniable. It would surely trouble her heart to not venture forth and witness the realm. Thus, it was decided to proceed as per Her Majesty's command. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the assembly. The Empress had been steadfast, her palms clammy with tension, while the court officials rejoiced at finally having someone to take the lead. With the left minister's agreement, any ensuing troubles would not befall them, resulting in a harmonious consensus. Consequently, the Empress decreed a northern expedition to take place 10 days hence, instructing that it should be conducted with minimal fanfare and a light entourage. Although she initially intended to depart in 5 days, the officials expressed that it would be impossible to prepare in such a short time. Thus, she reluctantly acquiesced to a longer wait. Upon receiving the edict, Chu Yin requested that the entire Qingyuan Guard be prepared to accompany the Empress on her journey. For several days, the court was abuzz with activity, and the inner palace was no exception. Qizhen, however, found himself devoid of any extraordinary matters, maintaining a steady routine. On the 9th day, he received a message from the Qi residents, urging him to return home when time permitted. Qizhen understood that this signaled the arrival of Qin Qing. After securing leave from Bai Li, he made his way home. No sooner had he set foot in the hall than he was greeted by the sound of a woman's startled scream from the adjacent courtyard, followed by the melodious peals of laughter. Suddenly, a formidable figure burst through the circular archway. It was De Huang. To his astonishment, a little girl clad in a red dress was perched upon De Huang's back. Qi Yao? She had indeed ridden in on De Huang. At that moment, Qin Qing accompanied Qin Shi as they exited the hall. Upon seeing Qizhen, she lamented, "Zhener, you must take charge of Qi Yao. If this continues, the entire household will be terrified." Qizhen instantly grasped the situation. The mischievous girl had been wielding the power of the great yellow fox, likely causing quite a ruckus in the residence these past few days. Upon catching sight of Qizhen, Qi Yao exclaimed with excitement, urging the great yellow fox to hasten its pace. However, the great yellow fox immediately became sluggish, inching towards Qizhen with a feline grace. Observing Qizhen's ashen countenance, Qi Yao stuck out her tongue playfully and tugged at his sleeve. "Second brother, please don't be angry. I promise I won't frighten them anymore." Qizhen shot her a fierce glare, realizing that she needed a task to occupy her. He then turned his gaze towards the great yellow fox and warned, "I advise you, if I catch you running amok in the house again, I shall have you castrated." The great yellow fox, with its hind legs tightly clasped, looked up at Qizhen with a pitiful expression. "Why must I be punished for your sister's mischief?" After soothing Qin Shi, Qizhen and Qin Qing settled down in a side room. He cut to the chase, stating, "Cousin, I intend to engage in some business ventures and would like to request your assistance in organizing matters. Would you be willing to lend your esteemed support?" In fact, Qizhen had already conveyed his intentions in a previous letter, and Qin Qing understood well. "Rest assured, Brother Zhen, since I am here, I am committed to this endeavor and will give it my utmost effort." Qizhen knew that Qin Qing would not decline. This was also an opportunity for him. Qin Qing inquired, "What kind of business do you have in mind?" Qizhen had meticulously contemplated his plans and laid them out clearly. One must never place all their eggs in one basket. Diversifying into several industries is essential. What I mean is 4 main establishments and 2 auxiliary ones. The 4 main establishments are the restaurant, the transport company, the gambling house, and the brothel. The 2 auxiliary ones are the herbal medicine shop and the jade store. The primary objective of the 4 main establishments is not solely profit. They also serve as a means to gather intelligence, infiltrate the lower echelons of the capital, and gradually build a hierarchical power structure. The auxiliary establishments reflect Qizhen's personal ambitions. Firstly, he hopes to leverage the herbal medicine shop to unearth rare herbs for the concoction of elixirs. Although the likelihood of discovering spiritual herbs is slim, he can still refine high-quality elixirs that, while not greatly enhancing cultivation, can bolster the physical health of ordinary people. Secondly, he seeks to find jade infused with spiritual energy. Such exceptional jade can expedite his cultivation process, making it a rare treasure. Qin Qing, although oblivious to Qizhen's true intentions, nodded in agreement. He then rubbed his hands together, expressing his concerns about potentially hindering Qi Zhen's endeavors. Qi Zhen reassured him, stating, "It matters not. I will have Liao Jie assist you in navigating the official engagements. Moreover, I possess some specific measures that you may review." As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of papers from his pocket and handed them over. Shen Qing accepted the documents and examined them closely, becoming increasingly astonished. The various management strategies and methods inscribed within were unlike anything he had ever seen or heard. Truly remarkable. How did this cousin come to possess such extraordinary ideas? This revelation further solidified his resolve to follow Qi Zhen. At that moment, the portly man finally arrived. After Qi Zhen introduced the two, he meticulously outlined the specific arrangements. Finally, he stated, "I have 100,000 taels of silver here. You may take it for your initial expenses. If it is insufficient, I shall devise another solution." The stout man patted his chest, proclaiming, "Rest assured, I, along with Xiao Pin, have some private savings. We shall pool our resources and invest together." Qi Zhen smiled and replied, "Excellent. As brothers, we must embark on this endeavor together." After arranging matters on this end, he stealthily exited the residence. At that moment, Dong Qian, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly sensed something amiss, springing up abruptly with her whip gleaming in her hand. Upon realizing it was Qi Zhen, she found it too late to retract her strike. To her astonishment, Qi Zhen effortlessly caught the tip of the whip with a gentle lift of his hand. "So, you enjoy wielding a whip, do you?" Dong Qian thought to herself. Alarmed, Qi Zhen not only approached him silently but also easily neutralized his lethal move, truly unfathomable. With a hint of reproach, she said, "How can you enter someone's room without consent?" Qi Zhen shivered. "Enough. One more word, and I shall retaliate." Having regained her composure, Dong Qian inquired, "Speak then, what is it you desire?" "I need you to return to the Qi residence and teach my sister some lightness techniques." "Not a chance. That falls outside our agreed terms. It doesn't have to be the core techniques of the swimming fish skill. Even the basics will suffice. Why don't you teach her yourself?" "I hardly have the time. Moreover, I am about to embark on a long journey. Please endure this task and keep an eye on the Qi residence for me." Dong Qian pouted, "I am not a guard for the Qi residence." "Will you, or will you not?" "Fine." She relented. "By the way, I have uncovered some leads regarding the Xifang Pavilion." Chapter 41. A conspiracy afoot. Qi Zhen momentarily failed to grasp the significance. What leads are there concerning the Xifang Pavilion? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. It pertained to the demise of the ruined envoy, Anago. "Do elaborate," he urged. Dong Qian replied, "By the time I arrived, the case had long since grown stale, and the scene had been combed through repeatedly, yielding no valuable clues." Qi Zhen gazed at her silently, aware that there was more to come. Without waiting for Qi Zhen to inquire further, Dong Qian continued, "Nevertheless, with my keen observational skills, I managed to uncover a concealed lead." Qi Zhen finally felt prompted to engage. "What is it?" Dong Qian shook her head thoughtfully and declared, "The murderer employed a form of narcotic incense." Qi Zhen scoffed. "That much is obvious. Had it not been for the incense, Anagu and the guards outside would surely have been alerted." Dong Qian clarified, "What I mean is, this particular narcotic is not of common usage. It contains a unique ingredient." "What ingredient?" he inquired. "Soul-restoring herb. Is this herb particularly rare?" Dong Qian, reveling in her newfound advantage, responded, "This soul-restoring herb has exceedingly stringent growth conditions, requiring warmth and humidity. It perishes instantly in lower temperatures. Thus it only thrives in the lofty mountains of Ling'an." Qi Zhen's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he contemplated. "Are you implying that this narcotic is seldom found in Yan?" Dong Qian corrected him, "Not seldom. It has never been found at all." Qi Zhen rose with a cold smirk. "Now this becomes intriguing." Dong Qian inquired, "Should we continue our investigation?" "Absolutely, but exercise caution. This adversary is undoubtedly formidable." Qi Zhen did not return home for the night. Instead, he promptly made his way back to the palace. The following morning, the empress officially commenced her northern tour. Accompanying her were not only the Qingyuan Guard, but also the Shin's army and the Yulin Guard, totaling over 5,000 personnel when including the imperial horse supervisors and the palace attendants. The Qingyuan Guard consisted of 500 men, while both the Shin's army and the Yulin Guard comprised 2,000 each. Due to Zhou Yingjian's serious injuries and lack of recovery, the empress decided to leave the Genie Guard behind to safeguard the palace. The large entourage moved at a leisurely pace, only arriving at their first destination, Zhujiuan. By the evening of the following day, Governor Ma Weixian led a welcoming party out for 20 miles. After a brief exchange with the empress, she entered the city, and later that evening, summoned Ma Weixian for a report. During this time, Chu Yin took the opportunity to lead Qizhen and others in thoroughly inspecting the temporary palace where the empress was to stay, conducting several checks both inside and out. The empress had previously established her itinerary, planning to observe military affairs on the way and civilian matters on the return journey. Therefore, she did not linger in Zhuojuan and set off early the next morning, heading straight for the first strategic pass in the northern part of Jidu, Gubei Pass. Gubei Pass is a narrow corridor nestled between Mount Wohu and Mount Panlong, strategically controlling the north-south route. The main commander, Tong Xian, along with his deputy, Pan Xing, stood ready to greet her. However, due to the limited width of Gubei Pass, which already housed 5,000 guards, the 5,000 troops accompanying the empress could not be accommodated. Reluctantly, 2,000 guards were reassigned, allowing 2,000 from the Qingwan Guard and the Yulin Guard to enter the pass. With great interest, the empress ascended the city wall to observe closely. While Tong Xian provided a detailed explanation, Gubei Pass serves as the last bastion of Jidu, and its commanders have traditionally been trusted confidants of the emperor. Tong Xian himself was appointed to this position only last year by the late emperor, and he had yet to serve even a full year in this crucial role. The empress encountered him for the first time, and after their meeting, she held a favorable impression of Tong Xian. Following dinner, Chu Yinxiu sought out Qizhen, the royal guard, conveying the emperor's edict to explore the inner city thoroughly. Unable to join, he instructed Qi to take 2 companions for a stroll. Qizhen understood that the empress wished for them to grasp some tangible realities. After receiving the command, he selected Cui Pin and Chu Qian. Though Wang Can also expressed a desire to accompany them, Qizhen declined, deeming 3 sufficient. As dusk descended, the streets of the city were devoid of movement, save for patrolling soldiers. Cui Pin whispered, "This is a military fortification, and without civilians, what can we possibly discover?" Qizhen shared this sentiment internally but could only acquiesce verbally, suggesting they adhere to the emperor's directive and remain observant. Aside from the primary north-south thoroughfare, several east-west alleys flanked by military encampments awaited their exploration. They traversed quietly, noting no particularities. Although they proceeded slowly, half an hour had nearly passed when a sudden gust of wind surged from their left front. Chu Qian bellowed, "Who goes there?" as he unsheathed his waist knife, ready to pursue, but was halted by Qizhen. Noticing Qizhen raise his hand, revealing a crumpled piece of paper, he inquired, "What is this?" Qizhen's expression turned grave. "It appears someone has intentionally thrown this." Cui Pin suggested, "Then let us open it and see." Qizhen replied, "Let us return first," and hand it over to General Chu for proper handling. He then cast a glance deeper into the alley. Sensing that Gubei Pass was not as simple as it seemed, Chu Yinxiu seized the paper, unfurling it with wide, astonished eyes. "Wait here, I shall report to the emperor." Qizhen was acutely aware that the note contained significant information. It wasn't long before Chu Yinxiu arrived, and Xiao Anzi called Qizhen inside as well. The empress had changed into her regular attire, her long, dark hair cascading behind her, appearing even more ethereal in the flickering light. "Please, do explain the situation," she requested. Without delay, Qizhen recounted the earlier events. "Do you know what was written on the note?" the empress inquired. "I did not open it," Qizhen replied. General Chu informed him, and Chu Yinxiu handed the note back to Qizhen. Upon opening it, he saw 4 crooked characters inscribed, "Tong Xian intends to rebel." This revelation startled Qizhen. Was Tong Xian, the lord of Gubei Pass, truly plotting treachery? The empress was within the pass. Was she not in grave danger? There were only 3,000 soldiers guarding the pass, while they numbered no more than 2,000. Could the safety of the empress be assured? Yet, the mysterious nature of this note raised doubts about its credibility. The empress asked, "What are your thoughts?" Qizhen replied, regardless of its truth, "Your Majesty must prepare for contingencies." "How should we prepare?" she pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Qizhen suggested, "Perhaps it would be wise to summon Tong Xian for an audience." Chu Yinxiu immediately concurred, stating, "This is a prudent plan. If Tong Xian dares to come, we can keep him close. If he does not, it would confirm his treachery." Nangong Muqing quietly interjected, "Though this plan is sound, if Tong Xian truly intends to strike, how can we guarantee your Majesty's safety?" The empress dismissed her concerns with disdain, saying, "Not at all. I am here. Should I fear him?" Chu Yinxiu reassured her, "Do not worry, your Majesty. When we entered the city, we had already taken precautions. The southern gate is under the control of the Imperial Guard. it would not be difficult to exit the city. Moreover, the confines of the city render the multitude of little consequence. Tong Xian had only recently returned to the military camp when Xiao Anzi arrived to convey a decree, prompting him to accompany the messenger back. Upon entering, he beheld the empress seated majestically upon her throne, flanked by the two commanding generals, Chu Yinxiu and Tang Chong of the Qinghuan Guard and Yulin Guard, respectively. Nangong Muqing stood attentively at her side, while Qi Zhen lingered near the entrance. Your servant Tong Xian pays his respects to your majesty. Tong Xian, are you aware of your transgressions? Qi Zhen scoffed internally at the familiar rhetoric. Tong Xian hastily knelt, bewildered, and implored, your servant is unaware. I beseech your majesty to clarify. Chu Yinxiu brandished a slip of paper before him, and Tong Xian's countenance turned ashen. Your majesty, please see. This is a malicious accusation. Your servant remains unwaveringly loyal to your majesty, with no ulterior motives. He concluded with fervent boast. The empress narrowed her phoenix-like eyes and remarked, an army soldier within the walls has submitted a report against you, yet you claim it is a falsehood. How am I to trust you? Tong Xian replied, I respectfully submit, your majesty, that I have been at the Gubei Pass for less than a year. The military discipline is quite strict, and it is inevitable that some soldiers harbor grievances. Furthermore, there are several seasoned veterans within the ranks, and I cannot make unilateral decisions. If your majesty were to dispatch someone to investigate, the truth would be revealed. The empress retorted, does this not imply your incompetence? Tong Xian found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from within the walls, with many voices clamoring, General Tong is innocent. Release him immediately. Chapter 42. A ridiculous farce. The uproar outside elicited varied reactions among the group. Chu Yinxiu swiftly positioned himself beside the empress, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Tang Chong stepped forward, placing his long blade against Tong Xian's neck. Qi Zhen, however, remained motionless, merely turning his head slightly to listen. Although the empress was taken aback, she quickly regained her composure and fixed her gaze intently on Tong Xian. Do you still dare to claim your innocence? The most fearful was Tong Xian, who appeared pale and declared, Your Majesty, after receiving the edict, I came directly to see you and was unaware of the situation outside. Tang Chong shouted sternly, Do you still dare to say it wasn't your arrangement? They are all shouting your name. I shall strike you down immediately. With that, he drew his long blade and swung it down. Clang. Chu Yin, arriving just in time, raised his sword to block the attack. General Tang, the matter has yet to be investigated. It would be prudent not to act hastily. Tang Chong retorted, What more needs to be investigated? Is it not evident? Qi Zhen leapt forward and interjected, General Tang, in my humble opinion, it is best to clarify the situation before asking your majesty to make a decision. Tang Chong, fuming, exclaimed, Who do you think you are? This is no place for your voice. Are you defending him? Are you in league with him? The empress's phoenix eyes sparkled as she commanded, General Tang, stand down for now. Qi Zhen, please share your perspective. With Tang Chong reluctantly stepping aside, Qi Zhen spoke. Your Majesty, General Tong approached without hesitation upon receiving the summons, indicating he harbors no ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not have been so forthcoming. Moreover, he has only just arrived, yet there are already demands for his release from outside. How could they possibly know that your Majesty has imprisoned General Tong? Their swift response and audacity to shout outside the palace suggest they are well prepared. Their intention may be to incite suspicion against General Tong. The Empress nodded slightly. Then whom do you suspect is orchestrating this from the shadows? Qi Zhendao asserted that the individual who had thrown the note to the minister was undoubtedly orchestrating a scheme against General Tong, and potentially even against His Majesty. Tang Chang scoffed, questioning whether mere words could absolve Tong Xian of his crimes, which were tantamount to treason. Qi Zhen smiled, indicating that the crux of the matter lay in the leader outside. With Tong Xian present, escape was impossible. At that moment, the informant, Xiao Anzi, hurried back to report to the emperor that there were hundreds of troops from Gubei stationed at the palace gates, demanding the release of Tong Xian. The empress pondered briefly before instructing, bring Tong Xian to the entrance, send the others away, and find a way to bring the leader to me. As you command. Chu Yinxiu pressed several points on Tong Xian's body to seal his acupoints, then sheathed his blade and, alongside Qi Zhen, escorted Tong Xian outward. Tang Chong and Xiao Anzi followed closely behind. As they approached the palace gates, Qi Zhen conveyed a silent signal to Chu Yinxiu, who then vanished into the shadows. The group arrived at the entrance to confront the throng of hundreds, each armed and visibly agitated. Tong Xian, not waiting for orders, bellowed, "Who sent you here? I am in the midst of addressing the emperor. There is nothing amiss, so you should promptly return to your camp." His ire was palpable. However, before he could continue, a voice emerged from the crowd, calling out, "General Tong, we know you are being coerced, and your words are not your own. Did you not instruct us to be prepared, awaiting your command?" Tong Xian's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "Nonsense. When did I ever give you orders? You are not even directly under my command. You are deliberately attempting to frame me." A powerful voice rang out, "Brothers, this is the secret signal predetermined by the general. He has indeed been taken hostage. We must rush in to rescue him." At that moment, a large hand reached from behind and seized him by the nape of his neck. The young officer was taken aback, attempting to resist, but finding himself utterly powerless. Lifted off the ground, with a deft leap, he landed on the heads of the crowd below, and after 2 swift bounds, Qi Jun and the one who had shouted found themselves before Tong Xian. The over 1,000 spectators present bore witness to this astonishing scene, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they questioned whether it was merely an illusion. Was their leader so easily captured? Tang Chong cast a deep glance at Qi Jun, his grip on the hilt of his sword slowly loosening. Tong Xian, suppressing his astonishment, immediately addressed Chu Yen, saying, "General, this individual must be a subordinate of Vice General Pan Sheng." Qi Jun replied, "Now that the crowd is leaderless, we can subdue them all." Chu Yen, a man of decisive action, promptly issued the command, "Arrest all these troublemakers." However, after the order was given, only the Qingwan guards responded, while the remaining Yulin guards remained motionless. Chu Yen turned to Tang Chong and said, "General Tang, I implore you to give the command." Tang Chong surveyed the scene outside and remarked, "His Majesty's recent decree was to disperse these individuals back to their camp. There was no mention of arresting them. What if this provokes backlash?" Chu Yen asserted, "His Majesty's intention is clear. In the absence of the leader's capture, we may allow the others to withdraw. Now that the instigator has been apprehended, what is there to hesitate about?" Yet Tang Chong remained resolute, stating, "Without His Majesty's explicit orders, I will not issue a command. Then I shall issue a decree at this very moment. You may proceed with your orders." The voice of the Empress resounded from behind. Tang Chong was startled and quickly turned around, only to see the Empress approaching briskly, flanked by Nagong Muqing and a retinue of imperial guards. With no alternative, Tang Chong reluctantly issued the commands. The rebellious soldiers were instantly thrown into disarray. They were ill-prepared to confront the Empress's guards. With no one to direct them, they could only surrender their weapons in submission. The Empress's countenance was as frosty as a winter's morning. "Tong Xian, who are these men you just mentioned?" Tong Xian replied, "If I am not mistaken, they should all be subordinates of Deputy General Pan Sheng. Since joining the military, Pan Sheng has been stationed at Gubei Pass, gradually rising to the rank of Deputy General. He has resided there for nearly 2 decades, establishing intricate relationships. During this time, I have been contemplating how to address the matter concerning Pan Sheng." The Empress immediately issued a decree. Xiaoanzi, accompany Qi Jun and summon Pan Sheng. Xiaoanzi and Qi Jun promptly acknowledged the command. Concerned for Qi Jun's safety, Chu Yen requested Bai Li to lead a battalion of soldiers to follow. When they arrived with great pomp at Pan Sheng's residence, they were halted and denied entry. Xiaoanzi stepped forward, loudly proclaiming the emperor's command, but to no avail. Sensing something amiss, Qi Jun swiftly led his men inside. This was Pan Sheng's habitual dwelling, and the teacups on the table were still warm to the touch, indicating that he had only just departed. It appeared that he had received word and, fearing capture, made his escape at the earliest opportunity. This was indeed intriguing. A deputy general of a city fleeing without a fight. What a farce. Seizing a dozen of Pan Sheng's personal guards, Qi Jun thought it prudent not to let the opportunity slip by. Upon returning to the palace, Qi Jun sought the empress's pardon, stating that Pan Sheng had fled in fear of punishment and that he was orchestrating a pursuit. The empress let out a cold snort, remarking that had she not intervened, it was uncertain how long this malignant tumor would have hidden. Summoned the Minister of War, Fu Qiong, and the Grand Scholar, Shen Xing'e. These two were the empress's trusted officials who accompanied her on the northern tour. At that moment, a report arrived. "Your Majesty, the troublemaker captured by the guard has just died suddenly." Chapter 43. The empress's indomitable spirit. The empress was infuriated, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous. How dare they act under my very nose?" Tang Chong remarked quietly, the individual was under the watch of the Qingwan guard. Only Qi Jun had laid hands upon him. Could it be that Qi Jun was too heavy-handed? Qi Jun was taken aback, questioning when he had offended the commander of the Yulin Guard. Why was he being sabotaged? General Tang, although my abilities are humble, I assure you my strikes are measured. The death of that young man undoubtedly harbors deeper secrets. Tang Chong disregarded his words and addressed the Empress. Your Majesty, I request permission to investigate the deceased. The Empress's phoenix eyes flickered. General Tang accompanied General Chu and Qijin to examine the matter. The Empress was acutely aware that with Pan Xing's exposure, the fate of this individual was of little consequence. Yet, the mastermind behind this incident had ordered his death, not only to sever leads but perhaps also to send a warning. However, in Qijin's perspective, beyond these 2 points, it was possible that the deceased possessed other crucial information which led to his silencing. What could it be? Following the examination of the body, the three remained silent. They were all experts, capable of discerning at a glance that this officer named Gu Zhuang had perished from a rupture of his heart meridian due to internal force. However, the identity of the perpetrator remained shrouded in mystery, with no clues left at the scene. When reporting to the Empress, the Minister of War, Fu Qiong, and the Grand Scholar, Shen Qinghe, were in attendance. Ultimately, the Empress resolved to allow Tong Xin to redeem himself by continuing as the commander of Gubei Pass, while retaining Fu Qiong to handle subsequent matters. Naturally, Tong Xin was profoundly grateful, swearing his loyalty to the Empress. Qijin quietly admired the Empress's strategic acumen. It was a clear demonstration of the adage that indirect influence often surpasses direct power. The underlying reason was that, for the time being, the Empress had no more suitable candidates in her employ. After resolving the affairs of Gubei Pass, the imperial entourage continued their journey northward. Qijin keenly observed 2 notable changes. First, the Empress wore a consistently somber expression, seemingly affected by the events at Gubei Pass. Second, the Qingyuan Guard was now responsible for the protection of the imperial convoy, with the Shinsu army at the forefront and the Yulin Guard bringing up the rear. A departure from the previous arrangement where both the Yulin and Qingyuan Guards had provided simultaneous protection. With a silent chuckle, Qijin urged his horse forward. 3 days later, they finally arrived at their first border pass, Wuchuan. The Great Yin had 3 primary fortifications in the north to guard against the Rouran: Wuchuan, Huaishua, and Yinmen. The primary purpose of this visit was to inspect the defenses of these 3 passes, with Wuchuan to the east, Yinmen to the west, and Huaishua situated centrally. Upon reaching Wuchuan, leaning against the city wall and gazing northward, beyond the towering mountains lay an expanse of endless grassland. The Empress, invigorated, had her earlier frustrations swept away. Raising her hand emphatically, she declared, "There shall come a day when I will trample the Rouran royal court underfoot and incorporate this vast prairie into the Great Yan's domain." Qijin stood not far away, deeply moved, as he never anticipated that the seemingly delicate Empress harbored such lofty ambitions. At that moment, the Grand Scholar Shen Qinghe softly remarked, "Your Majesty, a nation that revels in war is destined for ruin. Furthermore, warfare is fraught with peril. It is prudent to cultivate virtue and governance." The Empress offered a faint smile, replying, "I am well aware of that." However, Qijin secretly scoffed, pondering. What does it mean that a nation enamored with war is doomed? War is, indeed, the swiftest avenue to wealth. It merely requires that the targets of conquest possess riches. Conquering barren lands would undoubtedly yield little profit. Yet, when it comes to the formidable Rouran, the situation is markedly different. This colossal northern entity poses a significant threat to the Yin Kingdom. For years, they have amassed a formidable military presence along the northern front, severely impeding the nation's capacity for troop deployment. After spending 2 days in Wuchuan, the imperial entourage proceeded towards Huaishua, traversing the military road constructed along the foothills. Although referred to as an official route, it was rugged and arduous. The Empress, dissatisfied with the sluggish pace of the grand imperial carriage, instructed several robust eunuchs to carry a more agile sedan chair, which hastened their progress somewhat. After another 2 days, they finally arrived at Huaishua Pass. Huaishua jutted further north than both Wuchuan and Yinmen, marking the northernmost point accessible to the Emperor of Yin. Similar to Wuchuan, Huaishua was not merely a simple pass but an extensive defense system spanning hundreds of miles. The total station troops exceeded 60,000, with 30,000 garrisoned within the confines of Huaishua Pass alone. The treacherous terrain rendered it easily defensible and challenging to assault, akin to a natural barrier. The commander at Huaishua, Wei Chen, was in his 40s and had served in the military for many years, earning considerable renown among the generals of Yin. What set him apart was his steadfast independence. He focused solely on fortifying his own defenses without aligning with any factions. Over the years, he had successfully repelled countless incursions and attacks from the Ruin, achieving remarkable feats in the process. However, the arrival of the Empress, a woman of regal stature, to Huaishua profoundly astonished Wei Yichen. In his mind, she was merely a young girl, seemingly incapable of grasping the intricacies of military affairs. Yet, upon meeting her, his perception underwent a remarkable transformation. Although her understanding of military matters was limited, her demeanor exuded humility as she sought his counsel on various details. Naturally, Wei Yichen was forthcoming with his knowledge. The Empress's unabashed ambition towards the Ruin only heightened his excitement. After years of defensive posturing, he felt stifled. The prospect of penetrating the grasslands, even at the cost of his life, seemed worth the risk. Nonetheless, he remained pragmatic, providing the Empress with a detailed analysis of the associated advantages and disadvantages, urging her not to engage in battle lightly, as the timing was not yet propitious. According to their prior schedule, they were to depart for Yinmen 2 days later, but on the evening of the second day, Wei Yichen received an urgent report. His expression instantly turning grave. He hastily sought an audience with the Empress. "Your Majesty, I have just received alarming news. A Ruin army is advancing southward, and its vanguard is expected to arrive at Huaishua by tomorrow afternoon." "Is the Ruin truly advancing south?" the Empress inquired swiftly. "How many are approaching?" "The exact number is unclear, but it should not be fewer than 80,000, Wei Yichen replied, contemplating before adding. "The last time such a multitude came was 2 years prior." 80,000, sighed Xinxingha. "It appears the Ruin indeed seeks to retaliate against our Yin state." The Empress scoffed. "Let them come. We shall counter their assault as one would shield against water or earth." Wei Yichen responded, "I will ensure all arrangements are made. Yet I implore your Majesty to return to the capital at once." Xinxingha echoed, "Indeed, your Majesty must depart from here at once. What a jest it would be to remain while the Ruin army advances southward. The danger is palpable." The Empress, however, maintained a resolute countenance and declared, "No. Since I have arrived, how could I possibly become a coward?" Xinxingha, in a state of urgency, implored, "Your Majesty, this is not the moment for pride. Should you suffer even the slightest injury, what fate awaits the vast realm of Dian?" Wei Yichen spoke plainly, "Your Majesty, warfare is no trifling matter. The situation changes in an instant, and arrows are indiscriminate. You cannot afford to take such risks lightly. Furthermore," the Empress, lowering her gaze, inquired, "Furthermore what?" Wei Yichen steeled himself and continued, "Furthermore, if your Majesty remains within the city, I must divide my forces to protect you, thus detracting from our ability to engage in battle. Additionally, should the Ruin learn of your presence, their ferocity will surely increase, resulting in greater losses for us." The Empress countered, "General Wei, do you have confidence in holding Huaishua? If the city stands, so too do the people. If the city falls, all will perish. Your loyalty is commendable. Yet, have you considered that if I were atop the city walls, would not our soldiers of Dian fight with even greater valor?" The Empress rose abruptly, proclaiming, "Would they pledge their allegiance to a ruler who is timid as a mouse?" Chapter 44. The Ruin assault. Her words ignited a fervor in all present. Qizhen, though outwardly animated, remained composed internally. Yet he could not deny that the Empress had indeed crafted a splendid persona. He understood that before him stood a sovereign, a rare and extraordinary Empress. In times of peril, the bond of life and death forged with the rugged soldiers of the army, even mere words could compel them to sacrifice their lives with fervor. After the initial excitement, Wei Yichen and Xinxingha remained resolute in their insistence that the Empress depart. The weight of responsibility was too immense. Who could bear it? Yet the Empress, resolute in her decision, proclaimed that no matter what you say, I shall not leave. Their earnest pleas bore no fruit after nearly half an hour. At last, Wei Yichen glanced at Xinxingha and addressed the Empress. "If your Majesty must remain, I have 2 conditions that I hope you will grant. Otherwise, I would rather take my own life right here." The Empress, sensing a glimmer of hope, immediately responded, "General Wei, please proceed. First, your Majesty's grand banner and the yellow parasol must not be displayed to prevent detection by the Ruin scouts. Second, your Majesty must not ascend the city walls and must remain within the palace." After a moment's contemplation, the Empress replied, "I can agree to this. But it is imperative that the soldiers know I am within the city." Wei Yichen nodded in assent. The Empress then added, "The general must arrange for the Imperial Guards to participate in the city's defense. Although they are not pampered, they have rarely set foot on the battlefield. This is a rare opportunity for them to witness the reality of war. Upon hearing this, Chu Yin eagerly rubbed his hands together, while Wei Qin shook his head in resignation. The empress promptly issued a decree for Fu Qiong to organize supplies, armaments, and reinforcements at Gubei Pass, ensuring their swift transport to Huaishua. Simultaneously, she commanded the regions of Wuchuan and Yinmen to prepare for defense. In an instant, the northern front of the Yin kingdom was placed on the highest alert. The following day, at dawn, the soldiers reported that Ruren cavalry had appeared at the city gates. An hour later, thousands of Ruren vanguards arrived at Huaishua. As dusk settled, the forces of Ruren approached within 5 miles of Huaishua city. The empress, discreetly donning the armor of an ordinary soldier, disguised herself as a personal guard of Chu Yin and ascended the city walls. It was no trivial endeavor to make this journey. She was determined to glimpse the true nature of the Ruren army. Could it truly consist of beings with 3 heads and 6 arms? Peering over the battlements, her phoenix eyes widened in astonishment. Nearly 100,000 troops loomed before her, a formidable mass that seemed to stretch endlessly. The sound of neighing war horses and the clash of blades filled the air, dust swirling in the chaos. An atmosphere thick with the sin of impending battle. The sheer weight of their imposing formation bore down upon the city walls. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the empress was overwhelmed. She had only encountered gatherings of thousands at most. Now, facing this immense army, her heart raced uncontrollably. A fleeting pang of regret washed over her. Had her decision to remain been too impulsive? Yet, she steeled herself. It was precisely because she was a woman that many held her in disdain. This was her moment to demonstrate that a woman could surpass countless men. She felt an urgent need to establish her image as resilient and unyielding through this conflict, and the Ruren forces provided the perfect opportunity. Standing nearby, Qixin observed with a far sharper vision than the empress, able to discern the faces of each Ruren soldier amidst the apparent chaos. Though they seemed disordered, there was an underlying structure. They operated in tribal units, whether in combat or rest, each intimately familiar with one another, bound by kinship and camaraderie. At that moment, a group of several hundred surged from the main camp, advancing towards Huaishua city, now just over a mile away. Qixin's brow furrowed suddenly. He sensed a dangerously significant presence among that throng. While he could not pinpoint exactly who it was from such a distance, his instincts were seldom wrong. Undoubtedly, he was a top-tier expert from the Ruren. Moreover, this aura felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of that of a cultivator. His heart trembled. How could this be? Could it be that there were practitioners among the Ruren? Was there a possibility of other cultivation techniques existing in this world besides his own? This was a monumental secret. Thus, he promptly concealed his own aura to prevent exposure. At that moment, 3 riders galloped to the foot of the city, proclaiming loudly, "Yanjun, heed our words. Your court has unjustly slain the envoy of Ruren, provoking the dignity of the Khan. Now, it is time for you to pay the price." Wei Chen scoffed. "Do not make excuses for yourselves. If you wish to fight, then let us engage." After uttering a few more curses, the Ruren turned to retreat, and the hundreds who had gathered observed for a moment before returning to their encampment. The day was drawing to a close, and any battle would have to wait until tomorrow. Upon returning to the palace, the empress wore a grim expression, remaining silent. Yet, even more somber was Qixin, who was eager to ascertain whether there were indeed cultivators on the opposing side. Who might that individual be? To what level had their cultivation ascended? Initially, he had not been overly concerned about the safety of the empress, but now it seemed rather precarious. However, this ignited his competitive spirit. The path of cultivation was inherently one of the survival of the fittest. During his time in the realm of cultivation, he had come to understand a crucial truth. Those with the strongest fists held the power. Now, he felt this truth more acutely than ever. Since the enemy also possessed cultivators, it was a perfect opportunity for a contest of strengths. At dawn the following day, the horns blared from both the city and the ground, and the drums resounded like thunder as the Ruren commenced their siege. Although the Ruren were not particularly skilled in siege warfare, their prolonged conflict had rendered them quite familiar with the practice. They also absorbed and captured numerous skilled artisans from Yin, enabling the construction of rudimentary siege machinery, such as ladders and battering rams. Thousands of Ruren cavalry thundered forth, shaking the very earth beneath them. When they were still several dozen paces from the city walls, they pulled back their reins and veered sharply to the sides, simultaneously releasing their long arrows toward the battlements. The arrows filled the sky, resembling a vast net descending upon the city. The siege troops behind them shouted fervently, hastening with their ladders. The defending Yin soldiers, overwhelmed by the hail of arrows, were compelled to seek temporary refuge. As the ladders reached the parapets, the commander roared in fury, "Charge!" Those sheltered behind shields and walls rose to their feet. Some loosed arrows, while others hurled stones. And soon the ground echoed with the cries of the wounded. Life was not easy for the Yen forces. Although the cavalry's arrows had passed, the siege unit was relentless, wielding bows with long arrows raining down, resulting in numerous Yen soldiers falling to the ground, struck. From the very outset, the battle was fiercely brutal. At this moment, the empress stood beneath the eaves of the general's residence. Though still a distance from the battlements, the cries of battle reached her ears with clarity. "Report, Your Majesty. The Ruren have commenced their assault." "Report, Your Majesty. Hundreds of Ruren ladders are now against the city walls." "Report, Your Majesty. Several dozen Ruren vanguards have stormed the battlements." Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghe hastily inquired, "Have they already taken the battlements? What is Wei Yichen doing? Why does he not rush back to defend?" The empress, her demeanor composed, replied, "Lord Shun, there is no need for alarm. General Wei has his strategies." She understood that, at this moment, only one voice could issue commands, and that voice belonged to Wei Yichen. Meanwhile, before the formation of the Ruren army, the esteemed national advisor received an urgent missive. Upon receiving and unfolding the letter, his expression shifted dramatically. Astonishingly, the Empress of Yin was still within Huaishua City. Chapter 45. A bloodbath on the city walls. Wei Yichen organized several mobile units, swiftly eliminating the Ruren assailants attempting to scale the city walls. Having dealt with the Ruren for over a decade, he was intimately familiar with their tactics. If they could withstand the initial onslaught, the Ruren would inevitably retreat, for the nomadic tribes could not sustain heavy casualties. He turned to a messenger, issuing a few directives to ensure readiness throughout the city. Before long, to his astonishment, the horns of the Ruren sounded, and a dense throng surged forward like a dark tide. The air was filled with frenzied shouts. The national advisor commands, "Capture the Empress of Yin alive, and bestow upon the victor the title of general." Wei Yichen's countenance paled. How could the Ruren possibly know that Her Majesty was within the city? Who had betrayed this information? The Ruren had only besieged the city for a short hour. How had they discerned the Empress's whereabouts? Furthermore, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Would Her Majesty suspect him of being the source of this leak? At that moment, within the general's residence, the Empress had intended to return to the hall for a brief respite, but suddenly halted. The shouts had become unmistakably clear, and her delicate features paled. Nangong Muqing gently supported the Empress, her voice laced with urgency. "Your Majesty, the situation has changed. We must make a decision swiftly." Shen Qinghe, though advanced in years, gradually grasped the gravity of the situation after hearing the cries several times. "The Ruren people have learned of Your Majesty's presence here. They may launch a large-scale assault on the city. It would be prudent for Your Majesty to depart swiftly." The Empress inhaled deeply and rebuked, "Why the haste? Let us assess the situation first." Moments later, Wei Yichen burst in, sand swirling around him. "The news has already leaked. I implore Your Majesty to set forth at once." The initial panic that had gripped the Empress began to dissipate as she regarded Wei Yichen, stating, "General Wei, you should be commanding the defense atop the city walls. I have my own plans. Your distractions are unnecessary." Wei Yichen opened his mouth to protest, but the Empress cut him off with a sharp reprimand. "Do you dare defy my command?" He quickly retorted that he would not, casting a resigned glance at Shen Qinghe before hastily exiting. He thought to himself that today, even if it meant sacrificing every soul in Huaishua City, he must ensure the Empress encounters no misfortune. The Empress turned to Shen Qinghe, asserting, "You need not elaborate. I cannot leave at this moment. Should I depart, it is quite possible that Huaishua City would indeed fall." Meeting her resolute gaze, Shen Qinghe swallowed the words he had prepared. "Shaoanzi, issue a decree. All imperial guards accompanying me are to assemble at the city gates, ready to heed General Wei's commands. Those who hesitate shall face immediate consequences." The Empress's voice was chillingly resolute. Shen Qinghe quickly responded, "Your Majesty requires protection. Not all can be dispatched." After a brief pause, the Empress decided, "Then let the Qingwan guards remain." Upon his return to the city walls, Wei Yichen immediately discerned that the Ruren's assault was fierce, with several sections of the battlements under siege. With a piercing glare, he commanded, "Order the reserve battalion to the walls. Drive these beasts back." 2,000 fresh troops surged forward with resolute strides, shouting for blood. The battlements had transformed into a scene of carnage, with flesh and blood scattering in all directions. The Ruren warriors, seemingly infused with a frenzied vigor, roared for the capture of the empress, each brandishing their long blades as they leaped onto the walls. After the passage of half an hour, Wei Yichen issued a new command, instructing the reserve 2nd Battalion to ascend the walls. "General, His Majesty's Imperial Guards are already lined up at the foot of the city," reported an officer. Wei Yichen replied, "They are not yet needed. Convey my orders immediately." Just then, a voice interrupted, "General Wei, do you look down upon my divine strategy army?" Turning, Wei Yichen beheld a robust figure striding towards him, Zhai Buguang, the commander of the divine strategy army. Beside Zhai stood Tang Chong, the commander of the Feather Forest Guards, his expression dark and brooding. Wei Yichen clasped his hands in salute, saying, "General Zhai, you flatter me. The Huaishua army can manage. I kindly ask for your patience." Zhai Buguang approached, lowering his voice. "His Majesty summoned us to witness bloodshed. Do not let him down." "General," Wei Yichen replied with reluctance, "I would never defy His Majesty's decree, but—" Zhai Buguang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for hesitation. In the eyes of the Ruren, we are all Yanjun." Wei Yichen laughed heartily. "Very well, then please bring your troops forward." Zhai Buguang also let out a hearty laugh. "Allow General Wei to witness the prowess of my Imperial Guards." With a grand gesture, 2,000 divine strategy soldiers charged forward with fervor. In truth, the Empress's assertion was somewhat inaccurate. Most of the Imperial Guards were comprised of elite troops drawn from various regions, many of whom had experienced the battlefield and slain enemies. Before the border troops, the Imperial Guards exuded an air of superiority. Armed to the teeth, they charged forth like a tiger among a flock of sheep, causing the Ruren to wail in despair. Below the city, Zhang Kongyue squinted, having discerned that this newly arrived contingent was distinctly different from the previous Huaishua army, particularly in their armor and banners. These were the elite guards of the Empress of Yan. A smirk graced Zhang Konyue's lips. The rumors proved true. Initially, he had not harbored much hope for the outcome of this expedition, merely intending to intimidate and extort some benefits. However, it now appeared that a significant gain might be within reach. He urged an intensified assault, allowing no respite. Wave after wave of ruined soldiers surged forward, increasing the pressure on the Yin troops atop the city walls. Zhai Buguang glanced at General Tang Chong. "Isn't it time for your Feathered Forest Guards to join the fray?" In the brief interlude, the Divine Strategy Army had already suffered over 100 casualties, a truly harrowing toll. Tang Chong snorted coldly. "Our primary duty is to ensure His Majesty's safety," Zhai Buguang retorted. "Without Huaishua City, how can His Majesty's safety be guaranteed?" Gritting his teeth, Tang Chong had no choice but to issue the order. The city walls were already crowded, and now they were teeming with bodies, with each passing moment witnessing more falling, never to rise again. As the sun reached its zenith, the Divine Strategy Army and the Feathered Forest Guards withdrew to regroup, both sides having suffered considerable losses. Wei Yichen, too, wished to minimize the casualties among the Imperial Guards, opting instead to replace them with the Huaishua troops. He surveyed the battlefield, his brow furrowed. The Ruren's offensive showed no signs of abating. It seemed they were determined to achieve victory today. The Huaishua army had already sustained thousands of losses, yet they were resolute in their perseverance. "Dispatch the order. Your Majesty is observing us from within the city. Today marks the day of unwavering loyalty for the Huaishua army." Attack. The slaughter was so fierce that it obscured the heavens and dimmed the sun. Half an hour later, the Shin's army and the Yulin Guards once again took their turn on the walls. At this moment, Wei Yichen could hardly concern himself with much else, even personally leading his guards to patch up the defenses. The Ruren had gone mad with bloodlust, having seized a stretch of the city wall measuring several dozen feet, while reinforcements continued to surge forth from this point. Just then, a messenger approached Wei Yichen, exclaiming loudly, "General, look." Wei Yichen turned to see a throng of people emerging from the back of the city tower, led by none other than the Empress herself, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe. "Why has your Majesty come here?" The Empress stood atop the tower, her phoenix eyes sweeping across the battlefield. "Bring forth my grand banner and raise it high upon this city wall." Chapter 46. The sole glimmer of hope as the Empress's grand banner was hoisted high. A thunderous cheer erupted from the battlements. "Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty!" The fervor of battle surged to new heights. All the Yin soldiers widened their eyes in fury, shouting wildly. They charged forward, disregarding life and death, with several Yin soldiers even embracing the Ruren and tumbling down the city walls. With an unstoppable momentum, they decimated the Ruren forces atop the walls. The Empress, too, was swept up in this fervor, her face flushed, her delicate fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly. Qi had not anticipated the tremendous impact the Empress's presence would create. It appeared that from this day forth, her status among the border troops would be unassailable. Zhong Kong narrowed his elongated eyes and delicately stroked the long strands of hair at his temples with his pale fingers. The Empress? He scoffed. Issue my military command. Whoever captures the Empress alive shall be rewarded with the title of 10,000-man commander, along with 1,000 horses and 10,000 sheep. As the command resounded, the Ruren surged forth like wild beasts, howling toward the heavens in their fervor. At this juncture, the battle had reached its most brutal phase. A true test of the will of both sides. Despite suffering immense casualties, the Ruren were driven by the prospect of either capturing or slaying the Empress of Yin. The loss of countless lives would be deemed worthwhile if such a feat were achieved. The Yin forces found themselves with no avenue for retreat. This was a moment to fight, for failure to do so would seal their fate. The battlements were stained crimson with blood, and the bodies piled beneath reached heights of 2 to 3 zhang, with those behind trampling over the fallen as they pressed forward. Wei Chen, his battle robe soaked in blood, felt a surge of anxiety within. Had it been any other time, the Ruren would have retreated long ago in light of their heavy losses. Yet today, the presence of the Empress had incited their madness. As the Ruren launched another assault on the walls, the Empress commanded, "General Chu, you and your men shall engage the enemy." General Chu Yin readily acknowledged the order. But he turned to Qi and insisted, "Qi, remain by Her Majesty's side. You must not depart." Qi thought to himself, "You all descend to battle, leaving me to guard the home front?" Yet, with no choice but to comply, he stood resolutely beside the Empress. She cast a glance at Qi but refrained from ordering him to join the fray. The fighting atop the battlements had escalated to a fever pitch. The Ruren, possessing a numerical advantage, began to inflict greater casualties upon the Yin troops. Qi seized a powerful bow and notched an arrow. With a swift release, the arrow flew, thwack, striking down a Ruren soldier who had just scaled the walls, his head bursting apart in a gruesome spectacle. As Qi released his first arrow, he had already knocked a second one. This arrow was aimed at a Rong chieftain. With a swish, the chieftain seemed to sense danger and abruptly turned his head. However, Qi arrow was too swift. Even though he had noticed it, evasion was utterly impossible. Alas, the chieftain let out a mournful cry as he fell heavily backward. The Empress, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Hit. Well done, Qi. When does a man exhibit the greatest vigor? Undoubtedly, it is in the presence of a woman. Especially when that woman is an Empress." Even if Qi's heart were as still as an ancient well, ripples of emotion began to stir within him. Yet he maintained a facade of composure, his expression unwavering, while the speed of his arrows increased exponentially. One arrow followed another, seemingly without the need for precise aim. In the span of mere moments, Qi had released dozens of arrows, each one finding its mark. The Empress turned her gaze to Qi, captivated by his gallant form as he drew and loosed his bow, momentarily entranced. The Yin army, unaware of the identity of their sharpshooter, felt their confidence surge, emboldened by the presence of a divine archer. Meanwhile, within a radius of several dozen paces from the city wall, the Rong warriors sensed the chilling gaze of death upon them, their hair standing on end. However, the situation on the battlefield was far from optimistic, as a multitude of Rong soldiers had already scaled the walls. Observing this, Wei Chen bellowed, "Throw the oil." Hundreds of prepared clay jars were hurled from a distance, followed closely by numerous torches. Boom! A conflagration erupted at the base of the city, thick smoke billowing skyward, obscuring the sun. Accompanying the screams of the Rong warriors was the distinctive aroma of charred flesh. As the wall of fire surged, it finally severed the Rong's assault, revitalizing the Yin army, who united to eliminate the isolated Rong soldiers atop the battlements. Zhong Kongyue observed the disheveled soldiers retreating in panic, his expression ashen. Beside him, a captain, steeling himself, ventured, "Master National Advisor, it is growing late, and given today's heavy casualties, perhaps we should rest and resume the battle tomorrow." Zhong Kongyue abruptly turned his head, his gaze chillingly cold. The captain immediately dismounted and prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. In his eyes, the National Advisor was not only exceptionally astute and wielding great power, but more importantly, his formidable cultivation rendered him an unmatched master among the Ruren. To take his life would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Zhong Kongyue slightly lowered his head, his voice devoid of emotion. "If you are the first to charge the city wall tomorrow, I shall spare you." The captain exclaimed, "Thank you for your mercy, Master National Advisor. I shall be the first to ascend." Zhong Kongyue cast a fierce glance at the vibrant yellow atop the city, reluctantly commanding, "Withdraw the troops." The Ruran forces finally retreated, and the Yin army erupted in jubilant cheers. After nearly an hour of comforting her troops both atop and below the walls, the empress returned to the general's residence, elated. Yet, Wei Yiqin wore a troubled expression. "General Wei, today's battle was primarily your achievement. I shall reward you handsomely," the empress declared. "All thanks to your majesty's divine authority. How could mere buffoons dare to be so audacious?" However, despite repelling the Ruran, their overall strength remains intact. "I humbly request that your majesty relocate tonight." Upon hearing this, the empress furrowed her brow. "What, is there still a chance for change?" Wei Chen replied. "Today was fraught with peril. It is truly unwise for your majesty to remain within the city." Shen Qinghe immediately concurred. The empress, sensing a twinge of dread, nonetheless inquired, "Even if I depart tonight, the Ruran are already aware of my presence. Would they simply let it go? If we were to launch a full-scale assault on the city tomorrow, then it is precisely for this reason that your majesty must expedite your departure. I shall surely hold back the Ruran and buy you precious time." The empress discerned the underlying implication in his words, and after a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Is there truly no other course of action?" Wei Yiqin shook his head in response. The empress, feeling a sense of helplessness, took a seat. Just as she was about to speak, Qi Zhan interjected, "Your Majesty, I have a thought, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share." All eyes turned towards Qi Zhan. Ordinarily, he would not have the standing to interject at this juncture, yet it was well known that the empress regarded him with special favor. Furthermore, today he had single-handedly felled over 100 enemies from the city walls, demonstrating a fearsome prowess that could rightly be termed unparalleled in slaying foes. At that moment, Wei Yiqin had already recognized the exceptional nature of this young attendant by the empress's side, and seeing him about to speak, he felt no displeasure. The empress gave a slight nod, encouraging him to proceed. After expressing his gratitude, Qi Zhan continued, "Firstly, I concur with General Wei's suggestion that your majesty could temporarily retreat to the southern pass." The empress did not show her stance, but instead asked, "Since there is a first, must there not be a second?" Qi Zhan nodded and elaborated. "Secondly, the commander of the Ruran is none other than the state master, Zhong Kongyue. If we could eliminate this individual, the Ruran would undoubtedly retreat." Qi Zhan had also perceived that if the Ruran were to launch an all-out attack tomorrow without regard for casualties, it was highly probable that Huaishua Pass would not withstand the onslaught. Even if the empress were to flee under the cover of night, escape would not be guaranteed. Once the city fell, the speed of the Ruran cavalry would be nothing to scoff at. Thus, the assassination of Zhong Kongyue appeared to be the sole glimmer of hope. Wei Yiqin privately shook his head, having initially believed that Qi Zhan might offer a brilliant insight, only to find his proposal to be a rather poor strategy. "Little brother, surrounded by tens of thousands of troops, how can one execute an assassination? Not to mention the act itself, even approaching is impossible. Who possesses the ability to infiltrate the Ruran camp? It would be a futile endeavor leading to certain death." The empress then turned her gaze toward Qi Zhan, her eyes filled with questions. Qi Zhan smiled faintly. "General Wei, since this idea has been proposed, it is only fitting that I undertake the mission myself." Chapter 47. Assurance of your safety tonight. What? You intend to venture into the enemy camp? The few present gasped in astonishment, especially the empress, who immediately interjected to dissuade him. "Qi Zhan, you must not. Even if your martial prowess is commendable, how can you single-handedly assassinate the enemy's commander?" Wei Yiqin quickly added, "Your courage is commendable, little brother, but this plan is utterly absurd. It is akin to courting death." Qi Zhan respectfully inclined his head toward the empress, resolutely declaring, "I am grateful for your majesty's kindness, yet it is my duty to serve. For the safety of your majesty, I cannot regard my own life lightly." A warm current flowed through the empress's heart as she thought, "Qi Zhan, this endeavor is far too perilous. It would be wise to consider alternative strategies." Qi Zhan met the empress's gaze boldly. "Your majesty, we cannot hesitate now. Even a slim chance must be seized." His insistence on infiltrating the enemy camp was not a reckless pursuit of death. Rather, the primary objective was to seek out the potential existence of a cultivator. If he could not ascertain the identity of this person, or even eliminate them, Qi Zhan would find no peace. The assassination of the national master was merely a secondary consideration. The empress's lips trembled, and ultimately, she could only sigh in resignation. After bowing once more, Qi Zhan addressed General Wei Yiqin, requesting his assistance in preparing a few things. Noticing that the empress had ceased her opposition, Wei Chen turned and led Qi Zhen outside. The empress gazed at Qi Zhen's retreating figure, her mind in turmoil. This individual had extricated her from peril on numerous occasions. Although her initial impression was unfavorable, subsequent encounters had brought her considerable delight. Now, he was willing to face death with composure for her sake. As they reached the doorway, the empress raised her voice, inquiring, "Qi Zhen, should you depart without return?" Qi Zhen did not turn back, but merely raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, laughing heartily. "Then I shall depart without return." He strode away with remarkable poise. The empress stood motionless at the entrance for a moment, lost in thought. Once outside, Qi Zhen requested Wei Chen to procure a set of leather armor and cloak from the ruined people, and then proceeded to the northeastern corner of the city wall. The area was dimly lit, allowing him to quietly leap down the wall unnoticed and stealthily navigate through the shadows. After making a substantial detour, Qi Zhen infiltrated the eastern side of the ruined encampment. After suffering a defeat during the day, a palpable sense of sorrow and indignation lingered in the air within the tents, and by the time Qi Zhen entered, most of the soldiers had succumbed to slumber. Although patrols occasionally passed by, none managed to detect Qi Zhen's presence. He moved like a specter through the ruined camp, silently advancing towards the heart of the encampment. Upon reaching this central area, the frequency of patrols noticeably increased, indicating that the national master Zhang Kongwei was likely nearby. Moreover, after attuning his senses, Qi Zhen discerned the presence of the cultivator in this vicinity. Could this individual be a guardian of Zhang Kongwei, concealing his aura? He finally set his sights on the largest tent. This was indeed the place. Qi Zhen arrived at the entrance of the tent, crouching in the shadows to keenly sense his surroundings. Something felt amiss. Within the grand tent, there was only a single presence. Could it be that Zhang Kongwei was indeed that practitioner? Qi Zhen's mind suddenly cleared. Yes, it was plausible that Zhang Kongwei initially practiced alone and, after significantly enhancing his powers, assumed the role of the national master. This simplifies matters, he mused. Gradually, he rose to his feet, allowing a portion of his own aura to be released. He firmly believed that Zhang Kongwei would surely detect his arrival. If not, that would be even better. Moments later, a voice emanated from within the tent, inviting him to enter and take a seat, given the esteemed guest's presence. Qi Zhen smirked, noting the cowardice of the man who dared not emerge. "I am grateful for your invitation, honored national master. I shall not be polite." With that, he strode towards the entrance. The guards, taken aback by Qi Zhen's sudden appearance, hesitated, yet recognizing the national master's orders, they refrained from obstructing him. Watching as he confidently stepped inside, the interior was expansive, spanning several hundred square meters, illuminated as if it were broad daylight by numerous oil lamps. At the far end of the tent stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, arms folded behind his back, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, and his piercing phoenix eyes glinting with cold light. Zhang Kongwei observed as an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles entered, causing his brows to furrow in confusion. This individual was unfamiliar to him. Given the voice he had just heard, the man should not appear so aged. To dare intrude upon the military camp under cover of night, yet shy away from revealing his true identity, one could only wonder whether he possessed great courage or was merely a coward. Qi Zhen wore the mask that Dong Qian had provided him during his disguise, concealing as much as it could. Just moments ago, he had been mocking the other's timidity. "You are the national master of the ruin, Zhang Kongwei?" "Indeed," Zhang Kongwei replied. "And may I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" "A mere nameless individual." When the two were 5 paces apart, Qi Zhen came to a halt. He could distinctly sense the aura of a cultivator emanating from the other. It was indeed this person. Yet, he also felt a long-forgotten danger radiating from him. Since arriving in this world, no one had instilled such a feeling in him. Every pore on Qi Zhen's body seemed to awaken with excitement. Zhang Kongwei suddenly inquired, "You were the one who killed Hattie, weren't you?" Qi Zhen replied with a slight smile. "Did I splatter you with blood?" Instead of becoming enraged, Zhang Kongwei responded, "I never anticipated encountering someone like myself in this realm. If you are willing to share your cultivation techniques, I can offer you endless riches and glory." "What do you say?" Qi Zhen retorted, "Wealth means nothing to me. It is but a fleeting cloud. Rather, why don't you divulge your techniques? And I assure you I shall not kill you tonight. How about that?" Zhang Kongwei snorted coldly, realizing that their conversation had soured, and deemed further words unnecessary. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his long sword, unleashing a chilling aura of murderous intent. His figure flashed as he lunged towards Qi Zhen. Qi Zhen appeared relaxed, yet he was fully on guard, drawing a captured ruined saber with a swift motion. The sharp clang of weapons echoed as they exchanged several rapid strikes. Zhong Kongyue was taken aback, having spent years in ruin. He had never encountered an opponent after his cultivation, fully aware of his own strength. Yet, having exerted 80% of his power in those initial strikes, he found himself unable to inflict any harm on his adversary, revealing the latter's formidable prowess. Qi Zhen thus confirmed a certain truth, that Zhong Kong could not surpass the initial stage of qi refinement, falling just short of him. Although Zhong Kong had practiced for a longer duration, mastering celestial techniques with a mortal physique was no trivial feat. While Qi Zhen may have spent less time cultivating in this realm than Zhong Kong, the combined years of his two lives exceeded several centuries. His comprehension of the path of cultivation and the intricacies of techniques far surpassed that of Zhong Kong, a mere novice, rendering any comparison between them utterly futile. He sneered. Zhong Kong, it is not too late to reconsider your stance. Zhong Kong ceased his words and swiftly launched an attack. This night, he was determined to eliminate this unwelcome guest on the spot. Otherwise, he would find no peace in the days to come. Qi Zhen erupted into laughter. Advancing with his blade, Zhong Kong wielded his long sword, its movements as graceful as spring willow swaying in the breeze, yet imbued with a chilling aura. Qi Zhen unleashed the 64 soul-snatching slashes, filling a significant portion of the tent with the shadows of his blade. The two figures intertwined and soared through the air, stirring the winds within the tent, extinguishing all the oil lamps. Yet, this darkness did not hinder their fierce exchange. Sparks erupted intermittently in the gloom, illuminating their fierce visages. As time passed, Zhong Kong grew increasingly impatient. He sensed that he was being suppressed and that defeat was inevitable if this continued. Alas, the brevity of his ascent to this realm left him vulnerable. Otherwise, he would not be in such a dire predicament. After enduring countless trials to reach this point, he could not afford to yield easily. With a determined grit of his teeth, he let out a howl akin to a wolf, accelerating the thrust of his long sword, aiming straight for Qi Zhen's chest. Chapter 48. Allow me to showcase some flourishes, the 3 strikes of God-slaying. Zhong Kang's long sword struck forth with the ferocity of a venomous serpent. Qi Zhen exclaimed, I've been waiting for you. As his voice echoed, he vanished without a trace. With a fierce thrust, Zhong Kongyue's sword pierced the air, shattering the commander's seat behind Qi Zhen into splinters. This technique had previously been employed by Hattie, who had once managed to rend Qi Zhen's clothing at the chest. Just moments ago, upon recognizing Zhong Kongyue as that particular practitioner, Qi Zhen had immediately recalled the encounter with the foreign envoy in Jidu. During that encounter, the Ro-Ren envoy, Anagu, had inadvertently mentioned that Hattie was the direct disciple of the national master. Qi Zhen had also glimpsed Zhong Kongyue's visage during a soul-searching endeavor with Hattie. Hattie's signature technique was the triple strike of divine slaying, and certainly, Zhong Kongyue would not be lacking in such prowess. Its potency would undoubtedly surpass Hattie's, rendering him incomparable. Yet, Qi Zhen evaded it with ease. Firstly, he had mentally prepared himself for the confrontation. Secondly, having become thoroughly acquainted with this technique through soul-searching, he had even practiced it in secrecy. Thus, despite the formidable might of the sword strike, how could it achieve its intended effect? Realizing the gravity of the situation after his thrust met only empty air, Zhong Kongyue swiftly attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Qi Zhen, like a wraith, closed the distance of 6 feet between them, his dagger extending silently, reaching his chest in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Zhong Kongyue inhaled sharply, hastening his retreat to increase the distance from the blade's tip. Yet, Qi Zhen was unwilling to let him escape so easily. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his magical prowess. With a crisp crack, the front third of the dagger suddenly shattered, and a blade tip over a foot long shot forth like a bullet. This unexpected turn left Zhong Kongyue with no choice but to exert every ounce of strength to evade the vital point of his chest by mere inches. The blade tip, however, found its mark, penetrating deeply. Zhong Kongyue let out a muffled groan as his back collided with the pillar at the edge of the grand tent. A mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth, his body trembling violently. The external wound was of secondary concern. It was the magical force contained within the blade that had sent shockwaves through his meridians, leaving his internal organs grievously injured. It was fortunate that he possessed protective magic. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been utterly shattered, reduced to mere fragments. Qi Zhen, sensing his advantage, was relentless, leaping into the air, his right palm coalescing into a luminous fireball the size of a head. Fireball technique. Zhong Kongyue, his magical energies in disarray, could not evade this swift onslaught. The fireball struck his chest with tremendous force, exploding in a brilliant flash of white light. The temperature soared within a radius of several feet, igniting everything touched by the fiery sparks. With a pained scream, Zhong Kongyue shattered the pillar behind him, hurtling backward and crashing through the tent, tumbling out into the open. In an instant, the tent was engulfed in roaring flames and billowing smoke. Qizhen swiftly followed through the gaping tear in the tent, determined to ascertain whether Zhong Kongyue was dead. However, upon emerging, he found himself ensnared in a dense encirclement. At least several thousand Ruren warriors surrounded the tent completely, while Zhong Kongyue had already been lifted and vanished into the throng. Qizhen lamented his missed opportunity to capture Zhong Kongyue himself, uncertain whether he had met his end. He had hoped to delve into his soul, primarily to uncover the secrets of his cultivation. Yet, the current circumstances left no room for such pursuits. Although the recent battle had been brief, it had drained a significant portion of his magical energy. Faced with thousands of ironclad cavalry, Qizhen dared not overestimate his strength. Even if they stood there and allowed him to kill them, it would still leave them utterly exhausted. Nonetheless, today's objective has nearly been achieved. Even if Zhong Kongyue does not perish, he will undoubtedly be severely injured and incapable of commanding the army in the near future. With the commander struck down, the morale of the troops wavers, and the most favorable outcome for the Ruren would be a retreat. These thoughts flickered through his mind as a storm of arrows descended upon him. Although the Ruren soldiers surrounded Qizhen, their hearts were filled with overwhelming terror. In their eyes, Zhong Kongyue was a deity, yet he was now being beaten like a wretched dog by this inconspicuous old man. What could this old man possibly be? It seems that only lives can be sacrificed to fill the void. Qizhen erupted into a frenzied laugh, his voice echoing through the heavens. Zhong Kongyue is dead. Will you still resist? As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, catching dozens of arrows, and with a swift turn, flung them out like a fan. These arrows flew faster than before, and the front lines of the Ruren troops were unable to evade them, collapsing in agony as they fell. Having succeeded in his attack, Qizhen soared into the air, leaping away atop the heads of his foes. Below, someone trembled and shouted, "Shoot! Kill him!" In midair, Qizhen declared, "Let me show you my remarkable skills." A series of fireballs rained down, exploding with thunderous roars, although these fireballs were significantly smaller now. The Ruren soldiers fell in droves. Howling in despair, Qizhen deliberately ignited several large tents. As the west wind picked up, the flames surged uncontrollably. Since Qizhen's departure, Wei Yichen had been standing atop the walls of Huaishua City, gazing forward. The sprawling encampment showed no signs of disturbance. After an hour had passed, Wei Yichen sensed a subtle commotion from the opposing camp, though the distance rendered it indistinct. His hopes had dwindled considerably. The guard named Qizhen, while commendably courageous, had exhibited a degree of recklessness. Was it truly so effortless to breach the encampment of the Ruren? If it were that simple, would Wei Yichen have endured the hardships of guarding the borders for over a decade? Nonetheless, a soldier's death is monumental, and he had served his country with unwavering loyalty. Such valor deserves respect. Now that the empress had departed, it was possible that he too might meet his end atop the city walls by dawn. Though tinged with regret, he bore no remorse. At that moment, a flash of light caught his eye. Initially, he thought he was imagining things, but after blinking, he confirmed that the Ruren camp was indeed ablaze. His heart fluttered. Could it be that he had truly succeeded? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a larger explosion of flames erupted from the center, growing ever more intense. Wei Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? This was the very signal Qizhen had promised for their advance. Before departing, Qizhen had stated that if Wei General trusted him, he should assemble the cavalry in advance. Once the enemy camp ignited, they would seize the opportunity to strike, assuredly achieving a remarkable victory. Initially, Wei Yichen had dismissed this as mere encouragement from Qizhen. However, while escorting the empress beyond the gates, he had taken the liberty to report it briefly. After all, the decision to deploy troops was a grave matter, and he was reluctant to shoulder the responsibility alone. To his surprise, the empress had uttered a profoundly significant remark. "I may not grasp military strategy, but I trust General Wei, and I equally trust Qizhen." Reflecting on her words, Wei Yichen ultimately resolved to muster 5,000 cavalrymen, standing ready for action. If Qizhen were to fail, the 5,000 men would merely lose a night's rest. An inconsequential matter. Yet now, he distinctly beheld flames rising in the distance, a relentless inferno. The cacophony of battle cries and the neighing of horses created an atmosphere of utter chaos, which could not possibly be a fabrication. Qi Zhen had truly succeeded. Beside him, the deputy general exclaimed with fervor, "General, shall we mobilize our forces immediately?" For many years, the Yin army had primarily focused on defense, considering it a victory merely to hold Huaishua without loss, seldom venturing beyond their fortifications. At this moment, Wei Yiqian's heart raced, his fist striking the cobblestones with fervent determination. "Convey the military order. We shall advance at once." Chapter 49. Where has Qi Zhen gone? The thunderous roars of battle and the resounding hoofbeats intertwined, causing the ruined soldiers to tremble in trepidation. Particularly, those stationed at the gates of the main camp were utterly bewildered, witnessing only the conflagration erupting from the command tent and the continuous wails of the dying. As the Yin army launched a massive offensive, what were they to do? Wei Yiqian charged boldly into the ruined encampment, slashing at every foe in sight. Unrestrained in his onslaught, the 5,000 iron cavalry surged forth with unparalleled vigor, the pent-up frustrations of years finally unleashed. Let us not dwell on the past. How many comrades had perished at the hands of the ruin earlier that day? Unexpectedly, this blood feud was avenged that very night. Let us strike down our enemies. There was no need for further contemplation. One need only wield their blade with ferocity. The command structure of the ruin had disintegrated entirely, leaving them incapable of mounting an effective defense, collapsing at the first contact. In warfare, the essence lies in momentum should one side lose its spirit. No amount of numbers can prevent their inevitable defeat. Furthermore, the ruin were oblivious to the true strength of the Yin army. Surely they could not be emerging in full force? At this moment, one could only lament that their parents had not bestowed upon them 2 additional legs, disregarding all else. Fortunately, their steeds were stationed beside the tent. Upon sensing the peril, they swiftly mounted and made their escape. The inky darkness of the camp was illuminated by flames, with countless horses and shadows colliding in chaotic disarray. After a considerable duration of more than 2 hours, as dawn began to break in the east, Wei Yiqian finally commanded the sounding of the gong. He then instructed that more men be sent from within the city to clear the battlefield. Despite the relentless pursuit throughout the night, a significant number of the ruin had managed to flee. It was estimated that over 10,000 had been slain, with thousands more taken captive. The spoils of war were immensely bountiful, primarily consisting of thousands of warhorses and hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep. It was indeed a resounding triumph, unparalleled in history. Yet, Wei Yiqian had yet to lay eyes on Qi Zhen, the very individual whose efforts had catalyzed this great victory. Where had this esteemed figure vanished? He promptly dispatched someone to report to the empress, while simultaneously initiating a thorough search for Qi Zhen. In the midst of the tumult of the previous night, the young brother must not have encountered any misfortune. At that moment, the empress, accompanied by over 4,000 imperial guards, had journeyed less than 30 miles and was resting in a mountain hollow. Upon receiving the battle report from Wei Yiqian, her mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Pardon me, could you repeat that? Last night, General Wei achieved a significant victory over the ruin?" The messenger had no choice but to reiterate, "Your Majesty, last night General Wei witnessed the ruin camp ablaze and immediately led 5,000 iron cavalry into the fray. They fought valiantly through the night, decisively overwhelming the ruin forces. The general now respectfully requests Your Majesty's return to Huaishua Pass." Excellent, excellent. Wei Yiqian truly deserves his reputation as one of the finest generals in the realm. The empress's heart brimmed with joy, her delicate fists dancing in exhilaration. "By the way, what of my guard, Qi Zhen?" The messenger, following Wei Yiqian's instructions, replied, "Last night's battle was chaotic, and the Qi guard was alone. As of now, there has been no news of his whereabouts. However, General Wei has ordered the entire army to search for him, and it is possible that he has already been found." "What?" The empress rose, her voice laced with urgency. "Are you implying that Qi Zhen is missing?" The messenger, aware of Qi Zhen's commendable deeds, shared in the concern over the fate of the greatest hero from the previous night. The empress proclaimed, "Issue a decree to return to Huaishua at once." "Your Majesty, please hold." Commander Tang Chong of the Imperial Guard interjected. The empress turned to him, inquiring, "What do you mean, General Tang?" Tang Chong replied, "Your Majesty, at this moment, we are unaware of the true circumstances in Huaishua. It would be prudent to send someone to gather information first." "Are you suggesting that Wei Yiqian is deceiving me?" Tang Chang, maintaining his composure, stated, "Our great Yin has been at odds with the ruin for a century. When has it ever been so easy to achieve such a resounding victory? Not to mention our limited numbers. Can Qi Zhen truly slay the ruin's grandmaster?" I cannot believe it. What exactly are you trying to convey? Tang Chong continued. I suspect that this victory may be fabricated. And it is even possible that the Ruren have already breached the walls of Huaishua and are now in pursuit. Before the Empress could respond, the messenger abruptly stood up, exclaiming, How can this general speak so recklessly? I would stake my life that Huaishua is indeed a great triumph. At that moment, Xinxingha approached, saying, Your Majesty. Wei Chen would not misreport military affairs, but for your safety, it would be wise to send someone to investigate beforehand. The Empress could only acquiesce, commanding Xiaoanzi to lead a group to assess the situation. Xinxingha further suggested that the Empress continue southward, but this proposal was met with refusal. The Empress has resolved to remain, firmly believing that this battle will undoubtedly culminate in a grand victory. After half a day, the young envoy, Xiaoanzi, finally returned. Upon entering the camp, he exclaimed in a piercing voice, A resounding victory. Our great Yin launched a midnight assault, utterly defeating the Ruren and beheading tens of thousands. The once despondent imperial guards erupted into jubilant cheers at these words. From a distance, the Empress caught the sound, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Casting a sidelong glance at Tang Chong, she already anticipated this outcome. After Xiaoanzi recounted his observations in detail, the Empress immediately commanded the troops to return. This time, there were no dissenting voices. Thousands had fled in disarray the previous night, yet now they strode with pride, lamenting their absence from the battle. Many pondered how, had they participated, not a single Ruren would have escaped. Before nightfall, the Empress finally returned to Huaishua. She ascended the northern city wall at once, surveying the sprawling enemy encampment laid before her. The formidable and imposing enemy stronghold, once deemed impenetrable, now lay in disarray, ravaged and littered with the banners of Yin. The air still carried a charred aroma, strangely sweet and inviting. To the left, a mass of captives stood in dismal rows, while to the right, an even greater number of cattle and sheep were gathered. The war horses had been brought within the gates. Yet the bodies of the Ruren still remained uncollected in the main camp. Indeed, it was a resounding victory. Standing atop the city walls, the Empress cast her gaze around, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This triumph had been the long-held aspiration of the Yin dynasty for many years, although only a single battle had been won. It was enough to bring solace to the late emperor. More importantly, with this victory, the Empress had firmly established her position, silencing any doubts regarding her sovereignty. Minister Shun, immediately convey an edict to the political hall of Jidu, proclaiming this great victory throughout the nation, ensuring that every citizen of Yin is made aware. Xinxingha was equally overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down his face. As a high-ranking minister of the court, he was acutely aware of the extent of the Ruren's extortion and intimidation towards the Yin state, and he never anticipated witnessing such a grand victory in his lifetime. The venerable minister accepted the imperial edict. At that moment, Wei Chen reported to the Empress the intricate details of the recent battle, including the complete tally of the spoils of war. The Empress listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. Finally, she inquired, What of Qizhen? Has he been located? Wei Chen's expression darkened. He had scoured the enemy camp almost entirely, but had yet to find the imperial guard, Qi. The Empress gazed into the distance, reflecting on how Qi Zhen, her trusted confidant, had bravely ventured alone into the fray, only to now be missing. I care not what means you employ, alive. I must see him, and dead. At this moment, her voice trembled. I cannot bear the thought of his demise. He must be found. After Wei Chen loudly acknowledged the command, he departed to continue his arrangements. The Empress turned her gaze towards the setting sun, silently reciting Qizhen's name in her heart. However, by the following morning, there was still no news of him, and an ominous premonition settled over everyone. The Empress wore no smile, mechanically reviewing memorials. Approaching noon, a young attendant named Anzi shouted, Your Majesty, Qizhen has returned. Upon hearing this, the Empress's wrist trembled, nearly causing her brush to fall. In a flurry, she set down the brush, attempting to rise, yet she resolutely restrained herself. Maintaining a facade of calm, she sat upright, though her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves. At long last, Qizhen entered. He appeared disheveled, his face smeared with dirt and weariness, clad in a tattered ruined garb, stained with blood. The eyes, once as radiant as the stars, now appeared dull and lifeless, and even walking seemed a laborious task. Upon seeing the Empress, he feigned a bow and, in a hoarse voice, proclaimed, Your humble servant, Qizhen, pays his respects to your Majesty, fortunate to fulfill my duty. With that, he unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground. The Empress could no longer maintain her composure. She sprang to her feet, circumventing the table to approach him. Qizhen, what has befallen you? She inquired, squatting before him, disregarding the bloodstains on her coat, her concern almost overflowing from her gaze. Qizhen leaned back slightly, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the Empress, reflecting that his efforts that night had not been in vain. It turned out that after igniting the fire, he had already distanced himself from the heart of the ruined camp, swiftly concealing his presence. Before long, he heard the sounds of battle emanating from the direction of Huaisha. Realizing that Wei Yiqin had finally mobilized his troops. Thus, he had taken the opportunity to intervene before the Yin army breached the camp, eliminating several ruined commanders from behind, which rendered their command structure utterly ineffective. Witnessing the Yin army advance with unstoppable momentum, he understood that his role was no longer necessary. And so he quietly withdrew beyond the campus perimeter. After a thorough assessment, he found no trace of Zhong Kongyue's presence. Either he had perished or was simply too far away. So be it, perfection cannot be expected in every endeavor. Observing the chaos within the camp, Qizhen initially contemplated returning directly to Huaishua, but after careful consideration, he hesitated. How could he explain his journey within the enemy's camp if he were to return so simply? Would it not appear too effortless, lacking in challenge, thus failing to maximize his advantage? Furthermore, he must not raise any suspicions among Wei Yiqin and the others. After some deliberation, he chose to conceal himself. For the strategy of feigned decline before subsequent elevation was indeed the most effective approach. Despite Wei Yiqin's mobilization of his forces in search of him, how could he possibly be found? It was not until the following morning that Qizhen felt the moment was ripe to stealthily reveal himself. Concealed among a heap of corpses, only to be fortuitously discovered by the soldiers of the Yin army. The searching troops of Yin, filled with exuberance, exclaimed, "Qi Guard is here. I found Qi Guard." They hastily extricated Qizhen from the pile of dead, carrying him back to the stronghold. Upon receiving the news, Wei Yiqin hurried to the scene and, upon their meeting, burst into hearty laughter, his joy surpassing even that of his own survival. However, upon observing Qizhen's condition, it became evident that he bore significant injuries, prompting immediate inquiries. Qizhen recounted the events of the previous night in fragmented sentences. He had managed to reach the tent of Zhong Kongyue, just as the latter returned from inspecting the camp. Disguised as a soldier of the ruin, Qizhen had leapt from the shadows, thrusting a dagger into Zhong Kongyue's chest and inflicting grave harm. However, he was soon besieged. In the ensuing chaos, he inadvertently overturned a torch, igniting the tent. As he fought his way through the fray, he regrettably sustained severe injuries from the ruin masters. Fortunately, at that moment, the Yin troops launched their attack, and amidst the turmoil, he found an opportunity to conceal himself. Alas, the internal injuries proved too great, causing him to lose consciousness. While his account contained several inconsistencies, Wei Yiqin chose not to dwell on them. The outcome was evident, and the details were of little consequence. Qizhen, unperturbed by the possibility of exposure, summoned his magical prowess to manifest 2 dark purple handprints upon his chest and back, sufficient to deceive. The Empress regarded Qizhen with gentle eyes and spoke softly. "Qizhen, your contributions to our victory in this battle are paramount, and I shall certainly reward you handsomely." Coughing twice, Qizhen resolutely replied, "To charge into battle for your majesty is my humble duty. Should I perish, I would harbor no regrets and cannot accept a reward." The Empress shook her head vigorously, her eyes slightly reddened. "I shall not allow you to perish. First, focus on your recovery. Your servant takes his leave." Shaoanzi promptly arranged for several eunuchs to carry Qizhen away for meticulous care. Wei Yiqin recounted Qizhen's words with embellishment, completely establishing an image of a valiant figure, fearless and self-sacrificing. The Empress murmured, "How did he survive amidst the throngs of soldiers?" At that moment, Shaoanzi entered to report, "I have just washed Sir Qi and discovered that his chest and back are marred with dark purple handprints. Truly shocking. Sir Qi is indeed a man of fortitude." He did not utter a single groan. The Empress, anxious, inquired, "What did the imperial physician say?" The physician stated that Sir Qi's internal organs were injured and required urgent rest. Wei Yiqin added, "Your Majesty need not worry. I have also examined Sir Qi's wounds. Although they are severe, his profound cultivation should ensure his survival." The Empress took a deep breath and decreed, "Let the physician remain on duty throughout the day. He must recover swiftly." For 5 consecutive days, the Empress did not leave Huaishua, primarily attending to the aftermath, while Qizhen took this opportunity to recuperate. By the 4th day, he was already able to rise, and by the 5th, he was strolling about the room, mainly due to the fatigue of lying down too long. "Qizhen, attend," Xiaoanzi called out, hastily entering. Upon seeing Qizhen standing there, he smiled and said, "General Qi, your recovery is remarkably swift." Qizhen, holding a favorable impression of Xiaoanzi, smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you for your concern, but I am unworthy of the title of general." Xiaoanzi hurriedly said, "Please, general, receive the imperial edict." Qizhen was about to kneel, but Xiaoanzi raised a hand to stop him, stating that His Majesty decreed Qizhen need not kneel to receive the edict. Qizhen, disinterested in kneeling repeatedly, stood attentively to listen. Xiaoanzi unfurled the imperial decree and proclaimed it in a loud voice. After a lengthy passage adorned with extravagant praise, they finally arrived at the crux of the matter. Qizhen was officially appointed as a 5th-rank imperial guard and also as the deputy commander of the Qingyuan Guard, along with the title of General of Vanquishing the Enemy. Additionally, he was bestowed with 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, and 100 rolls of silk, while remaining in service to the heavenly palace. This humble servant accepts the decree with gratitude. Qizhen mused that referring to himself as this humble servant indeed felt far more comfortable than the lowly position. Previously, he was merely a 6th-rank official, and now he had ascended 2 ranks. It was noteworthy that Chu Yin, in his quest for talent, was only a 4th-rank official, 1 rank above him. Yet, Chu Yin had spent many years in pursuit of his position, while Qizhen had only recently begun his journey. The title of General of Vanquishing the Enemy was but a nominal designation, lacking real authority, serving as an honorary title. Nevertheless, it allowed him to call himself a general and receive an increased salary. The deputy commander of the Qingyuan Guard meant he had directly bypassed the rank of captain, becoming Chu Yan's right-hand man. However, the most significant gain for Qizhen was the trust and appreciation bestowed upon him by the empress. Had he not acted recklessly and dared to take risks, the empress might have become a prisoner beneath the feet of Chong Kongwei. The empress was well aware of this. From Xiaoanzi's demeanor towards him, it was evident the empress held him in high regard. Eunuchs were exceptionally adept at reading the winds of favor. Xiaoanzi leaned in closer and whispered, "Given the general's merits, Her Majesty initially intended to promote you directly to 4th rank. However, due to the objections from Shun Qinghe and Tang Chong, she regrettably had to alter it to 5th rank. I hope the general can understand Her Majesty's difficulties." Qizhen contemplated. Shun Qinghe's obstruction might stem from a sense of public duty, yet Tang Chong's intentions are far less noble. Chapter 51. Accompany me to attend to a matter. Shun Qinghe considered that while Qizhen had indeed achieved considerable merit, his youth, compounded by his recent promotion, rendered such rapid advancement detrimental to his growth. However, Tang Chong's motives appeared to be somewhat deliberate. This Tang Chong had already made several attempts to hinder Qizhen, indicating that a thorough investigation would be prudent. Qizhen maintained a composed demeanor, expressing gratitude to Xiaoanzi before preparing to offer thanks. Xiaoanzi advised, "Your Majesty has decreed that recuperation is paramount. There is no need for you to visit." Qizhen, filled with gratitude, inquired when they would depart from Huaishua. Xiaoanzi replied, "It is estimated that it will still take 2 days. We have nearly concluded our affairs." The following day, Qizhen, having just begun to recover from his severe injuries, nonetheless insisted on resuming his duties. The empress issued an edict for him to return and rest, which he disregarded, enduring until dusk before finally returning, once again moving the empress. That evening, Wei Yiqin and Chu Yanxiu, among others, visited in succession, and Qizhen engaged in delightful conversation with them. Wei Yiqin held Qizhen in high esteem, wishing to form a brotherly bond with him. Chu Yanxiu even proposed that he oversee several camps, but Qizhen declined, citing his youth and the necessity for further learning. His primary focus remained on accompanying the empress, making it unwise to command troops at this stage. Meanwhile, in Jidu, within an ostensibly unadorned residence, lay a vast hidden chamber, resplendent and reminiscent of a palace. Impossible! The 10,000 troops of the Ruren have been defeated? How could that yellow-haired girl possibly achieve such a feat? A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, beside himself with rage, shattered the teacup in his grasp. After much contemplation, he uttered in a voice laced with resentment, "Night Owl, you must go yourself. This is the opportune moment to eliminate her." A shadow silently emerged outside the door of the secret chamber. Upon arrival, you know whom to seek first. Allowing him to guide you closer, the shadow nodded gently before vanishing without a trace. Now that we have left Jidu, there is no turning back. 2 days later, The imperial entourage departed from Huaishua, heading towards Yanmen. Given the significant events that had transpired with the Ruren, it was expected that the empress would return directly to Jidu. However, she asserted that the Ruren had retreated and would not dare venture southward in the near future. Having already inspected 2 of the 3 northern passes, it was imperative to visit Yanmen, lest the soldiers be disheartened. This also provided an opportunity to bolster morale at Yanmen. The attendants dared not oppose her decision and acquiesced. A few days later, they arrived at Yanmen. Following a thorough inspection, everything appeared normal, though the cheers of the Yanmen soldiers were notably more exuberant than those from Wuchuan. The empress felt a sense of satisfaction and began preparations for the return journey 2 days later. Traveling directly southeast from Yanmen would ensure the swiftest return to Jidu, however. The empress commanded a southward route, returning east via Chanyuan Prefecture. This was a deliberate choice, as she had previously stated the importance of attending to civil affairs upon her return. Chanyuan Prefecture, the largest city in the western part of northern Yin, boasts a population of hundreds of thousands and is exceedingly prosperous. A significant portion of the supplies for both Yanmen and parts of Huaishua are provided by Chanyuan. Without Chanyuan, the northern defense of Yin would be severely compromised. Given its strategic importance, the empress was determined to pay a visit. Departing from Yanmen, at the pace of the imperial convoy, they would reach Chanyuan within 3 days. On the evening of the following day, after the army had set up camp, Xiao Anzi summoned Qi Zhen into his quarters. The empress looked at Qi Zhen and inquired gently, "Have your injuries healed?" Qi Zhen bowed and replied, "My injuries have improved significantly, Your Majesty. Thank you for your concern. Since you are well, accompany me tomorrow morning to attend to a matter. I shall obey your command." Just as Qi Zhen was about to exit, the empress added, "This matter must remain confidential. It is solely for you, and you must not disclose it to anyone else. Inform outsiders that you are returning to the capital on my orders, and wait 5 miles ahead tomorrow morning." Qi Zhen was taken aback. What could this mean? His mind raced, pondering if there was something more to it. Unable to comprehend the situation, and seeing that the empress offered no further explanation, he complied. Since his superior had assigned him a task, he would execute it, trusting that he would be informed when the time was right. Upon exiting, he gathered his team members and informed them that he would be returning to the capital ahead of them, leaving Chu Qian to temporarily lead the group. Wang Can, with a glint in his eye, quickly asked, "Qi Tudu, has something happened? Why has the empress suddenly ordered you back to the capital?" These team members had taken great care of him during his recovery, which touched Qi Zhen deeply. However, since the empress had given her orders, he could not divulge the truth. Thus, he casually responded, "The empress merely wishes for me to convey her orders." Chui Pin chuckled. It seems Brother Zhen is increasingly favored by the empress. Now he is even entrusted with delivering her commands. Qi Zhen could only wave his hand, urging them to remain vigilant in the coming days. Early the next morning, Qi Zhen donned his regular attire and mounted his horse, leaving the camp. After discreetly ensuring that no one was following him, he rode to a small grove situated 5 miles away to await further instructions. Half an hour later, a horse-drawn carriage approached from the north. The driver was a middle-aged man with a short beard, fair complexion, and a round face that exuded an amiable demeanor. Qi Zhen furrowed his brow slightly, as the man seemed somewhat familiar. Upon noticing Qi Zhen's presence, the driver halted the carriage and nodded gently in acknowledgement. The curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, revealing Nangong Muqing, adorned in the attire of a maid. Peering further inside, Qi Zhen beheld the empress, clad in a simple pink dress befitting a noble young lady, seated elegantly within. Despite having exchanged her imperial robes, the empress still radiated a unique charm, bestowing upon Qi Zhen a sense of refreshing beauty. Upon seeing him, the empress appeared somewhat bashful and softly remarked, "General Qi, accompany me to stroll in Chanyuan." Qi Zhen quickly grasped the situation. This was a covert excursion, shrouded in mystery, leading him to wonder if there was some urgent matter at hand. Yet, the empress was accompanied by only 3 individuals. Did she not harbor concerns regarding her safety? While he held steadfast confidence in himself, he pondered from where the empress derived hers. Was it solely from the driver? He suspected the man to be an imperial guard in disguise, indicating that the empress possessed several hidden cards. After a moment of careful observation, he discerned that the driver's martial prowess was exceptionally profound, arguably the highest he had encountered aside from Zhong Kongwei. His breath was long and serene, akin to a deep abyss. Noticing Qi Zhen's perplexity, the empress explained, "Lord Fangzhong is a veteran from the previous emperor's reign, with remarkable skills. We shall merely pose as fur merchants visiting Chanyuan to inspect the goods. there should be no issues. It turned out that the driver was indeed a eunuch, masked with a beard, leading one to initially assume he was merely seeking employment. Jijun, guided by his nature as a guard, inquired, "Might I ask if the emperor has prepared any contingencies?" The empress nonchalantly replied, "Rest assured. Both Xinxinghe and Chu Yanqiu are aware of this matter. Besides, we have merely an additional day, and nothing will transpire. Given the circumstances, how could Jijun oppose further?" Nangong Muqing handed him a small bundle, which contained a set of servant's attire. "Please change into this," she insisted. It appeared there had been prior arrangements. Jijun accepted it and retreated into the grove, soon emerging in his new garb. The empress, with a hint of excitement, declared, "From this moment on, you shall refer to me as Miss Yang, hailing from Yi City, accompanied by my maid Qing'er, the driver Yangda, and the steward Yang Wei. We shall journey to Changyuan." Jijun rubbed his nose and said, "Miss, could you possibly grant me a new name?" Chapter 52. The Four Great Houses of Changyuan. The empress, puzzled, asked, "Is there something amiss with this name?" Jijun replied earnestly, "Not at all. It simply feels mismatched with Yangda. Perhaps Yang Air would suffice, as it is easier to remember." The empress smiled lightly, "As you wish." Thus, Fang Zhong urged the carriage forward, while Jijun rode alongside. After the empress departed, Xinxinghe ordered a slow march, establishing camp again after 30 miles. Although he disagreed, the empress's insistence on the expedition left him with no choice. He merely hoped that nothing would go awry in the next day or two. Otherwise, it would feel as if the heavens of Yin Kingdom were collapsing. Just as they set up camp, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the Imperial Guard's encampment. The carriage maintained a decent pace, entering the city of Changyuan by the afternoon. Jijun and his companions immediately sensed the vibrancy and liveliness of the place, a stark contrast to the desolation at the border. The streets of the city were broad and bustling, lined with numerous shops, and thronged with pedestrians. The cacophony of vendors calling out and the chatter of conversation intertwined, enveloping them in a rich atmosphere of warmth and vitality. The empress discreetly lifted a corner of the curtain to gaze outside. They first sought out a clean and a rest, securing their carriage. After inquiring about the local circumstances from the innkeeper, they set out to stroll through the streets. Even before her ascension to the throne, the empress rarely ventured into the streets, and now, as she leisurely walked among the common folk, her expression radiated excitement. She looked around, captivated by the novelty of everything. In contrast, Jijun and his two companions remained on high alert, closely observing the crowd, apprehensive of any unforeseen incidents. Noticing their tension, the empress smiled gently and said, "You need not be so anxious. Your demeanor only draws more attention." The four exchanged awkward glances and shared a light chuckle, easing their tension somewhat. Moments later, they spotted a Tian family trading house, and the empress led the way inside. The establishment was expansive, likely a result of merging 3 shops and elegantly renovating the space. Exuding a sense of grandeur, it primarily dealt in finished and semi-finished animal hides, a dazzling array of products on display. A young, fair-skinned shop assistant, in his 20s, greeted them warmly. Upon recognizing the empress and Nangong Muqing, he momentarily froze, then beamed, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Your presence graces our humble establishment." The empress remained silent. While Nangong Muqing spoke up, "We wish to browse the hides. Could you provide us with some guidance?" Of course. The shop assistant, quick-witted, discerned their affluent appearance and demeanor, and thus was eager to assist. "May I inquire if you're looking to purchase individually or in bulk? Should you find something suitable, we would be delighted to accommodate a large order. It turns out we are colleagues. What a pleasure to meet you. This way, please." The attendant, well-versed in his duties, provided a detailed introduction of the primary products. After hearing the quoted prices, Nangong Muqing deliberately pursed her lips, remarking that there was no competitive advantage in the pricing. The attendant chuckled, saying, "My dear lady, not only here in Changyuan Prefecture, but throughout the entire Yin Kingdom, the leather goods from the Tian family business are unparalleled." She inquired, "If I were to order in large quantities, could you ensure a timely supply?" The attendant replied, "I cannot speak for other matters. But if the Tian family is out of stock, you shan't find goods elsewhere." Nangong Muqing observed, "I see that many of your goods are sourced from the north. Am I correct?" The shop assistant merely smiled in silence. After exchanging a few more words, he found an excuse to step away. At this moment, the empress's expression turned icy, losing the ease she previously exhibited. The group then focused their attention on shops selling grain, silk, porcelain, and other commodities. And the empress's demeanor grew increasingly somber. Qi Zhen sensed that the Empress's scrutiny was driven by intent. Noticing the Empress's dismal mood, Nangong Muqing suggested, "Miss, it is getting late. Shall we find a place to dine?" The Empress nodded in agreement. After walking a short distance, they discovered a sizable tavern. Guided by a waiter, they ascended to the second floor and were shown to a private room. The Empress took her seat at the center and gestured to Qi Zhen and the others, "Please, take a seat." The three remained standing, prompting the Empress to insist, "Sit down. Standing like this is unbecoming." Eventually, Qi Zhen led the way, taking a seat, followed by Nangong Muqing and Feng Zhong, who settled into their places. The Empress glanced at the three individuals, letting out a soft sigh, as if speaking to herself while simultaneously providing them with an explanation. After Wei Yiqian breached the Ruin camp, he uncovered a confidential letter from the grand tent of Zhongkongwa. Within it lay the news of my presence at Huaishua Pass. Qi Zhen was taken aback, realizing from Nangong Muqing's expression that she must have known in advance, and thus asked, "Who dares to disclose the whereabouts of the young lady?" The Empress's phoenix eyes turned icy, revealing it to be Fan Yobin, the head of the Fan family in Changyuan City. Qi Zhen then understood the Empress's purpose for visiting Changyuan. It was a quest for vengeance. The Empress continued, "Changyuan is comprised of four prominent families: the Fans, the Wangs, the Tians, and the Huangs. They nearly monopolized the principal industries of Changyuan, including the grain, furs, silk, and porcelain we observe today. All of which are their enterprises." Qi Zhen inquired, "Do their businesses have connections to the north?" The Empress nodded gently, "Not merely connections, they thrive on the ruin." Qi Zhen's expression grew serious, realizing that their dealings were far from simple. The Empress scoffed, continuing, "Indeed. In addition to the confidential letter, a ledger was discovered at Zhongkongwa. The entries indicate that, beyond legitimate trade, they have been covertly trafficking ironware, weapons, and even skilled craftsmen." She slammed her hand on the dining table, revealing her fury. Qi Zhen understood the Empress's sentiments. The Ruin were merely a nomadic people, moving with the pastures, lacking any productive capacity. Yet, after acquiring resources and technology from the Yin Kingdom, they rapidly flourished. Ultimately, this evolved into a grave external threat to the state of Yin, even to the point of endangering lives. During this perilous moment in Huaishua, the Empress discovered that the leak originated from Changyuan, compounded by the betrayal of her own kin. How could one not harbor resentment? Qi Zhen suddenly pondered, what of the local officials in Changyuan? They must be complicit. Perhaps already. The Empress remarked, "There is as yet no concrete evidence, but it is highly probable they are in collusion. This is certain. If the four prominent families wish to expand their enterprises, how could they do so without a protective shield?" It seems the Empress's visit to Changyuan is far from merely a matter of civil administration. It is likely that the entire region is on the brink of upheaval. At that moment, the waiter entered with the dishes, leaving the door ajar. A group of individuals traversed the corridor, among them a lavishly dressed young nobleman. As he turned, he immediately spotted the Empress. "Ah, who is this charming young lady? How exquisite she is. I do not recall having seen her before," he exclaimed as he sauntered in. Qi Zhen and Feng Zhong rose simultaneously to block his path. "We do not know you. Please leave." The young nobleman chuckled lewdly. "It matters not that you do not know me, as long as I am acquainted with this young lady." At that moment, the waiter, having turned around, quickly smiled upon recognizing the nobleman. "Ah, it is young Master Huang San. When did you arrive, esteemed sir?" Chapter 53. You are in trouble. Young Master Huang San? It appears he is indeed one of the Huang family, one of the four prominent families. What a coincidence! Qi Zhen thought, still standing resolutely before Huang He, coldly declaring, "Leave at once." Huang He cast a scrutinizing glance at Qi Zhen, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "Throw this brat out. How dare he obstruct me?" Beside him, a towering subordinate let out a menacing laugh. "Kid, you are asking for." Before he could finish his taunt, he was sent flying, crashing into the ground along with several others who fell in a cacophony of groans. They had scarcely witnessed how Qi Zhen had struck. Huang He's expression shifted, his tone laced with a mix of fury and trepidation. "You dare lay hands on me. You are in for it." Qi Zhen mused inwardly, wondering if his original self was as insufferable as this. It was infuriating. Disinterested in further entanglement, he pressed his hand against Huang He's chest, pushing him backward. Huang He seethed, "Remove your filthy hands, or else." Qi Zhen exerted a slight force, simply retorting, "Get lost." Huang He was immediately met with a surge of tremendous strength, toppling backward and landing atop his subordinates. Qi Zhen seized the opportunity to exit, firmly shutting the door behind him. Huang He, incensed, bellowed, "Kill him! Kill him!" When had the third young master Huang ever been so humiliated? It was utterly intolerable. The subordinates, scrambling to assist Huang He, braced themselves to confront Qi Zhen. It became evident that Qi Zhen had merely intended to disperse them rather than inflict serious harm. Having misjudged the intelligence of these science, in scarcely a breath's time, 5 or 6 subordinates plummeted from the second floor with a resounding crash, throwing the entire establishment into chaos. Huang He trembled in fear, realizing the impressive prowess of this young man. Qi Zhen grasped Huang He by the neck, lifting him with ease as if he were a mere chick. Huang He struggled for breath, his face flushed crimson, limbs flailing helplessly. Qi Zhen mockingly fixed his gaze upon him and exclaimed, "Get lost." With that, he hurled Huang He from the second floor. However, he refrained from committing murder on the spot, instead casting Huang He onto the waiting followers below. The empress had come specifically for the 4 great families, and it was not the opportune moment to shed blood. At that moment, a sound resonated from behind the door, and the empress and her companions emerged. Despite the chaos, Qi Zhen lingered at the end, instructing the innkeeper to attribute all damages to young Master Huang. The innkeeper, already paralyzed with fear, could scarcely believe there were those bold enough to treat young Master Huang with such brutality in Changyuan City. The fate of these guests seemed sealed, particularly for the 2 women, whose outcomes would undoubtedly be even graver. It was a pity, had he only taken a longer glance moments ago. Amidst the commotion, all patrons in the tavern had stepped aside to witness the spectacle, many whispering amongst themselves upon seeing the empress and her entourage emerge. These outsiders were truly unaware of the gravity of their situation. Another performance was certainly in store. Such is human nature. As long as one is not directly in peril, they often become mere spectators. Once outside, the empress instructed Fang Zhong to procure some local delicacies from the street, intending to bring them back to the inn. Qi Zhen softly advised, "My lady, might it be prudent for us to leave the city first?" Negong Muqing nodded in agreement, sensing that young Master Huang would not rest easily. The empress, however, appeared unconcerned, asserting, "What is there to fear? I am eager to see what tricks he may conjure." Qi Zhen inwardly scoffed but held his tongue, accompanying the empress back to the inn. The empress extolled the local specialties of Changyuan, proclaiming them to be even more delectable than the imperial banquet. This is a classic case of overindulgence. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted at the entrance of the inn. A group of individuals demanded that those residing in certain rooms be brought out. Qi Zhen turned and stepped outside, only to find Huang Yi storming in with a band of followers. Spotting Qi Zhen, Huang Yi pointed and shouted, "That's him." 2 burly men glanced up and, with a leap, soared towards the second floor. Huang He continued to bellow, "Damn it, they are the elite guardians of the Huang family, formidable warriors of the 6th rank. They won't hesitate to crush you." Before he could finish, Qi Zhen also leapt into the air, delivering a kick to each of the men's chests. The 2 elite guardians never even touched the floor of the 2nd level, instead hurtling backward with a thunderous crash, shattering several tables and chairs in their descent. Struggling to rise again, Huang He was left speechless. When he turned to face Qi Zhen, he found him standing merely 3 feet away. "Now then," Qi Zhen said, grasping Huang He's neck, "have you forgotten the pain from your previous encounters?" Just then, a commanding voice rang out. "This is the Changyuan Prefecture enforcing the law. Who dares to harm young Master Huang? Release him at once." A cadre of officials poured in, led by a burly captain of the guards. "You there? Yes, you. Release him immediately." Qi Zhen had anticipated that Huang He would have some form of protection, but he did not expect it to be merely a lowly captain. However, he remained uncertain about the empress's stance on the matter. At that moment, Fang Zhong emerged and addressed Qi Zhen, saying, "Young heir, the young lady finds the noise outside quite bothersome." Qi Zhen smiled faintly, realizing that the empress seemed to desire an even greater spectacle. The small one understood. After speaking, he beckoned to the captain. You, come here." The captain assessed the situation and, hesitating, waved his hand, commanding his men, "Charge." A few impulsive youths rushed forward wielding iron chains, only to be swiftly subdued by Qi Zhen, who bound them with the very chains they carried. In a flash, he seized the captain by the throat with one hand, leaving him utterly immobilized. With a smirk, Qi Zhen remarked, "You lot should try something new. This is far too cliché." The captain, paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably, his body shaking as if caught in a violent gale. Was this even human? Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the 2nd floor guest room, followed by a delicate yet urgent cry, "Assassins!" It was the voice of Negong Muqing. Qi Zhen's expression hardened. His teeth clenched as he uttered two words, seeking death. As he spoke, he forcefully knocked the heads of the two captives together, propelling himself into the air, aiming for the second-floor room. The captain and Huang He's heads collided with a force reminiscent of two watermelons crashing at a speed of 120 miles per hour. The sound was deafening. Crack. They shattered, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. In retrospect, Qi Zhen recalled that he had indeed uttered the words seeking death, but he had never intended to kill them on the spot. It had merely been a gentle nudge, sincerely. As the two lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, Huang He's attendants, along with the captain and the onlookers, simultaneously cried out in horror, "Oh my! Someone's dead. Young Master Huang is dead." They scrambled chaotically to flee, leaving only a few captives bound by iron chains. These unfortunate souls gazed at their blood-soaked bodies, tears unshed, utterly desolate. As the two heads were yet to collide, Qi Zhen had already vanished from his position, reappearing in the corridor on the second floor the next moment. Fang Zhang stood in the corridor, and both men heard the commotion simultaneously. However, as Qi Zhen soared forward, he and Fang Zhang nearly crashed through the door at the same instant. Chapter 54. From arrogance to deference. With a resounding crash, Qi Zhen and Fang Zhang burst through the door, only to find two assassins besieging Nangong Muqing. One clad in black and the other in white, both possessed the strength of a martial artist at the 7th rank, comparable to Nangong Muqing. The empress had retreated to the bed, crouching there, her expression tense. Nangong Muqing stood resolutely before the bed, unwilling to stray far, and having been ambushed. Her left arm was already wounded, blood flowing freely. The assassins had entered through the rear window, evading the front door, evidently. Huang He's ruckus below was intended to divert attention. Qi Zhen silently regretted his earlier focus on Huang He, having been somewhat careless. Seeing that the empress was momentarily unharmed brought him slight relief. With a fierce shout, he lunged towards the white-clad assassin on the left with the swiftness of the wind. Fang Zhong's eyes widened with fury. Apart from Nangong Muqing, he should have been the one closest to the empress. The fact that danger had approached so near was an unforgivable sin. He extended his hands, resembling sharp claws as they lunged toward the black-clad assassin on the right. The black-clad assassin, realizing the imminent threat, turned to face him, his sword brandished in response, having discerned that Fang Zhong's cultivation certainly surpassed his own. Who was this woman in the room that commanded such formidable protectors? Before he could ponder further, Fang Zhong seized the sword's tip with one hand while his other struck the chest of the black-clad assassin. With a single deft move, he sent the black-clad assassin flying, crashing against the wall before collapsing onto the floor. At this moment, Qi Zhen was engaged in a fierce battle with the white-clad assassin. Appearing to be in a precarious situation, constantly on the defensive and narrowly escaping peril on several occasions. Was the white-clad assassin truly so formidable? Certainly not. Prior to entering, Qi Zhen had been quite anxious. However, upon seeing that the empress was unharmed, he promptly subdued his own power. It was sufficient for the empress to perceive his loyalty. There was no immediate need for him to overshadow Nangong Muqing or even Fang Zhong. Thus, during his confrontation with the assassin, he deliberately feigned clumsiness. Stealing a glance, he noted that Fang Zhong had already gained the upper hand, so he ostentatiously exposed a flaw. The white-clad assassin, already shaken, would have fled had Qi Zhen not been hindering him. Now, upon discovering Qi Zhen's vulnerability, he surged forward, his sword's tip poised to pierce Qi Zhen's chest. Fang Zhong had previously discerned Qi Zhen's astonishing agility, even sensing he was somewhat superior. One would expect that dealing with the white-clad assassin would require a firm grip, yet it now appeared that this young man was slightly lacking in technique. It seemed that his lightness skill possessed some unique attributes, which slightly assuaged his concerns. He harbored no jealousy towards Qi Zhen's favored status. Rather, he was primarily anxious about Qi Zhen's loyalty. After all, his time at the empress's side had been short, and his genuine allegiance still required validation. Witnessing Qi Zhen in peril, Fang Zhong could only intervene to extricate him. This was the moment Qi Zhen had awaited. He was confident that before the empress, Fang Zhong could not remain idle. Once the two assassins were subdued, the empress was assisted by Nangong Muqing in rising from her bed. The three men simultaneously offered their apologies to the empress, who, while unperturbed by their transgressions, was indeed startled. Throughout her life, it was truly her first experience of being attacked in such a direct manner. Although it is uncertain whether these two assassins intend to kill her, it is far more likely that they aim to abduct her. Regardless of the circumstance, the empress cannot acquiesce. She instructs to inquire about their backgrounds. Fang Zhong approaches to interrogate, while Qi Zhen moves to the rear window to survey the outside. The alley beyond is deserted, yet faintly, the sounds of commotion can be heard from within the city. He remains oblivious to the fact that Huang He and his companion have already met a gruesome fate. The Empress wishes to personally tend to Nangong Muqing's injuries. Yet Nangong Muqing vehemently refuses. "My lady, I am covered in blood." At that moment, Qi Zhen suggests, "Perhaps I could assist." Without a hint of hesitation, he strides over. Nangong Muqing's fair visage flushes as she insists, "I shall manage. It is but a minor wound." Only then does Qi Zhen realize that she is indeed a young lady. The propriety of gender forbids such intimate assistance, especially given their limited acquaintance. Ultimately, it is the Empress who steps in to apply the medicinal ointment and perform a simple bandaging. Fang Zhong bows and reports, "My lady. These two are acolytes of the Huang family from Changyuan, summoned by Huang He to seize you. Their crimes are unforgivable." The Empress scoffs. A mere merchant family dares to act so brazenly. It seems there are greater forces at play, almost as if to affirm her words. A voice can be heard from outside the inn, lacking in conviction. "The deputy governor who from Changyuan is here. You should promptly come out to be apprehended." The Empress chuckles. At last, a significant figure has arrived. "Qi Zhen, go and converse with him. Let him enter." Upon receiving his orders, Qi Zhen stepped outside and descended the stairs. At that moment, the bodies of Huang He and his companion had already been removed, while several individuals bound by iron chains had been rescued. A middle-aged man, donned in the attire of a fifth-rank official, concealed himself behind a throng of bailiffs. Peering at Qi Zhen, "Did you slay young Master Huang and Captain Qian?" Qi Zhen was taken aback, glancing down at the bloodstains on the ground. "Have Huang He and the captain truly perished? How could this be pinned on me? This smacks of a frame-up. I did not kill them." The district magistrate declared loudly, "I have already inquired. Dozens of witnesses observed your act of violence. Do you still wish to deny it?" Qi Zhen rubbed his nose, pondering the charges they sought to impose upon him. Even if they are dead, it is a consequence of their own actions. The magistrate puffed out his chest, stating, "Since you have admitted to it, you shall accompany me at once. Should you dare resist, I have the authority to execute you on the spot." Qi Zhen chuckled. Taking a bold step forward, the throng of men before him recoiled in fear, with several screaming in terror. "A pack of rodents dares to take me away?" The magistrate felt a tremor of fear within, yet spoke with a facade of bravado. "If you advance any further, I shall immediately summon the city guards to apprehend you." Qi Zhen thought to himself, "It seems the military, political, and commercial factions in Changyuan City are thoroughly corrupt." Interrupting the magistrate, he remarked, "So, it is you. My young lady wishes to meet you. Come with me at once." The magistrate, unwilling to fall into such a trap, commanded his bailiffs to advance. Qi Zhen disdainfully retorted, "You cannot refuse my hospitality." With that, he leaped into the air, akin to a hawk swooping down upon its prey, targeting the magistrate. Hudongji initially believed that, with a distance of over 10 zhang and several dozen guards in between, his safety was assured. However, to his surprise, in the next moment, he found himself seized by Qi Zhen, who pulled him back. Turning to glance at his anxious subordinates, Hutongji resignedly remarked, "Since your esteemed master has extended an invitation, I shall reluctantly oblige and meet with him. Please, lead the way." Qi Zhen teased. Why does Hutongji display such a shift from arrogance to deference? Hutongji, feeling rather helpless, could only acquiesce. Qi Zhen's eyes gleamed with interest. It was his first time witnessing an official so straightforward. He escorted Hutongji to the second floor. There was no need for an announcement, as the Empress had already noticed their ascent. As Hutongji entered, he cast a glance at the black and white assassins in the corner before scrutinizing the Empress and her companions. With a slight motion of his eyes, he suddenly knelt, lowering his voice to declare, "I, Hu Qian, Deputy of Changyuan Prefecture, pay my respects to your Majesty." Chapter 55. I am guilty at Hu Qiyuan's words. Everyone was taken aback. Had the identity of the Empress been revealed? Nangong Muqing swiftly positioned herself beside the Empress, her sword half-drawn, glaring intently at Hu Qiyuan. Qi Zhen placed a hand on Hu Qiyuan's shoulder, ready to prevent any sudden violence. Although he was an ordinary man without martial prowess, some defense was necessary. The Empress, initially startled, soon inquired, "What do you mean by this, Master Hu?" In truth, it was a veiled acknowledgement, for the Empress did not wish to lose face before her subjects. Hu Qiyuan trembled slightly as he knelt, evidently having wagered correctly. Indeed, before him was the Empress. I was unaware of your majesty's incognito inspection and inadvertently offended the royal presence. It is indeed a capital offense. How did you recognize me? Did someone reveal information to you in advance? The empress pondered whether there might be a flaw among those accompanying her, specifically regarding Shenqinghe or Chu Yin. Hu Qian hastily replied, "No one has disclosed any information to me. I arrived at this conclusion independently. Please elaborate." "I heard from Governor Qiu Guang yesterday that your majesty's procession would return to the capital via Changyuan Prefecture, hence today's preparations on the streets." He wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, "I just learned that there was a disturbance here, so I came to investigate. Upon seeing your majesty, it was as if I beheld a radiant orb of golden light, indicating the arrival of the imperial entourage." Qizhen secretly scoffed. This fellow was quite the charlatan. Nonsense about golden light. Having been by the empress's side daily, he had yet to witness any such phenomenon. Hu Qian must have already known of the empress's visit. His suspicion arose upon noticing the two remarkable women among them. How many women would dare to compel a governor to kneel without flinching? Moreover, the exceptional prowess of the guards nearby, remaining so composed after an act of violence, suggested that it was likely the emperor incognito. Although the empress harbored doubts, her tone softened. "Who else knows of my presence here?" "No one knows." The empress nodded slightly, then her expression turned cold. "You are here to support Huang He and the others, aren't you?" Hu Qian exclaimed, "I am wronged. Today, I have been tasked with patrolling the city, and I only just received news of a death, which is why I rushed here. Although I am acquainted with Huang He, I have no ties to him or the Huang family." Upon hearing these words, the empress felt a stir within her. "As the magistrate of Changyuan, you claim to have no ties with the four great families. Is this an attempt to deceive the throne?" "I dare not," the minister replied, "but allow me to report." "Your Majesty." Hu Qiui's mind raced, and with a resolute heart, he spoke almost without hesitation. "Your Majesty is unaware that the four great families, Fan, Wang, Tian, and Huang, are tyrants in Changyuan. Aside from the governor Qiu Guang, they hold no one in respect. Although I have served as the magistrate here for 2 years, I have been subjected to their whims, making it exceedingly difficult to exert authority." The empress coldly scoffed. "Does this not mean you have brought disgrace upon the court?" "I am guilty, your majesty, yet I find myself powerless. With Governor Qiu Guang shielding them, I truly feel outmatched." The empress's eyes narrowed sharply. "Do you imply that Qiu Guang is corrupt?" Hu Qi abruptly rose, gritting his teeth as he declared, "On this day, I, Hu Qi, bring forth an accusation against Governor Qiu Guang of Changyuan for his embezzlement and corruption, conspiring with the four great families, and firmly controlling the entire Changyuan prefecture. Moreover, they have colluded to bribe the city's generals, placing their trusted allies in various offices, monopolizing trade routes, inflating prices, and reaping exorbitant profits." Furthermore, he swallowed hard. "It is crucial to note that, to my knowledge, the four great families are involved in smuggling with the Ruren, illicitly transporting vast quantities of grain and weaponry, thereby jeopardizing our great Yan's power." Hu Qi had completely bared his soul, spilling forth all that he knew. The empress listened quietly, not overly excited, and inquired, "To save your own life, you have chosen to accuse your superior, believing that this will absolve you of your sins?" Hu Qi removed his official cap and forced out a few tears. "Your Majesty," he reported, "I am but a humble farmer's son. Having passed the imperial examination in the 5th year of the late emperor's reign, I aspired to serve the court and achieve something significant. However, since my arrival in Changyuan, I have been hindered at every turn, suppressed by Qiu Guang above and threatened by the four great families below. Thus, I could only preserve my own safety. Yet, I have never forgotten the teachings of the late emperor, and so I secretly gathered evidence of their misdeeds, hoping that one day I might present it to the throne and eliminate the threats to the nation. If your Majesty does not believe me, I would rather relinquish my cap and end my own life here." The empress's phoenix eyes gleamed. "Do you possess evidence against them?" "Indeed," Hu Qi immediately responded. "It is well concealed in my home, and I can present it to your Majesty at once." The empress pondered briefly before asking, "This matter is not urgent. What is your advice regarding the current situation?" Hu Qi did not respond immediately, taking a moment to reflect. "Your Majesty," he replied, "it would be prudent to remain low-key for the time being." "Oh, are you suggesting that I should not reveal my identity yet?" Hu Qi replied. "I am unaware of your Majesty's plans, but your safety is of paramount importance. We must not allow for any mishaps. Are you implying that there are those here who would wish me harm?" "I would not dare to speculate rashly. But Qiu Guang, and the four great families have a firm grip on Changyuan. Now that Huang He is dead, the Huang family will certainly seek retribution. Moreover, to my knowledge, each of the four great families possesses formidable guardians and retainers. His Majesty resides within the city, should anyone dare to take risks. The Empress secretly exhaled, feeling largely satisfied with Hu Qiuan's performance. Had he suggested revealing her identity at this moment, it might have produced counterproductive results. Consider merely the Huang family, which boasts several offerings ranked between the 6th and 7th tiers. This attests to their formidable power. Among the four prominent families, the Huang family ranks at the bottom. What might happen if the other three were to clash destructively? A crucial point remains, as Hu Qiuan stated. The local commander of Changyuan City has undoubtedly been bribed. Given its proximity to the border, the local garrison comprises 2,000 troops. Should they all mobilize? Even if Fang Zhong and Qi Zhan possess extraordinary cultivation, it would be impossible to ensure her absolute safety. In truth, it is not only the Empress who harbors such thoughts. Qi Zhan and the others share the same sentiment, particularly Qi Zhan, who knows that if he were to depart alone, no one could be retained, but if he were to take the Empress with him, no one would dare to gamble on such uncertainty. What are your thoughts? Hu Qiuan suggested. I advise your Majesty to temporarily conceal your identity and accompany me to the city prison. Negong Muqing stepped forward, rebuking, impudent. What stature does your Majesty possess? To venture into a prison? What are your true intentions? Hu Qiuan hastily clarified, My lord, do not misconstrue my words. I would never wish harm upon your Majesty. This is, in fact, a strategic retreat to stabilize Qiu Guang and the Huang family. We can notify the Imperial Guard to come and protect your Majesty, allowing you to act at your discretion when the time comes. Negong Muqing retorted, How can we be certain this is not a feigned suggestion? You might be the very first to alert the enemy. Chapter 56. You are right, Hu Qiuan, feeling helpless, remarked, Your Excellency's concerns are undoubtedly justified, yet at this moment, I truly cannot conceive of a superior strategy. Negong Muqing addressed the Empress, saying, In my humble opinion, your Majesty should reveal your identity. By noon tomorrow, the army will have arrived, and would Changyuan dare to defy the heavens? The Empress pondered for a moment before responding. While revealing my identity might instill some caution in Qiuguang, the four major families may not be as easily deterred. It is crucial to remember that colluding with the Ruren is a grave crime that could lead to the annihilation of their clans. Do they dare to gamble on that? Perhaps they have already gleaned some intelligence from Huaishua and are currently in a state of uncertainty. Gradually rising, she concluded, therefore, to prevent them from acting out of desperation, it would be prudent to follow Hu Daren's plan. Please rise, Hu Daren. Hu Qiuan promptly expressed his gratitude and stood up, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. I shall ensure your Majesty's safety without fail. Qi Zhan, with a shrewd glint in his eyes, stepped forward and said, Hu Daren's loyalty is commendable. Yet as this is our first meeting, we must make some contingency preparations. I hope Hu Daren can understand. The Empress could not voice her concerns, but Qi Zhan certainly could. How could they proceed without precautions? Hu Qiuan, perplexed, inquired, May I ask how you intend to prepare? Qi Zhan extended his hand and lightly pressed it against Hu Qiuan's chest, transferring a shard of ice. Hu Qiuan instinctively shuddered, intending to question but hesitating out of fear. To deepen the impression, Qi Zhan led him to the two assassins nearby. These two had already been incapacitated by Fang Zhong and lay rigid against the wall. Although their bodies could not move, their ears were still able to hear. The two were already pale with terror. What? The target I had just attacked turned out to be none other than the current Empress. That scoundrel Huang He has caused me great suffering. Hearing footsteps approaching, both of them instinctively began to tremble. Qi Zhan and Hu Qiuan crouched down, and Qi Zhan reached out to gently touch the chest of the white-clad assassin. Then, with a gentle smile directed at Hu Qiuan, he whispered, Lord Hu, observe closely, his heart will soon. As he spoke, he blew softly onto his clenched fist, suddenly opening his fingers. Boom. Hu Qiuan looked down to witness the white-clad assassin convulsing violently, blood pouring from all 7 orifices, already lifeless. Although Hu Qiuan had seen death before, it was indeed his first experience witnessing someone perish so abruptly before him. Reflecting on his own chest, he glanced at Qi Zhan with eyes filled with pity. Before he could utter a word, Fang Zhong approached, grasping the neck of the black-clad assassin, squeezing until breath was extinguished. Hu Qiuan's complexion turned pale. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths to frighten me? What manner of individuals surround the Empress? It was not that Qi Zhan and Fang Zhong were ruthless. Rather, they had discerned the Empress's identity and could no longer afford to leave any loose ends. Moreover, since they had just attacked the empress, was it not a capital offense? The deaths of the two assassins served as a grim warning, a lesson for Hu Kui. Upon their return, Fang Zhang quietly reported, "I must inform you, miss, that the two assassins have taken their own lives out of fear of their crimes." The empress, fully aware of the underlying intricacies, merely nodded and said, "Lord Hu, please lead us out." Qi Jin accompanied Hu Kuyuan as they swiftly walked ahead, briefly recounting the empress's concealed identity. Hu Kuyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Once they descended the stairs, Hu Kuyuan proclaimed loudly, "Listen closely. I have just inquired thoroughly with these foreign merchants, and they indeed harbor suspicions of murder. They must now be escorted to the yamen for detention." The head of the constables stared blankly at Hu Kuyuan, astonished by his audacity. How could the young man, who had so ruthlessly seized the district magistrate as if he were a mere chick, now willingly surrender? Among them was a distant relative of Hu Kuyuan named Hu Gai, who tentatively questioned, "My lord, are you certain?" Hu Kuyuan glared, retorting, "Is my previous statement not sufficiently clear?" Yes, your subordinate will comply," replied Hu Gai, shaking the iron chains in his hand, contemplating whom to apprehend first. Hu Kuyuan declared, "No need for bindings, merely follow me." Thus, the group proceeded grandly toward the yamen. A crowd had gathered on the streets to observe the spectacle, but Hu Kuyuan ordered his men to disperse them. Fortunately, darkness had fallen, rendering the faces indistinguishable from a distance. After turning down a few alleys and entering the yamen's main gate, they encountered the head of the Huang family, Huang Yunlan, who was exiting the main hall accompanied by the prefect Qiu Guang and the Chanyuan garrison commander Jin Defai. It appeared they had received word of Hu Kuyuan's abduction and were mobilizing personnel to the scene. Hu Kuyuan exchanged a glance with Hu Gai and swiftly instructed, "Take these individuals to the prison first, but confine them in the holding room. There's no need to lock them away. I shall attend to them personally shortly." Reflecting for a moment, I added a remark. "You, along with your brothers, must remain steadfast. Without my presence, none shall take them away." After Hu Gai spoke, he led the empress and others towards the courtyard, sidestepping Qiu Guang and his companions. Hu Qiuan then stepped forward briskly, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the esteemed lord." Qiu Guang, in his 40s, was vigorous and distinguished in appearance. Observing the distant figures of the empress and her entourage, their features obscured, he discerned a mix of both men and women. He turned to Hu Qiuan and inquired, "Hu Tongji, what brings you back? Were you not?" Hu Qiuan deliberately approached and whispered, "Thank you, esteemed lord. I am in good health." Those individuals earlier were indeed the suspects. Qiu Guang, intrigued, responded, "Oh, you apprehended them?" Hu Qiuan replied, "It was not so much an apprehension. I engaged them in reason and emotion, persuading them to cooperate with the investigation." At this, Huang Yunlan, standing nearby, expressed her discontent. "Hu Tongji, you may be mistaken. They are murderers. Why not execute immediate justice?" She had just learned that her third son, Huang He, had gone with several attendants to confront them, leaving chaos in his wake, yet the attendants had not returned. Qiu Guang turned his gaze towards Hu Qiuan. Having prepared his response, Hu Qiuan said, "Esteemed Lord Qiu, Master Huang, it is ill-advised to take action against these individuals at this moment. I have devised a strategy to keep them in check." Qiu Guang inquired, "Is there perhaps a hidden truth in this matter?" "Your wisdom is unparalleled, esteemed lord. These individuals appear to be prosperous merchants from Yi City, yet they are acutely aware of the calamity they have caused. Thus they have subtly revealed the identity of their benefactor. Who, then, is behind them?" Hu Kuyuan spoke mysteriously. "There are indeed some connections with the Duke of Ji's residence." Qiu Guang's gaze sharpened immediately. "Are you certain?" Hu Kuyuan glanced at Qiu Guang and replied firmly, "I am 70% confident." Qiu Guang stroked his beard in silence. Huang Yunlan, equally perplexed, finally remarked, "Even if there is a connection with the Duke's residence, it cannot justify murder in broad daylight, can it?" Qiu Guang raised his hand to stop Huang Yunlan and addressed Hu Kuyuan. "You have acted wisely, Hu. His Majesty's arrival is imminent. It is not the time to stir up trouble. Let us detain these individuals for now, and we shall deal with them after His Majesty's departure." Hu Kuyuan quickly offered his praise. "Your wisdom is commendable, my lord." Chapter 57. The Golden Seal. Hu Kuyuan's assertion that the Empress and her entourage have ties to the Duke is not without foundation. Duke Yinshao is the half-brother of the late Emperor and one of the few remaining family ties. At just under 40, he is known for his grace and virtuous reputation. When the late Emperor fell gravely ill, there was considerable support for the Duke's ascension. However, he chose to remain reclusive, thus clearly expressing his intentions. Upon the Empress's ascension, the Duke was the first to submit a letter of loyalty, providing her with substantial backing. Though he does not engage in political affairs and prefers the tranquility of nature, his long-established reputation has garnered him considerable respect among many court officials, with a multitude of admirers. Among the royal family, aside from the Empress, the Duke wields the greatest influence. In fact, to a certain extent, his appeal may surpass that of the Empress herself. Therefore, Hu Kuyuan's claim regarding the Empress's connection to the Duke cannot be deemed deceitful. Xiao Guang summoned Huang Yunlan to the main hall for reassurance, while Hu Kui made his way directly to the prison. Hu Ge, possessing a nimble mind and a good rapport with the jailer, managed to clear out a relatively clean room adjacent to the prison, allowing the Empress and her companions to enter under the pretense of solitary confinement. Upon seeing Hu Kui approach, the guards hastily opened the door. Before entering, Hu Kui puffed out his chest, but as soon as the door closed behind him, he immediately dropped to his knees. The Empress raised her hand to stop him, shaking her head in disapproval. Nonetheless, Hu Kui bowed deeply in respect, then stepped forward and whispered, "Your humble servant has temporarily appeased Xiao Guang. From his demeanor, it seems that there will be no disturbances before he meets your majesty." The Empress nodded slightly, and Nangong Muqing inquired, "When will you arrange for someone to send word?" Hu Kui hesitated. The regulations of the government office stipulate that once the city gates close at night, no one may open them without Xiao Guang's personal order. The guard commander, Jin Defy, is a confidant of Xiao Guang, and I currently have no means to bypass this. I can make arrangements as soon as the gates open tomorrow morning. Nangong Muqing replied angrily, "Do you intend to play tricks?" Hu Kui quickly waved his hands in protest. "How could I dare? This is indeed the truth." His hands instinctively rested on his chest, which felt unnaturally cold. Turning back to the Empress, he added, "A moment ago, I overheard Xiao Guang instructing Jin Defy to conduct a thorough patrol tonight to prevent any disturbances." The Empress understood that Hu Kui would not dare to act insincerely. She did not place her trust in Hu Kui himself, but rather in the capabilities of Qi Zhan. Thus, she concluded, "Then let it be arranged as such. Return to me once more before your departure tomorrow." Hu Kuyuan hastily complied, but when he attempted to arrange food and bedding, he was rebuffed by the Empress. The room contained only a square table and a few chairs, rendering it unsuitable for rest at night. Is it too much to endure this slight discomfort? He pondered. A wave of emotion surged through him as he reflected, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. The great Yin is fortunate." Before departing, Hu Kuyuan mentioned that he would bring forth evidence against Xiao Guang and others the following morning. Once he left, Nangong Muqing assisted the Empress in taking a seat, murmuring softly, apprehensive that Hu Kuyuan might employ deceitful tactics. The Empress could only respond with a gentle smile. Qi Zhen and Fang Zhong stood guard at either side of the door, with no windows behind them, alleviating any concerns of a diversion. Hu Kuyuan's residence was but a short distance from the government office, merely a few steps away. It was a courtyard with 3 entrances. Yet the number of occupants within was scant, only a few servants and an elderly attendant, all trusted confidants of Hu Kuyuan. His wife and children remained in their hometown, not having accompanied him. Upon returning to his room, he secured the door and took a deep draught of tea, collapsing into a chair, finally exhaling a long sigh. He had danced perilously close to the brink of death. Had there been the slightest misstep, he would have already been a lifeless corpse. After a while, he abruptly opened his eyes and retrieved a thick ledger from a hidden compartment beneath the bed. As he perused its contents, he murmured to himself, "Years of scheming will finally bear fruit. The truth shall be revealed tomorrow." Cradling the ledger in his arms, he chose not to sleep in bed, instead remaining seated in the chair throughout the night. As dawn broke and the rooster crowed, Hu Kuyuan donned his freshly laundered official attire, secured the ledger, and stepped out the door. The old servant escorted him to the door, and Hu Kuyuan turned back, whispering a solemn admonition to promptly secure the main entrance, forbidding anyone from venturing outside, regardless of what transpired beyond. The old servant had never witnessed Hu Kuyuan's gravity before and promptly complied. When Hu Kuyuan encountered the Empress again, he presented the account books with both hands. The Empress's countenance was far from pleasant, primarily due to her sleepless night. While she could dismiss the presence of Ning Mqing and Fang Zhong, the fact that Qi Zhen, a young man, had spent the night in proximity troubled her greatly. When had she ever shared a night with a man outside her circle? Although Qi Zhen served as her personal guard, he was still distinct from Fang Zhong. She feared that should she fall asleep, Qi Zhen might witness her in an unflattering state, compelling her to maintain her composure. Qi Zhen, demonstrating remarkable discretion, kept his back to the empress, eyes closed, quietly regulating his breathing. Thus, even in wakefulness, his presence remained unobtrusive. The empress flipped through the account books briefly, her anger swiftly surfacing. It seemed the punishment of the 4 prominent families was not unwarranted. They were veritable pests to the nation. Qiu Guang was particularly deserving of death, having manipulated affairs from above and below, wielding unchecked power in Chanyuan. Were it not for him, the 4 families would not dare to be so brazen. After regaining her composure, the empress set the account books aside. Minister Hu, your efforts are appreciated, she remarked. Hu Keshuan felt a surge of validation for his years of perseverance, having been elevated from Mr. Hu to Minister Hu. The empress gestured, and Ning Mqing retrieved a double dragon gold medal from her satchel, extending it towards Hu Keshuan. Hu Keshuan was taken aback, refusing to accept it. Instead, kneeling on the ground and weeping aloud. I am profoundly grateful for your Majesty's trust. I vow upon my life to uphold your expectations. The empress spoke gently. Rise, you may take the gold medal to seek out Grand Scholar Shin Qinghe or the commander of the Qingyuan Guard, Xu Yan. Hook received the gold medal with both hands, carefully securing it before bowing and turning to leave. At that moment, Prefect Qiu Guang had just arrived at the Grand Hall of the government office. Normally, he would not be at work so early. Had it not been for the need to welcome the empress today, he would still be nestled in bed, asleep with his concubine. Just as he was preparing to leave, a sudden flash caught his eye as a figure clad in black appeared before him. Startled, Qiu Guang was taken aback, still groggy from sleep, wondering if he had encountered a ghost. Just as he was about to call for help, the figure produced a gold medal engraved with a dragon and waved it slightly. Qiu Guang's mouth fell open in shock, though no sound escaped, and he quickly bowed deeply. I pay my respects to the esteemed envoy. The figure, having tucked the medal away, rasped, There is no need for such formalities, Lord Qiu. I require your cooperation in a matter. Qiu Guang hastily replied, Please, esteemed envoy. Instruct me. The figure scrutinized Qiu Guang and inquired, Are you not to welcome the empress? Indeed, I am. That will no longer be necessary. Qiu Guang was taken aback. Did the envoy mean? The figure continued, I have received word that the empress has already arrived in Changwon as of yesterday. Qiu Guang exclaimed in astonishment. What? The empress has arrived? I was not informed. The figure snorted coldly. The empress must have disguised herself. You are to mobilize your men immediately and investigate all suspicious individuals who entered the city yesterday. Understood. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed envoy? Night Owl. Chapter 58. The leak of information. Qiu Guang bowed once more, pondering how many individuals accompanied the empress. The Night Owl remarked, At least 3 or 4. At most about 10. The official responded promptly, I shall make the necessary arrangements. As Qiu Guang spoke, he moved towards the door. Just then, Hu Qian arrived outside. Calling out loudly, May I inquire, esteemed governor, when shall we depart? If we are to welcome the empress, it is imperative that Qiu Guang takes the lead. Standing at the threshold, Qiu Guang did not permit Hu Qian to enter and replied directly, I am suddenly feeling somewhat unwell. You should proceed to prepare 20 miles north of the city. I shall join you shortly. Although Hu Qian felt a twinge of doubt, he knew Qiu Guang was his superior and thus complied. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard Qiu Guang say, Hu Darren, please hold on. Suddenly, he recalled something. How many individuals did you bring back yesterday? Hu Qian squinted slightly, lowering his gaze as he replied, There were 4 in total. Qiu Guang quickly inquired further, I did not catch a clear glimpse yesterday. Were there any women among them? There were 2 women, Hu Qian confirmed. From where did they claim to have come? From Yeqing, he answered. Qiu Guang continued, I have heard that one of them possesses formidable martial prowess. Hu Qian furrowed his brow. I am not well versed in such matters, but I have heard it is so. Qiu Guang's voice grew somewhat animated. Where are they currently detained? Hu Qian raised his head. They are in the side chamber adjacent to the prison. Qiu Guang glanced back into the room, seemingly listening to a conversation, before asking, Does the governor mean to? Qiu Guang paused momentarily. Oh, you may proceed with your duties. After Hu Qian received his orders, he turned to leave, his mind racing with thoughts. Why did Qiu Guang suddenly inquire about the empress's situation? Hadn't he managed to gloss over it just yesterday? Could it be that he has discovered something unusual? Yet, this question seemed to have only arisen moments ago. No, there must be someone else present in Qiu Guang's chamber. Hu Qian felt a shiver run through him. Could it be that someone has reported to Qiu Guang? After sending Hu Qian away, Qiu Guang spoke softly. I report to you, esteemed envoy, the individuals I mentioned earlier are merchants from afar, claiming to have ties to the Prince Duan's residence. Yi Zhao's expression hardened. It was impossible. These individuals were suspicious in demeanor. Bring forth those who are acquainted with yesterday's events. Please wait a moment, esteemed envoy. Just as Hu Kuyuan reached the front courtyard, he noticed someone approaching from behind. Upon seeing several officers, the newcomer exclaimed, "Hey, you lot. Didn't you witness young Master Huang's murder yesterday? We were at the scene. Come with me, the lord of the mansion summons you." Hu Kuyuan's steps faltered. A sense of dread flooding his mind, it appeared Qiu Guang was growing suspicious. He wished to return immediately to warn the empress. But the dozen or so officials accompanying him to greet her made it rather inconvenient. Thus, he had no choice but to board a sedan and head towards the northern gate. After Qiu Guang thoroughly questioned the numerous witnesses from yesterday, he dismissed them all. Yi Xiao emerged from behind the screen, snorting disdainfully. "A bunch of fools. Is it not obvious? Those individuals are the empress." Cold sweat began to bead at Qiu Guang's temples as he bowed and said, "It is the fault of this humble official for not carrying out his duties effectively. I implore your indulgence, esteemed envoy." Yi Xiao replied, "We shall discuss your failings later. Fortunately, they are still within the mansion, making it convenient for me to take action." A tremor of fear coursed through Qiu Guang's heart. "Take action? May I ask, esteemed envoy, what sort of action?" The night owl glanced at Qiu Guang, inquiring, "What do you think?" Qiu Guang swallowed hard, the implication of the envoy's words weighing heavily upon him as he gestured with a hand across his throat. A hint of a smirk graced the night owl's lips. "Lord Qiu, this is indeed a moment for you to establish an unparalleled achievement. Should you succeed, you will undoubtedly ascend as the foremost minister among the dragon's loyal followers, with titles and accolades awaiting you. However, should you hesitate even for a moment, it may lead to ruin and devastation." Qiu Guang paced swiftly within the confines of the room, exclaiming, "It is not that I lack desire. Rather, the situation has arisen unexpectedly, leaving me unprepared." He understood that if he were to decline now, he might meet his demise before the empress herself. The night owl interjected, "What preparations do you require? I have come specifically to undertake this task. Simply lead me there." Qiu Guang hastily impeded him, "Please, esteemed envoy, let us not rush." The night owl's demeanor darkened. Qiu Guang clarified, "Do not misunderstand, esteemed envoy. My concern lies in the formidable strength of our adversaries. You are but one. Do you underestimate my capabilities?" "Not at all," Qiu Guang quickly retorted. "What I mean to convey is the gravity of this matter. It must be executed flawlessly. There are 4 opponents in total, including the empress and 3 skilled individuals. It would be prudent for us to seek additional assistance. Do you have experts at your residence?" Qiu Guang replied, "The officers at the court are merely a source of ridicule, but there are others who possess skill." "Who do you speak of?" With a cold smile, Qiu Guang responded, "The 4 esteemed families of the Fan, Wang, Tian, and Huang." As Hu Kuyuan's palanquin approached the northern gate, a rider swiftly approached from behind. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Hu Kuyuan hastily disembarked from his carriage at the sound of the galloping hoofs. A messenger from the yamen galloped forth, prompting an immediate halt. Upon recognizing Hu Kuyuan, the messenger swiftly reined in his steed and dismounted, inquiring, "What instructions does the esteemed official have?" With a measured demeanor, Hu Kuyuan replied, "What is your purpose?" The messenger explained, "I have been commanded by the esteemed governor to summon the heads of the 4 prominent families to convene at the yamen without delay. I must inform Master Tian Xinjia of the Tian family, but he has taken residence at his estate outside the city since last night, hence my urgency." Hu Kuyuan nodded. "It concerns the arrival of His Majesty, I presume?" The messenger admitted, "That is beyond my knowledge." Feigning casual interest, Hu Kuyuan asked, "Are there any specific instructions from the governor?" The messenger replied, "The governor has requested that each family head bring along their guest officials." At this, Hu Kuyuan's hand tightened within his sleeve, and he cleared his throat. "Then you must hasten on your way." As the messenger departed, Hu Kuyuan concluded that Qiu Guang had undoubtedly uncovered the identity of the empress. Even if he were to return and relay the news immediately, it would be too late. He had only one task to undertake. With this thought, he swiftly made his way to the city gate, where the guards were stationed, along with several war horses kept in readiness for emergencies. "I am Hu Kuyuan, deputy of Changyuan Prefecture. I have urgent business. Bring me a horse at once." The city guard officer approached after receiving the report, asking, "Do you require a horse, Master Hu?" "Indeed, the governor has assigned me an urgent matter. Bring it forth immediately." Although Hu Qiyuan's authority in Changyuan was limited, his position as the second-in-command compelled the officer to comply without overt resistance, instructing his men to bring forth a horse. Although Hu Qiyuan was a civil official, he had practiced horseback riding in his youth. However, in recent years, he had solely relied on a sedan chair for transportation. As he mounted his horse, the dozen or so subordinate officials were left in a state of bewilderment. What was the esteemed deputy governor attempting to accomplish? Why forsake the comfort of the sedan chair for riding? Had His Majesty already arrived? From atop his steed, Hu Qiyuan proclaimed loudly, "You may proceed at your own pace. I shall advance ahead to survey the situation." With that, he flicked the reins and galloped through the city gate. The subordinates exchanged perplexed glances, rendered speechless, before hastily giving chase. Just as they exited the city, the gates of Changyuan slammed shut behind them. Chapter 59. The Siege after Hu Qiyuan's departure. The Empress meticulously reviewed the account book from beginning to end, marking significant passages with folded pages. Qi Zhen and Fang Zhong stood watch at the door, ever vigilant of the commotion outside. Hu Gu personally delivered breakfast, yet none of them partook of the meal. Qi Zhen was not particularly concerned about poison. However, the Empress, having lost her appetite after examining the account book, rendered it awkward for the three of them to eat. They could only endure their hunger. Qi Zhen discreetly calculated the arrival time of the accompanying imperial guards. Under normal circumstances, they would reach their destination around midday. Yet, should Hu Qiyuan send word promptly, the guards could arrive significantly earlier. Peering through the crack of the door, he observed the sky outside, sensing that time was of the essence. Suddenly, Qi Zhen, unable to venture outside, extended his hearing, capturing the sounds from several dozen paces away with clarity. He soon discerned that a number of individuals were approaching. Though their movements were stealthy, he managed to detect them. They were masters of their craft. Furthermore, there was more than one, and they had already surrounded them on all sides. This was dire. In an instinctive moment, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Hu Qiyuan has betrayed the revolution? It seemed unlikely. As he pondered swiftly, the encroaching figures around them were narrowing their encirclement. At this moment, Fang Zhong also sensed the anomaly and exchanged a glance with Qi Zhen. Qi Zhen subtly nodded and then approached the Empress. "Your Majesty, we are surrounded. It appears that the information has been leaked." Nan Gong Muqing exclaimed with bitterness. "It must have been that scoundrel Hu Qiyuan who divulged it." The Empress closed the ledger, cautioning, "Let us not jump to conclusions. If Hu Qiyuan intended to betray us, he would not have waited until now. He would have acted last night." Qi Zhen had also considered this point and, setting it aside for the moment, said, "We must decide how to respond next, Your Majesty." The Empress inquired, "Are the incoming forces formidable?" "There are many strong opponents, likely equal to or greater than the previous days' yin and yang." Strangely, the Empress did not appear particularly anxious, exhibiting a remarkable composure. "At this juncture, we have two options. Either we break through or we hold our ground and await reinforcements. What do you all suggest?" Nan Gong Muqing replied, "In my humble opinion, we should seize the opportunity to break through while they have yet to attack. Once we regroup with our main forces, Your Majesty will be secure." Fang Zhong remained silent, deferring entirely to the Empress. The Empress turned to Qi Zhen, seeking his counsel. Qi Zhen stated, "I must express my concern that venturing outside may lead us into a more perilous encirclement. Remaining within these confines allows us some maneuverability." His underlying message was clear. Given the uncertainty of the outside situation and the Empress's lack of martial prowess, stepping outside could render them even more vulnerable. The Empress, after a brief contemplation, decisively stated, "Venturing out at this moment indeed poses a risk, and considering the considerable distance to the city gates, it would be wiser to observe the situation further before taking action." The three of them nodded in agreement. Nangong Muqing remained by the Empress's side, while Qi Zhen and Fang Zhong stood guard at the entrance. Just as they settled into position, a voice from outside called out, "Those within, heed my words. You committed a heinous act of murder in public yesterday. Come out and surrender immediately, or face immediate execution according to the laws of the Great Yin Kingdom." Qi Zhen peered through the crack of the door and quietly remarked, "It's Chiu, not Hu." Though he refrained from divulging their full names, the implication was clear. The Empress gave a slight nod. Qi Zhen then shouted, "We did not commit murder. Do not slander us." Qiu Guang responded, "Regardless of whether you are guilty or not, you must come out to cooperate with the investigation." Qi Zhen scoffed, "As outsiders, is it not still you who dictates the terms of this investigation?" His intention in this feigned argument was to buy time. Qiu Guang, growing impatient, retorted, "How can we ascertain the truth without an investigation? If you do not come out soon, you may live to regret it. In truth, he preferred the empress to remain hidden, but with so many witnesses present, he required a semblance of authority. After a brief pause, Qiuguang raised his hand and issued a command. Qizhen sensed the presence of at least 4 formidable opponents nearby. These 4 individuals were slightly more skilled than Nangong Muqing, yet not as proficient as Fang Zhong. In addition to these 4, there were dozens of other strong auras in the distance, and further out, the chaotic sounds of hundreds of ordinary soldiers could be heard. It appeared that Qiuguang aimed to ensure absolute certainty. Among the 4 experts, 3 were positioned at the front door, while 1 lurked at the rear of the building. Qizhen extended his hand to pull open the door, stepping outside alongside Fang Zhong. The confines of the room were too cramped for any substantial display of skill, and any sudden movement could easily harm the empress. Upon their emergence, the individual lurking behind the room was summoned forth. The 4 individuals, varying in height, build, and age, wielded different weapons, yet each possessed a cultivation level exceeding the 8th rank, standing together with an imposing presence. Among them were a Qifeng sword, a Yinling dagger, a judge's pen, and a long spear. Not to mention, even a single one of them would be a formidable figure in the martial world and within the palace. They could easily rival those of considerable standing. The pressure they exuded was palpable. It was quite unexpected that such a plethora of experts could be gathered in a mere Changyuan city. These individuals were likely not affiliated with the local government. Perhaps only the 4 prominent families could afford to sustain such talent. Indeed, wealth can compel even the most obstinate. Qizhen glanced at Qiuguang in the distance. This old rogue had certainly brought along some backup. The sword and pen confronted Qizhen, while the dagger and spear launched a coordinated assault on Fang Zhong. Under normal circumstances, this would not be the time to conceal one's true abilities. Decisive action should be taken to eliminate the foes swiftly, thereby instilling fear. However, Qizhen's intention was to prolong the confrontation. Furthermore, he was reluctant to reveal too many of his cards in front of such an audience. Thus, during his engagement with the 2 adversaries, he found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to maintain his ground. Though it appeared perilous, he remained steadfast, much to his frustration. Fang Zhong's cultivation surpassed that of the dagger and spear, and despite being unarmed, he gained the upper hand after several exchanges. Qizhen wielded the dagger bestowed upon him by the empress, its sharpness formidable, and in his hands, it sliced through the air with fierce momentum. The Qifeng sword loomed in front, while the judge's pen hovered behind, creating a challenging scenario for Qizhen to navigate. Especially the gaunt old man wielding the judge's pen, whose techniques were peculiar and angles astute, nearly struck Qizhen several times. It is said in the martial world that those who employ unconventional weapons possess extraordinary skills. The judge's pen indeed falls within this category of rare weaponry. After exchanging dozens of moves, Qiuguang began to feel an anxious urgency. In his view, with the foremost guardians of the 4 great families collaborating in a 2-on-1 encounter, victory should be easily attained. To his surprise, the martial prowess of the empress's attendant was exceedingly high. Notably, the fair-skinned middle-aged man, with hands like talons, forced the Yinling blade and long spear into retreat, leaving both combatants injured and on the verge of defeat. The young attendant who spoke was still able to hold his ground temporarily, yet the situation was dire. Had it not been for his swift footwork, he would have already faced annihilation. If they could eliminate Qizhen, the simultaneous assault on Fang Zhong would be effortless. The only concern was if Fang Zhong would strike first. Indeed, thoughts manifested into reality. In the next moment, Fang Zhong feigned an attack. Then his left hand moved with the swiftness of a dragon emerging from the sea, seizing the left shoulder of the Yinling blade. With a thunderous shout, he violently tore off the entire left arm. Witnessing this, Qizhen had the audacity to cheer. However, at that moment, they had already distanced themselves several feet from the door, and the 2 had separated to the sides. Just as Fang Zhong continued his aggressive onslaught, a shadow lurking behind Qiuguang suddenly surged forth. With the swiftness of a striking owl, it charged into the doorway. The Night Owl. Chapter 60. A moment of peril as the Night Owl moved. Qizhen sensed the shift. Previously unaware of such a formidable opponent concealed behind Qiuguang, he had managed to barely cope with the 2 adversaries while maintaining a sliver of awareness regarding the external circumstances. To his astonishment, the Night Owl's cultivation was remarkably high, seemingly on par with Fang Zhong. Moreover, his speed was astonishing. With a single leap, he reached the doorway in an instant. Given the Night Owl's prowess, Nangong Muqing would undoubtedly be no match for him. Should he breach the room, the empress would be in grave danger. Although Fang Zhong had just wounded an opponent, he was greatly fatigued from the exertion and was entangled in a struggle with a long spear, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. Qi Jin understood that he could no longer conceal his abilities. Failing to act decisively would lead to dire consequences. In a flash of inspiration, he accelerated his dagger, striking the right arm of the Qi Feng sword with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand, silently launching an icy spear that pierced the chest of the judge's pin. Both adversaries screamed in unison, collapsing backward. They had believed victory was assured, only to find the situation reversed in an instant. Qi Jun did not pause. After slicing through, he pivoted the dagger and released it, sending it hurtling like lightning toward the night owl's vulnerable back. The night owl believed his timing was impeccable. With his speed, he would surely slip through the gap. Indeed, he felt a surge of pride, thinking, who in the world can slay the empress? Only I, the night owl. From this moment forth, my name shall echo throughout the realm. Just as he reached the doorway, a chilling wind rushed from behind, alarmingly close. The night owl was taken aback. The assailant was none other than the young guard, who had reacted with remarkable swiftness. The crucial aspect was that he sensed a palpable intent to kill emanating from the blade. The night owl dared not confront it directly. He swiftly tilted his body mid-air, attempting to evade the attack. His reflexes were equally sharp as the dagger grazed past his left side, even with a mere 3 inches separating them. The night owl felt the chilling wind graze against half of his body, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him, compelling him to involuntarily veer to the right. What manner of technique is this, to possess such overwhelming force? Before he could ponder further, the treasured blade collided violently with the opposing wall. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive hole was blasted into the wall, debris scattering in all directions. Fortunately, Qi Jin had previously instructed the empress and her companion to take refuge in the left corner of the room, avoiding the direct line of fire. Otherwise, Qi Jin would have been compelled to commit regicide. This was precisely why Qi Jin had maneuvered the night owl to the right. As the treasured blade was unleashed, Qi Jin propelled himself into the air with a deft push of his toes, closing the distance with a speed that far surpassed that of the night owl. The entire sequence, though appearing intricate, transpired in the blink of an eye. Realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, the night owl understood that a swift resolution was imperative before Qi Jun could enter. Upon entering the chamber, he immediately recognized his miscalculation. With the empress and her companion still a mere 3 zhang away, time was of the essence. Steeling his resolve, he exerted force through one leg and lunged towards the corner where the empress stood. There were 2 women, one positioned before the other. The woman in front wielded a long sword, evidently a guard, while the one behind was the empress herself. Proficient in covert assassinations, he prided himself on his swiftness, convinced he could strike before Qi Jun. Just as he reached the center of the room, he sensed a figure darting in through the doorway, moving with such speed that even he could scarcely perceive it. Qi Jun's palm was poised like a blade, striking forth with the precision of a serpent strike. The night owl understood that this was his singular opportunity. Even at the risk of injury, he had to eliminate the empress. In a moment of desperation, he mimicked Qi Jun's earlier maneuver, flicking his wrist to propel the longsword from his grasp. Nangong Muqing, unable to evade, could only brace herself with her sword. With a resounding clash, the night owl's longsword shattered her blade and pierced through her right shoulder. The sword continued its relentless advance, impaling the empress's shoulder as well, pinning both women cruelly against the wall. Simultaneously, the night owl was struck by a powerful blow from Qi Jin, his body propelled like a cannonball, crashing through the already damaged wall and tumbling outside. Qi Jun did not linger. He cast a cold glance at the empress, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The night owl flew several feet before crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could regain his senses, Qi Jin emerged from the breach, delivering a crushing kick to the night owl's chest. The sound of breaking ribs echoed as the night owl's body arched like a shrimp, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes wide in terror before he fell unconscious. Just as Qi Jun was about to return indoors, a dozen figures surged from the distance, armed and menacing. These individuals had rushed to exploit the breach in the rear wall, hoping to seize an opportunity. Qi Jun roared like a tiger. "You have forced my hand." He reached down, seized a brick, and with a slight exertion, shattered it into fragments, which he then flung toward his assailants. The shards, like glistening blades, hurtled through the air, striking the chests of the advancing figures with deadly precision. They were unable to halt their momentum in time. Screams echoed as the figures were sent sprawling, their bodies soaring like petals in a fan-shaped bloom. Blood sprayed through the air, resembling a grotesque yet striking fountain. Qi Zhen surveyed the scene, noting that no one dared approach him again. Only then did he lift the night owl and leap back into the room. At this moment, Fang Zhong had retreated to the entrance, valiantly fending off several formidable adversaries, unable to extricate himself. Qi Zhen approached, witnessing Nangong Muqing and the Empress intertwined like candied hawthorn. Though heavily injured, Nangong Muqing still possessed some cultivation strength and managed to endure. Conversely, the Empress was moaning in agony. When had she ever suffered such grievous wounds throughout her life? Qi Zhen, upon observing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Empress was alive, that was sufficient. Your Majesty, I must draw my sword. Please bear with me for a moment, he implored. Despite her excruciating pain, the Empress's gaze remained resolutely steady upon Qi Zhen. Unable to articulate her thoughts due to the agony, she could only nod slightly. Qi Zhen pressed his hand against the acupoint on the Empress's shoulder, applying a few gentle taps to prevent her from spitting blood when he withdrew the sword. Simultaneously, he sealed Nangong Muqing's acupoint, then firmly grasped the hilt and withdrew the blade. Both women emitted soft groans in unison, ignoring her injuries. Nangong Muqing quickly turned to support the collapsed Empress. Qi Zhen knelt beside them, asking, Your Majesty, how do you fare? At that moment, Nangong Muqing staggered, her expression turning alarmed. This is dire, Qi Guardian. It seems the sword is poisoned. With that, she swayed and fell to the side. Breathing rapidly, the Empress was slightly less affected by the poison but felt a dizziness overwhelming her, her body turning rigid. Qi Zhen quickly apologized, reaching out to pull aside the fabric at the Empress's shoulder, revealing a darkened patch. A shiver ran through him. This black-clad assassin was determined to bring the Empress to her demise. Observing the wound, he noted that the poison had already begun to spread, its sinister tendrils encroaching upon her shoulder. Immediate treatment was imperative. At that moment, disregarding the distinctions of rank and gender, Qi Zhen declared, Your Majesty, forgive my presumption. With a swift motion, he tore open the dress draping the Empress's shoulders, revealing her alabaster skin. Without hesitation, he leaned in closer. Chapter 61. A single man at the gate. Qi Zhen intended to extract the poisonous blood using his mouth. As he worked, he pondered how such a melodramatic scenario had befallen him. Who could have foreseen this? Although the Empress's body lay still, her consciousness remained relatively sharp. When Qi Zhen uttered the words of pardon, she seemed to anticipate his next move. Her heart raced like a drum, and she bit her lip. Qi Zhen, you truly dare to approach me. But how could she possibly refuse at that moment? She could only shut her phoenix-like eyes tightly, tilting her head aside. Her breath quickening, her cheeks blooming with a color deeper than blood. Qi Zhen vowed that he initially intended to keep his eyes closed. Yet how could he accurately find his target with them shut? Thus, keeping them open seemed entirely justifiable. Of course, having them open had its drawbacks, as the whiteness was rather blinding. After several deep breaths, the toxic blood surrounding the wound had been largely cleared. Yet the venom that had seeped into her veins was beyond reclamation. Qi Zhen instructed the Empress to turn slightly, resting her other shoulder against the wall. He seated himself cross-legged behind her, placing a hand upon her back to gradually transfer his spiritual energy. He then concentrated this energy towards her right shoulder, coaxing the toxins to surface and expel. As he began his work, a realization struck him. Wasn't it possible to use his energy directly instead of his mouth? Oh, why was his first instinct to resort to such a method upon seeing someone injured? He needed a more plausible justification. A quarter of an hour later, peering forward, Qi Zhen noticed bright red blood flowing from the Empress's wound, indicating that the poison had been successfully expelled. It was time to cease his efforts and tend to the external injury. At this moment, the Empress trembled as she spoke. You. First save. Qinger. At that time, Nangong Muqing lay askew on the ground, her face already discolored on one side. If she was not rescued soon, her situation would become perilous. Qi Zhen replied softly, This humble servant obeys. He turned to help Nangong Muqing lean against the wall, intending to channel his energy from behind, but abruptly halted. Instead, he tore open her garments and began to suckle at her wound. He had no choice. If he refrained, would not the Empress grow suspicious? Although Nangong Muqing's consciousness was somewhat hazy, she was not unconscious and was aware of Qi Zhen's actions. Instinctively, she wished to resist, yet her body betrayed her, leaving her to submit to Qi Zhen's ministrations. Indeed, Nangong Muqing was hardly inferior to the Empress in prowess. Ahem. The Empress inquired with concern. Qi Zhen, be cautious. Do not fall victim to the poison as well. Qi Zhen revealed a grin stained with dark blood, declaring, "This humble servant is unharmed. As long as I can save your majesty and Lord Nangong, I would have no regrets even in death." Nangong Muqing's tightly shut eyes seemed to instinctively flutter. Her complexion flushed, yet she did not attract Qi Zhen's attention. After a similar series of actions, Qi Zhen positioned both Nangong Muqing and the empress against the wall and wiped his mouth. "This humble servant will assist eunuch Fong." He entrusted the task of bandaging wounds to old Fong, for he, as a eunuch, was far more adept at it than himself. Qi Zhen approached the doorway, where he found Fong Zhong in a frenzy, having already dispatched 3 adversaries, while the 2 he was currently engaged with bore injuries. However, Fong Zhong was not faring much better, as he was also wounded and covered in blood. "Yongda, you go in, I'll handle the rest." Fong Zhong was eager to ascertain the condition of the empress and could discern that Qi Zhen's prowess was not inferior to his own. Upon hearing the words, he feigned an attack and swiftly retreated, while Qi Zhen darted forward, brandishing the long sword of Night Owl. His dagger had seemingly vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, outside the throng, Qiu Guang sensed an ominous turn of events. He had already received word that Night Owl had suffered defeat, his fate uncertain. The elite of the 4 prominent families had also endured significant casualties, and many were beginning to waver. Yet, could there be any retreat at this juncture? To withdraw would be to plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return. Perhaps by the time Night Owl sought him out, all avenues of retreat would have vanished. After years of painstaking effort to attain such a position, how could he afford to lose it all in a single day? Whoever sought his demise would find their own end. In a frenzied outburst, Qiu Guang cried, "What are you all waiting for? If we do not fight now, all is lost. Charge." The 4 family heads stood beside Qiu Guang, caught in a perilous predicament. They had cursed Qiu Guang's ancestors countless times in their hearts. Had it not been for this incompetent official's incitement, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Yet, the guards before them were formidable indeed, their cultivation astonishingly high. With so many skilled fighters unable to subdue him, what could be done? They were astute enough to realize that desperate measures were now imperative. The head of the Fan family, Fan Yongbin, pondered for a moment and suggested, "My lord, I believe it would be prudent to summon the garrison. No matter how high his cultivation, he is still human, and every human has a limit. If we must, we will overwhelm him with sheer numbers." Qiu Guang's eyes lit up with understanding indeed. Turned to General Jean Defy of Changyuan and summoned the entire rear guard to press forward. Jean Dafa's legs had long since begun to cramp, and although he was a martial general, he had ascended through the back door of Qiu Guang's influence, never having set foot on a battlefield. In the city, he flaunted his authority, boasting of his rank, and in moments of arrogance, fancied himself an invincible commander. Yet now, confronted with the sight of blood splattering around him, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Could it be a fear of blood? Hearing Qiu Guang call his name, he braced himself and issued commands, prompting the 1,000-strong garrison to encircle the area. These soldiers were not significantly stronger than Jean Dafa, and they inwardly cursed, but the weight of rank compelled them to comply. Fortunately, they were oblivious to the true identity of their adversary, mistaking them merely for a band of marauders. Even Jean Dafa was unaware that the empress herself was within the very room. Had they known that the current empress resided there, they would have surely scattered like frightened birds. Only Qiu Guang and the heads of the 4 prominent families were privy to her identity. At this moment, Qi Zhen had already dispatched the remaining 2 so-called masters. Standing at the doorway like a deity of slaughter, his fierce gaze swept the crowd, and with a booming laugh that resonated through the air, he bellowed, "Who dares to challenge?" It was then he realized that the words carried a certain gravitas. In response, he was met with a sea of heads. Qi Zhen smirked, thinking, "Damn it, are these people truly unafraid of death? Let me show you what true cruelty looks like. Kill, kill." When one man hesitated, a multitude surged forward. Whether driven by the desire for glory or merely following the crowd, waves of soldiers rushed at him. Qi Zhen stood firm like a rock against the crashing waves. Yet in the next moment, a 10-foot radius around him saw the soldiers topple backward, as if the tide had retreated. Soon after, another wave charged forth. Though Qi Zhen's magical power was immensely draining, no matter how fervently they shouted and charged, they could not surpass the barrier. One man could hold back 1,000. 2 hours prior, Shen Qinghe had commanded the imperial guards to hasten their advance. By all accounts, the empress should have returned by now, as the officials awaiting her arrival in Changyuan were soon to arrive. Yet, There was no news of the empress at all. The greatest pressure weighed upon him and Chu Yanxiu. They maintained a facade of calm while their hearts raced with anxiety. Could something truly have gone awry? Heaven, please do not turn a blind eye to us. Suddenly, a messenger arrived, reporting, My Lord Shun, the deputy of Changyuan Prefecture, Hu Qiyuan, requests an audience. Chapter 62. The deputy of Changyuan Prefecture? Shin Qinghe, though perplexed, promptly ordered for him to be admitted. At this moment, Minister of War Fu Qiong had also arrived, and upon the failure of his greeting, he learned that the empress had ventured out in disguise, sending a chill of fear down his spine. He reproached Shin Qinghe for allowing the empress to roam freely. Hu Qiyuan rushed in, his legs awkwardly splayed, his official hat askew, and his robes in disarray. The reason for his awkward posture was the chafing from the saddle, his thighs already bloodied. He realized he must engage in more rigorous training in the future, otherwise, he would falter at crucial moments. Upon seeing him, Shin Qinghe's heart began to race. Was it true that fear begets what one dreads? I am Hu Qiyuan, deputy of Changyuan, paying my respects to you, my lord Shin. Shin Qinghe took a deep breath and, with a serious expression, inquired, Lord Hu, why do you appear so flustered? Is this how one ought to present oneself? Hu Qiyuan quickly apologized, glancing around. I have grave matters to report. I implore you to dismiss those present. Shin Qinghe waved his hand, leaving only Fu Qiong and Chu Yanxiu beside him. Speak freely if there is something to convey. Hu Qiyuan stepped forward, lowering his voice. I have come at His Majesty's behest. Shin Qing, he felt a jolt within him, just as he was about to reprimand. He saw Hu Qiyuan produce a golden token from his bosom. Shin Qing, he received it with both hands and examined it closely. Indeed, it was authentic. He hastily inquired, what is His Majesty's decree? Hu Qiyuan briefly recounted the situation regarding the empress and concluded, I discovered that Qiu Guang is gathering the 4 prominent families. He may have uncovered Her Majesty's identity. I implore you, Lord Shin, to mobilize the troops at once. Shin Qing, his legs trembled, and had it not been for Chu Yanxiu's support, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. Fu Qiong was equally taken aback. Oh heavens! Chu! General, swiftly! Chu Yanxiu, frantic with urgency, declared loudly, I understand. With that, he dashed out, commanding the Qingwan Guard, everyone, follow me. In an instant, hundreds of war horses galloped forth, stirring up clouds of dust as they charged ahead. Chu Yanxiu, though mounted, found his thoughts racing back to Changyuan City. Should anything happen to the empress, he could only take his own life in atonement. It cannot be. Her Majesty is under the protection of the true dragon. Nothing will befall her. Moreover, she is accompanied by Qi Zhen. Yes, Qi Zhen, that fortune-bringer who always surprises him. He murmured, Qi Zhen, if you keep the empress safe, I will gladly call you my lord. Hu Qiyuan had spent nearly an hour on horseback, while Chu Yanxiu reached the gates of Changyuan City in less than half that time. However, upon seeing the tightly shut city gates, he was instantly filled with rage. The guards atop the walls heard his call. I am Chu Yanxiu, the commander of the Qingwan Guard at Her Majesty's side. Open the gates instantly. The city guard had long observed hundreds of war horses galloping towards them, an ominous aura of death pressing upon the city walls, nearly causing them to soil themselves in terror. Was it the Ruin who had breached their defenses? Upon closer inspection, however, it was the banners of the Yin Kingdom that came into view. To their astonishment, it turned out to be the Imperial Guard, yet the gates could not be opened. General Jean had issued a stern decree. No one was to be allowed entry, and any who dared to disobey would face the direst consequences. The guard, clinging to the battlements, gazed down at the commanding officer of the Imperial Guard. Knowing that without a direct order from a superior, he could not grant passage, he implored the general to wait a moment while he sought permission. Having spoken, he retreated, signaling his subordinate to hasten in delivering the message. The situation was evidently amiss. He had a vague awareness that today marked the arrival of the empress. Yet why were they closing the gates? Furthermore, what purpose lay in summoning so many to the government office? The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Qiu Yanxiu, observing the scene, bellowed with authority, How dare you? He dismounted his steed and leapt towards the walls, using his toes to propel himself against the edge, soaring upward and landing atop the battlements. The guard, alarmed, shouted, Loose the arrows. They are impostors, fire at once. The hundreds of soldiers stationed there, armed with bows and arrows, hesitated, daunted by the sight of the Imperial Guard, and even more so by Qiu Yanxiu's divine presence, causing them to retreat in unison. The guard, seeing the chaos, attempted to flee, only to be met with a swift kick from Qiu Yanxiu. sending him sprawling back into the city. "Everyone, heed my command. Open the gates at once, or face the same fate," he thundered. Who would dare defy him? Trembling, they approached the gates to comply, while Qiu Yinxiu descended with grace, making his way directly to the government office. There was no need for directions, for he could already hear the sounds of battle erupting. Had they already engaged? As long as the battle rages on, there remains hope. When Qiu Yinxiu finally arrived at the outskirts of the fray, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be the realm of the demon? He witnessed hundreds of individuals clustered before a row of humble dwellings, besieging a solitary figure. Countless bodies lay strewn across the ground, severed limbs and dismembered parts littering the earth, the wails of the wounded sending shivers down one's spine. Blood stained the ground in vast patches, with corpses entwined in a macabre embrace. The blood-soaked individual in the center was none other than Qizhen. How ruthless this young man had become. How many lives had he claimed? Qizhen had initially no intention of slaughtering ordinary soldiers. His aim was merely to incapacitate and repel them. The defending troops lacked the will to fight. Upon witnessing injuries, they retreated in terror, impervious to Jean Dafa's desperate shouts. Eventually, Fan Yongbin gritted his teeth and declared, "We cannot rely on the defenders any longer. Let the household retainers take charge." The retainers were entirely different from the soldiers. They were intimately connected to the four great families. The majority were born into their roles, loyal solely to their masters, oblivious to the emperor's authority. Upon their master's command, they surged forward with frenzied intensity. At this juncture, Qizhen realized that he had no choice but to employ lethal force. Should he show mercy? A single misstep could spell disaster. Since they sought their own demise, they must not blame him for his ruthless hand. As Qizhen brandished his longsword, lives became as expendable as chaff. A wave of individuals charged forth, only to fall, and another wave followed, meeting the same fate, a relentless cycle. The four great families had brought hundreds, all eager to join the fray. In the end, even Qizhen grew somewhat numb to the carnage. Observing the scene, Qiu Yinxiu ascended to a vantage point and bellowed, "Rebels and traitors, heed my call. The Qinghuan guard has arrived. Slay them." He leaped from the wall, plunging into the throng. In an instant, he felled a multitude. One man felt as though he had cut through 1,000 troops. Qiu Guang and his companions were in a state of anxious turmoil, pondering how to proceed after their prolonged assault yielded no results. The arrival of Qiu Yinxiu proved to be the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. What? The Imperial Guards have already arrived? We're doomed. With only his solitary self, he was merely a bluffer. Kill him. At once, someone turned their weapon and launched an assault on Qiu Yinxiu. In that moment, Fan Yongbin tugged at Qiu Guang's sleeve. "My lord, the situation is amiss." Before he could finish, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed in the air. The two men's expressions drastically changed. Fan Yongbin immediately called out, rallying a few trusted confidants to make a hasty retreat. Seeing this, the heads of the other three families thought, "Why wait any longer? Let us flee." As they moved, the resolve of their retainers dissipated, scattering chaotically. Some sought to escape, while others searched for their respective masters, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Yet, no one remained to encircle Qizhen. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although his combat prowess was extraordinary, the relentless killing had taken its toll. This exhaustion was not merely physical, it was a profound mental strain. Upon hearing Qiu Yinxiu's voice, Qizhen's lips curled into a smirk, recognizing that the tide of battle had turned in their favor. He ceased the pursuit, having already claimed enough lives for one day. The remainder was left to Qiu Yinxiu. Ignoring the blood pooling around him, he sat down heavily. A glance at his attire revealed it soaked and tattered, marred by several gashes and minor wounds. With such a multitude assailing him, sustaining himself without injury was nearly impossible unless one unleashed a formidable attack from the outset. However, he chose instead to wield his sword with precision, inevitably falling prey to opportunistic strikes. In truth, it mattered little. Enduring some wounds was preferable, for otherwise, justifying his condition upon return would be far more challenging. Qiu Yinxiu finally stood before Qizhen and inquired, "Qizhen, what has become of His Majesty?" Chapter 63, The Clue is Severed. Qizhen did not lift his head, appearing exceedingly fatigued, merely gesturing behind him. Qiu Yinxiu patted his shoulder and hastily entered the dilapidated room. Upon entry, he immediately noticed a large hole on the opposite side, with Fang Zhong crouched nearby, gasping for breath, surrounded by a row of corpses. Fang Zhong appeared even more disheveled than Qizhen, the intensity of the recent battle evident. Turning around, He spotted the empress leaning against the wall, her dress stained with blood, her complexion pale. Beside her, Nagong Muqing looked particularly haggard and drained. Most of the power from the Night Owl sword strike had been neutralized by Nagong Muqing. Otherwise, the empress would not have survived. Chu Yinxiu fell to his knees, loudly pleading for forgiveness. Your Majesty, I have arrived late to protect you. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The empress, with a hint of urgency, asked, Chu General, please rise. Where is Qi Zhen? I do not see him. Chu Yinxiu, without hesitation and remaining on his knees, replied, he is somewhat fatigued and is resting outside. He should be well. The empress breathed a silent sigh of relief, inquiring, what is the situation outside? Chu Yinxiu responded, the Qinghuan guards are pursuing the rebels. No one shall escape. The empress instructed, then it shall be entrusted to you. Chu Yinxiu accepted the command, but still asked, Your Majesty, is your royal person in need of relocation? The empress, for reasons unknown, felt a slight warmth on her face and replied, I am currently unharmed. Let us first address the matters at hand. Only then did Chu Yinxiu bow and exit, noticing that Qi Zhen was still seated on the ground. He approached Qi Zhen's side and crouched down, asking, Are you all right? Today's slaughter was quite satisfying, wasn't it? Qi Zhen smirked. Will you come again next time? Chu Yinxiu replied in a hushed tone, I would love to, but His Majesty doesn't take me along. This was a difficult remark for Qi Zhen to respond to, so he swiftly redirected the conversation, insisting they should apprehend the criminals, particularly Qiu Guang, the governor of Changyuan, who was the chief instigator. Chu Yinxiu nodded, assuring him, rest assured, he won to escape. Rising from his seat, he instructed Bai Li to surround the premises while he himself led the pursuit. Bai Li personally attended to Qi Zhen's wounds, marveling. General Qi single-handedly confronted a horde and sustained only this minor injury. I am profoundly impressed. Qi Zhen had now ascended to the position of deputy commander of the Qinghuan Guard, surpassing Bai Li. Known for his forthright and rigid nature, Bai Li, though once Qi Zhen's superior, now positioned himself with a sense of decorum. Qi Zhen, feeling exasperated, remarked, Bai Li, I've told you countless times, we are brothers. You are even a few years my senior. Please refrain from addressing me so formally. Bai Li simply smiled, his expression conveying genuine relief for having aided Qi Zhen back then, thus forging a bond of goodwill. After a brief exchange, Chu Yinxiu returned, his face darkened with concern. Qi Zhen furrowed his brow, fearing that Qiu Guang might have escaped. Chu Yinxiu spat in disbelief. How could that be possible? We cornered him in a room. That old rascal likely realized his fate was sealed and chose to take his own life. Qiu Guang is dead? Qi Zhen gasped, realizing that many leads would now be severed. What of the 4 heads? We apprehended 2, but 2 more are still at large, being pursued throughout the city. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and several individuals turned to see Shen Qinghe and Fu Qiong hastily approaching, accompanied by Tang Chong and Zhaibu Guang. Shen Qinghe was nearly supported by the 2 commanders, and upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, he found himself almost immobilized. It was not the sight of the deceased that terrified him, but rather the concern for the empress. Upon spotting Qi Zhen, Shen Qinghe promptly inquired, Guard Qi, where is Her Majesty? Is she safe? Qi Zhen struggled to rise, responding, Lord Shen, Her Majesty, is inside. Shen Qinghe's heart sank at the tone of his voice, sensing something amiss. Without further ado, he dashed inside, followed closely by the others. Qi Zhen intended to join them, but noticed another figure rushing toward them. Panting heavily, it was Hu Kequan. At that moment, Hu Kequan's legs appeared awkwardly spread, resembling a bow. His face flushed as he gasped for breath. I cannot. Qi Zhen, having a favorable impression of Hu Kequan, approached to assist him. Lord Hu, do not rush. Everything has settled. Finally relieved, Hu Kequan collapsed onto the ground. In that instant, his foremost thought was that he never wanted to ride a horse again. Qi Zhen helped him to his feet, whispering, Come with me to pay respects to Her Majesty. Hu Kequan quickly replied, I shall wait here for the summons. However, Qi Zhen did not release his grip, insisting they proceed. At such a critical juncture, formalities were of little consequence. It was imperative to pay homage to the empress at the earliest opportunity. Look at Shen, he has already rushed in. Hu Kequan understood the logic behind this urgency, yet his lower rank and presence in a suspicious area made him hesitate. He dared not advance without the empress's summons. However, Qi Zhen's insistence made a significant difference. Though his feet moved unceasingly, his heart brimmed with profound gratitude towards Qi Zhen. Upon entering, Qi Zhen discovered the empress seated in a chair. Although her complexion was pallid, her demeanor appeared considerably improved compared to earlier. Shen Qinghe and the others remained kneeling on the ground, hesitant to rise. The Empress, upon noticing Qi Zhen's arrival, felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat and lowered her phoenix eyes. Qi Zhen exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Qian, who promptly knelt and proclaimed loudly, "The guilty minister Hu Qian pays his respects to your majesty, bringing you into peril. I deserve 1,000 deaths." Seizing the opportunity, the Empress lifted her gaze and replied slowly, "Minister Hu, rise. You are blameless despite the circumstances. Minister Shen, you may also stand." Only then did the others rise to their feet. Shen Qinghe implored, "We beseech your majesty to relocate, so the imperial physician may attend to you." The Empress nodded gently. Shen Qinghe turned to Hu Qian and inquired, "Minister Hu, can you find a suitable place?" Remaining in the government office was not an option given the number of deceased, and the military camp was also unsuitable. Hu Qian responded, "It may be difficult to find an immediate solution. Perhaps we should go to my humble abode, though I fear it may lack adequate conditions." The Empress reassured, "It matters not." Shen Qinghe gestured for the waiting palace maids and eunuchs to enter and assisted the Empress onto the soft litter. At that moment, Tang Chong suddenly remarked, "This black-clad figure must be an assassin. I shall bring him along as well." He bent down to seize the night owl. But this man is already deceased. Night Owl had been left on the ground after Qi Zhen had brought him in. Earlier, Qi Zhen sensed a faint breath from him. How could he have succumbed so suddenly? It was known that Night Owl possessed formidable strength, and although gravely injured, he should not have perished so swiftly. Qi Zhen hurriedly approached to take Night Owl into his care. Indeed, the breath has departed. He placed the corpse upon the ground, deliberately bowing his head as if straining to hear a heartbeat. Simultaneously, his hand rested upon the owl's head, attempting to extract its soul. Though the deceased cannot have their souls probed, the owl had just drawn its last breath, leaving uncertainty as to whether there was any insight to be gleaned. After a moment, Qi Zhen slowly lifted his head, the cold glimmer in his eyes fading almost instantly. Fang Zhong recognized the owl as the principal culprit and regarded Qi Zhen with a questioning gaze. Qi Zhen sighed softly, acknowledging the finality of death. The Empress harbored profound hatred for the owl, promptly declaring, "Dismember this wretch and feed the remains to the dogs." After such a tumultuous event, her heart had hardened. Qi Zhen was the last to exit the chamber, a lingering thought echoing in his mind. "Kill me. The prince will avenge me." Chapter 64. Significant clue. Qi Zhen observed Tang Chong's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes. He was the last individual to engage with the owl. Could he have played a part in its demise? Regrettably, the owl's final thoughts were murky, and Qi Zhen had exerted considerable effort to grasp them. The essence of that thought was unmistakable, hinting that the owl's master was likely a prince. Who could it be? Which prince harbored ambitions of rebellion? This remained unclear. Moreover, who was the target of the declaration, "Kill me"? Was it Qi Zhen himself? Having effectively taken the owl's life, would the prince seek retribution against him? Perhaps so. Yet, Qi Zhen remained indifferent. Whoever sought vengeance would be ensnared in a single net. As for Tang Chong, he would need to be observed with greater scrutiny in the times to come. For now, he pondered whether to disclose this revelation to the Empress. After much deliberation, he resolved to keep it concealed for the time being. If the Empress inquired as to which prince it was, "Uncertain. Is there any evidence?" "None." "How do you know?" "I cannot say." "Does this not invite trouble?" "Perhaps it is wise to gather some understanding of the situation first. This prince, having failed once, will surely devise another plan. It is of little consequence. Indeed, regardless of who occupies the throne, there will always be those who harbor ulterior motives. It is impossible to scrutinize each one closely." The Empress reclined upon her soft couch, and upon stepping outside, she was struck by the horrific sight before her. Her surroundings were awash with corpses, drenched in crimson, flesh scattered everywhere. It resembled a tide of blood that had just receded, revealing the bones beneath. Were these all slain by Qi Zhen? In his endeavor to protect me, he has taken so many lives? Moments ago, I observed him walking unsteadily, seemingly bearing significant wounds. Can he truly endure this? Since the northern expedition began, how many times has Qi Zhen been injured in his attempts to assist me? She yearned to glance back at his figure, but resolutely suppressed the urge. She reassured herself that as the Imperial Guard, it was his duty to act thus. Yes, it was indeed his obligation. Yet, she pondered, was it also his duty to alleviate my poison? The Empress's gaze drifted vacantly. Although Hu Yuan's abode was modest, it was impeccably tidy, which pleased the Empress. The Imperial physician was summoned for urgent care, and after 2 arduous hours of treatment, he emerged, wiping the sweat from his brow. Shenqinghe inquired, "Your Majesty, how fares your health?" The physician replied, "Fortunately, the poison was expelled in time. Currently, only external wounds pose a complication. Moreover, as your Majesty lacks martial prowess, your internal organs have also sustained a shock. Rest is imperative." Shenqinghe felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Chu Yin approached to report that 3 heads of the 4 prominent families had been apprehended: Fan Yongbin, Tian Xingjia, and Wang Dingyu. The head of the Huang family, Huang Yunlan, took advantage of the chaos to flee through the western gate and has yet to be apprehended. All members of the other 3 prominent families have been completely subdued, and their residences are currently under scrutiny and inventory. It is conservatively estimated that the 3 families possess several million taels of silver alone. This figure does not include branches in other regions or inventory, let alone fixed assets such as properties and shops. They are indeed exceedingly wealthy. As for Qiu Guang's possessions, they are also being itemized. This old rogue has accumulated quite a fortune, filling an entire secret chamber. No other anomalies have been discovered for the time being. However, a golden plaque adorned with a carved dragon was found on the night owl. Shenqinghe took it in hand for a closer examination. This plaque is exquisitely crafted, with the golden dragon depicted in vivid detail. Although its shape differs from the plaques used by the Empress, its quality is on par. Who could have crafted such a piece? How audacious to employ a golden dragon. Moreover, the craftsmanship is extraordinarily refined. To Shenqinghe's knowledge, only the Imperial Workshop could produce such exquisite items. In the civilian sector, not only is there a question of capability, but even a desire to replicate such craftsmanship would be futile. The plaque should be returned to Chu Yinqiu, as it represents a significant lead that warrants thorough investigation. Chu Yinqiu nodded, yet he currently lacked a strategy for pursuing this inquiry. Upon returning to the capital, they would have to start with the Imperial Workshop. 3 days later, outside the southern gate of Changyuan Prefecture, a throng of people gathered. Today would witness the execution of those guilty of treason. The location was chosen to accommodate the large number of executions, with over 1,000 individuals kneeling on the ground. Shenqinghe had previously suggested to the Empress, albeit delicately, whether the number of executions was excessive and if some of those less involved could be sentenced to exile instead. The Empress silenced him with a single statement: "All traitors to the nation shall face the extermination of their entire clan. This is a decree." Shenqinghe recognized the fury within the Empress and could only sigh in resignation. Beyond merely expressing her wrath, the Empress aimed to instill fear in those who harbor treachery. She understood that those marked for death were mere puppets on the stage, while the true masterminds remained shrouded in shadows. Her intention was to demonstrate her resolve, to display her might for all those with nefarious intentions to witness. During this northern expedition, having vanquished the Rurin and executed traitorous rebels, she would surely instill awe across the realm. Among the 1,000 onlookers, the foremost were the 3 prominent clan leaders, including Fan Yongbin and Jean Daffin. The corpse of Qiu Guang was hung high, with strict orders forbidding its retrieval. That day, the skies were drenched in blood. That day, the golden sun turned pale. Initially, the citizens of Changyuan, who had gathered in amusement, gradually fell silent, and soon many began to retch. Regardless of age or gender, the ghastly scene of that day would be etched in their memories forever. Qi Zhen chose not to attend the grim spectacle. He had already taken enough lives, and besides, he needed to recuperate, did he not? Although his superficial wounds had long ceased to matter, who would refuse a paid leave? As for the numerous severed heads, he could only lament that money is worthless in the face of power. Little Anzi visited daily, reporting Qi Zhen's condition to the Empress. Simultaneously, Qi Zhen gleaned fragments of information regarding the Empress's recovery from Anzi. Overall, her progress was satisfactory, as her youth allowed for a swift recuperation. In contrast, Nangong Muqing remained bedridden, indicating that the impact of that sword strike had indeed been profound. Qi Zhen had the intention to pay her a visit, but ultimately refrained. It would be inappropriate. After 2 more days, a decree was issued. Upon the appointment of Hu Qian as the acting governor of Changwon, he formally assumed office after completing the necessary procedures at the Political Affairs Hall. He appointed Bai Li, the captain of the Qingwan Guard, as the city defender of Changwon, commanding the entire garrison. Hu Qian's promotion to governor was hardly surprising, as he was well acquainted with the local situation and now had the opportunity to make a significant impact. Bai Li's appointment, however, caught many off guard. The Empress had sought the counsel of Chu Yinqiu, who recommended Bai Li. With his composed demeanor and unwavering loyalty, Bai Li was indeed the most fitting choice for the role of defender. Furthermore, having previously served as Qi Zhen's superior, his reassignment alleviated any awkwardness. The empress readily consented without a moment's hesitation. As for the vacated captain position left by Bai Li, Qi Zhen recommended Chu Qian. Seizing the opportunity, naturally, he thought first of his good friend. Chu Yanxiu had no objections and consequently reassigned the 3rd Battalion under Qi Zhen's supervision. Chu Yanxiu was well aware that Qi Zhen's contributions in safeguarding the empress during this mission to Changwon were paramount. It was not that the empress intended to withhold rewards, but rather that she had yet to deliberate on the matter. A generous reward would surely follow. He was indifferent to the details, prioritizing Qi Zhen's retention for the time being. A few days later, as the empress's health visibly improved, she decreed her return to the capital the following day. That night, Hu Qian visited General Qi Zhen's residence. General, I have come with 2 matters to discuss. Firstly, I wish to express my profound gratitude for your support. Without your guidance, I would not be where I am today, and I shall forever hold this in my heart. From now on, should you require my service, I would willingly face any peril. Secondly, I have another piece of news to share with you. Chapter 65. I have an idea. Qi Zhen exchanged polite remarks before inquiring, what news do you wish to convey? Hu Qianyuan spoke enigmatically, revealing that Hu Gai maintained a close relationship with Lu Quan's trusted aide, Lu San, who was the nephew of Lu Quan. The two often interacted in private. Lu San, a petty hoodlum, frequently assisted Lu Quan in illicit activities. Following Qiu Guang's downfall, Lu Quan had been apprehended, leaving Lu San in a state of fear, concerned about being implicated. Consequently, he approached Hu Gai, seeking a means to atone for his misdeeds. In a surprising revelation, Lu San disclosed some of the nefarious activities he had previously engaged in. Notably, shortly after the ascension of the current emperor, Lu Quan had instructed Lu San to discreetly monitor adult men arriving in Changyuan. Qi Zhen was taken aback, pondering the implications. Did Qiu Guang harbor peculiar preferences? Hu Qianyuan elaborated, explaining that Lu Quan's directive was to secretly capture these outsiders and detain them in isolation. As most were solitary travelers, their disappearances would go unnoticed. Qi Zhen furrowed his brow, questioning the ultimate aim behind these abductions. Initially, Lu San was oblivious, but after gathering around 20 individuals, one day, while Lu Quan accompanied Qiu Guang and a group of men to the clandestine holding area, Lu San observed that none of the captives were familiar to him. They appeared to be newcomers from distant locales. Lu Quan then surrendered these individuals, who were subsequently rendered unconscious with a soporific, bound, and loaded into a carriage. Whisked away from the city, destination unknown. At this juncture, Qi Zhen finally comprehended the implication. Are you suggesting that Lu Quan was engaged in human trafficking? Hu Qianyuan nodded slightly, recalling that he had similarly thought at the time and had proceeded to interrogate Lu Quan, who, however, was unaware of the identity of the individual involved or the location to which they had been taken. All of this was directed by Qiu Guang, and he was merely following orders, forbidden from inquiring further. Qi Zhen inquired, are there only these 20 individuals? Hu Qianyuan replied, not merely these. This operation has been conducted 3 times, totaling over 80 individuals. Astonished, Qi Zhen pondered the implications of Qiu Guang's extensive capture of so many. Hu Qianyuan continued, according to Lu Quan, Qiu Guang places immense importance on this matter, participating personally in each instance. Furthermore, during the second occurrence, a person of notable stature arrived, prompting Qiu Guang to engage in excessive flattery and attempts to ingratiate himself. Qi Zhen pressed further, do you know who that individual was? Hu Qianyuan shook his head, stating that Lu Quan did not know either, but had vaguely heard Qiu Guang refer to the person as Zunshi. Zunshi? Oh, I recall now. That Zunshi bore a knife scar approximately an inch long on his left jaw. This piqued Qi Zhen's interest. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, are you suggesting that there exists an even greater force behind this? Indeed. Moreover, this matter has transcended my jurisdiction and will require your esteemed attention, General Qi. Qi Zhen queried, have you reported this to His Majesty or to Lord Shen? With a faint smile, Hu Qianyuan responded, there is not yet enough to warrant such a report. The evidence consists solely of a few verbal testimonies. How could I present it? Furthermore, he leaned closer, lowering his voice, I harbor a premonition that this issue may have significant ramifications beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to manage. It would be prudent for you to remain vigilant. Qi Zhen gazed deeply at Hu Qianyuan, pondering whether this old fellow was attempting to feed himself with accolades. If he could ascertain the truth, it would undoubtedly be another feather in his cap. Even in the absence of definitive results, others would remain oblivious to the underlying machinations, allowing for a convenient escape in either direction. Yet, does he truly lack for accomplishments at this juncture? Who does he look down upon? Hu Qiyuan's primary intention seems to be to forge a closer alliance with him. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. Qizhen remarked. It is evident that there are others behind Qiu Guang, perhaps linked to this matter. If Lord Hu can furnish such vital intelligence at a critical moment, his merit is immeasurable. Hu Qiyuan comprehended the implication, recognizing that Qi Zhen had graciously accepted his goodwill. He promptly replied, General Qi, you flatter me. It is merely my duty, though I have caused you some inconvenience. The two exchanged knowing glances before erupting into hearty laughter. The following day, the imperial carriage set forth to return to the capital. As the empress had yet to fully recuperate, the pace was unhurried. 2 days later, they made a temporary stop in Xichang County. At this rate, it would take at least another week to reach the capital. That night, Xiao Anzi sought out Qi Zhen to convey the empress's summons. After Qi Zhen offered his respects, he stood at attention, hands at his sides. Though Nangong Muqing had shown signs of improvement, the empress, feeling concerned for her, had arranged for her to rest in the adjacent chamber instead of attending to her. After delivering the message, Xiao Anzi withdrew, leaving the room with only the two of them. The empress, seated regally, first inquired about Qi Zhen's injuries. Upon learning that he had recovered well, she nodded in satisfaction. She then stated, during this expedition to Changyuan, you have unearthed the traitor Qiu Guang and severed the ties of Ruren smuggling. General Qi, your contributions are unparalleled. How would you like me to reward you? Qi Zhen humbly replied, it is my duty. I cannot accept any reward. Moreover, it is due to my inadequate protection that your majesty was startled, and I deserve the gravest of punishments. How could I dare to accept rewards? The empress recalled that day's events, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. There is no need for such modesty. Merit should be rewarded, otherwise how can I earn the trust of the people? As the empress made her point with a commanding tone, Qi Zhen could only lower his head in silence. If she wishes to bestow a reward, let her do so. Why seek my opinion? Could I shamelessly ask for it? While he was quietly mocking the situation, he heard the empress continue. Although some say your rapid promotion may hinder your future development, I believe that talent must be recognized and elevated. If one merely follows the established order, they may become stale and complacent, which is not advantageous. Qi Zhen mused that while the empress is youthful, she possesses a unique perspective. The current bureaucratic landscape of Dian indeed requires an infusion of fresh blood. However, as you are now the deputy general of the Qingluan Guard within the imperial army, there seems to be little room for further advancement. Thus, I have a new proposition. Qi Zhen thought to himself, could she be suggesting that he replace Chu Yinxiu? Or perhaps an external posting? Would the empress truly be willing to let him go? He found himself indulging in a moment of self-admiration. The empress slowly rose, pacing as she spoke. My recent journey to Changyuan has made me aware of a critical truth. The court, or rather I, possess far too little knowledge of the matters affecting the realm, especially regarding the state of the officials, which remains superficial at best. If we solely evaluate based on assessments, Qiu Guang would be deemed competent among all governors. Who could have foreseen his treachery against the throne? With a soft sigh, she turned to Qi Zhen and declared, thus, I wish to establish a new bureau, tasked with inspecting the realm on my behalf and overseeing the officials. Any actions that threaten the state may be dealt with decisively by this bureau, acting with full authority to execute first and report later, remaining independent of the court of political affairs and directly under my command. A pair of phoenix-like eyes shimmered with intensity as I contemplated appointing you to oversee this office. Qi Zhen raised his head boldly, meeting the gaze of the empress, whose resolve was remarkably unwavering. He mused inwardly. Is this the establishment of the Jinhui? Will I serve as the commander of the Jinhui? The notion of such authority thrilled him immensely. However, accepting this position would irrevocably tie him to the empress, placing him in opposition to all officials across the realm. The formation of such a secretive agency as the Jinhui would undoubtedly provoke dissent among the courtiers, and the empress would bear considerable pressure. Your Majesty, are you certain of this course of action? Chapter 66. A wise decision without hesitation. The empress nodded. My will is resolute and unalterable. May I inquire, Your Majesty, what name shall this office bear? Guarding office. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qi Zhen's heart. It was a pity it was not called the Jinyui. Yet, he thought, it mattered not. Guarding office sufficed, embodying understated luxury and depth, subtly resonating with his role as a bodyguard. Moreover, its inception might mitigate initial criticism from the courtiers. The emperor had experienced a fright during his tour. Thus seeking to establish a new institution for his own safety, what could be amiss with that? Qizhen replied with fervor, Your Majesty, I am honored by your trust. I shall take charge of the guarding office, dedicating myself tirelessly to your service until my last breath. At last, a hint of a smile graced the empress's lips. I have never doubted your loyalty. This was indeed a truth, particularly after the assassination attempt in Chanyuan, which had led the empress to fully recognize Qizhen's unwavering allegiance. Not only was there no hint of betrayal from him, but had he shown even the slightest negligence, the empress might have already met her demise. With Qizhen's martial prowess and indomitable courage, who could possibly rival him in guarding the imperial residence? After expressing his gratitude, Qizhen continued, Your Majesty, do you have a specific plan for the defense of the imperial residence? The empress lightly shook her head, stating, The specifics shall be formulated by you. Simply present them to me for review. Qizhen nodded, realizing that he must engage in some preparatory work upon his return. Though it appeared daunting, the task was not insurmountable. His prior understanding of the Imperial Guard was merely superficial, lacking in-depth familiarity. Establishing an office from scratch would undoubtedly entail numerous challenges. However, as long as the Empress was willing to delegate authority, there was nothing Qizhen could not accomplish. In the capital, at the residence of the Marquis of Integrity, Mu Fong had just entered the hall when Mu Wanshi gracefully glided in. She opened her delicate lips, her voice as melodious as a nightingale. Father, do you know what Minister Wu has said? Mu Fong, brimming with excitement, pointed at Mu Wanshi and replied, My dear, you are a well-read lady of distinction. How could you so directly inquire about your own marriage? Mu Wanshi's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, Father, this is a matter of great importance for your daughter. How could I not be concerned? Do not jest with me. Mu Fong laughed heartily, assuring her, Fear not. I have just concluded a discussion with Minister Wu. Mu Wanshi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is that true? The Minister Wu referred to by Mu Fong was none other than Wu Tong, the Minister of Personnel. After Mu Wanshi's engagement to Qizhen was annulled, Mu Fong had sought a mediator to facilitate a union with Wu Tong. Wu Tong's eldest son, Wu Kai, was merely 20 years old, yet he was not only strikingly handsome, but also possessed remarkable literary talent. Moreover, he had secured the coveted position of top scholar in the imperial examinations just 2 months prior to the late emperor's passing. The late emperor held a profound affection for Wu Kai, directly appointing him as an assistant minister in the Ministry of War, a commendable starting point indeed. The father was a minister, while the son was a top scholar, and their simultaneous presence in the court became a celebrated tale. It was evident to outsiders that this young man had an immeasurable future ahead of him. Mu Wanshi had encountered Wu Kai multiple times at poetry gatherings in Jidu, and she had long been captivated by his charm. Wu Kai, in turn, harbored deep admiration for Mu Wanshi, a woman of exceptional talent, beauty, and lineage, who among the few in Jidu could possibly surpass her. The two exchanged verses and regarded each other as kindred spirits. Alas, at that time, a rogue named Qizhen stood between them. With Qizhen's grandfather still alive, the Mu family dared not act against him. However, after the elder's passing, and when the Qi family could not even retain their marquis title, Mu Wanshi began to entertain thoughts of change. She lamented to her father, Mu Fong, on numerous occasions, expressing her profound distress. Mu Fong, being exceedingly fond of his daughter and keen on aligning with the civil officials for the long-term development of the Qingxin Marquis, consented to the annulment of the engagement. Wu Tong was not only a high-ranking minister, but also a staunch ally of the left chancellor, Li Daong. Gaining his favor would ensure a worry-free future for the Mu family. The demotion of the Qi family would surely not unfold at the Mu residence. Initially believing that the Qi family would never agree, it was surprising when Qizhen unexpectedly consented. Although the annulment brought some embarrassment, the past was now behind them, and the focus shifted to the prospect of marrying into the Wu family. During this period, the empress was on tour, and the people of Jidu were not preoccupied. Consequently, Mu Fong intensified his efforts, and today he was to meet Wu Tong for a detailed discussion. Wu Tong nodded in agreement on the spot. Mu Fong then remarked, In the coming days, I shall have a matchmaker inquire about names and set an auspicious date. Mu Wanshi, blushing with shyness, said, Daughter wishes to spend more time fulfilling filial piety before father. Mu Fong laughed heartily. As your father, I naturally know you are a dutiful child. But a daughter must not linger too long. If it weren't for that Qi Zhan, the Mu and Wu families would have long since united in matrimony. Why do we still wait until now? At the mere mention of Qi Zhan, Mu Fong's anger flared. Mu Wanqi, suppressing her shyness, responded, I have heard that this man accomplished great feats by single-handedly slaying the Ruren Nation sage at Huaishua Pass. Mu Fong snorted derisively. Do you truly believe such tales? It is merely the emperor's forced elevation of him. Among the noble families, there must be someone to uphold the emperor's image. He is but a lowly figure elevated by circumstance. The emperor had no other choice but to choose him. Mu Wanqi exclaimed with indignation. Yet he concealed his true nature so well, deceiving everyone. Mu Fong replied, Thus, our decision to withdraw from the engagement with the Qi family was indeed wise. This man is duplicitous, and should you marry him, you would surely endure untold suffering. Mu Wanqi expressed her concern. Nevertheless, no matter how one views it, he has now caught the emperor's attention. Surely, he will not pose a threat to us in the future? Mu Fong waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, he is merely a dog to the emperor. Minister Wu even mentioned to me that the left chancellor holds him in disdain. Once the emperor returns to court, he shall have his comeuppance. At this, Mu Wanqi's worries transformed into joy. Father is truly wise. Meanwhile, in an opulent underground palace in Jidu, a middle-aged man roared. The night owl is utterly useless. Qiu Guang is even more incompetent. Those two scoundrels deserve their fate, damn it. Beside him, a fair-skinned man with a three-strand beard smiled faintly. Your Highness, please do not be angry. Their demise is inconsequential. Managing the aftermath is of paramount importance. It seemed their sources of information were far swifter than Mu Fong's. The prince inhaled deeply and said, Mr. Wang, I have lost my composure. What do they know about the events over there? Is there a risk of information leaking? Mr. Wang replied, Your Highness, do not worry. The night owl was silenced on the spot, and Qiu Guang took his own life before being captured. The information will not leak. Moreover, their knowledge is quite limited. The prince nodded, contemplating the setback. The empress would undoubtedly bolster her guard, making future endeavors increasingly challenging. Mr. Wang seemed to have anticipated this, stating, I have two suggestions for your highness to consider. The prince's eyes brightened. Do share. Firstly, it would be unwise for you to take the lead in the short term. It is essential to conserve strength. It would be best to incite the civil officials against the empress, for as the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. Secondly, with the demise of the night owl, the Hidden Dragon Society will suffer a decline in power. It might be prudent to acquiesce to that monk Yuanzhen. After Qi Zhan returned, he pondered for 2 days. Finally, one day before arriving in the capital, he formulated a viable plan. Upon receiving it, the empress was greatly astonished. Chapter 67. A flurry of activity. This plan detailed various aspects, including organizational structure, regulatory norms, personnel management, enforcement standards, work processes, reward and punishment measures, communication protocols, branch settings, cost management, and implementation steps. To facilitate the empress's understanding, Qi Zhan summarized the information using tables and diagrams. After a brief review, the empress was exceptionally taken aback. Since her ascension to the throne, she has reviewed no less than 100 memorials each day. When has she ever encountered such diligence? Qi Zhan's proposal is well-structured, highlights key points with clarity, and is comprehensive and thorough. Did you compose this yourself? The empress could hardly believe it. Qi Zhan smiled modestly, affirming that it was indeed his humble insight. Merely some idle musings, and expressed his apologies for any amusement it might cause Her Majesty. Yet inwardly, he mused, is it merely a PowerPoint presentation? One does not need to have experienced everything to recognize a simple concept. As the empress continued to scrutinize the document, she secretly rejoiced in her choice of Qi Zhan. This young man had delivered surprises beyond measure. However, the handwriting seemed somewhat unpolished. After spending a full half-hour, the empress finally finished reviewing it. At this point, her astonishment had transformed into incredulity. The contents not only met her requirements, but also exceeded her expectations. Should these plans be implemented, who could possibly threaten her reign? She had not realized that Qi Zhan possessed not only exceptional martial prowess, but also remarkable political acumen, rivaling that of seasoned bureaucrats with decades of experience. No, even the most seasoned officials might not possess the insight Qi Zhan demonstrated. How had he achieved this? Gazing briefly at the upright and composed Qi Zhan, she noted his tall and elegant stature, truly a paragon of both inner and outer beauty. Lost in thought, her cheeks warmed slightly, prompting her to clear her throat. This, feasibility proposal is excellent. I am very satisfied. It is approved. Qijin understood that the Empress would not oppose this. If she had wished to object, she would have undertaken it herself. In just a few fleeting days, how much hair has been lost? The Empress pondered and inquired. Do you currently have suitable assistants? Qijin had already been contemplating this matter, for even the most brilliant plans require execution by capable hands. The first person that came to his mind was Dong Qian. She was indeed the most fitting candidate. However, Qijin chose to remain silent for the moment, intending to discuss it further with Dong Qian upon his return. Noticing Qijin's shake of the head, the Empress remarked, "Very well, I have 2 young eunuchs here. Trained under the guidance of Lord Feng for several years, they shall be temporarily assigned to assist you." Qijin contemplated the implications of her words. Was she genuinely offering assistance, or merely placing spies in his midst? After all, it was only natural for a ruler to be cautious. A single individual firmly grasping such immense power within a governmental office posed a significant threat to the Empress. This was a fundamental requirement of governance, a matter of checks and balances rather than trust. Utilizing Qijin to counterbalance the civil officials, while employing eunuchs to keep him in check. The Empress's keen gaze fixated on Qijin, scrutinizing his reaction. Although Qijin felt a sense of displeasure internally, he displayed no hesitation outwardly, exclaiming with delight, "That would be most excellent, perfectly addressing my urgent needs." Life is akin to a performance, relying heavily on one's ability to act. The Empress appeared to relax in that moment, a subtle smile gracing her lips, akin to the blooming of a pear flower. Qijin was momentarily entranced, struck by her beauty. However, upon noticing his gaze, the Empress swiftly concealed her smile, her heart racing with trepidation. This Qijin was remarkable in many respects, yet, in her presence, his eyes burned with fervor, unrestrained and bolder than all her other subjects. Such audacity left her heart racing with unease. He was truly a cause for concern. "Ahem, Gu Shun, Gu Wei, why aren't you hurrying in?" The 2 young eunuchs bowed low, taking quick, measured steps towards the throne, kneeling to pay their respects, and then greeting Qijin. Gu Shun stood slightly taller, with a complexion somewhat darker, while Gu Wei was a bit shorter, but notably fairer. Although they were referred to as young eunuchs, in comparison to Feng Zhong, they appeared to be in their early 20s, even older than Qijin. Both had reached the 6th rank in their cultivation, which was quite commendable. At this moment, the Empress had regained her composure and addressed Qijin, stating that the imperial edict for the establishment of the Guard of Honor had been drafted and would soon be dispatched to the Council of State. Qijin understood the Empress's intention. The edict was deliberately issued before their return to the capital, not to seek the Council's opinion, but merely to inform them. The personnel and financial authority of the Guard of Honor lay solely in the hands of the Empress. Particularly concerning finances, all expenses would be drawn from the imperial treasury, sparing the court any expenditure. What right did the Council have to intervene? The edict sent to the Council not only announced the establishment of the Guard of Honor, but also included Qijin's appointment as the inaugural Grand Commander. Indeed, the title of Grand Commander seemed to carry more prestige than that of Commander. However, Qijin soon reconsidered, for when Gu Shun and Gu Wei found him, they loudly proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Grand Commander." Grand Commander. Qijin's chest involuntarily puffed out. This title was even more distinguished than Grand Commander. He found himself regarding the 2 eunuchs with newfound appreciation. Yet, these 2 did not resemble ordinary eunuchs. Their physiques were robust, and their gazes sharp. Apart from their lack of facial hair, it was difficult to discern that they were indeed eunuchs based solely on their appearance and demeanor. Qijin also cast aside any airs of authority, inviting the 2 to sit and engage in a candid conversation. "I increasingly feel that the Empress has indeed arranged for these 2 individuals with a genuine intention to assist him. Although they are eunuchs, they are literate and astute, possessing considerable intelligence. Moreover, their cultivation is not insignificant. Had they not been eunuchs, they would surely have achieved remarkable success in their careers." Gu Shun and Gu Wei initially harbored a sense of pride, particularly when Feng Zhong suggested they accompany Qijin, leading to a tinge of defiance. Who is their foster father? Feng Zhong. He is undoubtedly a master of unparalleled skill within the palace. Qijin, at best, is merely the son of a noble. Despite his strength and some minor accomplishments, how could he possibly compare to their foster father? However, Qi Zhen's recent exploits have echoed throughout the realm, compelling belief. Through a delightful conversation today, they truly comprehended the profound admiration their foster father holds for this individual. He indeed possesses remarkable qualities. Furthermore, Qi Zhen does not look down upon them for being eunuchs. On the contrary, he respects their opinions, which secretly moved the two eunuchs. The trio engaged in lively discourse. In conclusion, Qi Zhen instructed the two to take the lead in recruiting, expediting the establishment of the framework. The foremost principle is to refrain from recruiting from the existing Imperial Guard in Jidu, to avoid entanglements and ensure discretion. They shall primarily sift through the border troops and local garrisons, considering those with specific skills, such as constables. Upon their arrival in the capital, these individuals will be unfamiliar with the surroundings, making them perfect for the task at hand. Of course, these are merely the visible aspects within Qi Zhen's plans. There exists a covert security system, for which he has already identified a responsible individual. The following afternoon, the Empress returned to the capital, where a grand welcome awaited her 30 miles north of the city, attended not only by court officials, but also by the noble families in the capital. At the forefront stood the illustrious Duke Yin Shao, renowned far and wide. Among the crowd were imperial relatives such as Prince Su and Prince Li, as well as noblemen like Duke Wei and Duke Kong, each harboring their own thoughts as they gazed ahead. The banners fluttered, and the war horses galloped. Observing the emperor's majestic procession, the ministers felt a surge of complex emotions. As the female emperor was welcomed into the palace and ascended to the throne in the Hall of Heavenly Honor, the officials once again paid their formal respects. According to protocol, the empress would typically offer a brief remark on the outcome of her expedition before dismissing the court. However, just as the formalities concluded, one individual stepped forward from the ranks. "Your Majesty, I have a petition to present." Chapter 68. The struggle in the imperial court. The empress's phoenix eyes narrowed as she coldly regarded the minister of personnel, Wu Tong, who had stepped out of line. Among the officials, some were puzzled. What urgent matter could warrant a petition at such a moment? Yet, many others were entertained, amused by the unfolding drama. Wasn't the empress supposed to be formidable? After her excursion, having defeated the Ruin and plundered Changyuan, she returned with dozens of carts filled with silver. It remained uncertain whether these riches would find their way into the imperial treasury or the empress's private coffers. Now, with Wu Tong boldly challenging her, it was unclear how the empress would respond. "Minister Wu, what is your petition?" Wu Tong replied unhurriedly, "Your Majesty, I received a decree yesterday regarding the establishment of the Imperial Guard. As the Minister of Personnel, I was previously unaware of this matter, and I humbly request your clarification." The empress, having anticipated this inquiry, responded coolly, "My recent expedition was fraught with assassination attempts. Thus, the formation of the Imperial Guard is a necessary measure, albeit a trivial matter." Wu Tong, however, was not so easily dismissed. He pressed on, "Your Majesty, such a statement is misguided. The establishment of new offices and the expansion of personnel are indeed significant matters that the Ministry of Personnel must address." The empress, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "The Gangwei Division is merely an internal court office, outside the purview of the outer court. Thus, there is no need for your concern." Wu Tong continued, "Even as an internal office, it still requires the expenditure of state treasury funds and necessitates coordination with various departments. How can I refrain from worrying?" The empress coldly retorted, "All expenses of the Gangwei Division are covered by my private treasury, not costing the state a single coin. As for the collaboration with other departments, Qi Zhen will handle that." Seemingly having struck a nerve, Wu Tong quickly asserted, "This Qi Zhen is still in his youth, having only recently joined the guards for a few months, and now he is to ascend to the esteemed rank of a fourth-grade commander? It is utterly inconceivable. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Otherwise, how shall we account to the officials of the realm?" The empress slammed the imperial desk in anger, declaring, "Qi Zhen has vanquished the Ruin and executed corrupt officials, staining his battle robes in service to protect me. Such extraordinary merit deserves promotion. Who else is worthy? Furthermore, do I need to justify my choice to the officials?" As Wu Tong prepared to speak again, the empress commanded loudly, "Issue a decree for Qi Zhen to enter the court." At that moment, Qi Zhen stood outside the Fengtiang Hall, clearly hearing the proceedings within. He inwardly chuckled. These civil officials were indeed anxious. They were watching the empress return triumphant, fearing she might seize this opportunity to strengthen her position, hence their immediate attempt at intimidation. Why must they target him? He was no mere clay figure to be molded. Upon hearing the empress's summons, Qi Jun pushed open the hall doors and strode confidently inside, casually glancing around to take in the astonished expressions on the faces around him. Although he was to be the fourth-grade commander of the Gongwei division, he could only stand among the crowd, ranked by status. Qi Jun, however, was a man of methodical disposition. He strode directly to the forefront, offering a loud salute before advancing a few steps to stand 3 paces away from the imperial steps, turning to face the assembled officials. His fierce eyes widened, surveying the crowd with a sweeping gaze. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, as if poised to unleash violence at any moment. At the same time, he subtly projected his formidable presence, causing those in the front row to experience shortness of breath and a tremor of unease. The aura of Qi Jun was undeniably powerful. Wu Tong, in particular, was the first to feel the pressure, instinctively taking a half-step back. He was already aware that Qi Jun had the audacity to infiltrate enemy camps single-handedly, having slain hundreds in Changwon. Here stood a veritable god of death. The empress secretly rejoiced, believing that a wicked man must be tempered by another wicked man. I shall reiterate, from this day forth, Qi Jun shall assume the role of the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard and may attend court for deliberations. Wu Tong swallowed hard. Qi Jun, this was the court of Dian, and you are but a mere fourth-rank official. How dare you position yourself before the assembly? Where are the palace censors? Do not delay in impeachment. Qi Jun flashed a grin, deliberately stepping forward 2 paces. Wu Darren, I believe you may have misunderstood a matter. Wu Tong clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself, if he dares to strike, I shall simply lay upon the ground and not rise. Before Wu Tong could respond, Qi Jun declared loudly, I, Qi, am favored by His Majesty and bear the title of Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard. However, my primary role remains that of His Majesty's personal bodyguard. I now ascend the court armed, to safeguard His Majesty's safety and thwart any treacherous plots. Is there anything amiss with that? By this point, he had positioned himself directly before Wu Tong. Speaking sternly, do you not wish for the safety of His Majesty's royal carriage? Or do you conspire with the traitors of Changwon? Speak. What is your true intention? A heavy accusation was thrust forth without regard for the consequences. When was Wu Tong so openly rebuked to the point of his face turning crimson? You speak slanderously, he exclaimed. This official has no connection to Changyuan and remains unwaveringly loyal to His Majesty. Do not speak recklessly. Qi Jun chuckled derisively. Whether you are related to Changyuan or not, this supreme commander will ascertain the truth, but let us set that aside for now. You profess your loyalty to His Majesty, yet the imperial edict has been issued, and you deliberately obstruct it. Does that not amount to treason? Qi Jun disregarded Wu Tong's protests, dismissing them as mere fabrications. Wu Tong trembled with indignation, pointing a finger at Qi Jun. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. When have I committed treason? Your refusal to heed the imperial edict is treason, Qi Jun retorted, swatting Wu Tong's hand away. The Gongwei Division is a department of the inner court and does not draw from the national treasury. Yet, you howl like a wolf. Are you not intentionally seeking trouble for His Majesty? Seeing Qi Jun's unpredictable tactics, Wu Tong was thrown off balance. Li Daong cast a sidelong glance at the Minister of Revenue, Zhu Yoshi. Zhu Yoshi truly wished to remain uninvolved at this moment, but at Li Daong's urging, he had no choice but to step forward, bracing himself. Your Majesty, he began, since the Gongwei Division does not utilize the national treasury, it follows that the imperial coffers must be insufficient. How shall we address this matter? Before the Empress could respond, Qi Jun interjected, pigs climbing trees. The Gongwei Division will be a revenue-generating office, not one that incurs expenses. Merely confiscating the assets of corrupt officials will provide sufficient operational funds. Do you believe it? Zhu Yoshi, being rather portly and bearing the surname Zhu, found it particularly distasteful for anyone to mention pigs in his presence. Clarify your words regarding my surname, he retorted. Pigs climbing trees. Zhu Yoshi, filled with indignation, flung his sleeves and addressed the Empress. Your Majesty, regarding the confiscation of properties, may I inquire how much silver and assets were seized from Changwon? I beseech you to issue a decree for their swift transfer to the Ministry of Revenue. The Empress harbored a sense of disdain within, recognizing the hypocrisy of those who professed to be virtuous yet were consumed with greed and the pursuit of fame. Upon witnessing her wealth, they were quick to turn envious. Indeed, some assets were confiscated from Changwon, yet not to the extent that had been anticipated. Zhu Yoshi pressed for clarification. Then, what is the total amount? Qi Jun, fearing the Empress might relent, swiftly interjected. Merely 2 or 300,000 taels. Zhu Yoshi, exasperated, retorted. With dozens, if not hundreds, of carriages, you claim there are only 2 or 300,000 taels. Are you attempting to deceive me? The Empress secretly found amusement in Qi Zhan's overly aggressive bargaining. Thus she remarked, the figures at your disposal, Commander Qi, are incomplete. It should be 50,000 taels. She had come to understand that it was far more advantageous to retain the wealth in her own hands rather than allow it to be ensnared by these individuals. Zhu Yoshi contested. That figure cannot be accurate. I have heard that there are at least 500,000 taels. Qi Zhan, with a sinister tone, questioned. And from whom did you glean this information? The case of Qiu Guang is currently under investigation. How did you acquire details pertaining to it? Could it be that you were in collusion with Qiu Guang? Chapter 69. Concealed intentions. Another heavy accusation was cast upon him. Zhu Yoshi hastily retorted, nonsense. I do not even know Qiu Guang. Qi Zhan's cold gaze swept over the assembled officials, his voice cutting through the air like a chilling wind. I must inform you all that although Qiu Guang has perished, the records of his bribery during his lifetime remain in my possession. In due course, I shall invite you for tea. Among the court officials, there were indeed some who trembled slightly. In truth, there were no accounts belonging to Qiu Guang. It was merely a fabrication concocted by Qi Zhan to intimidate others. Zhu Yoshi remarked, the matter concerning Qiu Guang has nothing to do with me. I am speaking of the illicit funds belonging to the 4 prominent families and Qiu Guang. Qi Zhan retorted fiercely, those funds were earned by my own labor and effort. Do you truly believe that I am greedy for them? With that, he suddenly drew a segment of his dagger, its cold gleam startling Zhu Yoshi into a hasty retreat. Qi Zhan proclaimed loudly, the amount of illicit funds is exactly as stated. Whether you desire them or not is of no concern to me. Furthermore, let me make it clear, whoever dares to trouble His Majesty, I shall trouble them in return. If you doubt my resolve, come and test whether my blade is sharp. He then turned to Li Daong, the left chancellor, and asked, what is your opinion regarding these illicit funds? Qi Zhan had previously advised the Empress during their return journey that they must not be handed over to the national treasury. Otherwise, it would pose difficulties when they were needed in the future. Those who possess wealth wield influence. Moreover, a substantial portion of that money would serve as operational funds for the guarding department. How could it be allowed to remain in the Ministry of Revenue? Li Daong felt quite troubled. After the Empress's tour, her prestige had surged, and before him stood Qi Zhan, who was utterly unreasonable. It seemed impossible to compel the Empress to yield today. Should he adopt a more hardline stance, it might backfire. Though he was the left chancellor, not everyone would heed his words. In any case, this display of authority had been established. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, since His Majesty has issued an edict, as a subject, I must comply. However, the actions of the guarding department must also operate within the constraints of national law and cannot act arbitrarily. Zhu Yoshi inquired, what about the confiscated illicit funds? Li Daong cast a glance at him, naturally acquiescing to the emperor's wishes by placing the treasures into the state treasury. The Empress, witnessing this, felt a secret delight. When dealing with these literati, mere reason was insufficient. Rather, it was better to unleash the hounds. Henceforth, let Qi Zhan take the lead. Qi Zhan's audacity was not merely the exuberance of a newly appointed official, but rather a manifestation of the demeanor he ought to exhibit. Why did the Empress establish the guarding division? Not for her own protection, but to monitor the officials. As the supreme commander of the guarding division, the foremost duty was to delineate boundaries with the officials. This was the essence of the guarding division's self-awareness. The Empress surveyed the assembly, observing that in the court, how could one wield blades and firearms? Quickly, they ought to be sheathed. Rising from her seat, she declared, I am weary. We shall discuss matters further another time. With that, she turned and departed. Naturally, Qi Zhan followed closely behind, eager to keep pace. Li Daong regarded Qi Zhan's retreating figure, inwardly contemplating that this individual would undoubtedly become a significant source of concern in the future. Turning his attention to Shen Qinghe, he amiably remarked, Minister Shen, you have traveled a long way. Shen Qinghe smiled faintly, responding, it is well, thank you for your concern, Left Chancellor. Seemingly casually, Li Daong inquired, is it true that only 500,000 taels were confiscated from Changyuan? Shen Qinghe replied, this matter was handled by the Qinghuan Guard. I had no part in it, and am disinclined to inquire further. I trust the amount should be accurate. Li Daong fixed a deep gaze upon Shen Qinghe, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, the Prince of Su, with a cold chuckle, quietly remarked to the Prince of Duan, "Royal brother, do you believe this?" The Prince of Duan, with a grave expression, cautioned, "Seventh brother, be wary of the perils that may arise from careless words." The Prince of Su is merely in his early 20s, brimming with youthful vigor. The sum of 500,000 taels has been entirely seized by her, which is indeed rather. "Seventh brother," the Prince of Duan commanded, halting him, "if you dare to speak thus again, do not expect to see me henceforth." The Prince of Su hastily replied, "Do not say that, imperial brother. Must I remain silent?" The Prince of Li chuckled softly, "Seventh brother, even if this money enters the national treasury, the court shall not grant you a single extra coin in salary. Why fret over it? These three princes are half-brothers of the late emperor. The princes of Duan and Li are both in their 40s, while the Prince of Su is considerably younger. They are, in fact, the royal family members most closely related to the empress. Once they exited the palace, each entered their respective palanquins, and at the moment the curtains were drawn, their expressions underwent a simultaneous transformation. The Prince of Duan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Prince of Li closed his eyes in silence, while the Prince of Su, shedding his earlier bravado, gazed deeply into the distance. Li Daong returned to the council chamber, his demeanor equally burdened with thought. Wu Tong and Zhu Yoshi followed closely behind him. Upon entering, Wu Tong eagerly inquired, "Left Chancellor, why did you not pursue them relentlessly just now?" Li Daong gestured for them to take their seats, before settling behind the desk himself. After a moment of reflection, he spoke slowly. "Your Majesty has established the Imperial Guard to oversee the officials. I believe that once you proposed this, the ministers would rise in unison to vehemently oppose it. Yet, as you witnessed, though they harbor resentment within, few dared to confront it openly." Wu Tong retorted, "They are utterly spineless." Li Daong shook his head, "Not quite. Rather, the current Majesty is no longer the same as before the outing." Zhu Yoshi interjected, "Are you implying that the sentiments within the court have begun to shift?" Lida let out a soft sigh. "Indeed. Your Majesty's determination to embark on this journey seems to be a commendable strategic move." Wu Yong nodded in agreement. "Yes. Previously everyone believed the sovereign to be a mere ignorant woman, which stirred discontent among the populace. However, this expedition has revealed her iron will, garnering considerable recognition." Zhu Yoshi remarked, "I have also heard that upon the news of the great victory at Huaishao, many citizens cheered for the empress, proclaiming her longevity. Numerous young officials have privately praised her for not yielding to her male counterparts and vowed their loyalty." Lida responded, "This is precisely why I chose to raise objections today, yet it appears the outcome is not favorable." An awkward silence ensued. After a while, Wu suggested, "Since it is challenging to approach the empress, why not find a breakthrough through Qizhan?" Zhu Yoshi's eyes brightened. "Indeed. The oversight of the officials must surely meet with opposition, providing us with an excuse." Lida thoughtfully stroked his short beard and nodded slightly. Once the empress returned to the study, she issued an edict stating that the imperial guards accompanying her on this journey would receive rewards and take turns resting. With funds now at hand, it is only natural for them to be generous. Qizhan, feeling quite fatigued from the journey, decided without hesitation to rest for 3 days first. Just as he exited the palace gates, he heard someone calling from behind, "Brother Qi, please wait." Turning around, he saw it was Wang Shang. Although they both served in the Qinghuan Guard and had crossed paths frequently, their interactions had been rather limited, often reduced to mere nods of acknowledgement. "Brother Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Shang smiled and replied, "You flatter me. I have yet to congratulate you on your recent promotion." He is older than Qizhan, and he currently refers to himself as little brother without any sense of impropriety. Qizhan waved his hand politely, stating that it was all for His Majesty's service and nothing more. Wang Shang remarked, "That is not the same. Brother Qi is young and accomplished, truly an exemplar for us all. Tomorrow happens to be a day off. Might I invite you, Brother Qi, to join me for a celebration?" Chapter 70. Welcoming the second young master, Qizhan furrowed his brow slightly. He had numerous matters to attend to in the coming days, and certainly no time to drink with Wang Shang. Just as he was about to decline, he heard Wang Shang add, "I also have some suggestions regarding the guard department that I would like to discuss with you. I hope you will not refuse me." His eyes conveyed a hint of earnestness and eagerness. Qizhan felt a stir in his heart and nodded, saying, "In that case, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Wang Shang was overjoyed, and after agreeing on the time and place, he departed with a respectful gesture. Qizhan then turned to return home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he was greeted by several servants who immediately set off a series of firecrackers. Over 100 individuals from the household stood in formation on either side of the entrance, welcoming Qi Jin back. Lan Su and Xiao Man stood at the forefront. Their excited faces flushed. Qi Jin was taken aback. What was this situation? A red carpet welcome? He was neither a star nor an internet celebrity. So why such a grand reception? Qi Yao, accompanied by her 8-year-old younger brother Qi Jun, dashed towards him. Each grabbed one of Qi Jun's hands, resembling two little butterflies. As Qi Jin stepped through the threshold, everyone bowed in unison, honoring the return of the second young master. Even someone as composed as Qi Jin could not help but feel a swell of emotion. He turned to the old steward, Qi Shan, and said, "Uncle Shan, distribute 10 taels of silver to each person. Let us all share in the joy. It is better to share joy than to revel alone." The resounding voice of Qi Shan echoed, and everyone erupted into enthusiastic cheers once more. "Thank you, second young master, for your generous gift." Qi Jin approached his father, Qi Tai, and mother, Chun, bowing respectfully. With a demeanor of feigned restraint, Qi Tai raised his hand to stroke his beard, nodding with a smile. Chun had already become tearful, hastily stepping forward to grasp Qi Jin's hand. "My son has endured hardships, yet he has achieved so much. All my years of devotion have not been in vain." Once the family settled in the hall, Qi Jin recounted the events of his journey, selecting only the more palatable details. The revelations left his listeners in stunned silence. Qin, in her anxiety, nearly wrung her handkerchief to shreds, while Qi Yao's face turned pale with fright, and even Qi Tai showed signs of unease. Observing their reactions, Qi Jin could only chuckle and reassure them. "It is all in the past. I am here, safe and sound." Chun wiped her tears and admonished, "My son, you must not exert yourself so recklessly in the future. Do you understand? Do you have any idea how worried I have been?" Qi Tai reiterated with emphasis, "Your mother speaks the truth." After exchanging a few more words, Qi Tai inquired, "What is the situation with the guarding division? How did you become the Grand Commander?" It was worth noting that Qi Tai himself held the rank of Deputy General in the Dragon Martial Army, which was merely a 4th-grade position, one level below Qi Jun's new title. Qi Jin explained the circumstances, concluding with a grave warning. "This position is no easy task. Though it wields considerable power, it often involves offending others. Henceforth, you must not only manage yourselves and your subordinates diligently to avoid any slips or incriminating evidence, but you must also be vigilant regarding your own safety, lest someone act out of desperation." Qin spoke decisively, "Rest assured, my son. I have already informed everyone that from this moment forth, anyone who dares to undermine you shall have their legs broken and be expelled from the Qi estate." Qi Jin understood his mother well. She was genuinely caring towards him, yet fiercely ruthless towards others. In the Qi residence, while some might fear Qi Tai, none dared to cross Chun. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Qi Tai led Qi Jin to the study, where the two needed to delve into deeper discussions as they had done before. At this juncture, Qi Jin recounted the various connections that lay behind the scenes. Qi Tai's expression turned grave upon hearing this. The individuals behind Xiao Guang and Li Daong would not let matters rest easily, and he must remain vigilant. Qi Jin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Qi Tai continued, "Regarding Li Daong, at his current position, he may appear to be second only to the emperor. Yet he stands perilously close to the edge of a cliff. The situation is far from merely a matter of advancing or retreating. Should he falter, it could lead to his irrevocable downfall. Thus, he will undoubtedly struggle with all his might, making this a particularly perilous time. The outcome remains uncertain for now." Qi Jin felt a surge of admiration. Although Qi Tai was a military general, his years of experience and exposure to court politics had endowed him with profound insights. "I understand, father, and I will exercise utmost caution," Qi Jin replied. The two conversed for nearly an hour before Qi Jin took his leave. Observing his son's departing figure, Qi Tai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In just a few short months, his son had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. It seemed indeed that the old marquis was watching over him. Though still young, Qi Jin demonstrated remarkable acumen in navigating the complexities of governance, far surpassing his father's own capabilities. Especially clinging tightly to the empress's thigh, he can still feign authority for now. But who knows if he will have the opportunity to assert himself before his son in the future. Certainly, he can. After all, he is the father. Without his guidance over the years, where would Qi Jin be today? As he pondered, he straightened his chest and went to seek out the Qin family. As soon as Qi Jin emerged, he was seized by Qi Yao, who incessantly complained about his preoccupation with idle chatter with their father, neglecting their poor little sister. After a reassuring session, Qi Yao finally decided to release Qi Zhen. However, she added a stipulation: during his days off, he must take her out for a day of fun. With no other choice, Qi Zhen reluctantly agreed. Then Qi Zhen inquired, "Have you started learning martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yao pouted, "I have, but it is exhausting, leaving me sore all over and unable to sleep well at night." She appeared to be quite aggrieved. Qi Zhen teased, "Then perhaps you should stop. We cannot allow the young lady to suffer." "Absolutely not," Qi Yao retorted hastily. "How could one abandon their studies midway? The key is not to let your friend look down upon me." Qi Zhen was surprised. "Do you still not know his name?" I asked him, but he stubbornly refused to tell me. "He sneaks over every day, teaches me for a while, and then vanishes, all very mysterious." "What is his name?" Qi Zhen smiled slightly. "His surname is Dong. As for his full name, I'll let him tell you himself later. You must study diligently. His lightness skill is among the finest in the realm." Qi Yao nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will catch up to you sooner or later." In the dead of night, as the clock struck 3, Qi Zhen, deep in his training, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Someone has arrived. From the sound, it is evident that it is Dong Qian. After more than a month apart, it seems that this young one has made some progress in agility. Qi Zhen pushed open the window and leaped out directly. Dong Qian had just seated herself in the pavilion when she turned around and discovered Qi Zhen gazing at her with a beaming smile. "Alas, I believed I had made significant improvements, yet I did not anticipate being so easily detected by you." Qi Zhen replied, "You have done remarkably well, aside from myself. There are few who can match your skills." Dong Qian lowered her head with a soft sigh, "Yet others still cannot compare to you, my lord." Qi Zhen felt a shiver run through him, thinking, "Is this a ploy for flattery?" Dong Qian covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, utterly pleased with herself. As Qi Zhen raised his fist in mock threat, she quickly composed herself and stated earnestly, "I have heard of your heroic deeds during this northern expedition, braving the tiger's den and risking your life. Truly a model for our generation." Qi Zhen glanced at the visibly anxious Dong Qian and snorted, "I shall remember this for now. Have you come across any useful information during this time?" Chapter 71. I have 5 matters. Dong Qian spread her hands. "It is not so simple. The soul calming grass is exceedingly rare in circulation, and the number of acquaintances who might possess knowledge about it is alarmingly scant. Over the past month, I have traversed every apothecary in Jidu, but to no avail." Qi Zhen had long anticipated such a scenario and suddenly thought of Chen Qing's apothecary. He wondered if it had reopened. It would be prudent to ask him to keep an eye out. Noticing Qi Zhen's lack of anger, Dong Qian blinked and inquired, "I have heard you also raided the 4 prominent families of Changyuan. Did you acquire any rare treasures? I would love to have a look." Qi Zhen, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "When I am like you, a gentleman who loves wealth, it should be acquired through rightful means." Dong Qian swiftly waved her hand, cutting him off. "Do not preach lofty ideals to a thief. It is utterly pointless." Qi Zhen continued, "Although I have yet to encounter any valuable treasures, I have indeed witnessed remarkable skill. The lightness of that person's movements is quite impressive, slightly surpassing yours." Dong Qian immediately retorted, "Slightly surpassing me? Who is this person? I shall seek him out for a contest at once." Qi Zhen inquired, "Are you certain you wish to challenge him?" "Of course. My lightness skill must be the best in the world," Dong Qian declared. Qi Zhen scratched his nose and suggested, "Shall I escort you to meet him?" Dong Qian sensed something amiss and questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Qi Zhen, indifferent, replied, "I have already sent him away." Dong Qian ground her teeth in frustration. What a waste of breath. "What is that person's name?" "Night Owl." "Night Owl?" Dong Qian frowned slightly, as if the name stirred a distant memory. Qi Zhen had merely mentioned it casually, but now his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Have you heard of this person?" Dong Qian pondered for a moment and said, "I cannot recall. I will think about it more carefully later." Qi Zhen felt a flicker of inspiration. "If you can uncover this individual's cultivation techniques and comprehend them, your level will experience a significant enhancement. He has been killed by you. Where shall I seek him?" Just because a person has perished does not imply that their techniques have vanished. With enough dedication, there are still things in this world that you can uncover. Indeed, Qi Zhen added, "However, if you search for him discreetly, without any formalities, it will be quite inconvenient." Dong Qian looked at Qi Zhen with a puzzled expression. Sensing that he might be trying to ensnare her, Qi Zhen feigned innocence, stating, "As 2 grown men, how could there be any schemes at play?" Dong Qian shifted uneasily. Her vigilance heightened as she asked, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Qi Zhen, with an air of intrigue, replied, "Are you aware that I currently possess a new identity?" "What identity?" Dong Qian inquired, unaware of the recent imperial decree establishing the guarding division. Qi Zhen elaborated on how the empress, with her far-reaching vision, had initiated the creation of the guarding division and outlined its grand future prospects in detail. He concluded, "I have established a covert unit within the guarding division, which is the most pivotal and formidable department. I intend to invite you to oversee it. What do you think?" Qi Zhen anticipated that Dong Qian would either refuse outright or agree readily. However, to his surprise, she fell silent, deep in contemplation, leaving him perplexed. "What does this silence mean? Do you agree or not?" Dong Qian inquired seriously, "Are you certain you're not jesting?" Feigning indignation, Qi Zhen replied, "You are not a naive maiden. Why would I jest with you?" The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake. Indeed, Dong Qian shot him a glare and teased, "Is it so difficult to desire a maiden?" Qi Zhen raised his hand in exasperation, insisting, "Enough of this. Just tell me whether you will accept the position." Dong Qian deftly dodged his outburst and promptly agreed, "Of course, if you're offering me a title and a salary." "Only a fool would decline. At least you are sensible," Qi Zhen remarked. Dong Qian chuckled, "This is precisely what I mean. Today's rogue may very well become tomorrow's official." Qi Zhendao remarked, "Let us not speak of rank. There are several matters requiring your immediate investigation." Dong Qian retorted, "You don't allow even a moment's respite?" Qi Zhen teased, "We can always calculate your salary once you've had your rest." Dong Qian raised her hands in surrender, conceding, "You are the superior. Your word is law." Qi Zhen then assumed a serious demeanor, stating, "There are 5 matters at hand. First, the murder case of the Ruan envoy at the Sifang Pavilion. Second, the escape of Vice General Pan Sheng from Gubei Pass. Third, the flight of Huang Yunlan, one of the 4 prominent families in Changyuan Prefecture. Fourth, the regicide orchestrated by the Night Owls. And fifth, the human trafficking case involving Qiuguang." Dong Qian immediately protested, "Brother, I am but one person. To assign me so many tasks at once is to invite exhaustion beyond measure." Aware of the impracticality, Qi Zhen replied, "We can prioritize. Let the Night Owls take precedence. As this matter is of utmost importance, the others can follow based on circumstances." Dong Qian sighed, "I can investigate, but the clues are exceedingly scarce." Qi Zhen suggested, "Begin with the princes in the capital." Dong Qian inquired, "What of the feudal lords from other regions?" Qi Zhen explained, "The intelligence from the feudal lords may not be as reliable. Furthermore, if His Majesty has indeed been attacked, who stands to gain the most? You might explore this line of thought." Dong Qian's eyes brightened with understanding. "You mean?" Qi Zhen interjected, "I imply nothing. Such matters require concrete evidence. Never draw conclusions without substantiation. Remember this." Dong Qian nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief contemplation, Qi Zhen added, "From now on, our meetings must be discreet. Your movements must remain concealed." Dong Qian lifted her chin confidently, assuring, "Rest assured, as long as I wish to remain hidden, no one shall discover me." Qi Zhen rose to his feet, gazing at the myriad stars above. "You must act swiftly. In 3 months, the winter solstice ceremony will take place. I have a foreboding that the mastermind behind this will not relent easily. Should he merely be an ordinary guard, he would only need to fulfill his duties. However, now that he has assumed the position of protector, he must adopt a broader perspective and prepare for the future." Dong Qian's expression grew solemn as well. After the two engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the operations of the secret guard, Dong Qian gracefully departed. It was only after her departure that Qi Zhen recalled he had forgotten to inquire about Qi Yao's progress in her studies. Next time, he mused. Upon returning to his quarters, Qi Zhen found himself devoid of the inclination to practice. He collapsed onto his bed, sleeping soundly until the sun had risen high in the sky the following day. Lan Su and Xiao Man buzzed around him like 2 cheerful little rabbits, eagerly attending to his needs. Qi Zhen could not help but lament the decay of such a life, wishing for its continuation indefinitely. At noon, he was to attend a banquet hosted by Wang Shang. Before leaving, he instructed the 2 women to inform the plump Liao Jie and Qin Qing to come by before evening for a meeting. The restaurant chosen by Wang Shang was once again the Lion's Pavilion. Upon arriving at the establishment, Qi Zhen discovered it was bustling with patrons. Wang Kai, the steward of the Wang residence, awaited him downstairs and, upon seeing Qi Zhen, promptly welcomed him and guided him to a private room on the second floor. Wang Shang had already arrived and, upon spotting Qi Zhan, quickly stepped out to greet him. The spacious room felt somewhat desolate with only Wang Shang present. He explained, I initially intended to invite a few more friends, but I feared that Brother Qi might not appreciate it, so I refrained from making any decisions unilaterally. Qi Zhan responded, as the host wishes. Wang Shang Dao, there is nothing better than this. Brother Qi, please wait a moment. Upon finishing his words, he cast a glance towards the outside, prompting Wang to exit immediately. Wang Shang invited Qi Zhan to take the seat of honor, instructing the servants to commence serving the dishes, while stealing a glance at Qi Zhan, hesitating to speak. Qi Zhan remained composed and unhurried. After a brief interval, the sound of footsteps echoed as 4 individuals entered. Qi Zhan observed that they were all young nobles. However, these individuals held no positions within the imperial guards and were generally known for their frivolous pursuits. Upon noticing Qi Zhan in a position of prominence, they promptly bowed and greeted him in unison. We, your younger brothers, pay our respects to Brother Qi. Chapter 72. Intentionally provoking conflict. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their seats and began toasting one another. The 4 were Feng Yi, son of the Marquis of Guangping; Tao Qing, son of the Marquis of Shiping; Xiao Zhang, son of the Earl of Anquan; and Kong Yang, son of the Earl of Tsuqing. All 4 were illegitimate sons residing in the estate, capable of wielding weapons, yet their skills were rather mediocre, often looking up to Wang Shang. Initially, they were somewhat reserved. Qi Zhan, in his previous life, had not fared better than these individuals and had even been beaten by Wang Shang. Yet now, his fortunes had completely reversed. Not only had he ascended to a lofty position, but he also garnered the deep trust of the empress, coupled with his exceptional martial prowess, rendering these men unable to compare. Consequently, their gazes towards Qi Zhan were filled with envy and trepidation, their demeanor notably subservient. Qi Zhan did not wish to keep them at arm's length. After consuming a few cups of fragrant wine, he initiated conversation, and the atmosphere began to grow lively. Such is the nature of the world. It is often not the number of friends that facilitates a smooth journey, but rather the quality of the journey that attracts friends. As the revelry continued, the 4 individuals excused themselves to the restroom, and Qi Zhan understood that Wang Shang had matters to discuss. Indeed, as the door closed, Wang Shang raised his cup and drained it in one go. He then addressed Qi Zhan, saying, Brother Qi, I have a rather pressing request. I wonder if it is appropriate to speak of it? Such words inevitably compel one to speak, for had he wished to remain silent, he would not have uttered them at all. Qi Zhan smiled faintly and replied, It is of no consequence. Please proceed. Wang Shang, adopting a serious demeanor, continued, Brother Qi, you possess the talents that can shape the heavens and the earth. I, in my previous ignorance, failed to recognize your worth, and now I am filled with deep regret. From this day forth, I wish to follow in your footsteps. I hope you will not reject me. With that, he stood and performed a deep bow. Qi Zhan remained seated, raising a hand and saying calmly, Brother Wang, if you have something to say, speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. Wang Shang did not take a seat but stated directly, I wish to be transferred to the palace guard as a mere soldier, to serve under your command. I humbly hope for your approval. So it was for this matter. Qi Zhan did not respond immediately, but instead pondered swiftly. To be fair, he did not know Wang Shang well, and setting aside their previous grievances, they had not engaged deeply even after reconciling. Would Wang Shang's entry into the palace guard pose any disadvantage to him? After all, Wang Shang was the cousin of the empress. Could this be a secret directive from her? Brother Wang had a promising future in the Qingwan Guard. Why would he suddenly seek the lesser position of the palace guard? Was there some hidden agenda? Wang Shang, quick to sense Qi Zhan's apprehension, reassured him, Brother Qi, there is no need for concern. This decision is solely mine. I merely wish to follow you and make my mark, and it is unrelated to anyone else. My intentions are as transparent as the heavens. Qi Zhan scrutinized Wang Shang intently. He did not appear to be deceiving him. Internally, he mused that if Wang Shang truly could join him, it might not be a disadvantage after all. Firstly, let us consider the identity of Wang Shang. His father is a duke, his aunt is the Empress Dowager, and his cousin is the Empress herself. It is fair to assert that, aside from the royal family, the Wang clan stands as the foremost noble house in the capital. The inclusion of such a figure in the Imperial Guard can create an impression that it is not merely a sinister secretive department. Furthermore, in the future, the Imperial Guard will inevitably need to engage with the civil officials, Relying solely on brute force would be inadequate. Nobility is inherently opposed to the civil officials. Thus, allowing Wang Shang to engage in protracted negotiations could prove to be a strategic move. In the arena of conflict, it is essential to cultivate numerous allies and unite all conceivable forces. Solitary battles are seldom sustainable. Additionally, there lies a covert implication that this could, to some extent, reassure the empress. As for whether Wang Shang might stray from control, Qi Jin harbored no concerns. If they cannot manage even Wang Shang, what hope do they have? Contemplating this, Qi Jin inquired, I understand your intentions, Wang brother, but I wonder if it is solely your own or if it encompasses these gentlemen as well. Upon hearing this hint of opportunity, Wang Shang eagerly responded, I leave it entirely to you. Qi brother, should you find anyone worthy, please do command them. And if they are not, it is solely my lack of capability. If Wang Shang were to form a noble faction within the Imperial Guard, specifically to handle affairs that might be inconvenient for him to address directly, Qi Jin nodded, acknowledging that since the brothers were all eager for progress, how could he turn a blind eye? Wang Shang was elated. Did this mean Qi brother was in agreement? He then respectfully performed a bow, proclaiming, Your subordinate pays respects to the Grand Commander. Grand Commander sounds more pleasing. Qi Jin was about to interject when a commotion echoed down the corridor. Soon, Manager Wang entered to report, Young Master, it appears that young Master Feng and his companions have engaged in a brawl. Wang respectfully inquired, Shall I go and take a look, Commander? Qi Jin nodded slightly. Wang turned to exit, while Qi Jin remained seated, undisturbed. Upon reaching the doorway, Wang beheld Feng Yi and his companions surrounded and besieged by a group of servants. Previously, Wang had instructed that, during their first meeting with Qi Jin, leaving behind attendants was crucial for a favorable impression. Although Feng and his friends possessed some martial skills, they were still somewhat inferior to the servants. The moment a scuffle broke out, they were swiftly overpowered. Wang hastened forward, bellowing, Scoundrels! Have you lost your senses to dare cause a ruckus here? Though his cultivation was far inferior to Qi Jin's, it surpassed that of the servants. During this period, he had intensified his training, elevating his rank to the 4th tier. With a kick for each servant, he toppled them to the ground and rescued Feng Yi and his companions. What transpired? Feng Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, As we returned from the restroom, these wretched servants blocked our path. When we asked them to step aside, they mocked us and even suggested we crawl beneath their legs. A few exchanged words, and fists were soon flying. Before Wang could respond, several young gentlemen emerged from a nearby private room. The leader, with a countenance like polished jade and eyes resembling twinkling stars, bore brows as sharp as swords. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, adorned with a jade pendant of emerald green, and wielding a folding fan depicting landscapes, he stood tall and graceful. Upon spotting Wang, he offered a faint smile, his voice gentle yet dripping with disdain. I wondered who was so audacious. It turns out to be the renowned Commander Wang of the Qinghuan Guard. This was akin to cursing a bald monk in the presence of a priest. He made no mention of Wang Shang's status as the son of a duke, yet chose to refer to the official in charge, clearly intending to undermine his dignity. Wang Shang's eyes narrowed slightly upon realizing the identity of his adversary, none other than Wu Kai, the son of the Minister of Personnel, Wu Tong. One was a prominent figure among the aristocratic elite, while the other was the leading scion of the scholarly class. Their mutual disdain for one another was well known. With a history of petty grievances, accompanying Wu Kai were the sons of 2 esteemed officials, and several others remained hidden within the private room. Wu Kai, wielding his folding fan, pointed disdainfully at Feng Yi and his companions, who, emboldened by their status, had been berating the servants. Now, facing retribution, was it not poetic justice? Wang Shang quickly grasped that Wu Kai was deliberately seeking confrontation. He mused that it was not merely a matter of scolding the servants. Even if one were to strike them down, what consequence would it bear? Without Wu Kai's instigation, how would these servants dare to act with such brutality against Feng Yi and his associates? Taking 2 steps forward, Wang Shang fixed his gaze on Wu Kai and declared, You assert they deserve their fate? Very well, I shall demonstrate to you what true justice entails. With that, he launched a powerful punch directly aimed at Wu Kai's face. Certain that should it land, the strikingly handsome visage of Wu Kai would bear the marks of his folly. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged, darting in front of Wu Kai and intercepting Wang Shang's blow with a fist of their own. Wang Shang had not anticipated such an intervention, and it was too late to alter his course of action. The impact resounded as their fists collided, sending a jolt of immense force through Wang Shang's hand, causing pain to radiate through his fingers and sending him crashing against the wall behind him. A wave of nausea washed over him, nearly provoking an outburst of blood. This individual was undeniably a master of combat. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. Though slender in build, he exuded an imposing aura. With a single strike, this man had repelled Wang Shang and showed no intention of relenting. He stepped forward, preparing to unleash another punch. Should this blow land, it would surely inflict severe injury upon Wang Shang. Wu Kai's eyes gleamed with fervor, his lips curling into a subtle smile. Kuwan, the most formidable among his guards, had attained the 7th rank, more than sufficient to deal with someone of Wang Shang's caliber. The empress sought to suppress the civil officials through the guard. Yesterday, she had humiliated her father in the Fengtian Hall. Today, delivering a sound thrashing to the empress's cousin would restore a modicum of dignity, albeit regrettably. She could not yet eliminate him. Wang Shang's breath was unsteady, his right arm incapacitated with pain, forcing him to dodge sideways. But how could his speed match that of his opponent? As he saw the murderous fist approaching with lightning speed, he could only shut his eyes and brace for impact. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind brush against his face, yet no blow followed. He quickly opened his eyes to find the fist halted merely inches from his face, while Kuwan's expression turned from confidence to uncertainty. What was happening? It was only when Kuwan suddenly turned to strike backward that Wang Shang noticed Qi Zhen had arrived. A hand rested on Kuwan's shoulder, providing the much-needed intervention. Although Qi Zhen refrained from direct confrontation, he had been vigilantly observing the unfolding situation. He had swiftly discerned Kuwan's presence concealed behind Wu Kai. This man's cultivation clearly surpassed that of Wang Shang, and the consequences of his action were unpredictable. Having recently promised to allow them entry into the guard, he felt compelled to protect them. After all, having such loyal subordinates would undoubtedly ease his future endeavors. Qin only realized someone was behind him when he felt a grip on his shoulder, a chilling sensation coursing through his spine, rendering his right arm immobile. However, his reflexes were remarkably swift. He immediately pivoted, launching a fierce left punch. To his astonishment, his fist struck nothing but air. There was no one behind him. No. It was not the absence of a presence. Rather, that individual had simultaneously turned to face him, still positioned just behind, with his own right arm similarly restrained. A surge of terror gripped Qin's heart. What kind of mastery and agility was this? Despite the fear swelling within him, he did not falter. Executing a swift dragon's tail maneuver, he aimed a kick at Qi Zhen's groin. Qi Zhen scoffed, raising his foot to strike Qin's knee with preemptive force. Qin let out a muffled groan as his left leg buckled. This opponent was seasoned in combat and recognized that they had reached a critical juncture of life and death. With a sudden motion, Qin hurled his left hand backward from his shoulder. In an instant, a shadow shot forth from his sleeve, hurtling directly toward Qi Zhen's face. Initially, Qi Zhen had no intention of committing murder in such a public setting. He merely sought to toy with Qin, intending to teach him a significant lesson. Yet, upon seeing the dark object Qin had unleashed, his demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve. It was a small snake, about a foot long, its body a deep shade of purple-black. As it emerged from the sleeve, Qi Zhen detected a faint, foul odor of venomous serpent. Instinctively, he turned his head aside, allowing the black snake to glide past his neck. Almost immediately, a scream erupted from behind him. "Ah, the snake! It bit me, someone help!" Qi Zhen did not glance back, seizing the opportunity to grasp Qin firmly by the nape of his neck. With a slight application of force, Qin's body stiffened, immobilized. He could only open his mouth wide, struggling to breathe. Qi Zhen finally turned his head and saw a young man, who had been following Wu Kai, collapsed on the ground, writhing in agony. The black snake had bitten his left cheek. Indeed, it was a venomous serpent. As half of the young man's face was visibly turning black, Qi Zhen had some recollection of this individual. He seemed to be Ruan Ting, the sole son of the Minister of Works, Ruan Chun, who had always been Wu Kai's underling. At this moment, Wu Kai was already terrified, retreating in panic while shouting, "Quick, save him!" He shouted as he backed away, clearly unwilling to assist directly. What if he were bitten too? The other servants were equally fearful. And with every passing moment, Ruan Ting's entire face darkened, his eyes bulging. His voice became hoarse, and his cries sent a chill through everyone present. "Ah, save me!" This only deterred anyone from approaching further. Merely a few breaths later, Ruan Ting convulsed a few times and fell still, his life extinguished. His eyes forever closed. A pin drop could be heard in the tense atmosphere, as if even the air had solidified. All gazes were fixed intently on the black snake. It was uncertain whether the serpent had exhausted itself after killing Ruan Ting, or if it found the taste of his flesh particularly delectable. But it continued to latch onto the young man's face, refusing to release its grip. After a prolonged silence, Kuwan, who was nearly suffocating, managed to squeeze out a sound. It was only then that Wu Kai realized Kuwan had been restrained, a fleeting panic crossing his eyes. He had never expected Qizhen to be present and to take such decisive action, causing the situation to deteriorate rapidly. Swallowing hard, he pointed at Qizhen and exclaimed, "Qizhen, you must release Kuwan immediately." Qizhen let out a cold smile, mockingly gazing at Wu Kai. "Young Master Wu, it's been a while." The reason he said it had been a while was that the last time he nearly lost his life was due to Wu Kai's intervention. Had it not been for him, Qizhen might not have traversed here at all. Wu Kai, unwilling to lose face before Qizhen, took a deep breath and puffed out his chest, declaring, "Qizhen, Ruan Ting has perished because of you. Do you still wish to flaunt your brutality? What is the essence of turning the tables? This is it." Qizhen was amused by Wu Kai's audacity. "Ah, Wu Kai, you truly have a talent for distorting the truth. You would make an excellent official." At this moment, Wu Kai had calmed down considerably. "You must release Kuwan immediately. He may possess the antidote." Only now did he realize the futility of his plea. Qizhen chuckled darkly. "You do know that the snake was released by Kuwan, right? Kuwan has no connection to me. It is you, young Master Wu, who is the indirect murderer of Ruan Ting." Wu Kai retorted venomously, "Qizhen, in the presence of so many witnesses, you cannot deny it. Release him at once." He could see that Kuwan's face had grown increasingly dark, resembling that of someone bitten by a snake. Qizhen replied, "Very well, I shall heed your request." With that, he tightened his grip, and a distinct crack echoed as Kuwan's neck was snapped. Qizhen then flung him onto Ruan Ting's body. Up until this moment, he had not caught a glimpse of Qizhen's expression. The black snake seemed to sense its master's presence, swiftly slithering towards Kuwan. Unfortunately, at this point, Kuwan was barely clinging to life and could not control the serpent. All he could do was stare in horror, emitting indescribable sounds from his throat. Seemingly overwhelmed by fear, the black serpent slithered to Kuwan's side, flicking its tongue, and without hesitation, opened its mouth to strike. Chapter 74, Once Upon a Time. Everyone lowered their heads once more to gaze at the black serpent, instinctively retreating with each step. Kuwan convulsed uncontrollably, his eyes bulging, his voice emanating a sound reminiscent of hell itself, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. After a brief moment, he lay motionless, sprawled across Ruan Ting as they departed this world together. Qizhen disregarded the terror of those around him and crouched down with keen interest. Then, amidst gasps of astonishment from the crowd, he extended his hand towards the black serpent. Wang Shang, terrified, seemed to lose his senses, trembling as he cried out, "Brother Qi, don't." Wu Kai first screamed in shock, then his face transformed with elation. Qizhen was courting death. Had this young man been rendered senseless by Kuwan's demise? Or perhaps the vengeful spirits of Kuwan and Ruan Ting had come to claim a life. Truly, divine justice had manifested. If Qizhen were to be poisoned by the black serpent, it would be the most fitting conclusion. However, before he could fully relish this delightful thought, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The serpent that had just claimed 2 lives now delicately crawled onto Qizhen's hand, curling up slowly as if savoring the moment. What was happening? Why did the black serpent not bite him? Why did it not exact vengeance upon that despicable wretch? Qizhen brought the black serpent closer to his eyes for a detailed examination, nodding slightly. This was a creature he had never encountered before. It must be a rare species. He contemplated raising it and seeing what potential it might hold. Casually, he rummaged through Kuwan's chest and retrieved a silk pouch. Inside were several porcelain vials, likely containing either an antidote or provisions. He placed the black serpent into the silk pouch and confidently tucked it into his bosom. Qizhen's display left everyone utterly dumbfounded. As he rose to his feet, they instinctively recoiled, fearful that he might unleash the black serpent once more. This was truly a monster, an entity even more terrifying than the black snake itself. It suddenly struck Wu Kai that Qizhen had previously tamed a ferocious tiger. Could this young man possess the ability to subdue all manner of beasts? Was he even human? The thought of him being some malevolent spirit sent a shiver down his spine. As Qi Zhen approached him, Wu Kai hastily called out, "Qi Zhen, do not come any closer. What are you planning to do?" In an instant, Qi Zhen closed the distance, grasping Wu Kai by the throat and lifting him off the ground. To his surprise, Qi Zhen realized he was increasingly enjoying the act of throttling others, though he could not quite fathom why. Those who frequently engaged in such acts understood the peculiar satisfaction it brought. "Young Master Wu, shouldn't we settle our scores?" Wu Kai, self-assured in his literary prowess, had always looked down upon the rough-and-tumble warriors. Lacking any martial prowess himself, he felt as vulnerable as a featherless chick before Qi Zhen. With no hope of resistance, Qi Zhen contemplated whether to eliminate Wu Kai right then and there, but quickly dismissed the notion. How could he simply kill him? Despite Wu Kai having previously assaulted Qi Zhen and recently attacking Wang Shang and Feng Yi, such transgressions did not warrant death. Furthermore, Wu Kai was not just any commoner. He was the son of Wu Tong and held the position of assistant in the Ministry of War, a legitimate official of the court. If Qi Zhen were to act recklessly, the reputation of the guard would be irreparably tarnished, and even the empress would find it difficult to intervene on his behalf. When rules are in place, one must judiciously utilize them to outmaneuver opponents, thereby ensuring a rightful position. Under the condition that the rules remain unchanged, both parties will strive to uphold them. Otherwise, one cannot continue to engage within this framework. Such is the nature of the political arena. Therefore, if Qi Zhen intends to target Wu Kai, the most effective approach would be to investigate him, unearthing irrefutable evidence, and subsequently addressing the matter with due authority. A mere warning today would suffice. Just as Qi Zhen was preparing to relent, the door of the adjacent private room was abruptly flung open. A woman's voice pierced the air. "Qi Zhen, have you lost your mind? Release him at once." Everyone turned in unison to behold an exquisite woman. Her expression fraught with alarm, rushing towards them, her gaze filled with compassion for Wu Kai. Mu Wanqi, she, too, was present in this establishment, conveniently situated next to Wu Kai's room. Qi Zhen's realization dawned upon him. Mu Wanqi had vehemently insisted on breaking off their engagement, primarily to marry into the Wu family. The unfortunate scion of the Wu family was none other than Wu Kai. It appears this couple has made significant progress, perhaps secretly rendezvousing? Although Mu Wanqi currently had no ties to Qi Zhen, and he harbored no intentions towards her. Witnessing his former fiancée's palpable anxiety for another man ignited a spark of anger within him. This may be a common flaw among men, even that which they reject. They do not wish for others to claim. Nevertheless, he would relish in making Mu Wanqi uncomfortable. This mindset is not directly correlated to one's cultivation level. Mu Wanqi, clutching her skirt, hurried over, disregarding her poised and graceful demeanor, clearly in a state of urgency. "Qi Zhen, you must let go of young Master Wu." Qi Zhen cast a teasing glance at Mu Wanqi, exclaiming, "It is you, Wanqi. You've become even more beautiful after not seeing you for so long. What brings you here?" Mu Wanqi felt a wave of nausea, nearly retching at his words. "Please refrain from being so ambiguous. We are not familiar with one another." Qi Zhen wore a mask of regret. "Wanqi, due to familial pressures, we have been forced apart. I understand your resentment, but am I not equally affected? I truly miss the splendid moments we shared beneath the flowers and the moonlight." "Enough." Mu Wanqi nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. "When have I ever?" Qi Zhen hoisted Wu Kai slightly and raised an eyebrow at Mu Wanqi, exuding an air of shamelessness. She recognized that Qi Zhen was deliberately humiliating her in public. Yet, given Wu Kai's predicament, she could only endure for the time being. Fortunately, Mu Wanqi was not a sheltered young lady and possessed a degree of insight. She knew that the best course of action was to placate Qi Zhen. "We have already annulled our engagement, and there is no need to revisit the past. I kindly remind you that if anything were to happen to young Master Wu, no one would be able to bear the consequences." Although Wu Kai felt extremely uncomfortable, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had they truly been involved before? Qi Zhen appeared quite aggrieved. "Why do you speak on his behalf?" Mu Wanqi steeled herself. "The Mu and Wu families are already in discussions regarding a union. Naturally, I must protect him." Qi Zhen seemed to come to a realization. "You are quite swift, aren't you? You've just alighted from the carriage, and yet over there, you've already purchased a ticket. You show no regard for the Qi family's dignity." He simultaneously came to realize one thing. When Wu Kai had brutally beaten Qi Zhen back then, perhaps the two had already conspired together. How could such an affront be tolerated? Qi Zhen nodded, implying that you wish for me to release him? Indeed, Qi Zhen truly let Wu Kai go, even assisting him in adjusting his disheveled attire. Wu Kai trembled with fear, paralyzed by terror, hardly daring to move. Mu Wanshi let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he was unharmed. It seemed that Qi Zhen remained undeterred in his intentions. Qi Zhen turned to Mu Wanshi, inquiring if she was satisfied now that he had released him. Not wishing to provoke Qi Zhen further, Mu Wanshi lightly inclined her head, thanking him. Suddenly, Qi Zhen chuckled ominously, declaring that her gratitude was premature. Chapter 75. A lifetime matter. Just when Mu Wanshi was processing Qi Zhen's cryptic words, she witnessed him abruptly raise his hand and deliver a resounding slap to Wu Kai. The crack echoed, leaving Wu Kai utterly unprepared for the force behind it. How could a frail scholar withstand such an assault? He stumbled, crashing to the ground, and with a pained cry, 2 of his molars were dislodged. On my teeth, how dare you strike me? Mu Wanshi had believed that Qi Zhen had truly let him off the hook, only to be taken aback by his sudden act of violence. Stunned for a moment, she then shrieked, rushing to Wu Kai's side. Qi Zhen stepped in front of Mu Wanshi, placing a foot upon Wu Kai's face. In that moment, Wu Kai lay sprawled on the ground. One side of his face pressed against the earth, the other against the sole of a shoe, a picture of utter disgrace. This was humiliation, raw and unadulterated. Mu Wanshi cried out, Qi Zhen, have you lost your mind? Qi Zhen's eyes were filled with anguish. Wanshi, how could you possibly shout at me? After speaking, he nearly felt nauseous. Mu Wanshi's gaze was icy. No matter how you humiliate him, I will not change my heart. Give up on that notion. Qi Zhen was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, so this is how you truly feel? That simplifies matters. Just as he was about to hurl some harsh words at Wu Kai, a figure emerged from the private room, addressing Qi Zhen. Qi Zhen, let go. If you continue to act ferociously, beware of tomorrow's impeachment. At first, Qi Zhen had not noticed who was dining with Wu Kai, but now he recognized the speaker as Mu Wanshi's brother, Mu Han. So, the brother-in-law has accompanied the sister's husband? Mu Han's presence was not surprising, as the Wu and Mu families were intertwined, and it was only natural for the young to interact more. However, at the moment the door opened, Qi Zhen spotted a familiar face within the room. Wang Can. Why is a subordinate from my team mingling with Wu Kai? When Wang Can realized Qi Zhen had seen him, he quickly rose, an awkward expression on his face. Qi, I am on leave today. While out, I happened to run into Brother Mu and thought I would share a drink. Just so happened to encounter Wu Kai here. Qi Zhen immediately discerned that Wang Can was lying. Mu Han would not casually be drinking here. It was certainly a prearranged meeting with Wu Kai. Even if he had stumbled upon Mu Han by chance, Mu Han would not invite Wang Can into their circle without Wu Kai's consent. Thus, it was evident that when Wang Can sat down in the room, both parties acknowledged one another, at least on the surface, maintaining a cordial relationship. Wang Can was not only a member of the Qinghuan Guard, but also a descendant of the noble class. He is unlike Mu Han and should have no connection with Wu Kai. With his thoughts racing, Qi Zhen did not delve deeper, but merely reminded himself to keep a discreet eye on matters in the future. He then lowered his gaze towards Wu Kai, muttering to himself that their feud was far from over. With a disdainful twist of his foot, he turned and returned to his room. Wang Shang and his companions, feeling relieved, let out a scoff before striding away with renewed vigor. Mu Wanshi threw herself onto Wu Kai, her eyes brimming with concern, appalled that such a scoundrel could be so heartless. Wu Kai struggled to sit up, his cold gaze fixed on Mu Wanshi, then piercing into Qi Zhen's retreating figure. The reason Qi Zhen sought to humiliate Wu Kai was twofold. On one hand, it served as a warning to Wu Tong, but more importantly, he pondered how to manage the aftermath of the day's events. The deaths of 2 individuals on the scene, one of whom was the son of the Minister of Works, would undoubtedly stir discontent if word got out. There would be accusations of Qi Zhen abusing his power, providing his adversaries with an opportunity to strike. However, if the narrative shifted to 2 young men embroiled in a rivalry over jealousy, it would be more palatable, youthful tempers could be understood, and gossip would be a favored topic, minimizing negative repercussions. Nevertheless, it was imperative to report the incident to the Empress promptly to preempt any potential grievances from the other party. Wang Shang and his companions, despite their injuries, were reluctant to continue dining. Yet, Wang Shang insisted on gathering everyone in a private room to announce Qi Zhen's decision. The esteemed Commander Qi has granted us entry into the Guard Corps, and from now on, we must obey orders with unwavering loyalty. The 4, disregarding their wounds, bowed deeply, swearing allegiance to Qi Zhen. Today, they truly witnessed his ruthlessness and cunning. Feng cautiously inquired, Commander, will there be any repercussions from today's events? Qi Zhen replied, there will certainly be, but we need only focus on two key points. Firstly, they provoked us. Secondly, the venom of Ku Wan claimed the life of Ruan Ting, which bears no relation to us. As for Ku Wan's demise, he did not mention it, as it is of little consequence. The group nodded in agreement as they walked outside. Xiahou Zhang, being straightforward, exclaimed, "Commander, Wu Kai, emboldened by audacity, dares to seize your woman. We should have dealt with him then and reclaimed Mu Wanqi." Qizhen frowned at him, saying, "Mu Wanqi is someone I willingly severed ties with. Even if she were to return and plead for me, I would not take her back, let alone kill for her." He then muttered, "And besides, do you think I am a natural-born killer?" Kong Yang quickly interjected, "Indeed, I recall a verse from the commander. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Why must one seek it at the Mu residence? Truly carefree." Qizhen thought to himself, "What sort of company have I gathered?" Wang Shang shot them a glare, admonishing, "Enough of this nonsense. We are now men of official standing. It is time to shed such frivolous habits." The others hastily apologized to Qizhen. He replied, "No matter. We are brothers. There is no need for formality among us." Wang Shang inquired, "Might we know where we can be of service?" Qizhen stepped onto the street. Glancing around, indeed, there is a newly established guard bureau. The location of its office is yet to be determined. You should seek a suitable place. Wang Shang asked, "Does the commander have any particular requirements? Let it not be situated within the palace, as it complicates matters. The East City is rife with nobility. Let it be in the West City, in a secluded area near the palace," Qizhen replied. With the task at hand, the group departed with excitement. Qizhen then immediately made his way to the palace to seek an audience with the empress. He had two matters to report. First, the demise of Ruan Ting and the subsequent thrashing of Wu Kai, so that the empress might be well informed and not caught off guard by the civil officials. Second, the inclusion of Wang Shang and others into the guard division, particularly concerning Wang Shang, whose unique status necessitated the empress's approval. After a moment of contemplation, the empress declared, "I consent to Wang Shang's involvement, but you must impose strict regulations. His temperament cannot be indulged." The empress harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Wang Shang. As for the incident involving Ruan Ting and Wu Kai, it was anticipated to stir considerable unrest, for those individuals would not relent easily. Qizhen Fu, with keen insight, suggested, "Let us commence the guard division from the Ministry of Works." Noticing that Qizhen did not respond, the empress inquired with subtle intent, "What of Mu Wanqi and you?" Qizhen solemnly replied, "I have proactively annulled my engagement with her, and we shall have no further entanglements." The empress seemed to release a burden, appearing considerably lighter. After Qizhen took his leave, she remained seated for a moment before instructing, "Shaoanzi, let us proceed to Xining Palace. It was essential to inform the Empress Dowager regarding Wang Shang's situation. Your Majesty has arrived. Please, take your seat." The Empress entered gracefully, exchanged pleasantries, and then broached the main topic, the establishment of the new guard division in the inner court, and that her cousin Wang Shang had voluntarily requested to transfer there, which she had already approved. After providing a brief explanation, the Empress Dowager sighed softly upon hearing this, expressing that as long as he was willing, that was sufficient. He was indeed a child of misfortune. Yet, would he truly submit to Qizhen? The Empress could only offer a wry smile. Following a few more exchanges, the Empress Dowager suddenly shifted the conversation, stating, "In half a month, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I have arranged a palace banquet. On that day, it will also mark your grand 17th birthday. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, have you contemplated your lifelong commitments?" Chapter 76, Journey Through the Mountains. The Empress's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. After all, she was still a young girl and felt bashful when discussing matters of marriage. With her father's recent passing, how could she focus on the celebrations of longevity? Furthermore, before her late father, she had vowed to dedicate herself to the nation, forsaking personal affairs. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened as she acknowledged the sincerity of your filial piety, yet one must not neglect oneself. The celebration of longevity is not solely your affair. The Empress understood this and requested her mother to take the lead, with the caveat of moderation. The Empress Dowager nodded and continued, stating that while your marriage can be set aside for now, you must be aware that it is not a decision for you alone to make. This highlights the awkward position of a woman as an empress. Whether to marry is merely superficial. The crucial issue lies in the future succession of the throne, which remains paramount. Although the empress had recently ascended, she would inevitably confront this thorny dilemma. Currently, she lacked a viable solution. Upon exiting the Xining Palace, the empress chose to walk back instead of taking the imperial carriage, pondering deeply as she strolled. What youth is devoid of romantic sentiments? What maiden does not harbor dreams of love? Yet, as an empress, how could she indulge in the tender moments of love? Contemplating this, she unconsciously raised her hand to touch the wound on her right shoulder. After Qi Zhen left the palace, he concealed his presence and proceeded to find Dong Qian, orchestrating a secret arrangement. As Dong Qian lamented the multitude of tasks, he had already slipped away through the window. Upon his return to the residence, the portly gentleman and Chen Qing had already arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qing elaborated on the progress of their business dealings. In accordance with Qi Zhen's previous directives, the objective was to acquire these enterprises, merely altering the identities of the owners behind the scenes, while maintaining a low profile publicly. The restaurant and the transport business had already been successfully secured, but negotiations were still ongoing with the gambling den and the brothel. The primary challenge lay in the formidable backing that both establishments possessed, rendering discussions rather difficult. If all else failed, they would have to consider establishing new ventures. Qi Zhen nodded, inquiring about the specific restaurant and its business performance. Chen Qing's lips twitched as he cast a peculiar glance at Qi Zhen, responding hesitantly, It's the Lion's Den." Qi Zhen was momentarily taken aback, pondering if it could possibly be that very Lion's Den. Chen Qing vigorously affirmed with a nod. Whose idea was it? The portly gentleman recoiled slightly. The place isn't far from my home. It has always done quite well. So, Chen Qing, with a hint of resignation, added, I was not present at the time. I only learned of it later. The proprietor and the waitstaff did not recognize you. But I eventually understood when I heard someone call your name. Qi Zhen instinctively touched his nose, conceding, well, I did not intend for this to happen. It appeared that in observing the commotion, he had inadvertently become part of it. With a bitter smile, Chen Qing remarked, now that a life has been lost, the Shuntian prefecture is demanding that we cease operations. That is unacceptable, Qi Zhen promptly retorted. Fatty, you must go to the Shuntian prefecture. What does a death have to do with the restaurant's operations? We must open immediately. That is absurd. Without business, how can one earn? The flesh on Liao Jia's face quivered as he contemplated. I shall give it a try. Qi Zhen swiftly shifted the conversation. What about the herbal medicine shop and the jade store? His primary concern lay with these two enterprises. Chen Qingdao remarked, these two are quite simple, both newly established. I have engaged a professional shopkeeper to manage them, and they are already in operation. Qi Zhen casually pinned a list, primarily comprising the names of spiritual herbs required for alchemical concoctions, most of which are likely to be quite elusive. After some contemplation, he added a few relatively common herbs and entrusted the list to Chen Qing, instructing him to keep an eye out for their collection. He particularly emphasized that any information regarding the soul-soothing herb should be communicated to him immediately. As for the jade shop, he clarified the address and mentioned the necessity of visiting in person when time permits, for the aura contained within the jade can only be truly appreciated when held. The discussion lingered for over an hour, culminating in a conclusion just as Qi Yao's small head had peered through the window countless times. Should it continue any longer, the little girl would undoubtedly throw a tantrum. Before departing, Chen Qing relayed another piece of news to Qi Zhen. His cousin, Chen Wan, had somehow secured a position in Yixian. Qi Zhen recalled their rather unpleasant encounter that day. Indeed, his cousin possessed some remarkable capabilities. By all accounts, he should not have qualified, suggesting that his connections were rather formidable. Qi Yao pouted, casting a glance at the stout man and Chen Qing, causing them to feel a chill and hastily retreat. Qi Zhen promptly shifted to a defensive stance, questioning, what are you lingering here for? Have you prepared everything for tomorrow's outing? I have everything ready on my end. It's just a matter of your preparations, the stout man replied. Qi Zhen nonchalantly stated, I've entrusted Lan Su and Xiao Man with mine. Qi Yao tugged at Qi Zhen's sleeve, pleading, second brother, I intend to invite Ji Ru to join us. Is that all right? She looked at him with hopeful eyes. Having already boasted to Liao Jiru about the arrangement, it would be troublesome if Qi Zhen disagreed. Qi Zhen smiled and replied, as long as her family consents, I have no objections. Qi Yao leapt high with excitement, proclaiming that her second brother was the best. And she intended to bring De Huang along as well. Is that all right? Are you certain? Qi Yao expressed her concern, stating that ever since De Huang arrived at their home, he had not stepped outside and was becoming quite restless. Qi Zhen thought to himself that it wasn't merely that De Huang hadn't left the house since his arrival, but rather that he had been confined ever since he was captured by the stick. Bringing him along would be acceptable, but tonight, he must receive a thorough bath. Afterward, He should be scented with incense throughout the night to mask his odor. Otherwise, he might frighten the horses pulling the carriage to death by dawn. Qi Yao's eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, "Oh, I completely forgot about that." Without finishing her sentence, she dashed off. Qi Zhen was taken aback. The little girl's agility had improved remarkably, undoubtedly thanks to Dong Qian's diligent instruction. The following morning, Qi Yao knocked on the door, urging Qi Zhen to rise. Seizing the rare opportunity to venture out, Qi Zhen brought along Lan Su and Xiao Man, as well as Qi Yao's maid, Xiao Yuanzi. The four girls squeezed into one carriage, driven by a family servant. Qi Zhen, on the other hand, rode in a separate carriage that accommodated only one passenger, De Huang, who was perfumed and fragrant. Qi Yao even thoughtfully styled De Huang's fur into two small braids. The two carriages set off in tandem, converging with Liao Zhiru's carriage outside the West City Gate. Liao Zhiru was accompanied by a maid and two servants. The group rode westward towards the western mountains of Jidu. The western mountains lay over 50 miles from Jidu, stretching hundreds of miles in both north-south and east-west directions, with rugged ravines and bizarre rock formations adorning the picturesque landscape. Particularly in autumn, when the mountains are ablaze with red maple leaves, the scenery is nothing short of breathtaking. After nearly 2 hours, the carriages had entered the mountains, and the roads became increasingly difficult to traverse. After another half an hour of travel, the carriage could proceed no further. After some deliberation, they decided to leave a servant from the Liao residence to guard the 3 carriages while the others ascended the mountain. De Huang, unable to contain his excitement, jumped down and vanished in an instant. The path they traversed was the main route upward, flanked by dense forests, where the leaves danced gently in the breeze, occasionally graced by the presence of wandering tourists, adding a touch of vivacity to the scene. Half an hour later, as they rounded a bend in the mountain path, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. A vast expanse of crimson maple trees filled their view, and atop the treetops, a few distant eaves could be discerned, likely indicating the presence of a temple, which brought a sense of tranquility to their hearts. Qi Zhen was profoundly moved by the sight, and suddenly felt inspired to compose a poem. High up in the western mountains, the stone path winds, where white clouds gather. There dwell the homes of men. Stopping to admire the maple grove at dusk, frost-kissed leaves outshine the blossoms of February. Several young maidens instantly transformed into ardent admirers. And before they could voice their admiration, a resonant voice of appreciation echoed through the air. What a splendid poem! Following the sound, they looked up to see 2 figures descending the mountain path. Leading the way was a middle-aged scholar, possessing elegant features with arched eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes. His complexion fair and adorned with 3 strands of long beard. He wore a traditional cap and a round-collared robe, exuding the demeanor of a learned gentleman. Behind him was a clearly formidable bodyguard, strong and robust, with eyes sharp as blades, a long sword hanging at his waist, and a steady gait. Qi Zhen sensed that this individual possessed skills not inferior to those of Chu Yanqiu, undoubtedly a master. The middle-aged scholar, holding a folding fan, inclined his body toward Qi Zhen in a courteous gesture. "May I inquire if it was this young gentleman who just recited that poem?" Qi Zhen, maintaining his composure, returned the salutation with a calm demeanor, casually dismissing it as a trifling matter. The scholar scrutinized Qi Zhen, noting that the young gentleman possessed a striking and extraordinary appearance, prompting him to inquire about his esteemed name. "You flatter me, sir. My surname is Qi," replied Qi Zhen. The scholar was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Ah, so you are the esteemed young Master Qi. I am Wang. I recently heard your remarkable composition, a rare gem indeed." Qi Zhen initially hesitated to engage with a stranger, yet the scholar's warm demeanor compelled him to respond amicably. "Mr. Wang must also be a master of the literary arts," he remarked. The scholar waved his hand dismissively. "I am but a humble learner, hardly worthy of comparison to your great talent." Observing the beautiful companions surrounding Qi Zhen, he inquired, "Are you enjoying the scenic mountains?" "Indeed." "And you as well?" To his surprise, the scholar shook his head. "I am here in search of someone, but alas, I have yet to find them." Qi Zhen, almost on a whim, remarked, "Oh, they dwell somewhere in these mountains, shrouded in clouds, unknown to me." The scholar's eyes widened, captivated by Qi Zhen's eloquent expression and profound sentiment, exclaiming, "I am in admiration of your artistry." His demeanor became exceedingly humble. Qi Zhen, with a wry smile and a shake of his head, realized he must be more cautious in his casual conversations, as they could easily attract undue attention. After a polite farewell, he continued his ascent with his companions, while Mr. Wang returned a gesture before descending the mountain. Moments later, a guard whispered, "Sir, Could he be Qijin? Mr. Wang remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The guard muttered under his breath, his tone less than favorable. Who would have thought we would encounter him here? Mr. Wang shot the guard a stern glance, signaling him to be quiet. The guard instinctively turned to look. But Qijin and his group had already turned away, disappearing from sight. Only then did the two hasten their descent down the mountain. As Qijin walked along the mountain path, he suddenly furrowed his brow. His ears were not merely for decoration. Although the two sentences spoken by the guards were uttered in hushed tones, they were not beyond his keen perception. His caution stemmed from the fact that Mr. Wang, despite lacking any cultivation, exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. These two individuals not only recognized him, but also harbored considerable hostility. Who could they possibly be? Qijin felt compelled to pursue and investigate further, yet upon glancing at the several young maidens by his side, he decided against it. They continued their ascent until they finally beheld the temple Puju Temple. The temple, built against the mountainside, was enveloped in fragrant smoke, with its eaves elegantly soaring. Stretching for several miles, it was quite an impressive establishment. Numerous dignitaries from Ji capital would come here to offer their prayers. Except for Qi Yao. The others were already fatigued and unable to proceed further. Thus, at Liao Jiru's suggestion, they entered the temple to pay their respects and take a respite. Qijin, possessing a divine nature himself, harbored no belief in such rituals. He merely accompanied them, treating it as a leisurely exploration. Inside the main hall, a statue of Buddha, towering at about 10 feet, bore a serene expression as it gazed forward. Several young maidens knelt devoutly on the cushions, while Qijin stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar energy swirling around the statue's head. What could this be? Upon closer examination, he found this energy to be remarkably pure and concentrated, explaining why he had not noticed it earlier from outside the hall. What was concealed within the statue? Alas! Besides the devotees, two young monks were striking a wooden fish, making it inappropriate for him to leap forward directly. He could only silently take note of this phenomenon, vowing to return and investigate further when the opportunity arose. After completing their incense offerings, they meandered within the temple, and as noon approached, they enjoyed a delightful vegetarian meal, which was surprisingly palatable. Qijin certainly understood that the monks tailored their offerings based on the visitors. If the pilgrims possess status, their arrangements are naturally exquisite and delectable. However, for the common folk, only plain fare is afforded. After all, not all pilgrims are alike. It is their contributions that matter, rather than their sincerity. The Buddha extends salvation to all beings, yet regrettably, his disciples have misinterpreted the teachings. Upon exiting the temple, Qi Yao's enthusiasm remained unabated as she hopped ahead, leading the way. After a while, it became unclear where Qi Yao was guiding them. The mountain path grew increasingly rugged, compelling the group to form a single file. She took the lead, while Qijin brought up the rear. As they rounded a rocky bend, a man approached from the opposite direction. He appeared to be in his 30s, dressed plainly, yet his keen eyes betrayed a fleeting glimmer upon seeing Qijin's party. He likely did not expect to encounter anyone in such a secluded area. Noting the number of travelers, he averted his gaze, slightly bowing his head to continue on his way. As they brushed past one another, Qijin cast a brief glance at the man. His breathing was steady, and he possessed considerable martial prowess, marked by a scar approximately an inch long on his left cheek. It is not uncommon to encounter extraordinary individuals in the wilderness, especially those skilled in martial arts. A quarter of an hour later, observing Qi Yao plucking leaves, Lao Jiru gently cautioned her, "Yaoer, be careful not to scratch your face on the branches." The speaker's words were casual, yet the listener was attentive. Qijin's thoughts drifted back to the scarred man from earlier. The scar? Something seemed to elude him. As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him. Back in Changyuan, Hu Qian had revealed information to Qijin about a scar-faced man involved in human trafficking with Xiaoguang. Furthermore, it was on the left side of his face. Xiaoguang had even referred to this individual as respected master. Could it be him? Qijin abruptly turned, intent on pursuing the man. Capturing him would undoubtedly represent a significant breakthrough. At that moment, a thunderous howl echoed from the distance ahead. It was De Huang. Qi Yao ceased her foraging for leaves, instantly leaping up and exclaiming, "De Huang is in trouble. I must go to its aid." With that, she plunged into the dense forest, her figure vanishing in an instant. Weighing his options, Qijin commanded, "You all stay here. I will investigate." Having spoken, he sprang forward, pursuing Qi Yao into the woods. Despite the thick foliage, he felt no fear of losing his way, for De Huang's roars resounded continuously, revealing its fierce anger. Qijin concentrated, faintly hearing what seemed to be a struggle between someone and De Huang. Who would dare confront De Huang instead of fleeing? It was known that De Huang had attained sentience. It would never harm a soul unless provoked in dire circumstances. This was Qi Zhen's fundamental expectation of it. Someone must have provoked the beast. As he pondered and pursued, Qi Yao remained just ahead, a mere 2 yards away. This young girl truly possessed the makings of a martial artist. In a short time, she had begun to grasp the fundamentals of lightness skills. The sounds of the conflict grew clearer, interspersed with loud shouts. Judging by the voice, it seemed to belong to a young man. The siblings finally burst forth from the thicket, only to discover a small creek obstructing their path. Across the creek, De Huang was engaged in a fierce battle with a boy dressed like a hunter. The lad was agile and audacious, skillfully utilizing the trees as cover while he fought De Huang with great enthusiasm. The creek was over a yard wide, with a swift current. Before they could leap across, they saw the boy deftly maneuver to a sturdy branch, swiftly drawing his hunting bow and shooting an arrow straight at De Huang's right eye. Chapter 78. Lian Mai. Although De Huang was filled with rage, he remained vigilant of the boy's movements. When the first arrow was shot, he deftly tilted his head to evade it. Just as he basked in his success, a second arrow followed swiftly. De Huang rolled with urgency, narrowly avoiding the projectile that struck a nearby sapling, piercing it effortlessly. The sheer power of a mere hunting bow was astonishing, fearsome. As De Huang prepared to rise, a gust of wind signaled the arrival of the third and fourth arrows in quick succession. The 4 arrows not only traveled at remarkable speed but also effectively blocked De Huang's escape routes. Anticipating his evasive maneuvers and releasing the arrows preemptively, a true mark of a master archer. At this moment, De Huang felt a flicker of panic. Just as he was about to charge recklessly, a commanding voice rang out from the stream side. "Stop!" Qi Zhen, suspended in midair, raised his hand to catch a flurry of flying leaves, flicking his wrist to release them. The leaves shot forth like red lightning, severing the 2 arrows mid-flight, their momentum unabated as they sliced through a small tree of bull-like girth. Feeling humiliated before Qi Zhen, De Huang roared in frustration, springing up and crashing into a massive tree. The towering trunk splintered under his force, prompting the boy perched atop to leap gracefully to another branch. As De Huang prepared to attack once more, Qi Zhen had already landed before him, pressing a hand firmly upon the tiger's head. De Huang, filled with resentment, let out a low, guttural growl but stood frozen, unwilling to make a move. Qi Zhen turned to the boy in the tree. "Young brother, please cease your actions. Let us speak." At this moment, Qi Yao hurried over, anxiously searching De Huang's body. "De Huang, are you hurt? You look so pitiable." The boy, uncertain yet intrigued, descended from the tree and positioned himself a few paces away. Cautiously, he inquired, "Who are you? How could this beast?" Qi Yao, having not noticed the injury to De Huang, felt a sense of relief and turned to admonish, "You are truly wicked. Why would you seek to harm my De Huang?" The youth, scarcely 14 or 15 years of age, possessed a medium stature with a slightly dark complexion. His exposed muscles were robust and powerful, and his eyes sparkled like stars, yet bore an innocence that suggested he was unacquainted with the world's harsh realities. In response to Qi Yao's inquiry, the young man explained, "This tiger contested me for prey, devouring the hare I had caught and even attempted to bite me. Thus, it was only fitting to teach it a lesson." Qi Zhen glanced down at De Huang and indeed noticed the traces of blood around its mouth. He shot it a fierce glare, reproaching, "You useless creature. Did you not receive enough to eat at home? Must you venture out in search of wild fare?" De Huang hastily licked its lips and grunted a few times. "There is no comparison. The food at home cannot rival the allure of the wild." Upon hearing this, Qi Yao became indignant, exclaiming, "De Huang merely consumed a hare. Setting aside the question of whether that hare is yours, you wish to take its life? Is there any sense in that?" The youth was momentarily taken aback. "Am I unreasonable? The fierce tiger harmed me, and by slaying it, I act for the benefit of the community. Who is truly being unreasonable here?" Qi Yao's face flushed with anger, wishing to roll up her sleeves and confront him. "My De Huang has never harmed anyone. It merely frightens." Qi Zhen quickly intervened. "How much longer must we prolong this argument? Young man, this tiger is indeed raised by my family and has never harmed a soul. If it has consumed your prey, I am willing to compensate you fairly." Facing an ordinary hunter of the mountains, Qi Zhen refrained from being confrontational. The youth waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. It was merely a hare. I shall procure another." Qi Zhen smiled faintly, intending to reach for his money, only to realize he had none with him. Glancing at Qi Yao, he noted that she was even less likely to carry any funds. Feeling a bit awkward, he remarked, "The silver is with my servant. Just wait until I see them to give it to you." The young boy replied, "There's truly no need. I hunt wild rabbits primarily for my mother, if necessary. I can share with you. A filial child indeed. He gestured towards the large yellow tiger, asking, is this tiger genuinely raised by your family? Qizhen nodded. I possess some knowledge of animal training. Handling a tiger is not particularly difficult. The boy bent down to pick up 2 broken arrows, examining the smooth cut with a wary expression. You are indeed a master. I trust your words. Qi Yao wrinkled her delicate nose. If you do not believe me, do you not consider me a master as well? Moreover, did you not see the little braid I fashioned for De Huang? The boy's face flushed with embarrassment, and he refrained from responding. Qizhen laughed heartily, attempting to diffuse the situation. How shall I address you, young brother? The boy answered, Lian Mai. Qizhen was taken aback. Lian Mai? Why not call it a PK? Lian brother, I am Qi. Would it be convenient for you to lead us out? Lian Mai nodded gently and turned across the stream. Suddenly, the wind picked up and the sky darkened. Lian Mai urged, hurry, it looks like it's going to rain. The 3 of them, accompanied by the tiger, began to run. Just as they departed, a fierce gust of wind swept through, snapping a small tree that had been grazed by leaves with a loud crack. Upon meeting up with Liao Jiru and the others, the rain began to fall lightly. Lian Mai suggested, there is no shelter here. Why not take refuge at my home? Qizhen was unbothered by the rain. Yet he was concerned about the young girls catching a chill, so he nodded in agreement. As they entered the modest courtyard of the Lian family, a torrential downpour ensued. Qizhen gazed through the curtain of rain at the vast mountains, and a sigh escaped his lips. The presence of that scar-faced man was surely dispersed by the heavy rain, rendering him temporarily untraceable. The Lian household consisted of merely 3 thatched cottages, barely providing shelter from the wind and rain. Lian Mai's mother, Lu, had been bedridden for years and could not rise. After they had met Lu, they moved to the central cottage, where Qi Yao inquired, is your father also out hunting? Lian Mai's expression darkened. My father went missing 2 months ago. Qi Yao, puzzled, asked, how could a living man simply vanish? Lian Mai sighed, his eyes reddening slightly. That day, I went to Jidu to sell furs while my father went hunting alone, and he has not returned since. Did you not go searching for him? Of course. I searched every day, but he was nowhere to be found. No sign of him at all. Qizhen pondered for a moment and asked, did you report it to the authorities? Lian Mai nodded. Our hunting licenses are registered in Yixian. 5 days after my father disappeared, I reported it to the county office. Qi Yao quickly asked, did the county not assist in the search? Lian Mai's gaze turned cold. They merely noted it down and said they would inform me if there was any news. Qi Yao, having been raised in luxury and comfort, looked at her peers and could hardly fathom the hardships endured by the common folk. With a missing father, a gravely ill mother, and barely enough food to survive, the entire burden of the family rested upon Lian Mai, who risked his life hunting to sustain them. A pang of sympathy welled within her. She urged Qi to take the bundle and handed over the 200 taels of silver contained within. Lian Mai was astonished. When had he ever encountered such a sum of money? He quickly declined, questioning the purpose of it. I cannot accept your money. I can earn my own through hunting. Qizhen, however, took the silver and pressed it into Lian Mai's hands. Take it. Use it to hire a doctor for your mother, so she can receive proper care. No, this is far too much. I cannot repay this. Qi Yao interjected. Who said you need to repay it? Consider it payment for the rabbits you sell. De Huang shook his head in disbelief. Is wild rabbit truly worth this much? Lian Mai resolutely refused the offer. Qizhen felt a stirring in his heart and pulled Lian Mai aside, speaking softly. If you feel uncomfortable accepting this, perhaps you could assist me with a small task? Chapter 79. An unexpected visitor. Did Lian Mai truly not desire these 200 taels? Of course he did. His mother's inability to afford her medicine had caused her condition to deteriorate. With this sum, her health would undoubtedly improve. Yet, his parents had instilled in him the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. One must not be a recipient of unearned kindness. He also believed in being grateful and repaying debts of gratitude, as that is the mark of a true man. Clutching the heavy silver, Lian Mai asserted, if it is not an immoral request, I will certainly assist you. Qizhen nodded inwardly, admiring the young man's unwavering principles despite his dire circumstances. I recently spotted a man with a scarred face on the mountain path. He bears a striking resemblance to a criminal wanted by the authorities. He gestured to his own face to illustrate. I lack the time to surveil the area myself, so I would greatly appreciate your help in locating him. If you uncover his whereabouts, please inform me directly. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. Lian Mai straightened his chest and declared, if he truly is a bandit, I could simply apprehend him for you. Qizhen quickly replied, no. This individual possesses martial prowess superior to yours and is exceedingly vicious. You need only to relay the message. Do not engage him. Lian Mai's expression revealed a sense of disdain. Qizhen continued, I am aware of your remarkable archery skills. Yet, he has numerous accomplices, and we must capture them all at once. Thus, a fabricated excuse was necessary to placate the situation. It was then that Lian Mai, with a dawning realization, understood. Ah, so you are affiliated with the authorities. Qizhen nodded, acknowledging the implication. If I receive news, where shall I find you? Qizhen pondered briefly. As the location of the government office of the guard service had yet to be established and entry to the palace was prohibited. You may go directly to the residence of the Duke of Tony and Jidu. I am Qizhen. Lian Mai exclaimed in astonishment, Are you not General Qi, who famously vanquished the Ruin? Qizhen touched his nose. Is my reputation now so grand? Perhaps I could start a live broadcast. He smiled and nodded, implicitly confirming. Lian Mai hastily placed the silver he held down and, with a thud, knelt and bowed his head. Qizhen raised his hand to assist him, questioning, What is the meaning of this? Lian Mai, filled with excitement, replied, When I traveled to Jidu, I heard tales of your heroic deeds, igniting a fervor within me. I long to don armor and fight for my country, even if it means perishing on the battlefield. Qizhen remarked, Such ambition at a young age is commendable. You are indeed a teachable youth. Lian Mai, somewhat embarrassed, responded, General Qi, you may not be aware, but my ancestors resided at the foot of the Yanshan Mountains. We were compelled to migrate south due to the frequent raids by the Ruin. With a slight tremor in his voice, he remarked that if his father knew General Qi had arrived at their home, he would surely be even more delighted. Upon hearing this, Qizhen felt a warm surge within him. To be candid, his ambush against the Ruin was primarily motivated by a desire to eliminate Zhong Kongwei, while simultaneously aiding the Empress through her tribulations. At that moment, he had not contemplated the impact on the common people. Now, in the presence of Lian Mai, he began to grasp the profound significance of his actions. He reached out and patted Lian Mai's shoulder, offering encouragement. Lian Mai's eyes sparkled with fervor as he thumped his chest, assuring him that General Qi need not worry. He would certainly see to the matters entrusted to him. The rain showed no signs of abating, compelling Qizhen and his companions to prepare for an overnight stay at Lian Mai's residence. Lian Mai had no objections, though he lamented the scarcity of provisions. Undeterred by the downpour, he seized his hatchet and ventured out while daylight still lingered. On a rainy day, archery was rendered futile. After more than an hour, Lian Mai returned, carrying several mountain chickens and wild rabbits, along with an assortment of unknown fruits. He proceeded to clean and prepare them in the courtyard, then erected a makeshift grill beneath the eaves to roast the fare. A few maidens busied themselves alongside him, creating a lively atmosphere in the once quiet courtyard, now resounding with laughter. As the savory chicken legs were served, Qi Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. This is exquisite. Lian Mai, I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills. Lian Mai chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head in modesty. With limited sleeping arrangements for the night, the maidens were particularly animated, chattering away until dawn. As morning broke, the group prepared to take their leave. Before departing, Qizhen once again cautioned Lian Mai, urging him to exercise utmost discretion should he uncover anything of significance. Lian Mai readily agreed, then stood atop a massive stone, watching as the crowd departed, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Regardless of how much time has passed, he often reminisces about that torrential afternoon when the wheels of fate began to turn. Following the mountain path to locate the carriage, several maidens climbed in and promptly fell into slumber. There was no rush on the return journey, and they did not reach the west gate until well past noon. The three carriages diverged at the intersection, each heading homeward. As Qizhen entered the residence, he was informed by a servant that young Master Liao was accompanying an official who had been waiting for quite some time. Qizhen was unaware of whom the portly man had brought along, so he first returned to his quarters to freshen up and change into a new outfit before making his way to the front hall. Upon seeing Qizhen enter, Liao Jie immediately rose, and a middle-aged man in plain attire, appearing to be in his 40s, also stood up, beaming with a smile as he paid his respects. Esteemed General Qi, I am Zhang Yinji, deputy of the Shuntian Prefecture. Qizhen was momentarily taken aback. What business could the Shuntian Prefecture have with him? Glancing at the portly man, he immediately recalled the incident at the Lion Tower. Could it be that they had come to apprehend him? However, the situation did not appear to suggest such. The deputy of Shuntian Prefecture held the rank of 4th grade, making him the second in command of the local government in Jidu. Qizhen, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, also held a 4th grade rank. Although civil and military officials typically followed different paths, It is generally acknowledged that the status of a civil official of the fourth grade is considerably higher than that of a military general, with positions in the outer court superseding those in the inner court. Zhang Yinji's self-identification as a mere official clearly indicated a lowering of his stature. Moreover, referring to Qizhen as general instead of commander suggested a desire for amicability rather than confrontation. The details could determine success or failure. Qizhen, recognizing the intent, responded graciously, "It is an honor to have you, Master Zhang. I apologize for my delay in welcoming you due to my prior engagements." The three exchanged pleasantries before taking their respective seats, and the maidservants returned to serve tea. The stout man spoke first, Zheng. "Minister Zheng has come regarding the closure of the Lion's Tower. Upon learning of Chen Qing's identity, he arrived yesterday, but you were not present. Today, he has waited for more than an hour." This was an explanation for Qizhen, aiming to maintain a unified narrative. "Rest assured, he is not here to apprehend you." Qizhen felt reassured and interjected, "Alas, my cousin has been idly passing time in Yu City and decided to venture into Jidu for development. Little did I know that upon taking charge, I would encounter such troublesome matters, inadvertently causing trouble for Minister Zhang." Zhang Yinji gently set down his teacup and replied with a smile, "It was only after hearing from young Master Liao that I became aware of the details. In truth, there is no connection between the murder case and the tavern. I have already issued orders to lift the ban, and I hope General Qi will not hold it against me." On the surface, Qizhen expressed his utmost gratitude, promising to host Zhang Yinji next time, to which Zhang Yinji readily agreed. Without further ado, Zhang Yinji rose to take his leave, with Qizhen personally escorting him. As they neared the entrance, Zhang Yinji seemingly remembered something and quietly remarked, "I have heard that the matter of Wanting has been handed over to the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review for joint examination." With that, he cupped his hands in farewell and departed. The stout man approached. "Yesterday, I sought to have him lift the ban, but at first, he was adamant. Eventually, there was no choice but to mention you, and his attitude changed immediately." Qizhen replied, "He must have been aware of our relationship all along. Perhaps his reluctance was merely a pretext to meet me." The stout man nodded. "I had just come to this realization myself. Yet I wonder whether he seeks to curry favor or act as an informant." Chapter 80. The first case. Qizhen remained noncommittal and turned to inquire, "Do you know anything about his background?" The corpulent man pursed his lips, stating that he had only seen him yesterday, so how could he possibly know? Qizhen delivered a playful jab to his forehead, suggesting that if he was unaware, he should investigate. The corpulent man rubbed his forehead and agreed to discreetly send someone to inquire, ensuring it would remain unnoticed. Qizhen remarked that it mattered little if the individual became aware. If he truly sought to ingratiate himself, he would welcome our scrutiny. The corpulent man, momentarily perplexed, questioned what if he intended to act as an informant. Qizhen scoffed, suggesting that not all civil officials were united in purpose. With a steely gaze, he added that should there truly be an informant, it would be a decision he would regret for a lifetime. The corpulent man chuckled in agreement, then shifted the topic to Wanting's matter. Qizhen, with hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "Let it be." Before they had even reached the grand hall, a servant approached, reporting, "Esteemed second young master, officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court wish to see you." Qizhen continued walking, instructing them to relay a singular message: leave the following morning. Qizhen first attended the morning assembly at the Fengtian Hall to ascertain if the Empress Dowager had any directives. Seizing an opportunity, he discreetly slipped out. Wang Shang and Gu Shan, along with several others, awaited him at the palace gates, accompanying him westward. Wang Shang, displaying remarkable efficiency, had identified a suitable location within merely 2 days. With Qizhen's approval, the guards division could immediately commence operations. The premises, expansive with 4 courtyards, boasted an advantageous size and positioning, having been meticulously selected by Wang Shang through the inner court as monitoring. Qizhen was pleased but, upon reflection, pointed out the necessity for future expansion. Ensure that the surrounding residences are acquired and interconnected, he instructed. Wang Shang greatly appreciated Qizhen's approach to tasks, characterized by his unreserved demeanor. When it was time to be ostentatious, one should indeed be so. When it was appropriate to be audacious, one must be audacious. Wang Shang assigned Feng Yi and others the responsibility of managing these trivial matters, ensuring that they were executed with elegance and grandeur. Gu Shun and Gu Wei were not idle either. They had already dispatched over 20 individuals from the borders of Huaishua and Wuchuan, lined up to receive Qizhen's inspection. These individuals held Qizhen in high esteem, particularly those from Huaishua, who regarded him as their own commanding general. After reviewing them, Qizhen felt a surge of joy, silently commending the two eunuchs for their competence. With a grand gesture, he led these individuals out in a spirited manner. Wang Shang inquired, "Great General, where are we headed?" He too had adopted the new title, regretting not having thought of it sooner. Qizhen replied with a resonant voice, "I am taking you to address the inaugural case following the establishment of the Gongwei division." Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly rubbed their fists, thrilled to work alongside the great general. Even before reaching the official premises, they were already embarking on their case. A group of them, with a sense of superiority, arrived at the Department of Construction, startling the chief supervisor, In Hong. Although aware that the emperor had established the Gongwei division, he was unclear about its specific functions. The Department of Construction was relatively obscure, so what prompted such a large gathering today? Each individual appeared formidable, especially the leader, Qizhen. In Hong had witnessed the commotion Qizhen had caused in the court. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of authority, asking, "Commander Qi, what brings you here?" Instead of responding verbally, Qizhen tossed a gold medal onto the table, which In Hong picked up in confusion to examine. This passage recounts the moment when Chu Yanqiu learned of the empress's establishment of the Imperial Guard. Recognizing his ineptitude in investigations, he deemed it more appropriate to entrust the matter to Qizhen. In Hong, whose professional expertise was indisputable, examined the gold medal and remarked, "This piece is exquisitely crafted and of superior quality, yet it is not of imperial use. I wonder where Commander Qi acquired it." Qizhen leaned forward, meeting In Hong's gaze directly. "You are correct, Sir Yin. My purpose here is to ascertain who could have created such an item." A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over In Hong, yet he maintained a facade of composure. There are skilled artisans in the Imperial Workshop dedicated to crafting Imperial items, and the gold medals are made exclusively by them. No outsiders are permitted. Qizhen reclined slightly, responding, "Then I must trouble you, Sir Yin, to summon the artisan for a discussion." Reluctantly, In Hong complied and sent for the craftsman. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 50s entered, his skin parched and face flushed, with hands calloused from labor. He was clearly an experienced artisan, yet his eyes appeared vacant and somewhat dazed. In Hong introduced him, stating, "This is Master Hu, who is responsible for creating the imperial gold medals." Unlike the mass production methods of later times, the process then required a single artisan to oversee the entire creation. With confidentiality paramount, Qizhen inquired, "Master Hu, please examine this gold medal." Hu mechanically approached and scrutinized the medal closely. "This is not my work." Qizhen observed Hu's expression intently, noting a lack of significant reaction, which suggested authenticity rather than pretense. He continued, "Aside from yourself, who else could produce such an item?" Hu shook his head, indicating there was no one else. Qizhen suddenly rose, exclaiming, "If there is no one else, then who is the true creator of this piece?" In Hong softly explained that originally, Hu Xing's son, Hu Yuan, had studied under him for 8 years and could have taken on this task, but... In Hong glanced at Hu Xing, but Hu Yuan had tragically passed away a few months prior. Dead? How did he die? It is said that he succumbed to illness. And since that time, Hu Xing has been in a constant state of despair. Qizhen inquired further, aside from Hu Xing, is there truly no one else capable of crafting the gold medal? In Hong resolutely nodded, affirming that only Hu Xing possesses that skill. "I am currently troubled, wishing for him to take on a new apprentice, but look at his current state, alas." Qizhen stepped closer to Hu Xing. "Hu Xing, I am the Chief Commander Qizhen, tasked with investigating the counterfeit gold medal case. Reflect carefully, besides yourself, who else possesses such craftsmanship?" Hu Xing instinctively took a step back, replying, "My lord, at present, only I understand the craft in the workshop, which I had intended to pass on to my son." He was intelligent and eager to learn, proficient not only in gold medals but in other crafts as well, alas. Qizhen pressed on, "Aside from oral teachings, do you and your son have any written records?" Hu Xing looked towards In Hong. "There should be some, right?" In Hong stepped forward. "This information is classified, accessible only with the emperor's decree. No one else may review it." Qizhen smiled slightly. "How fortuitous. I am indeed here on the emperor's edict. Please proceed." Reluctantly, In Hong ordered the opening of a long-sealed confidential repository, retrieving a small, locked box. The exterior of this box revealed that it had not been unsealed for many years, causing Qizhen's heart to sink. Upon unlocking the box with 2 keys, a yellowed tome lay within. Qizhen cautiously extracted it and perused its contents. Although he lacked expertise in craftsmanship, the descriptions and illustrations within clearly indicated its authenticity. To avert suspicion, he replaced the book after a brief examination. In Hong also exhaled a silent sigh of relief, resolutely determining to meticulously verify all secret techniques upon his return. The situation was exceedingly alarming. Qi pondered for a moment before turning to Yin Hong. Sir Yin, the materials for crafting the gold medals are also specially made, are they not? Indeed, came the reply. Verify whether the accounts align. Chapter 81. A heartfelt plea. In Hong's heart sank, his expression darkening. Commander Qi, this does not adhere to protocol. Qi cast a sidelong glance at him. Sir Yin, the Imperial Guard has the authority to investigate any suspicious or illegal activities at any time and place. And I kindly request your support. His tone had turned somewhat menacing by the end. Yin Hong inhaled deeply. We both serve the Emperor. Why must we pressure one another so? I shall remember today's events. Qi disregarded Yin Hong's threat and instructed Wang Shang to lead a team to inspect the storeroom. At that moment, Kong Yang, a member of the Imperial Guard, rushed in, panting, accompanied by a young eunuch. Qi recognized the eunuch as Cixi, one of Little Anzi's subordinates. Upon seeing Qi, Kong Yang hurried over. Grand Commander, Lorden has sent someone to seek you. It is urgent. Qi stepped aside a few paces and quietly inquired, what matter is it? Cixi bowed respectfully and addressed General Qi, stating that just moments ago, the Minister of Works, Wan Chun, had an audience with His Majesty, demanding a thorough investigation into the death of Wan Ting and the severe punishment of the perpetrator. General Qi quietly acknowledged the inevitability of this confrontation. Cixi continued, informing him that His Majesty had made it clear that this matter was not the fault of General Qi, yet Wan Chun remained relentless, kneeling outside the imperial study, wailing inconsolably, impervious to anyone's attempts to comfort him. Qi felt a surge of irritation. Although Wan Chun was indeed a grieving parent and his plea to the Empress was understandable, attributing blame to him felt decidedly intentional. Since Shaoanzi had sent word, he likely hoped Qi would intervene to resolve the situation and spare the Empress any embarrassment. Matters concerning leadership were undeniably significant. Thus, he decided to allow Wang Shang and others to continue their investigation while he would enter the palace directly. As he approached the halfway point, Qi instructed Cixi to proceed ahead while he discreetly veered off the main path. After more than half an hour, Qi arrived at the front of the imperial study, only to find Wan Chun still kneeling there, though he had ceased his weeping. It was understandable. At 50 years of age, who could muster the strength to cry for 2 hours? Regardless of the sorrow, it was merely a performance, sufficient for others to perceive that he had wept. Qi approached and, feigning concern, lowered his head to inquire, Minister Wan, can you endure any longer? Wan Chun, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing his voice and was momentarily taken aback. He then erupted in anger, exclaiming, Qi, you killed my son, yet you do not pay for your crime? With a faint smile, Qi crouched down, replying, Minister Wan, I believe you are already aware of the circumstances surrounding Wan Ting's death. Ultimately, we both know who the true culprit is. Wan Chun's mustache twitched with indignation. Were it not for you, my son would not have suffered such a calamity. If you insist on this line of reasoning, I am at a loss. However, I am aware that your intentions today must surely be more complex than they appear. To have lost a son only to be exploited by others, does this not stir a tempest of wrath within you? A glint of sharp intelligence flashed in Wan Chun's eyes as he chose not to engage further, declaring, I demand an explanation from your Majesty, regardless of your silver-tongued rhetoric. Qi, feeling uncomfortable crouching, leisurely settled himself, resting his hands on his thighs. Speaking of your Majesty, he is indeed a paragon of wisdom and strength, a formidable sovereign who commands respect. I firmly believe that under his reign, the great Yin shall flourish and prosper. It is a privilege for us to serve such an enlightened ruler, and our name shall surely echo through the annals of history alongside his. As he spoke, Qi gaze sharpened. I trust that you, Lord Wan, with your esteemed position, possess the foresight to recognize which side you ought to align with. There is no need for a mere youth like myself to instruct you. Wan Chun pondered for a moment, conceding that the Emperor is indeed a ruler for the ages, yet insisted, this has no bearing on your malevolent actions. Qi, with a resigned shake of his head, queried, are you aware of where I have just come from? Wan Chun stared at him in silence. The Ministry of Works, Qi whispered. There are those who have forged imperial seals, and the ministry cannot escape its involvement. My visit today was conspicuous, and the news has undoubtedly spread. You will learn of it in due time. Wan Chun narrowed his eyes, and what of it? Is it not the case that, if my memory serves me right, the Ministry of Works falls under your jurisdiction? Wan Chun retorted with a cold smile, my loyalty is as clear as the sun and moon. Do you truly wish to frame me with false accusations? Qi Zhendo, on the contrary, I merely wish to engage in a transaction with Lord Wan. Wan Chun cast a profound glance at Qi Zhen, and after a moment's pause, replied, I do not partake in clandestine dealings with anyone. Qi Zhen and Wan Chun locked eyes for a moment, and suddenly, a smile broke across his face. Indeed, Lord Wan possesses remarkable integrity. I admire that. However, I wonder if the 3-year-old boy residing in the courtyard of Yinshou Lane possesses such integrity? Upon hearing this, Wan Chun trembled, grasping Qi Zhen's wrist. How do you know? If you dare. Ah, Lord Wan, remain calm, remain calm. Qi Zhen pried open Wan Chun's hand, noting the old man's surprising strength. This information was uncovered by Dong Qian. That little boy is Wan Chun's illegitimate son, whom he has secretly raised. His lawful wife, the fierce lady of Hedong, bore him only one son, Wan Ting. Unfortunately, Wan Ting, being overly pampered, seems unlikely to achieve great things. Wan Chun has longed to father another child, but his wife, now aged, is unable to bear more. Thus, he discreetly nurtured a concubine. Perhaps it was the fervor of his extramarital affair that bore fruit, resulting in the birth of a son. Wan Chun cherishes the boy dearly, yet fears bringing him home. He believed this matter to be exceedingly secretive, unaware that Qi Zhen had learned of it. In truth, it was after Wan Ting's death that Wan Chun sought solace and clandestinely visited Yinshou Lane, only to be discovered by the tailing Dong Qian. Wan Chun could hardly maintain his composure, exclaiming, What exactly do you intend to do? Qi Zhen replied coolly, I have already stated my intent. I merely wish to engage in a transaction with Lord Wan. Wan Chun closed his eyes and took a deep breath, questioning, Do you not find your actions rather despicable? Qi Zhen nodded in agreement. Indeed. The matter was hardly worthy of public discourse. Yet, what could be done when Lord Wan was as unyielding as he was? Wan Chun fell silent, closing his eyes in contemplation. Qi Zhen's earnest efforts to persuade him and alter his previous intentions stemmed from the revelation of Wan Chun's illegitimate offspring. This was undeniably a critical vulnerability for Wan Chun. During the Empress's northern inspection, Qi Zhen had taken the opportunity to engage in casual discussions with Shen Qinghe, Chu Yan, and Xiao Anzi about the affairs of the court. Wan Chun's overall reputation was relatively favorable. He was regarded as a technocrat without any significant blemishes on his record. Although he appeared to be allied with Li Daong, he was not beyond persuasion. Securing his neutrality would be an achievement in itself. The Li Daong faction was powerful, and one could only proceed with caution. With diligent efforts, no wall was insurmountable. However, leveraging the opponent's private matters was indeed a disgraceful tactic, yet in urgent circumstances, one must resort to pragmatism. To combat malicious individuals, one must be more unscrupulous. To deal with treacherous ones, one must be even more cunning. The effectiveness of methods transcends notions of high or low. What matters is their utility. After a brief silence, Wan Chun sighed softly. My son must not have died in vain. Qi Zhen patted his chest, declaring, Brother Ruan's vengeance shall be borne by me. I shall provide you with an account in due time. Wan Chun scoffed softly, Of course, it must be accounted to you. Chapter 82. The summit discussion. Qi Zhen understood the true meaning behind Wan Chun's words. He rose to his full height and beckoned to Xiao Anzi in the distance. And Gong Gong, why don't you hurry over and assist Lord Wan? Xiao Anzi found himself at a loss, feeling utterly exasperated by Wan Chun's antics. Kneeling like this would surely be a slap in the Empress's face. However, without her decree, he could not act forcefully and was left with no choice but to summon Qi Zhen for assistance. Upon the arrival of Qi Zhen, he promptly seated himself on the ground and commenced a casual conversation. Initially, there was some apprehension regarding whether this defendant would exacerbate the situation with his words. Yet, he managed to convey a few succinct phrases to Wan Chun, and that was that. General Qi is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that at such a young age, he holds the esteemed position of chief guardian. One cannot help but admire him. He hurriedly approached, assisting Wan Chun to his feet, and thoughtfully arranged for 2 young eunuchs to escort him out of the palace before he exhaled a sigh of relief. General Qi, I am profoundly in awe of you, said the servant. Qi Zhen patted his arm, assuring him that he could always seek his assistance without hesitation. Xiao Anzi felt immensely gratified. It is said that Qi Zhen's formidable rise and the trust he garnered from the Empress did not necessitate him to treat a mere eunuch with undue kindness. Much like the literati, how many truly regard him with respect? Yet, Qi Zhen never looked down upon him. On the contrary, he held him in high esteem, fostering a sense of closeness in Xiao Anzi. Is the Empress within? Xiao Anzi inquired, to which he nodded, noting that Wan Chun had stalled for quite a while, making it difficult for her to exit. Could you kindly announce my presence? Qi Zhen requested. Please hold for a moment. It was reported that upon Qi Zhen persuading Yuan Shun to depart, the empress felt a sense of relief. "What did you say to him?" she asked. Qi Zhen solemnly replied, "I appealed to reason and emotion, particularly urging him to grasp the reality of the situation. Your Majesty is a wise sovereign, endowed with exceptional talent. To follow you in the pursuit of great achievements is the highest honor." Yuan Shun, struck by enlightenment, departed in shame, for reasons unknown. Despite Qi Zhen's earnest yet nonsensical discourse, the empress felt no aversion, instead secretly reveling in delight. "If I were to believe you, that would make me a certain fool." The two engaged in hushed whispers for an extended period, undoubtedly employing clandestine methods. She felt no inclination to delve deeper, trusting that Qi Zhen would navigate his tasks with appropriate discretion. Yet, the empress sighed softly, lamenting about being a wise sovereign and the loyalty that surrounds her, only to find herself hindered at every turn. It is indeed a challenge. It was rare for the empress to express her grievances in front of Qi Zhen. He could only lower his head in silence, unsure of how to respond to such sentiments. The empress glanced at Qi Zhen, a thought stirring within her. "General Qi, do you possess any insightful ideas regarding the present circumstances?" Qi Zhen quickly declined, asserting that he was merely a guard and dared not meddle in matters of the court. One must maintain their proper position, especially in the presence of the emperor, and should never overstep boundaries. To do so would invite disdain, or worse, peril to one's life. The empress pointed at Qi Zhen, "Who says you are merely a guard? I have already permitted you to attend court discussions, granting you the right to express your opinions. To remain silent would be to squander that privilege." Qi Zhen thought to himself, "Is it truly necessary to bear such a heavy accusation for choosing silence? I am grateful for your grace, your majesty, and I dare not shirk my responsibilities. However, my understanding of state affairs is limited, and I fear I may mislead your majesty. Do not worry, speak your mind. I shall weigh your words," she encouraged. Qi Zhen pondered swiftly on how to assist the empress in navigating the predicament. In truth, he had been contemplating this matter for some time, though his thoughts had lacked clarity. Today, inspired by Yuan Shun, he felt he had gained some insights. He raised his gaze slightly to meet the empress's beautiful eyes, only to find her looking back at him. Their eyes met in the air, and they instinctively lowered their heads simultaneously. Qi Zhen carefully considered his words before speaking gently. "Your Majesty's concerns stem merely from a mountain that stands too high, obstructing the path ahead." The empress nodded slightly, comprehending that the mountain referred to Li Daong. Qi Zhen continued, "This humble minister lacks a good strategy. I only know that one mountain can only contend with another." The empress's eyes brightened as she leaned forward, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Qi Zhen took a step closer, stating, "As far as I am aware, the position of the right chancellor has remained vacant for many years." His words, though only half-spoken, conveyed a clear implication. Rather than confront Li Daong directly, it would be wiser to support another individual to rise. Only by establishing a new mountain could one unite and attract more followers, allowing the emperor to observe the unfolding struggle from a position of advantage. With both options of retreat and engagement, the only role that could rival Li Daong's position as left chancellor was that of the right chancellor, which had remained unfilled since the previous incumbent's retirement. The late emperor had delayed the appointment for reasons unknown, leading many to forget the existence of this position. While the left chancellor held precedence in the court, the right chancellor was still a chancellor. More crucially, there was a shift in the prevailing winds. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of culinary methods. The empress, with her astute intellect, grasped this immediately. Elated, she sprang to her feet and approached Qi Zhen, exclaiming, "Qi Zhen, you truly are my fortunate talisman." In her excitement, she called him by his name, her gaze towards him hinting at a shift in her perception. Her greatest dilemma had been her entrapment within the situation, drawing all firepower towards herself, inevitably leading to a state of disarray. After returning from the northern inspection, her intention had been to use the Guard Corps to counterbalance the civil officials, overlooking the divisions within their ranks. Qi Zhen's single remark had the potential to completely alter the dynamics within the court. How could the empress not be pleased? "Your Majesty is overly gracious. I, a mere minister, have spoken foolishly. I humbly request your Majesty's wise judgment." The empress paced a few steps and turned to Qi Zhen. "Do you have a suitable candidate?" This question startled Qi Zhen. What was she implying? When had it become his responsibility to recommend a candidate for the prime minister? Even if he had someone in mind, he could not disclose it. Such a choice must be made solely by the empress herself. "Your Majesty, for such a significant matter, how could I presume to overstep my bounds? Do not set a trap for me." The empress nodded slightly, indicating she would not pursue the matter further. "This affair must remain confidential. You may take your leave for now." She needed to deliberate carefully. Upon returning to the temporary residence in the West City, Qizhen meticulously reflected on the recent audience, assuring himself that there were no substantial issues. As for the candidate for the prime minister, he had his own speculations. After waiting for half an hour, he saw Wang Shang and a few others returning dejectedly. Qizhen furrowed his brow. What has happened? Was it unsuccessful? Wang Shang, with a distressed expression, replied, I have verified all the materials for producing the gold medals in the storeroom, and there is no discrepancy in quantity. How can a mere construction supervisor be so meticulously organized? The first cannon has yet to fire. The expedition has not begun favorably. Qizhen looked at his subordinates, who resembled defeated roosters, and reprimanded, Look at your disheartened state. Have you merely encountered a minor obstacle? The inability to find a breakthrough signifies your inadequacy. It is evident that this group has only known to engage in brawls and petty squabbles. They have never investigated a case. It seems we must enlist more professionals for assistance. We cannot rush for results. We must enhance our own capabilities. Otherwise, we risk becoming the subject of ridicule. Thus, Yu Shun urged Gu Wei to hastily summon individuals from outside the region while arranging for Wang Shang to systematically analyze the various relationships among the officials in the capital. They aim to refine some fundamental tasks. Report to Mr. Wang. The inspection department has come to the Imperial Workshop today to investigate the counterfeit gold medals. But there has been no progress thus far. Mr. Wang smirked inwardly. Had it not been for the prince's vanity and insistence on replicating the imperial gold medals, this situation would not have arisen. No matter, they will not find us. Chapter 83. Unprepared, the empress acted swiftly. Once she made a decision, she executed it with resolute decisiveness, never lingering in indecision. 2 days later, at the council hall, the 6 ministries and 9 ministers were summoned in advance to await the imperial edict. Each person was filled with uncertainty, unaware of the empress's intentions for such a grand occasion, particularly since it was specifically held in the council hall. Before long, a loud announcement from Shan proclaimed, Your Majesty has arrived. All ministers knelt in welcome. The empress herself had come to the council hall, accompanied by Qizhen, who stood by with a sword at the ready. Li Daong led the ministers in a collective bow, all while rapidly contemplating the empress's motives. As the empress alighted from her royal carriage, she gracefully stepped into the main hall, signaling for Shaoan to directly announce the edict. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I, with my humble self, bear the grand legacy of my ancestors, rising early and retiring late, ever fearful of failing the trust of the world. The 4 seas remain unsettled, and state affairs are intricate. It is imperative that loyal ministers assist in governing the court to achieve an era of peace. I observe the officials, and the grand scholar Shen Qinghe, esteemed for his virtue and loyalty to the state, has accompanied me on my northern tour and has repeatedly rendered distinguished service. Therefore, I appoint Shen Qinghe as the right chancellor of the council hall to assist me in governance. Behold, I implore you to comprehend my intentions above, to discern the sentiments of the populace below, to widely embrace the virtuous, to promote prosperity and eradicate malfeasance, and to not betray my profound expectations. Thus it is decreed. Upon the issuance of the imperial edict, the expressions of those present varied immensely. Some were astonished, others elated, some perplexed, and others fervent. Li Daong, a man of considerable depth, could not suppress a tremor, his hands clenching tightly as a fleeting glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Fortuitously, his kneeling position concealed this from the others. Wu Tong and Zhu Yoshi, though slightly less composed, were overwhelmingly astonished, instinctively glancing upwards at the empress, only to discover Qizhen's piercing gaze fixed upon them, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword. They exchanged glances with Li Daong ahead, reluctantly bowing their heads. At that moment, Shen Qinghe boldly proclaimed, Your humble servant Shen Qinghe expresses gratitude for your majesty's gracious favor. The empress had prearranged discussions with Shen Qinghe, aiming to catch Li Daong off guard today. With her phoenix-like eyes sweeping the assembly, her cool voice resonated. I have come to the council hall today for 2 purposes. One is to commend my dear minister Shen. I hope you shall strive diligently. The second is to announce to all officials that for those who are loyal to me and diligent in their duties, I shall not withhold high offices and generous rewards. We humbly accept the decree. Regardless of their inner thoughts, in such a setting, they could only vocally express their acquiescence. Nearly all present sensed a foreboding shift in the court's trajectory beginning today. Many were already swiftly calculating where they would align themselves going forward, driven not by loyalty or treachery, but by self-interest. Subsequently, the empress summoned Li Daong and Shen Qinghe into the main hall for a private discussion, presumably to deliberate on their respective roles. Qizhen stood at the entrance, secretly reveling in the turmoil of the waiting officials. knowing they would be entangled in their dilemmas for the foreseeable future. Yet, one could still discern subtle hints from their expressions. This appointment undoubtedly struck at the very heart of the matter. Half an hour later, the Empress emerged first, returning to the Feng Tian Hall. Li Daong and Shen Qinghe walked hand in hand with smiles, betraying no signs of discord. Qi Zhen happened to follow the Empress as she departed, brushing past the two. Shen Qinghe and Qi Zhen exchanged glances, nodding slightly. Qi Zhen's lips curled into a smirk as he returned the gesture. It was settled. His careful scheming had not been in vain. Shen Qinghe was already aware that it was Qi Zhen who had advised the Empress to reinstate the position of the Right Chancellor for his own ascension. If he could not grasp such a crucial piece of information, then he was unworthy of the title of Right Chancellor. His previous role as Grand Scholar had been one of immense prestige, yet it lacked substantial power, primarily serving as a consultant. Now, he had risen to prominence, in a manner largely owing to Qi Zhen's influence. Their relationship had been amicable during the northern expedition, and now, it felt as though they owed Qi Zhen a significant favor. Li Daong surveyed the assembly and spoke loudly. Her Majesty has arranged the duties between myself and Chancellor Shen. I shall preside over the Political Affairs Hall, overseeing the departments of personnel, revenue, and rituals. Chancellor Shen will manage the departments of military, justice, and engineering. Further arrangements for other offices will be disseminated in due course through official documents. With a stern gaze, he added, everyone must remain loyal to their duties and diligent in governance. I shall not tolerate any murmurs that disrupt our unity. Having long occupied a position of authority, Li Daong exuded a commanding presence. Shen Qinghe clasped his hands in acknowledgement, affirming, what you say, esteemed Chancellor, aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Let us all strive together. Li Daong gestured for everyone to disperse before proceeding directly to his own office. Naturally, Shen Qinghe took his place in the office of the former Right Chancellor. Sitting across from Li Daong, the department under his jurisdiction may not hold as much weight as that of Li Daong, yet this is of little consequence. It is essential to recognize that even acquiring a single department can be considered a net gain. As Shen Qinghe settled into his seat, the Minister of War, Fu Qiong, the Minister of Justice, Duan Prung, and the Minister of Works, Ruan Shun, came to pay their respects. Shen Qinghe exhibited no airs of superiority, engaging the three in amiable conversation, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Among these three ministers, Fu Qiong had previously served as an instructor in the imperial court during his tenure as a Hanlin scholar, thereby establishing a connection with the Empress. Otherwise, she would not have brought him along on her northern tour. Ruan Shun, having been subjected to a series of unsettling maneuvers by Qi Zhen, would likely maintain a neutral stance for the time being. The sole figure to be wary of is Duan Ping, the Minister of Justice, who was promoted by Li Daong and is firmly aligned with Li's faction. Shen Qinghe was acutely aware of Duan Peng's background and, in the absence of a suitable opportunity, had no intention of taking action against him. However, he remained uncertain about Ruan Shun's stance, having heard rumors of some underhanded dealings with Qi Zhen. He resolved to have a thorough discussion with Qi Zhen when time permitted. In stark contrast to the relaxed ambience on this side, Li Daong's office was shrouded in a cloud of tension. After exchanging pleasantries, the Minister of Rights, He Nian, had already taken his leave. Both his seniority and age surpassed that of Li Daong, and he never aligned himself with any faction. Li Daong did not insist upon anything, as maintaining a cordial relationship with He Nian sufficed. Wu Tong, observing Li Daong's sullen demeanor, inquired uncertainly, how could His Majesty suddenly spring such a surprise upon us? I had not heard a whisper of this beforehand. Zhu Yoshi nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, His Majesty's sudden announcement has left us at a loss. What should we do next? We humbly seek your guidance, Chancellor. Li Daong remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options, though his gaze gradually hardened. Today, having been caught off guard and losing the initiative to her, he knew he must devise a plan for retaliation. Otherwise, within the ranks of officials, discontent will undoubtedly arise. And over time, the edifice will surely collapse. Wu Tongdao questioned, is it truly that grave? What upheaval could Shen Qinghe possibly incite? Li Daong retorted with a cold scoff. 1,000-mile dike can be ruined by an ant's nest. How much more so when we are no longer dealing with mere anthills? Who knows how many will swarm like flies? Zhu Yoshi remarked, it seems imperative that we swiftly regain control. Wu Tong lamented, regrettably, after Ruan Shun's initial complaint. She is reluctant to return, otherwise, she could certainly bring Qi Zhen down. He then turned to Li Daong, implying that he should make the necessary arrangements. The three understood well that once the morale dissipated, maintaining the ranks would become increasingly difficult. Li Daong appeared to have made a resolute decision and promptly issued orders. On one hand, he instructed Duan Peng to remain vigilant and report any signs of unrest immediately. Furthermore, he advised that they should exercise caution in the coming days to avoid giving anyone leverage against them, particularly in regard to Qizhen. Lastly, with the Mid-Autumn Festival and the 10,000 Years Festival approaching, they needed to. Chapter 84. A dire hidden danger on the day of his duty. As dusk descended, Qizhen first instructed Qi Lai to prepare a congratulatory gift for Shen Qinghe, quietly sending it his way. When Qi Zhan was promoted to the commander of the Imperial Guard, Shen Qinghe had also discreetly conveyed his congratulations at that time, albeit with a modest gesture due to his limited resources. In contrast, Qizhen's return gift was considerably more substantial, providing timely relief for Shen Qinghe's pressing needs. Just as he finalized the arrangements, the portly Liao Jie hurriedly approached. "Brother Jin, the matter you entrusted me with has yielded results." Qizhen inquired, "What matter?" The rotund figure blinked his small eyes and replied, "It pertains to the investigation into Zhang Yinji's background." "Who is Zhang Yinji?" "A stout man with a pronounced mouth." "Isn't he the vice minister of Shuntian Prefecture?" "Ah, now it comes back to me." Qizhen felt no embarrassment. It was quite normal for someone of his standing to forget minor characters. "Please, do tell." The stout man's enthusiasm had noticeably waned, as it appeared that Qizhen held little interest in this individual. Nevertheless, he began to elaborate. This man hails from Tongzhou, belonging to a family with a scholarly tradition, albeit with modest means. In the 6th year of the late emperor's reign, he ranked 21st in the 3rd class of the imperial examinations and was subsequently appointed as the magistrate of Tong County, due to his exceptional governance. He was later promoted to the prefect of Lianzhou. Though Lianzhou is remote and sparsely populated, he completed his full term of 3 years. When the position of vice minister of Shuntian Prefecture became vacant last year, no one was willing to fill it for several months. After a thorough examination by the Ministry of Personnel, he was chosen. He likely wished to leave the small locale of Lianzhou. Hence he assumed his post a few months prior to the current emperor's ascension, and it has been nearly a year since then. Qizhen nodded, implying that he lacks any significant connections in Jidu. The stout man replied, "Pretty much. A magistrate notorious for his misdeeds, associated with crime and corruption in the capital. The vice minister of Shuntian Prefecture, although ostensibly of the 4th rank, finds himself under constant pressure in the emperor's presence, where he is surrounded by those of higher status. Who with influence would take such a position? How capable is this individual? Adequate, I suppose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attained the prefecture at such a young age." Just as he finished, the doorman approached, presenting a letter of greeting to Qizhen with both hands. Upon opening it, Qizhen could not help but smile, exclaiming, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." It was indeed Zhang Yinji's letter, accompanied by a list of gifts. Upon reading, Qizhen's lips curled slightly. This offer exceeded what he had previously extended to Shen Qinghe, ensuring a swift return on the day itself. The portly man, with his small eyes, was filled with confusion. Inquiring about the identity of Cao Cao, having never heard of such a figure in Jidu, Qizhen instructed for the individual to be brought in. Zhang Yinji entered briskly, adopting a notably humble demeanor, and promptly paid his respects to Qizhen before greeting the portly man. The latter instinctively asked, "What is Lord Zheng's childhood name? Is it something related to Cao?" Zhang Yinji was momentarily taken aback. His childhood name was Cao Xing, and since the passing of his parents, it had been many years since anyone had mentioned it. To his surprise, Liao Gongzi was aware of this detail. Internally astonished, he realized they had not only investigated his background but had done so with remarkable thoroughness, indicating their considerable prowess. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the need for further clarification. Qizhen quickly shifted the conversation, inquiring about the purpose of Zhang Yinji's unexpected visit. With a soft sigh, Zhang Yinji replied, "To speak candidly, General Qi, I have a favor to ask, and I hope you will not take offense." "Please, go on," Qizhen encouraged. Zhang Yinji continued, "Although we have had no prior acquaintance, I have long admired your distinguished presence. During our last meeting, I hesitated to express my thoughts too deeply. However, after much contemplation, I have concluded that while you assist His Majesty in his endeavors, I cannot remain idle. Yet, fate has dealt me a harsh hand, leaving me in a state of stagnation. With no avenue to serve my country, what shall I do?" Qizhen mused silently. It was indeed a plea for support. Yet, for someone of his standing as a 4th-rank official, was it fitting to speak of lacking opportunities to serve the nation? In truth, Zhang Yinji found himself in a predicament. For someone of his caliber, achieving prominence within the Jidu political sphere was akin to scaling the heavens. He had previously sought the patronage of Li Daong and Wu Tong, only to have his petitions acknowledged while remaining unseen. Indeed, it is a thought to ponder. There are at least several hundred officials of the 4th and 5th ranks in the capital, and how could Li Daong possibly meet them all? Wu Tong, as the Minister of Personnel, would similarly not easily promise an audience. Zhang Yinji profoundly felt the sorrow of lacking connections if he could not seize this opportunity. His own political future might very well be at stake. The Empress's personal presence at the Hall of Political Affairs today provided him with immense inspiration, awakening him to the realization that perhaps the finest opportunity of his life lay before him. The Empress had issued a call. How could he refrain from responding? Such matters must be addressed promptly, for delay would diminish their allure. Regrettably, his rank was too low to attract the Empress's attention, thus he had to seek alternatives. Qi Zhen observed Zhang Yinji and deliberately inquired, "Does Lord Zheng wish for me to recommend Minister Shin?" Zhang Yinji rose to pay his respects, asserting, "Not at all. The general's valiant demeanor is indeed a pillar of the court. Should I be favored, I would gladly follow in the general's wake, striving for achievements. As for other arrangements, I leave entirely to the general's discretion." How eloquently this was expressed. "I am here to seek your patronage. The arrangements are yours to determine. If my low rank is a concern, I have no objections to Minister Shinqinghe assisting in my advancement. Once my status elevates, I shall be in a position to repay your kindness." This exemplifies Zhang Yinji's astuteness. Currently, the Empress's closest aides are Shinqinghe and Qizhen. He is less acquainted with Shinqinghe, making Qizhen his sole avenue for breakthrough. Moreover, from his understanding, Qizhen's standing in the Empress's eyes may not be inferior to that of Shinqinghe. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards in such a brief span. It is far more advantageous to seek direct allegiance with Qizhen than to ask him to recommend Shinqinghe. The subtlety of the situation was crystal clear to Zhang Yinji. Qizhen did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, appearing quite troubled, when in reality, he was reluctant to give an immediate affirmative. Zhang Yinji, steeling himself, laid bare his circumstances, even disclosing his unsuccessful attempt to seek refuge with Li Daong. To seek asylum necessitates complete commitment. One cannot straddle two boats without risking capsizing. Moreover, it is entirely possible that these minor maneuvers of his had already been thoroughly investigated. After all, if even a nickname could be uncovered, what secrets could remain? At this juncture, Qizhen could no longer feign ignorance. Otherwise, it would be a case of making a clever plan backfire. Thus, he inquired in detail about the current advantages and disadvantages facing the court, to which Zhang Yinji spoke eloquently and confidently, akin to a job interview. Having risen through the ranks, Zhang Yinji possessed substantial administrative experience, offering incisive insights that reflected considerable depth and remarkable acumen. Qizhen was greatly satisfied. He stood up, grasped Zhang Yinji's hand tightly, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "His Majesty has repeatedly tasked me with selecting suitable talents. Today, to have the fortune of meeting Lord Zheng is indeed a blessing for the court. Henceforth, let us join hands in loyalty to His Majesty." This was, in essence, an agreement. Zhang Yinji expressed his profound gratitude. As they resumed their seats, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The rotund figure glanced around, questioning whether the negotiation had truly concluded. Was my investigation of any use at all? Neither Li Daong nor Wu Tong had anticipated that their seemingly insignificant oversight of not meeting Zhang Yinji would lay the groundwork for a potentially fatal risk. After taking a sip of tea, Zhang Yinji gently inquired, "Is there any place where I may serve the court?" Just as Qizhen was about to decline, a sudden inspiration struck him. "Lord Zheng, with your extensive experience in local governance, might you know of any capable investigators?" The situation at Gushan and Gu Wei's inn was still unresolved, and he found himself growing impatient. Zhang Yinji was taken aback by Qizhen's unexpected request and immediately lowered his head in contemplation. Regardless of Qizhen's intentions, he needed to devise a way to fulfill it. After a moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. There indeed existed a solution. Who could it be? Chapter 85. A couple of drinks. Zhang Yinji remarked, "During my tenure as the magistrate of Tong County, I had a head constable who was both audacious and meticulous, possessing a sharp intellect. After many years in his role, he amassed considerable experience. When I was transferred to Lianzhou, I contemplated taking him with me, but ultimately could not, as he had an elderly mother to care for." Is he still in Tong County? He should be. I heard that his mother passed away 2 years ago. If the general wishes to employ him, it may pose no significant challenge. Tong County is merely a few dozen miles from Jidu. Qizhen exclaimed with delight. Would it be convenient for him to be temporarily reassigned to assist in the Gongwei division for a while? Should he perform admirably, I could advocate for his official transfer. Zhang Yinji confidently patted his chest, assuring, leave it to me. I shall attend to the matter at once. What is his name? Lu Lin. 3 days after the empress ascended to the Council of State, a piece of news spread like wildfire throughout Jidu, becoming the talk of the town. Minister of Personnel Wu Tong had successfully negotiated a marriage alliance with the Honorable Marquis Mu Fang, and both parties agreed to formally announce their engagement on the 16th of August. The reason for the news's dissemination was that the groom's side had begun issuing invitations, welcoming esteemed guests to attend the ceremony. This also served as an indication of Li Deyong's stance, regardless of the empress's oppressive measures. Civil officials and noble families continued to forge matrimonial alliances. Indeed, after Shen Qinghe assumed office, a tinge of unease began to stir within Mu Fang, prompting him to desire further observation. However, Li Du was not one to acquiesce to such whims. Consequently, Wu Tong proactively signaled the urgency of finalizing the marriage between Wu Kai and Mu Wanqi. At this juncture, Mu Fang found himself in a precarious position, unable to decline without jeopardizing his standing on both fronts. Nevertheless, he cited the pressing nature of time as a reason to proceed with the betrothal, suggesting that the formal wedding could be postponed. Wu Tong, not wishing to exert excessive pressure, nodded in agreement but took the initiative to disseminate invitations, thus making the matter public. Qizhen learned of this news during his duty hours from Cui Pin, who, fearing Qizhen's wrath, subtly urged him to maintain a broader perspective. Qizhen indeed felt a flicker of anger, but it was directed at Mu Fang. This fool, at such a critical juncture, was provoking the empress. Was he not courting disaster? One must not incite the empress's ire towards other noble families. While divine retribution may be resisted, the consequences of human folly are inescapable. The empress, her countenance frosted with displeasure, inquired, Qizhen, what progress have you made on your end? Qizhen could only respond truthfully. The guard has just been established, and its structure is not yet complete. We are hastening the preparations, and I beseech your majesty for a little more patience. The empress, aware of the realities of his situation, could only respond, do expedite your efforts. Upon exiting the imperial study, Qizhen fortuitously encountered Shen Qinghe. As they brushed past each other, they both halted. Shen Qinghe quietly proposed, General Qi, do you have time this evening for a few drinks? Qizhen smiled slightly. I shall arrange the venue, but let it be known that one must not renege on the drinking. Shen Qinghe nodded with a smile. As twilight descended, Qizhen was already seated in a private room of the Lion Pavilion. This private room was specially arranged for him by Chen Qing, set apart from other rooms and featuring a secluded entrance, ensuring a high degree of privacy. Upon entering, Shen Qinghe glanced around and jested. The prices at this Lion Tower are quite steep. I fear I may not be able to settle the bill. Qizhen rose to greet him, feigning seriousness as he replied, no worries, I am well acquainted with the owner and can arrange for you to have credit. The two shared a hearty laugh. Once seated, Shen Qinghe inquired, it was here that Wan Chun's son encountered trouble, was it not? Qizhen nodded, confirming, indeed, the business has been significantly affected. I've heard they are currently offering discounts. Shen Qinghe, however, was indifferent to the affairs of a mere restaurant, using the topic merely as a segue. What exactly transpired with Wan Chun's son that day? Qizhen then recounted the events of that day in detail. After listening, Shen Qinghe's tone grew cold. It seemed that the Wu and Mu families had long been entangled. At that moment, Chen Qi knocked and personally brought in dishes and poured wine before quietly exiting. Despite being a literary man, Shen Qinghe had a penchant for drinking, while Qizhen was particularly fond of it. The two exchanged toasts and enjoyed their drinks heartily. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, Shen Qinghe tilted his head and pondered, what caused Wan Chun to cease communication? Qizhen, hesitant to divulge details about his illegitimate child, could only suggest that Wan Chun did not wish to be manipulated or used by Li Da. Shen Qinghe's eyes brightened. Did this imply that Wan Chun was indeed a contender? Qizhen affirmed, absolutely. With this newfound assurance, Shen Qinghe felt more confident, trusting in Qizhen's capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Qizhen casually inquired, hasn't the threshold of your home been nearly worn down by visitors lately? Shen Qinghe sighed, stating it is not so exaggerated. After all, it requires time. Qizhen understood his implication. Li De had held power for many years, and his influence still loomed large. Many were likely observing the situation. He subtly suggested, sometimes, one cannot afford to wait. It is crucial to take the initiative at the right moment. Listening intently, Shen Qinghe promptly inquired, what wisdom do you impart, General Qi? Qizhen waved his hand dismissively. How could a mere junior presume to advise? It was merely after Wan Ting's demise that this place was sealed off. The proprietor sought my assistance, and through this, I had the opportunity to meet the deputy of Shuntian Prefecture. A hint of disappointment flickered across Shen Qinghe's face. The deputy of Shuntian Prefecture was indeed a fourth-rank official. While it was somewhat lowly, it was still worth meeting. Qizhen mused to himself, am I not also a fourth-rank official? A gentle shake of his head. Being lowly now allows for future prospects. After speaking, he summoned Shen Qing, giving a few instructions. Moments later, Zhang Yinji entered from outside. Qizhen had arranged for Zhang Yinji to come after confirming his meeting with Shen Qinghe. One can imagine the excitement within Zhang Yinji. In just 3 days, Qizhen was set to introduce him, signifying genuine interest. Upon entering, he saw Qizhen and Shen Qinghe seated side by side, their demeanor relaxed, and he promptly bowed in greeting. Qizhen glanced at Shen Qinghe. Lord Zheng, why do you not toast Vice Prime Minister Shen? Zhang Yinji smiled apologetically. It is an honor I could only wish for. After filling his cup, he downed it in one gulp. Shen Qinghe merely raised his cup slightly in acknowledgement. He could be at ease with Qizhen, but before Zhang Yinji, he remained the lofty right Prime Minister. Today is not convenient. Let us discuss further at my residence tomorrow. This was entirely a matter of preserving Qizhen's reputation. Whether it can be utilized effectively requires personal examination. Qizhen nodded gently, and Zhang Yinji took his leave with due respect. From the moment he entered until he exited, only a few moments elapsed. Yet a mere exchange of a few words was sufficient to alter the course of a life. After Zhang Yinji departed, neither of them broached the subject again, instead turning to their cups. In the end, Shen Qinghe sighed deeply, uttering an enigmatic remark. In just 2 days, it would be the 10,000 Years Festival. Qizhen felt a stir within and responded, indeed, it is quite a grand affair. The atmosphere in the capital had grown peculiar over the past few days, and both had an inkling that the faction led by Li Daong would not forego this opportunity lightly. The following day, at the garrison of the Imperial Guard, although still undergoing renovations, Qizhen insisted that everyone move in. With dozens of individuals that could not roam aimlessly throughout the capital, a stable base was essential. As lunchtime approached, a report arrived. Your Excellency, there is someone at the door requesting an audience. Chapter 86. The Empress's Wrath. Who is it? The individual identified himself as Lu Lin. Qizhen raised an eyebrow. The moment had finally arrived. Moments later, an unremarkable man entered, appearing to be in his 40s. With rough skin and a nondescript stature, easily overlooked in a crowd. Yet, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, as if capable of penetrating all obscurity. This man's cultivation was merely at the 4th rank, yet his aura was subdued, exuding a calmness reminiscent of a deep abyss. County Constable Lu Lin pays his respects to General Qi. Addressing Qizhen as general upon their first meeting indicated one crucial point. He had inquired about his guide during his approach. The minutiae dictate success or failure. This alone reveals Lu Lin's meticulous nature. As the saying goes, a warrior's prowess emerges from humble beginnings. Indeed, I am not deceived. Qizhen, devoid of any pretense, rose and approached Lu Lin, patting him on the shoulder. Old Lu, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you. The casual address of Old Lu immediately bridged the gap between them. A deliberate use of profanity was intended to endear himself to Lu Lin, a grassroots cadre who, after years of service, could hardly be described as genteel or refined. Indeed, Lu Lin's demeanor visibly relaxed, and he offered an apologetic smile. I received Lord Zheng's letter just as I was handling a case, and I didn't want to leave it unfinished, so I've delayed a few days. I hope the Grand Commander won't take offense. Not at all. What matters is that you're here. Please, have a seat. Qizhen ushered Lu Lin into a chair. Before arriving, he had met with Zhang Yinji, who had briefed him on Qizhen's exceptional martial prowess and the deep trust the Empress placed in him. Zhang had made it abundantly clear that for someone in midlife, seizing this opportunity could yield lifelong benefits. After more than 20 years of toil at the grassroots level, Lu Lin had resigned himself to a life of stagnation, his once fiery passion now cooling. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. His years of effort were finally recognized. Seeing Qizhen's approachable nature further convinced him that he had found the right place. He secretly rejoiced in the adage that reading thousands of books does not compare to traveling thousands of miles. And traveling does not equate to the assistance of a noble patron, which in his case was Zhang Yinji. Qizhen, it seemed, might very well be the sage guiding his destiny. Rather than delving into work matters immediately, Qizhen expressed genuine concern for Lu Lin's family circumstances and ensured that his accommodations and meals were arranged before elaborating on the duties of the garrison office. After listening intently, Lu Lin expressed with unwavering determination, "Rest assured, Grand Commander, investigating cases has been my duty for many years. When given an order, I shall exert every effort. Qi nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to introduce Wang Shang and Gu Shun to him. After exchanging formalities, Lu Lin inquired, "Might I ask how I can be of service?" Recognizing that no task had been assigned, he understood the necessity of taking initiative. Qi then asked Wang Shang to recount the details of the counterfeit metal case. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lin remarked, "I need to visit the scene to conduct a thorough examination." Wang Shang eagerly volunteered to accompany Lu Lin, while Qi prepared for the upcoming longevity festival in the palace, marking the first such celebration since the empress ascended the throne. And thus it warranted considerable pomp and circumstance. Qi worked tirelessly until the late hours of the night, deciding against returning home and choosing instead to spend the night within the palace. On the following day, precisely at the hour of the dragon, officials gathered at the Feng Tian Hall to jointly celebrate the empress's birthday. Following a solemn and harmonious ceremony, the empress sat majestically upon the throne, surveying the assembly. Just as the announcer, Xiao Anzi, was about to declare the court adjourned, allowing the officials a day of respite as a small favor from the emperor, a figure stepped forward among the officials, proclaiming loudly, "I, Pan Min, the director of the ritual department, have a matter to present." Both the empress and Qi, as well as Shen Qinghe, thought to themselves, as expected, it has come. The figure that emerged was a fifth-rank official with a stern visage. Xiaoanzi glanced at the empress, swallowed hard, and said, "Proceed." Pan Min raised his head slightly, appearing quite nervous, and after taking a deep breath, he slowly began. "Your Majesty has reigned for half a year, and today, on this auspicious birthday, I sincerely wish for your eternal reign. As a humble minister of the Ministry of Rights, I implore your Majesty to establish the position of the Crown Prince for the enduring prosperity of the Great Yin Kingdom, in accordance with the nation's ancestral laws. To secure the peace of the realm and the hearts of the officials, a single stone can stir 1,000 waves." An eerie silence enveloped the entire Tian Hall. Yet within each heart, tumultuous waves surged. Has Pan Min lost his senses? How could he dare to propose the establishment of a crown prince in such a setting? Is this a subject that can be broached casually? Especially given the fact that the emperor is a woman, this is an even greater taboo. Li Deyong's faction reveled in schadenfreude, while other officials furrowed their brows in concern. Upon hearing these words, the empress, concealed beneath her dragon robe, clenched her delicate fists and bit her silver teeth, her phoenix eyes instantly clouded with frost. The establishment of a crown prince is her unassailable taboo. And how dare Pan Min raise it publicly? Yet, she could not unleash her wrath in that moment, for both practical and historical reasons. The appointment of a crown prince following the ascension of a new emperor is a fundamental matter concerning the succession of the nation's destiny, a question that cannot be sidestepped. Pan Min occupies the moral high ground of ancestral law. Qi cast a fleeting glance at Pan Min and then averted his gaze. He was merely a catalyst. The root of the matter lay elsewhere. However, faced with the issue of establishing a crown prince, he too had no effective countermeasures. It can be said that Li Deyong's choice to challenge with this question was exceedingly ruthless. The empress is currently unmarried. Even if she were to wed, would her offspring still be considered of royal blood? Clearly not, and they would have no claim to succession. If the empress bears no children, according to the ancestral laws, a selection must be made from those closest to her within the royal family. Presently, the three individuals with the closest ties to the empress are Prince Duan, Prince Li, and Prince Su. The empress is left with two choices: to select one of the three princes to ascend the throne, or to adopt a descendant from among the three princes to inherit the great legacy. Throughout history, similar situations have frequently arisen, invariably falling into one of two categories. Regardless of which it may be, in the end, there is no direct connection to the empress. Li Deyong's actions served a dual purpose. On one hand, it was a warning to the officials. Even if they pledged loyalty to the empress, what significance would such loyalty hold a century after her reign? On the other hand, he aimed to win over the three princely heirs. Anyone with aspirations for power would undoubtedly express gratitude for Li Deyong's righteous stand today, perhaps even forming alliances to resist the empress together. In this manner, he struck a blow against the empress, cautioned the officials, and garnered the support of the princes, truly a masterstroke. With head bowed and eyes cast down, Li Deyong appeared as though he were merely an observer. Wu Tong and Zhu Yoshi smiled, watching with detached amusement. Qi cast a glance at Shen Qinghe, conveying a clear message that it was time for him to take action. Shen Qinghe understood the gravity of the situation, glancing at Minister of War Fu Qiong. With no suitable candidates available, he decided to let Fu Qiong take the lead while he observed further. Your Majesty, I hold a differing opinion. A voice rose from the crowd. It was Zheng Yinji, the deputy of Shuntian Prefecture, who spoke. Pan Min, ostensibly concerned for the fate of the great Yin, was in truth manipulating the emperor under the guise of righteousness. His intentions were indeed treacherous. Chapter 87. A United Confrontation. Zheng Yinji strode confidently to the forefront, under the scrutiny of all present. Shen Qinghe glanced at Qi Zhan, his gaze seemingly questioning. Was this your arrangement? Qi Zhan's eyes flickered. I thought it was your doing. Shen Qinghe replied with a subtle shift of his gaze. It was not me. Let us see what he has to say. As they engaged in this silent exchange, the Empress gently raised her hand, and Xiao Anzi, understanding the cue, began to present the details. Zhang Yinji advanced boldly, stepping forward under the watchful eyes of all. With a deep bow directed at the Empress, he provocatively turned his gaze toward Pan Min. Pan Min could only question, Lord Zheng, I serve the nation with unwavering dedication. Why do you target me so? Zheng Yinji scoffed, asserting that the establishment of a crown prince is indeed a matter of great significance for the state. Yet it is not an immediate necessity. Which law of the realm dictates that a sovereign must appoint an heir immediately upon ascension? Zhang Yinji surveyed the room, his voice gradually rising. Our esteemed founding emperor of the Great Yin established the dynasty and only named the crown prince 1 year and 2 months after his enthronement. The illustrious Emperor Xianzong, a beacon of wisdom, also determined the Eastern Palace 2 years into his reign. The longest wait was under Emperor Ingzong, who took a full 5 years post-ascension to designate an heir. His assertions were grounded in the annals of history, clear to all present. Your Majesty is in the prime of life, having only ruled for a mere half-year. Why the frantic urgency to appoint a crown prince? Zheng Yinji continued, his voice resonating. What of the peace of the realm and the hearts of the officials? Since your ascension, your Majesty has diligently governed, vanquished the ruin, and curbed corruption, bringing tranquility to the land. Where is the unrest? Which official harbors discontent? I suspect it is you, Minister Pan, who feels the weight of guilt. Zheng Yinji's words were logical and compelling, leaving Pan Min speechless and at a loss for words. The Empress seated upon the dragon throne found immense satisfaction, realizing that this Zheng Yinji was indeed a remarkable talent worthy of great reward. Shen Qinghe glanced once more at Qi Zhan, remarking, This young man you recommended is quite impressive. Qi Zhan raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly, a trivial matter. Li Daong inwardly cursed Pan Hai as a useless fool and turned to observe Wu Tong. Wu Tong could only step forward, pointing at Zheng Yinji. You are that deputy of the Shuntian Prefecture, Zheng Yinji. Oh, indeed, Zheng Yinji remarked. One should not overstate matters. Pan Min is merely considering the bigger picture, which is not erroneous. As he spoke, he turned to the Empress, stating, Your Majesty, I believe Pan Min's proposal holds significant merit. The Emperor Xianzong once asserted that establishing an heir is a matter that should be addressed promptly rather than delayed. Zhang Yinji, unperturbed in the presence of Pan Min, found himself at odds with Wu Tong. However, with the situation having progressed this far, retreat was not an option. Thus, he countered, What Lord Wu articulates is indeed astute. Since determining an heir is fundamental to the nation, it warrants utmost caution. How could one decide in haste? Wu Tong cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Yinji, harboring resentment internally, yet expressed, I do not intend for your Majesty to finalize a selection today, but rather to clarify a specific strategy. Ultimately, this revolves around how the Empress intends to pass on the throne. Whether to an uncle or a cousin, there must be some definitive stance. This rendered Zhang Yinji speechless. Today marks a grand court session, with Prince Duan, Prince Li, and Prince Su present. Upon Pan Min's introduction of the heir establishment topic, all three tensed visibly. Externally calm, their minds raced with thoughts. Could there be unexpected developments today? Yet, as parties directly involved, they could not intervene, remaining mere observers. The atmosphere indicated that the Empress faced considerable challenges ahead. Minister of War Fu Qiang stepped forward, asserting that even a specific strategy must be meticulously considered, lest it be treated frivolously. Minister of Revenue Zhu Yoshi insisted, consideration must also have a time limit. Are we to deliberate for 3 or 5 years?